kicking off right now. If you want to get in the Wildfire Discord, some people might let you watch their streams and things like that, but we are going to have streams playing the entire tournament on this, especially from some of the better players. So guys, how are you feeling about this tournament? Are you excited to get watching? Are you excited to get commentating and casting as well?
I am deeply excited at this point in time. I think it's going to be a bit spicy. I think it's going to be a bit messy. It's the first beta. Balance might be an issue. I think we probably have some sneaky hidden OP decks that might finally come to light. I've been looking through the data on the Illuvium side. We've got some numbers there on some units that seem very, very high. So I'm excited to see if people bring out something special that we haven't yet seen.
Oh yeah, I'm so pumped. I mean, I've been waiting years for this. We all know esports is going to be huge, and Web3 can help that. Esports orgs have been having trouble making money, and I think Web3 can really help with that. And I'm just personally, I've been waiting years for this. Let's be real. I've been waiting years for PvP. I've been waiting years mostly just to see the tournaments, and it's going to be fun to see who really is the best player, who's really on top. So yeah, I couldn't be more excited.
You guys keep going. I'm going to be focusing on trying to get the stream ready. All right.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of shit talking for years, right? At this point, finally we start to get some answers, right? There's some people out there. I'm going to go there slightly who call themselves gods. I mean, I think that's yet unproven, right? I think you need to be rank 1 uncontested before you can claim that title. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see where this goes. I think there might be some upsets. I think maybe there won't be any upsets, but I'm excited. We're going to have some spicy teams, some interesting game breaking balance probably, which is probably going to make me an awful lot of work next week after this. So this is, homework for me to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's a beta, and I mean, let's be real. At the point it is right now, it's still incredible, super fun. So when the bugs come, it is what it is. We'll take care of it. But what I'm really excited about, as I said, I was talking about the esports side of things. It's going to be interesting to see which guilds really do have the best players. Is it going to be Xborg? Or is it going to be Hype? Maybe it's Phantom. You have Illumination, which we're going to be showing first, and we also have Viper with Phantom. My personal favorite for the tournament is Viper, so I think I'm expecting him to have a strong showing, and we'll see if the Xborg boys can take it to him. I think they have a chance, but yeah, from what I've been seeing, I'm impressed with their play. But Viper, he's been rank 1 like the whole time, right? I think the only person who's even come close is Martini, being first for a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how Viper plays. It'll be interesting to see how Xborg plays. And maybe Wildfire is that wild card that actually pulls through and does really well this tournament.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Right now, I think Martini is still number 1, but when the rating doesn't say everything, right? When you look at win rates, when you look at total number of games played, it tells a very different story, right? And there are some people at the top of the ladder who have played a hell of a lot more games. Viper actually has a better win rate than most near the top, which is why he was able to sit at rank 1. But we're seeing some people slightly out of the spotlight a bit with some exceptionally high win rates. Now, maybe they've been fluky, maybe they got lucky, maybe they did not get there and they had some lucky matches and they've stopped after that, or maybe they're wild cards and they've got something in their back pocket that no one's ready for, and it's going to take over the tournament.
Yeah, another thing I'm excited to see is some of the Japanese players. I know that a lot of them were some of them were ranking high on the survival leaderboard, and from what I'm hearing, they're also doing pretty well in the ranked play. So maybe some of those names that us English speakers don't know as well maybe are going to be those wild cards that really do well in the tournament, or possibly even someone we've never even heard of. It's going to be really fun and really interesting to see just how it shapes out. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Like, what if the best of 3 is just not enough games to tell who's the best? Maybe Viper gets knocked out. Maybe Estrad gets out. Maybe, I don't know. It's going to be fun. It's really hard to guess.
Everything is up in the air at this point, right? We've got a beta. We've got uncertain balance. We've got uncertain people. There's no established ecosystem. There's nobody who's been kicking ass for years. Everything's up in the air, right? And we could be seeing today the start of someone's ascent, and that's very exciting to me.
Yeah, the start of a legacy of an unnamed hero today. It's fun. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to get into it. I'm wondering, what are your opinions on what builds we're going to see today? Because we did have to ban the those crit augments that were really good on Scoriox because it had like some game-breaking bug mechanics with it. So with Scoriox being out, do you think he's going to be out, or what team comps are you looking to see?
I think at this point in time, I think we're going to see everything hinging around.
What the hell was
technical
that?
difficulties. So I think we're going to see a lot of gameplay around the empath build, right? As in, I think it's going to be a staple of a lot of people's rosters, but at the same time, anyone who's competing for the top end will have solved this problem. I don't expect anyone who is going to come out in our top 5.
Even though we can hear them in our ears, they're not actually coming through on stream, just as a heads up.
Okay.
But I'll mute them for now.
So I'm excited to see what will be the tools. And I think actually what will end up being the winning comps is a comp that beats the empath staple, but also beats the other anti-empath staples, right? So we're going to see a lot of ram fires. We might see some terror birds coming in. Those are my two sort of big. These have the burst to sustain, maybe an umber. I think we're seeing some comps around one of those things that blow up those empaths. And as to which one of those beats one another, I think that's down to the player, and it's down to their research. And I'm sure the people at the top end are going into this with an idea. They're coming into this with, I think Ramfire is the best hyper carry. I think Umber is the best hyper carry. I think, they're going to come into this with a plan. And I'm really excited to see which one is right and which one holds their metal as well. We saw this before, right? With people winning when the pressure was off and then crumbling as soon as the pressure was on, even in the smaller tournaments. This is now the first big one for Illuvium, first big one that a lot of our players are going to be playing in. Will they be able to handle it? Will they bottle under the pressure? Will they keep their cool? Will they execute as well as they can?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big tournament. We have over 200 people. It's the first tournament. I think some of these players are going to underestimate how much pressure they're feeling in the moment. I mean, you have some of the people who have competed in esports before, and they probably shouldn't be feeling that pressure. So we'll see how they perform. But some of these new people, these new players that are really going for number one, it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. And for me personally, I think we're going to see a lot of those empath builds, and then, as you said, like some kind of maybe bulwark with the hyper carry of maybe Scoriox, Phosphorus, and Ramfire. I think there are some interesting builds with Phosphorus and Scoriox you can put together, maybe with a Malura, I could see, or Lolura, because it's cheaper. That 20 mastery points for just a little bit of health is not really always the best, but I think we could see something like that. We're going to see a battle between those two comps. I think it'll probably be figured out pretty quickly which one's better. The only thing that I can think of is that some of these top players are hiding one really good deck that they know can counter these empath builds, or that they thought was going to counter that Scoriox build. And we'll see if they pull that out. But as far as I can tell, and from what I've seen while playing in ranked, and I mean, I'm pretty high ranked, but not to toot my own horn, but I haven't really seen anything super, super interesting. It looks like everybody's kind of either playing that empath build or copying Viper's like bulwark hyper carry build. So I'm not sure if anybody has anything interesting that they're hiding. It is yet to be known.
As someone who gets to look at some numbers behind the scenes, there are characters that have very high win rates that are not in any of the meta decks, yet someone's playing them, right? And I'm not going to say any names, not going to give anything, but I'm telling you there are characters that no one is talking about that have really high win rates. Now, maybe they played them at very low ranks and stomped someone who'd never played the game before. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're not as good as the numbers we'll see. We'll find out, but there are some characters out there that I think are being slept on, and I think some people know about it.
Yeah, I think invokers are kind of strong, but the problem with them is that there's so many of those augments that take away their energy. Speaking of that, actually, because I know Viper has been playing invokers to like mixed success for Vipers, like losing once with it, but not trying to glaze chat, get over it. But so what are your opinions on the augments being able to stack like that? Do you think it might be better to only be able to use one augment, like one augment that takes away energy, or what's your opinion on that?
We're actually changing that, so it's not live obviously yet, but
it is live.
No,
he's talking about the changes.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, our balance changes. But yeah, so we're changing that because I think it's boring. I think sure it creates a balance issue, sure it creates some things with the stacking behavior that causes issues, but I think more importantly, it's boring. It's not fun to have 3 of the same augments in your deck. It's not fun to play against. It's not really that much meaningful to do. If it's boring for me, we'll get rid of it. So it's going away.
I also think that opens up more room for different options for Illuvials, because if you take away all of these augments, some of these augments might not even be worth putting in your decks, and now you have more room for more Illuvials, more room to pivot in this or that direction depending on what your opponent's playing, which I think is going to be better for esports personally.
Yeah, entirely agreed.
Yep. All right.
It says we're live, so it should all be working. I have no idea. Yeah. Even if we ask the chat, they're going to take 10 minutes to respond to us. Maybe this delay was way too long.
It's good.
But it's all good. We can go to our first game in a minute. Once he's started, we will kick it off.
Okay. Let's go ahead and let him know that he can start now then.
Yep. Jimbo looking fresh. You're getting that in the chat.
Hey.
Ben got a haircut. I'm loving this chat. This is so much fun. They're going to see exactly where it went live. That's all good.
Okay, let's see here. Sorry about the wait here. I'm just sending a message to the tournament admins to get Illumination set up. So Illumination will be the first player on screen.
Yeah, they're just waiting for a tag and waiting to kick it off. Once they have, I will get straight into it. But for now, let's do it. So I caught a little bit of what you guys were talking about. I was just making sure everything was running smoothly. It looks like everything is up and running. We are going to officially kick it off as much as we can. As soon as you start, Paz, I will see it and I will put you in. It is all good. Looks like he's kicking it off quite quickly, but we'll get in there very, very soon. So, these Illuvials that are, like, have high win rates that you've seen, can you give us one of them or a hint? You can't give us anything?
You can't do that. You got to let them keep
that. I'm not going to ruin the tournament here. Yep. I don't want to ruin someone's hidden strat. There's a few. They're not 70% win rates, but they're in the 60s.
Interesting.
Which is alarmingly high.
I reckon Axodon is one of them. I started messing around with some weird Axodon stuff the other day. He is so much fun because his shield does damage when it breaks. And he can stack a mega power and he can stack energy quite quickly. So if you can set him up right with tsunami and water and everything else, then his shield, you can pump it up and he can start dealing heaps of damage and thorns and all the rest of it. It's not as good as I just made it sound. Like, I've tried it. It's a little bit underwhelming, but if you can pull it off, I think it's pretty cool.
Do you guys remember the old survival build that was broken with the Axon, where he was basically getting infinite shields and infinite damage as a result? Well, the result was that Axon was actually seeing more play than Axodon due to the animation speed of that Omega. The Axodon going off too slowly. We changed that, so the Omega speed now of the Axodon is significantly faster. So I think he is now a more reliable tank, more reliable. And Harbinger, I think, is slept on. I think Harbinger is busted. Look at the numbers on Harbinger. I can't understand why we keep buffing it. I think there's something dirty there. Something dirty is lurking at the heart of that, and it might be broken if someone finds it.
I think I'm interested to see that Axodon build because I think it might have a high win rate, but I also have a little inclination that might be just because it's a noob slayer. Because from speaking with some of the top players, they seem to think that build is trash. They say that it's very outplayable. It is like one of those noob team comps that just destroys people who don't know what they're doing. but maybe someone will pull it out. Maybe they get Tsunami with it, do something interesting to throw off those good players. It'll be
maybe it's a double bluff, Jimbo. Maybe they've just thought, oh, we'll throw Jimbo off here. That's my secret strategy plan. Oh no, it's terrible, Jimbo. It's terrible. Oh no, one's gonna play that build.
No, some of them told me some of their secret builds. I'm just not gonna let anybody know. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if those secret builds actually are up to snuff and see if they work out as well. But I don't know. We'll see.
It's a challenge, right? Which is that if you've got a secret build, do you get enough hours with it? And who can you trust to play it with? Maybe you have a partner that you can trust to play back and forth, but then it's the two of you knowing each other's secret builds. Are they just secret builds that are good against one another? It's a tough one, right? How do you judge its success?
Yeah. Well, that is one of the strengths of having a guild. You can play with those players, and you have that trust there. The only problem would be maybe one of your guild members is scared they're going to lose. They pull it out too early. Now everybody sees it, so. I'm not sure. Maybe that'll happen. I hope not. It'll be more interesting to see it later into the tournament, but some of those people might be feeling the heat that we were talking about.
Yes. Oh no, I want some spicy guild dramas. Like, I know it's not good, but what's the point of a guild if it doesn't have a meltdown partway through? Like, I want old World of Warcraft cataclysmic explosions. I want sordid stories. I want tears.
Oh yeah, I want to see like double lift in League of Legends, that level of trash talking. I love trash talk. I love trash talk. I mean, we can go a little bit too far sometimes, let's be real, but at the end of the day, when we're in like an actual tournament setting, I feel like it's very appropriate. I want to see it. I want to hear it. I want to see people like pumping themselves up. I mean, it's sports. Let's say it with your chest, bro. I'm excited to see the drama between the guilds. I've said it already, but I'm so excited to see which guild is actually going to be the best. Phantom, Xborg, or Hype. I have a feeling that Xborg is going to be the best overall, but I wouldn't doubt if Viper and Illumination have something hidden up their sleeve where they can they have less people that are like at that top level, but they have like a higher ceiling with their few players. It'll be interesting to see there. And then Wildfire, I'm not trying to dog Wildfire. Of course, I love the Wildfire boys helping out with the tournament. I'm not really aware of any Wildfire players that are like ranked high up on the leaderboard.
Because they're all doing custom matches privately. They're in a sort of hyperbolic time chamber, training privately amongst themselves, and they're going to come in and take this entire thing.
They got the little Neuralink implanted into their brain, and they're running AI, so they know exactly what the other person is going to play before they even play it themselves.
With $2,000 on the line, it seems likely, right? Like they're pulling out all the stops at this point.
Of course, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah.
His opponent hasn't rocked up yet, so that's what's holding us up. So that should be interesting. He might get a free win, and we'll have to find someone else. But for now, let's jump over to the bracket because a game has finished already, and we'll take a look at the bracket and go through it a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know why my transition didn't work. The one thing I never checked. But we are at the bracket now. Are we not at the bracket? Oh, let me do it again. There we go. All right, so I've sold that. We can have a look that Dr. Gamer has taken out the Fire Mine very early on, unless there was a DQ or something. Loello and Smartass have also won their first games 2-0. And then we go down here, we've got 1-0 that doesn't make any sense. So we're sorting through that. I'm telling the admins now that it's a -1 if it's a DQ, so I don't know what's happening there. But they will keep going and we'll figure that out. We'll get a stream up very, very soon. But the bracket is happening. The tournament has begun. I'm getting them to ping everyone and we're getting there now.
Okay. Yes. Speaking of Xborg, Smartass is one of those Xborg members. Not really surprised to see him move on to the next round right off the bat. I'm not really aware of the person that he played against, so I'm not sure the quality of their play. No flame, but I would assume Smartass probably gets to, as the god of PB2, I'm not surprised to see him move on to that next round. Where it gets really real is when we get to that top 32, top 16. That's when it gets interesting. So, yeah, not surprised to see him move on. Looks like Estrad moved on as well. Another ex-Borg boy moved on. Lars and JP Mitchenpool, our Illuvium Community Council member, he moved on with a nice 2-0.
Come on, guys. We know you're hiding your secret decks, but give us a stream. Don't be fighting in the dark. This is going to be really, really boring tournament with just us three sitting here talking to each other as we go. Oh, someone's won. Someone's lost. This is like radio commentary at this point, with us not having a clue. I will start to make up stories. I'll go, "Oh my god, what is that positioning?" Eschad with the backline dodo.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, we're just having a few teething issues with the way I've set up some of the channels. I need to fix up one of them really quickly. It's got a 2-person limit, and I think that's just causing unnecessary problems, so I'm going to update that. I don't think Paz's opponent's going to show up, so if anyone from... just going to ask them. Paz's opponent didn't show up by the looks of it. 5 minutes has passed. This first round is going to be really tricky, and I think that's just reality of it. You guys keep going. I'm just going to fix up a few things.
I'm working on getting Caveman onto the stream currently. It looks like he's trying to set up with his opponent as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of that on round 1, just people DQing and stuff. But once round 1's finished and that's all sorted, everyone will be ready.
100%.
I think we need a more robust check-in system next time.
Oh, good.
So let's talk about something fun then. So one of the big takeaways we've had is some things are broken, but they're also broken because we haven't added enough counterplay. So one of the things that we're looking at adding are some new augments to sort of expand that decision space. There's certain mechanics right now that are not being interacted enough by the rest of the game. So, for example, shields are busted strong, but there's also no counterplay for them. Almost the same problem that Jimbo, you were bringing up earlier with the Aphisto. There's loads of tools for dealing with energy, and that's not very fun. So some things are overrepresented, some things are underrepresented. So, it's the first pass of the beta. We'll keep updating it. So one of the things that I'm looking forward to adding is adding a anti-shield augment that should allow us to do some more spicy things with shields.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that some kind of shield breaking augment, or even some kind of shield breaking Omega or Illuvial that breaks shields, that needs to be in the game because shields are just way too strong right now.
Yeah. Yep.
We got
I hold my hands up. That one's on me. That one's on me.
It is what it is.
You love to see it. All right.
So here we have Caveman queuing up. So Caveman, obviously, at one point was the most played player. He had the most matches. He almost had 200 matches after 24 hours or 48 hours. Whenever I checked, he had #1 matches.
How many matches was that?
It was almost 200, and it was still the first weekend. So he played an ungodly amount. He didn't sleep. I think there were threats of being fired from his job unless he made the content video he needed to make. So,
Yeah, he is a pretty good player. I've played against him a few times. He still hasn't beaten me, not a shocker, but he was set up to play one of the Russian players, and it looks like some people dropped out, and that would have been a great match. But I have high hopes for Caveman as well. I think he's going to do really well in this tournament. I'm not sure if he'll get to like finals or losers finals, but I think he'll do probably like top 16 for sure.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing here now with his deck, right? He's using a Phosphorus Scoriops build. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect for someone who's looking to counter the empath builds, right? You've got I presume the choice of carry there. Plenty of tools for dealing with it. Anti-energy augments.
Oh, he's got the Furiox and Scoriox. That's interesting. And the Singe.
Who's the other person stream that we've got in? That's not Paz. Who's that?
That's Caveman.
Caveman being a good sport and showing off his deck. What a legend! Thank you, Caveman.
Yeah.
You'll hear this in 10 minutes time.
We can bring it. We can bring it to stream if you want to show it off, but then it might give his opponent an advantage.
Let's not.
It's already on stream, isn't it?
No, you can't. They can't see it. You can see it, Ben.
We can see it. Oh no, so we're leaking his stream. Oh dear.
It'll be all right.
The Rogue Dodo seems questionable. The Rogue Dodo seems very questionable. But...
yeah, he actually messaged me before the tournament, said he was going to go for one of the Rogue Phantom cards. He's just going to look to be really lucky, put that on Kukaraf, and stun the backline.
Look at the gorgeous art, though, on those augments. The art team knocked that out of the park.
And that's another thing I've been saying for years. You can say what you want about Illuvium, but you cannot say that the art is not top tier. Absolutely phenomenal freaks on that art team that just do a fantastic job.
They work their asses off. They're brilliant.
Yeah. Where's his opponent at? Let's see here.
All right, so the tournament admins should be pretty across how disqualification everything works. For anyone who's not aware, in the bracket, if you are disqualified for either not being in the Discord, not rocking up in 5 minutes, or whatever else, you will get a -1 versus 0, and you will move into the losers bracket, which will probably get another -1 if you don't rock up. And then your opponent will move on. We will not be removing anyone from the bracket, hopefully, but this is the first tournament. Things are going to get real messy. They already are pretty messy, but we will be up and running very, very soon. We've got Caveman and Paz both in the back end waiting, but they'll need opponents. And so as soon as that happens, we have 2 people that we're able to throw up on stream, which is the plan we should have done from the beginning, is just get everyone into this room. And then whoever has a stream running, we can chuck them on. That would have been really sick, but we didn't set it up that way. So learning lesson for next time, I suppose. What are you guys' favorite Illuvials to play right now?
Oh, it looks like is he getting into the game?
Let's do it.
No.
Oh, no, he's
leaving
not.
the queue.
Man, we are getting absolutely cucked right now.
So, favorite Illuvials right now? I mean, I always am going to say Gyro. I think he's amazing, and I like Rick Food as well. So, for me, it's like a double win.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Phosphorus. It's really a shame, and the one thing that I don't hate Illuvium for anything except for one thing. There should be a dinosaur Illuvial. Like, that's unacceptable. And Phosphorus is the closest.
I forgot pterodactyls aren't dinosaurs.
Yeah, but
I saw one last week when I'm stuck in Albania at the moment, and I'm seeing a lot of pterodactyls. So
there's some big ones out there. I hear there's some in like South America or something, but yeah, Phosphorus, the terror bird, close enough to a dinosaur. Plus the design is just incredible, dude, and it's so much fun to play. Honestly, sometimes it's kind of a noob thing because you can just put it anywhere. But there is some tactical placement with Phosphorus sometimes as well, especially when you're trying to counteract how your opponent is going to set up and in reaction to that. So, but I'm really liking Viper's deck that he made, where you have the hypercarry of Ramfire, Phosphorus, or Scoriax. It just feels really good that you can just pivot into one of these instead of being forced to play this exact deck exactly like this on this round, this round, and this round. I personally am a big fan of being able to pivot and decide on each round what is best instead of playing straightforward. And I think that's going to be the difference between top players and the noob players anyways.
Absolutely. For me, that's Viper showing off his credentials because that's what the game was designed to do. The game was not designed to be played in a linear manner. We designed everything with the idea that you can make decks which go multiple different ways, and that's a big part of the total power, right? Maybe you compromise on the maximum total power that you can achieve, but when you have 3 super powerful directions, it's very, very, very powerful. And it's one of the things I think is being undervalued at the moment, that is, a max power board state versus multiple max power or close to max power board states. I think we'll potentially start to see that in the top one-on-ones between these players. They will be planning for it. They will be planning to make sure, and we have the match starting.
The match is kicking off. All right, let's jump into it.
Very nice. Oh, okay, it looks like he pulled out a different deck than he was showing us before. He's starting off with the. Oh, that's his opponent. I'm an idiot.
That's his opponent. So this is Marcus, and he is playing a toxic deck, which another one of the very strong comps we've seen a lot of. Sort of being ignored a little bit right now due to the power of the empath build, but probably one of the strongest ones out there right now.
Yeah, the round 1 with the stage 3 water buffalo, and you get the double colossus and double toxic. I am actually unsure if that's even beatable. It is one of the strongest round ones in the game, if at all.
Three Dokas, I think, is one of the few things that beats it in the earlier rounds. Yeah.
Really? Okay. And that's not a very common team comp to run either, to pull out 3 Dokas round 1. So that's probably a safe bet round 1 no matter what, unless someone wants to be a freak and figure out how to make that work late game. So he's going to run the 3 air right off the bat here for the dodge.
Oh, Caveman, what a beautiful human. Giving us some camera angles, showing off his content creator background. Also, he's opening up with 3 air, 3 fighter, a very powerful opener. Less potent against some teams that are potentially, a mega focus carries, but against his opponent right now, his comp is looking powerful, right? That Berserker is going to struggle versus a lot of dodge.
All right, the stream was fine. I just had an issue with one of my overlays. I'm going to quickly fix that, but you guys keep going.
Okay, this is another one of the openings that I've been seeing with Toxic. I'm not sure why people do it. They do the stage 2 Buffalo and the stage 2 Scorpion. I'm not sure why you would choose that over the other, because with the double Colossus and the double Toxic, you literally just don't take damage. That Toxic heals you so much. Maybe he thought he was going to get hyper and be able to out damage even with his triple air opening. I'm not sure.
I find the positioning choice from Marcus interesting here. I think I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do. When we look at Caveman go here, this is a man with a plan. Those units were placed to the board immediately. This is the man who's played almost the most games of anyone at this point.
A nice thing to point out here is the Scorpion placement by Caveman, just barely behind that Buffalo. So if something's right in front of that Scorpion, it will start attacking the Buffalo instead of the Scorpion, and the Scorpion can have free range to just get that DPS start piling up as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is whether Marcus is going to read that, right? Like if he places a unit in the top front right, he will get to one-on-one that Scorpion. Probably a mistake because almost nothing can one-on-one that Scorpion. So I think it's a very safe position from Caveman.
Okay, we'll see.
So we're seeing a toxic Colossus deck here. I think Caveman's got this in the bag with the air countering. The AoE damage from toxic is strong, and the Caribou has now just reached hyper, but I don't think that's enough. There's too much board.
No, not with the Sea Scorpion. It's just such a good tank killer, especially even on top of that. So great placement by Caveman. Be interesting to see how he builds this up. It looks like he's putting the Furiox in.
So I wonder if that's a reaction to the nature of hyper, or if this was a plan from day one with him. Obviously, he's getting fire now, so his comp was clearly built for this. But he did. I'm presuming he is reacting to the fact his opponent is getting hyper, and that perhaps his counter here, playing these fire units, will stop that.
100%. The Cardilux should get hyper a lot less faster with that Singe right in front of it. That's that Singe flare right in front of it.
See, I like how he's getting the Furiox at the back. Furiox does really well against the Toxic Core. I am pretty much undefeated with Scoriox against the Toxic Core. I just don't think Toxic is all that good, to be honest. And if you give Furiox any sort of vamp, it's like game over. It's a good bulwark. We don't have any sound coming through from the game. I've shot that as a message to Caveman, but we'll see if he's able to fix it.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted to counter the Scorpion and Furiox placement by putting the Rip Lance and Sea Forest there, but they just don't have enough damage, and they were able to... The fact that they put the Rip Lance in a place where it could get attacked by so many units, it pretty much made it a worthless use of 75 mastery points.
So it's time...
It went down too quickly to have impact.
It's time for us to test out our instant replay feature. So we can see with this game right here, he set it off really well, but you can see just how much damage Furiox actually did to kick off this battle right now. You see he took out the Ranger straight away, took out Rip Lance. It was just unstoppable. Like, he really needs to deal against that.
Saw some very interesting choices here in the Legendary Augment phase. We saw Marcus here picking all in on the Rogue Legendary Augment, I presume as an attempted solve versus the Scoriox or the Furiox, and also allowing him potentially to save the terrible positioning he's got on the stage 3 Sea Scorpion. Jumping that to the back line will allow it to stay alive a bit and perhaps have a bit more impact versus what we saw. We saw Caveman going all in for the Life Storm, I believe it's called, which I was surprised by, wondering if that was the decision to try and keep it away from Marcus because he believed Marcus was going to be going for it. What do you think, Jimbo?
I think I agree with everything you just said, and I think this game looks absolutely beautiful. K-Man was zooming in on the water buffalo there. Artwork looks fire. He puts in the Terror Bird, which I think is... I really don't see how Marcus comes back from this point. It looks like a checkmate, even with that Rogue Augment like you were talking about. I don't see a world where it matters, I'll be honest, especially putting it on the... Titanor.
I am baffled by that. I am baffled by that decision.
Yeah, I'm not gonna flame, but you put
no. This isn't flame. This is constructive criticism. What the fuck was that? The fuck was that?
Putting Rogue on Titanor is a little interesting because it's a grand unit. You kind of want it to be focused.
That was brilliant. I love that.
I'm not sure,
Oof.
But there we go. One of the best of 3. Caveman is up 1-0 currently.
Yeah, Caveman, one of the most played people in the PvP. He's been with the community for a long time. He's got a lot of games in this. He's well experienced. He went into Arena with a lot of experience from survival, a gaming background, and he's played in a hell of a lot of games. I expect him to be one of our top competitors. I didn't see him make any big mistakes there. I felt he looked remarkably controlled, had a plan. I didn't see much reaction from his positioning. I think he was a man with a plan there. So I'm interested to see what happens when he comes up against someone who is a bit more counterplay.
Saying that, I don't use that is a good point, but I mean, he didn't really have to be reactive, right? There was no point for him to take any kind of risk there. Just play straightforward. That was Marcus's game to lose. It wasn't Caveman's game to win. Marcus, he just had a lot of mistakes there with his placement, positioning, just not the best. And the Caveman was able to play it as by the book as possible and not need to take any risks.
Yeah. I mean, for me, that was a dominant showing from Caveman. I'm excited to see where he goes with it next. Congratulations to Marcus. So far, that was my favorite play, though. The Rogue Alliance. I think someone was having some fun at the end of that for fun. So congratulations to him. Took us all by surprise.
Yeah, maybe he wanted to line up that Titanor ultimate to hit the whole.
He did hit the whole team.
That's what he was doing, actually. Big brain, 133 IQ, but not good enough. Sorry, buddy.
I mean, rogues are there to assassinate, to keep people by surprise. He managed to take everyone by surprise with his choice of rogue there.
Very true. Looks like he's going with the same exact team. I'm not really sure.
Same exact team.
Looks like he really needs to get that Rip Lance damage off.
He fixed it up so we've got the sound for the game now, which is really sick.
Yeah. If you're gonna
I was also very surprised by the 4 shields there on Marcus. I haven't seen anyone go that hard in a single element like there were 4 water shields there. I'm wondering if that's so he can maximize the rounds where he can play it.
That was interesting from Caveman to not get the meteoric augment. Generally, from speaking with the top players and from my own experience, that is a very strong augment, but I guess he just wanted to get this specific one. What augment was it that he got? I wasn't able to actually see it.
I also don't know what he did.
It's all good. It looks like Caveman is going to start out with the same exact opening, except the other side this time.
So
Okay.
the other side this time, yeah. Okay. So 4 air, 3 fighter from Caveman.
Oh, it's so good. I've been using a lot of air openers and earth openers, and they're just incredibly strong, especially fighter.
Yeah. Both air and fighter are both intended to be early game synergies, as in they should be powerful in the earlier rounds. Air is just overtuned in general, so it's powerful in the late rounds. But this is what I would consider a rush deck. Right, it's not playing for late game, it is strong in the opening rounds and has a solid ramp the entire time. So we see the same positioning from both people there, slightly inverted from Caveman. I mean, from Caveman's, it makes complete sense to me. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It does look like he put in the stage 3 Buffalo and the stage 2 this time, which is an interesting choice. Now he doesn't have any buffs at all. I get the feeling that someone gave him this deck and he doesn't fully understand how to play it. I could be wrong on that. And again, I'm going to stop putting disclaimers about flaming. I'm just going to be honest from here on out, so you guys can deal with it.
Okay, we see the same positioning again from Caveman. Oh, he's pivoting slightly. So yeah, an incredibly powerful opening. 4 air, 2 toxic, 3 bulwark, 3 fighters. Some of the most powerful early game synergies all activated with this comp.
Yeah, this is a great opening. This is not looking good for Marcus again.
No.
He's certainly going to have a little bit of trouble here.
Man, that Water Buffalo looks so cool, dude. Whew. Marcus is thinking. Gonna put a rogue augment on his Water Buffalo. See how that works out. He only put in the Riptorus.
Yes. It gets him up to 3 toxic there with the bond and the Colossus. So stronger this time. I still don't think it's going to be enough. No, it is going to be enough. The Hyper Riptorus should be able to tear through this. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
That placement on the Riptorus really saved him there.
Oof.
Very nice. The problem is I think that Caveman is going to be able to play around that this next round, but we'll see. The reason that he won that was only because of the placement. He got the Hyper right away, and the Riptorus wasn't being focused at all. To win this next round, he's really going to have to take Caveman off guard somehow and get these tanks off of this Riptorus. And now he's got the Fury action, so...
yeah, this is an interesting one for me. So Caveman is spending a lot of mastery points to reposition his team. He's clearly focusing down the Riptorus to get it out of the game. He's identified what his problem is. The question is, has Marcus realized? Because it's going to cost him a hell of a lot less to move his Riptorus and achieve the same thing than it does to pivot an entire team. So sure, I mean, Caveman is using low-cost units here, right? He's got a stage 1 Doka, a stage 1 Grocco. The cost to move those is very minimal. And the placement of the Furiox to get that DPS. I've got a feeling, though, Marcus is going to play his Goliath here at the front and take the pressure off the Riptorus.
Yeah, I could see that, but even if he moves his Riptorus to the other side, the way Caveman has his Riptorus set up, it should be able to catch him and kill him. And okay, it looks like he is not going to call that. It looks like this Riptorus will go down, and let's see. He did put a Rip Lance in his D-Force on the other side.
Yeah. So here, this is for me a prime showcase of. I mean, actually, I'm not entirely sure. I was going to say positioning, but Marcus still has 130 mastery points left. I think something's gone wrong on his end. He's still got almost all of his mastery points from that round.
I really feel like he's putting himself in a hole with his placement on this round 1. If he's trying to like play around his opponent's positioning on round 1, you would probably just want to not put anything down and just let them win that first round, so then you can counter it. I'm not sure if that's what he was going for, but not having the Cardalocks up on front and your tanks up front, and then having both of your Sea Scorpions in the front, which are supposed to be the DPS, they're getting smashed down way too fast.
Okay, I think at this point, Marcus is clearly a new player here, because I was about to say this Berserker one is going to be contested, because both of them can hit massive power with it. None of them have any use whatsoever for Tsunami, because neither of them have them in their deck. Though actually, maybe he has a Gazer. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Caveman actually can't get the Berserker buff. He doesn't have a Rip Lance, but he was denying that from Marcus.
Oh, okay. So maybe this is all next generation plan from Marcus. He's now got 140 mastery points. He's going to be exceptionally powerful in this round.
Yeah.
Has a lot of options here. Maybe this is all part of a plan. He's still healthy. He's got 635 health left. And he has got a Tsunami unit. He has got the Gazer. So this... with the mastery points he has saved from the last round, he can have a really powerful round here. And Caveman right now focusing on his damage dealers, not focusing on anti-healing. So we'll see how that plays out if Marcus goes full in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I like how Caveman's splitting up his team. It's one of the best ways to deal with Colossus and Thorns and everything in general from the Cardalocks. It's just so hard for a Bulwark to stop it when the team is so split up. Whereas you want the opposite against Hypercarriers. You want to group them all up, right? But this Phosphorus is going to just go bonkers.
Go nuts.
Yeah, Phosphorus with Omnivamp is just so good.
Yeah,
oh!
No. He's got this.
He's not going to win, but the Phosphorus cast here is pretty good.
That round was closer than I thought. Marcus still has 140 mastery points left. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Both his carries up,
that bugs out. It usually just returns to some weird thing. It's only accurate at the start of the round. So he's got 160. That's accurate. It doesn't show you if they spent it when the round starts. So it'll stay at 160 now, I think.
Oh, that's a bug. It should be updating as soon as.
I've never seen it update personally. Maybe it does for other people. I don't know.
I didn't even know that's what that meant. I'll be real. So, 1800.
Sounds me asking you to mute typing. Apparently, he can hear clacking. You can take that as you will. It's just Grant.
It might be my typing, so I'll try and type less. Or I'll mute myself when I'm typing. I don't know. I don't hear anything in my audio, so it must be my mic.
It's all good. I mute myself every time I'm done talking, so.
You're better human beings than me. I think you should suffer my background noise.
You're damn right I am. No, I'm just playing. Alright, this could be the losing round for Marcus or his saving grace. Let's see how he plays it. What's the Dorius frontline? Interesting.
Okay, yeah. I think this is Marcus' first time playing Arena. So I think well played to him on his first match.
He's doing really well.
Yeah, honestly, if he didn't play terribly, let's be real. I mean, Caveman's a really good player. As Ben said, he's played more than most people in the game, if not one of the most or the most played. So, no shame in losing to Caveman at all.
I am impressed by this Marcus's comp. To be quite frank, like I was looking at it and questioning everything, and it's closer than. Like, I think some improvements to the initial positioning, as you mentioned, Jimbo. I think that would put a lot more favor in him on his side. Because right now his hyper carries are not hyper carrying. Right now he's being carried by the toxic poison AoE damage. If he can keep those units alive longer so that they can be applying more poison, getting up in the DPS, I think this would be a really powerful comp. So Caveman here, playing the Big Daddy versions of his low cost units. He's now achieved Magma. Probably really good on this. I am
Yeah, he's got the Magma in there, put the Scoriox in. Now he has the 3 Arcanite as well with the Ranger, Scoriox, and Phosphorus. That Phosphorus is going to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
As well as his Ranger. The Ranger with the what is that called? The Gauntlet. The Gauntlet does a lot of damage. People, if you are not using Gauntlet with some of these builds, try it out. Trust me, it does so much more damage than you would think it would, especially once you have that 70 cost Gauntlet. Your Ranger can basically be a carry, but it is your Ranger also is really weak. It can get killed super fast, so you got to play around it smart.
Here we go. This might just be the last round of our first game that we are streaming.
Yep, it was a valiant effort, but looks like Marcus is going down. Congrats to Caveman on proceeding into the next round in the winner's bracket. And we'll be seeing Marcus is not kicked out of the tournament. He'll be dropped down into the loser's bracket, and he'll have to fight his way back up if he wants to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, dominating showing from Caveman there. We dropped to 1 round across 2 matches. Very strong showing. Sure, he's got an early game comp, but I couldn't fault his decision making on the positioning. He played well across that.
Yeah, I even think that 1 round that he lost was a bit unlucky. I'm not sure he was expecting the way they set that up, and I really don't even think that was an outplay. That might have been an accident. I could be wrong, but yeah, that 1 round that he lost, I think that might have been a bit of a fluke as well. So Caveman just completely dominating, and again, as I said, Caveman has that experience. So Marcus, no shame at all at losing into such a great player.
Second place, no shame.
All right, just muted his stream, so we shouldn't get any weird audio coming through now. I'm going to tell Caveman to stay inside. And he's going to stay there, so if he has another game come up, we'll be able to stream that very easily. And yeah, I think that went really well. It was awesome to see that game play out. People are probably still watching that game because of the delay, but that is all good. And yeah, no, he played really, really well. I liked how he outplayed Marcus, especially towards the end there. And Marcus had a really good showing for one of his first matches. So I'm looking forward to the rest of this stream as well. We can quickly jump over the bracket, actually. We can see that a lot of the games have started to play out. Let me just quickly ask the admins if you guys want to talk about this to grab me another.
Yeah, actually, I was just looking at this. One of the matches that I'm looking at right now that looks super fun. Brian the Brave from Hype, really good player versus Hisapio. I believe a Japanese player is really good. He's always in the official Illuvium Discord arena chat. And the way he talks is he'll like put it in chat GPT and translate it to Japanese and then translate his responses back to English. So funny. Dude's actually really good, and that would be a super hype match to get if we could, but they might already be starting on that. Smartass versus Low Elo is going to be a banger. Holy shit. That is going to be such a good match. If we could get that one, I'd prefer it, but they're probably already playing because Smartass got done pretty quickly. Zeptile versus Zod is another absolute banger. Whoa, okay, we're getting some good ones. Tholke, looks like his opponent hasn't gotten through yet.
I've got to do my professional Illuvium thing, which is I have a feeling that Illuvitars equals wins. We saw this in the first match we saw here with Caveman with the absolutely beautiful ram feet Illuvitar beating someone without an Illuvitar. I'm not saying that there's a secret stat that gets buffed when you have an Illuvitar.
But you're not saying there isn't. And
exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
With those incredibly beautiful and awesome Team Liquid Illuvitars coming out, and I'm not even joking. I love Team Liquid, my favorite esports team. I have a hat. I'm legit back to back LCS champions. Get yourself in the Team Liquid Illuvitar, confirmed here by Ben. You have a 5% damage increase when you're using that in game.
Completely confirmed.
Just kidding, by the way, not financial advice, guys. Just in case someone wants to complain, because it happens. But yeah, those Illuvitars look absolutely incredible. Real quick, we can pivot real quick into that, Ben. Have you looked at those Illuvitars? I'm sure you have. And what was your favorite out of the Team Liquid Illuvitars that you've seen?
Of the new ones, I haven't seen that many of them. I don't know what's come out. I can't comment because I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
No, it's all good. But I'm just like a super big Team Liquid fan. I beat Steve's ass in ranked, by the way. GG, you're easy. That's the CEO. That was a huge moment for me. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but yeah, the Team Liquid Illuvitars look really sick. And when I played Steve in ranked, I was fangirling out a little bit. I don't fangirl very much, but I was. And then it was a good time. And I wasn't super into the GameStop Illuvitars, but that's not really my thing. But these Team Liquid ones, plus I think the quality of these are like exponentially better than not just any NFT. Most of the Illuvitars, I just love the quality, the way they look. I guess it might just be a preference of mine, but yeah, I'm super, super excited. I would love to get one of those rampy. It has like fire coming out. It's incredible.
The Team Liquid guys are great. Like we've been having some games with them. We've been talking to them. They're loving the game, giving some feedback. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm really excited to see where this goes next. This collab.
Okay, so what was your opinion on Caveman's deck with the Toxic, and then he has the Terror Bird and the Scoriax? Because me personally, I have been using the 7 Bulwark with the Tier 0 Bulwarks with the 2 Grass Bulwarks as well, and then from there I'm using Phosphorus, Scoriax, or Ramfire. What do you think his deck is compared to that basic deck that Viper made super popular?
Difficult to say until I've seen some more games with it. That last game was a bit one-sidedly comfortable. It hit the thresholds really nicely. I am concerned with it that it didn't seem very dynamic. He did the same thing in both games. Now, maybe that was because, as you said, there wasn't any reason to change your winning formula. Why change it? Or is it a team that has a really good power level at each stage but has no flexibility, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Like the flexibility could come back to bite him in the butt a little bit. I feel like if you don't have that flexibility, at least with the hyper carry that you have, or that late game pivot that you can use into your opponent that has a team like this that's very straightforward, I think that's really, really going to hurt him. But it's also possible, hey, this is the first round. Maybe Caveman doesn't want us to see his pivot deck.
I mean, we are running a best of 3 here. So if you're going into this playing for the win, there is absolutely huge value in playing with a deck that you don't actually intend to be using later on, right? If you can take that risk in a best of 3, you can give the first round away to some degree and bring in your stronger decks. Sure, it's risky, but if you're playing for first players, I think there's a viable strategy there. Don't let all your cards out of the bag. I'm presuming most of our competitive players are here watching as many matches as they humanly can, trying to learn from one another. We perhaps need to make a rule, which is if you want to get in the finals, you have to have streamed at least one match before you get to the semis. Otherwise, I'm concerned we're going to get some tryhards ruining the fun. But yeah.
It'll be all right. We'll start forcing people on stream if they aren't going to, if we're not going to get some matches. So
I've done an open call for people to jump on stream. So I've got one message from someone called Urano. They haven't started their match just yet, but we'll see. I'm just going to get as many people into here as we can, and whenever any of them's playing a game, we'll kick it off.
Sounds good.
I think maybe we have to be nice to Jimbo. We can't be too toxic because we need them to play in front of us. And if we're critiquing a remove, that's on me. Sorry.
Hey, I mean, as I said, I'm not trying to be toxic, but I'm going to call it like I see it. I'm not going to be mean, but at the end of the day, some of that positioning was questionable. And I think he had a chance if he positioned differently. Probably still would have lost because I think Caveman's deck just in general is better. It looks like he had so many like high mastery point Illuvials. And I personally think a lot of these early game decks are a lot better right now in the meta. Like if you wait to get that Invoker deck where you have the 4 Invokers, that one's kind of expensive. I think it's decent. I saw some people on stream using it to varying success, but using like the Adorius, I don't think Adorius is really good right now with the energy augments that take away energy from the enemy team. That one's a little rough for Adorius, and also frontlining it's a little not always good. So,
yeah, one of the things that we are seeing is that at higher ELOs, matches go on for more rounds. So I think what we'll begin to see is the higher cost mastery points units that are, you shouldn't really be seeing them in round 1, round 2. It's very, very all in. If you're playing them at that point, you pay a lot of cost to move them or withdraw them or whatever. I think we'll start to see gameplay with them in the later stages as the meta gets better understood. Players get better, so they're taking less damage from their opponent's boards, even when they lose. I think it's a good chance we'll start to see some of the higher cost units be more dominant. But they are late game characters,
Yeah. It was interesting to see some people running the Rip Plants. I always prefer Phosphorus over Rip Plants personally. I guess that is Rip Lance is probably better into tanks, correct? So maybe that's what they're going for. What's your opinion on that Rip Lance versus Phosphorus matchup?
Rip Lance is a far better one-on-one character than the Phosphorus. Phosphorus is better versus mass comps in a versus a tank, versus a single high priority unit to get down. I think that the Scoriox, the Rip Lance outperforms it in a one-on-one between a Riptorus and a Phosphorus. The Riptorus wins. Or did. I don't know if it still does. Balance does change things occasionally.
Yeah, I would say that it's still the Rip Lance should still in the 1v1 beat the Phosphorus, but what the Phosphorus does in those matchups, I think late game is just always going to be better unless they, as I said, they have a bunch of those tanks that you really need that toxic to get at them.
Yeah. Right now, Phosphorus is in my mind a stronger overall character, has more placement. He's definitely more all in when you play them, but he does play better against late game comps. I think as an opener, Phosphorus is weak. In a one-on-one, he can lose against a lot of things in a one-on-one, and he shows his strength at round 3, round 4, round 5 above.
Yeah, especially when you get that bloom going.
Yeah.
Get him unkillable, but as you said, Rip Lance and just fighters in general are really good early, so it makes sense. I'm curious to see if we see. I really love Invokers, and the meta is, in my opinion, again, as I said, is terrible for them. But I'm really wondering if we're going to see someone pull that out and try to, play some mind games with the Invokers, because if you can place your Invoke, it's harder to play. But if you place them well, especially in like that mid late game, where before they have all of those energy augments in, I think you can do some damage there. So it'll be interesting to see, but it's super hard to play, super hard to pull off.
We saw a lot of play with them internally. They were some of the most played units and some of the most powerful as well. They got some nerfs before we went live with you guys to the public, so they perhaps a bit underdone at this point, because I entirely agree with you. The energy augments are their big problem.
Yeah.
Who's this? Sorry.
I actually think they're strong enough. I think it's more the energy augments that is making them so low, because I've played a few games against people who don't have those in their deck for some reason. You should most of the time have those there. I've played against a few people with the Invoker build. It is so good. It is actually ridiculous. So
the squid line, Ophisto, and so on, they are all about chaining those omegas. So they're actually meant to be very good against lots of low cost units that they can pretty much just one shot and then one shot something else. Now, obviously, with all the shields and empath we see right now on the ladder, that becomes problematic, right? If you don't get those resets, it's a waste of time. So I think you're right that they are susceptible to the meta right now. I think perhaps they're stronger than we realize. And so far, we're not seeing too many of the empath builds. Now, we've only seen one game, so that means diddly squat. But I'm going to pretend that we've seen 6 games and we've seen no empaths. And I'm going to say that because if you're going into this competition playing the empath deck in the ranked, as most people are, if you've got half a brain in your head, you're going to have thought up a counter. There are multiple counters to the empath deck at the moment.
Yep.
And playing an empath deck as an opener, maybe okay. But if you're queuing up into this tournament with just the empath deck, you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I'm thinking, especially as we get later, especially 100% as we get later into the tournament and we see higher level play against people, you're going to have multiple decks if you want to pull that off properly. People are going to see what you're going to play. If you only have 1 or 2 decks, even just 2 decks, they're going to see what you're playing and they're going to be able to, they might even come up with a counter like while they're waiting for their next match. That's how good these people are. They know exactly what they need to do. They know exactly where they can put in to counter this or that. So, those of you who only have 1 or 2 decks, good luck. Good luck. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see. I know for a fact that some of these better players, as I said, Estra and I'm pretty sure Viper have a few tricks up their sleeves. I know Xborg in general has been really practicing a lot with some of these different builds that they could come out with. I'm not sure how in depth that really is. Sometimes some people just like to talk. So maybe they don't even have anything.
They've got to put up. Oh no! They've got to put up. They've been talking about secret decks, secret comps for far too long. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's now time to eat. If they ain't coming in the top 3, I'm going to be disappointed. They need to put up now.
I
put
think,
up or shut up.
I think if they don't get in top 3, they'll see that as a major failure. Like they're very competitive. They're very proud of how good they are, and they are good. But if it can. I genuinely think they're very good. But I do see anything other than even just top 3 being a huge failure for them.
Oh, they're going for first place, aren't they? That's the only thing that's acceptable to people who are playing at the top end. And there's a lot of them, right? Like if we're going from a clan perspective, top players, Xborg has a lot of them. And if they're going into this with, they only need to get 1 of them to win, they've got 4 shots at that versus Phantom, I think, with 2, So they've got a lot of people entered. They've had a lot of games. They're all absolutely at the top of the rankings, but they're also at the top for the most games played. They've got the experience now to do this.
Yeah, I think from what I'm seeing, hype in general has kind of been around my LP, like 1800. The people who are good, but they're not like elite. People might get mad at that, but I think Mendia is kind of higher ranked, so I think he's probably their best player from my perspective. It'll be interesting to see how they perform in the actual tournament, because I know they as well are doing a lot of internal practicing, so maybe that's where they're spending most of their time. I could definitely see Mendia or one of the better hype players coming out with something interesting.
Well,
I'm sure all
Mendia is currently in the top 10. He's the only person in hype that I know of that has reached the 2,000 ELO mark. So he's at the top end now.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you know when we'll have that leaderboard out?
No.
Okay. Just curious.
It's being worked on from all departments that are relevant to it. So it shouldn't be too long at all. It's pretty much the top priority for those departments. So it shouldn't be too long.
Sure. And the Team Liquid Illuvitards, they're talking about them in chat. They do look very good. So what are the other teams that we haven't seen? Like Invoker, there's the hyper carries with like Scoriox, Phosphorus, Ramfire.
We haven't seen a whole lot of water yet, which is quite interesting because I still think they're quite decent. Also, some people are having issues where they can't download the patch on Epic because it's not verified and all that sort of weird stuff. So I don't know what we're going to do about the situation. It might just be a bit of a bad luck thing. But if they can try and get the EXE from someone else, that might be good.
There was a patch on Epic.
Maybe they hadn't updated from before, I'm not sure.
One thing we haven't talked about much yet, Jimbo, is the Ranger. And I think right now, the Ranger is being slept on by a lot of people. Right now, other than the Gauntlet, perhaps it's not the most powerful in a one-on-one situation, but the flexibility it gives you with the ability to change between your classes, change your positioning freely. I'm surprised that we don't see it being flexed more.
Yeah, I was talking to a few people about the sword, and they're talking about how it's actually pretty good early. The problem is that, as we've been talking about, the fighters are more of like an early game comp, and with the sword, it takes up a slot. So I'm wondering if there's any kind of rush early game decks people are trying to build with maybe 7 fighters or something, just take people out in 4 rounds right off the bat. But I have not seen anyone use the sword. I've seen people use the rogue item on the Ranger to decent success with a bunch of rogues, especially now that it's updated to where instead of you needing 3, 5, and 7 rogues, now you only need 2, 4, and 6. And there's I actually really enjoy that change. It's so frustrating sometimes to play against, especially when you keep forgetting that's a thing. But it does add some interesting matchups and some interesting tools that you can add into a deck, because now you only need 2 to get that crit in there. You only need 2 to get the rogue buffs for the actual rogues themselves. Personally, I've been running a water deck that's Bulwark Invoker, and then I put the Water Volante and Rake in there, and that's been doing pretty good as well. So it'll be interesting to see how people use those rogues.
Rogue's a really interesting one for me because it's one of the ones that I stress the most about, because early on there was a decision made, right or wrong, to have equal numbers of all the classes and synergies, right? And that to me was very stressful, that decision, because rogues typically don't work when you have lots of rogues, right? The whole point of them is to assassinate, to get where they shouldn't be. Having teams of rogues be strong is bullshit to play against, and the problem. And we're building a lot of them. So the reason we brought that down is to allow you to feel a bit more roguey, right? That you can put in 2, particularly the Volant's amazing for this, putting in 2 25 cost units into your deck. Sure, you pay something on the flexibility there, but those things, I've watched them take out Ophistos comfortably. And that's a powerful, powerful tool if you can force your opponent to misplay.
Yeah, and some of them actually, they take away the energy from a lot of the backline units that can do a lot of damage, and they're super cheap units. I actually, you talk about the flexibility. I think it actually adds more flexibility to people's comps, because now they can use less cards in their deck to get that effect. So it actually makes the decks more robust, and the deck building in general, or team building in general, it makes it more interesting from my perspective. I'm really happy with how we got the rogue set up.
We've got a stream. Just give me one second.
Which what players?
It is Mindy. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Very nice. Now, Mendia is one of these players that we were talking about from Hype. I think you said he was top 10. Mendia is just an animal, bro. He was always on the top of survival. He was always being competitive and ranked from what I've been seeing. So I am super. Oh, let's go. It looks like he's already destroyed, or he's already beating this guy. He's got 75 health left.
Oh, wow. He stomped it. Yes. So, yeah, Mindia, very strong, very high win rate in ranked, top 10 now, climbing with a good win rate. And he's been doing it quietly. I think people are sleeping on him to some degree. I think he has put the time in. He understands the game well.
Yep. As you said, one of these units are a little different here. We and I hate to do this to him so early, but it is what it is. He's got the man. Why is this like leaving me right now? He's got the thylacine, the stage 3 thylacine in here, the rogue, and he's about to take out the Fury. Very interesting. I have heard that the stage 3 thylacine is good, but from what I'm hearing, it's not like S+ tier. Maybe with the changes to the augments for Scoriox, people are feeling like this rogue really could do a lot of damage here, and we'll see.
We saw him being used with Harbinger earlier on this week, which is a great success. He's a very powerful character because he goes untargetable, right? It's only for a second, but as a rogue, going untargetable for any length of time, allowing you to drop aggro and keep the damage going, incredibly powerful. You see this here. Both times twice he's now dropped aggro versus key units, and he's hyper.
And he has the Omnivamp too. So any damage that they get onto him, he uses his Omega, drops the aggro, starts attacking them again. He doesn't have anything aggroed on him, and he's using the Omnivamp to get back up to full health. Very smart plays by Mendia.
Yeah, very hard to play against the Umber when it's played well. It's rogue, it's jumping where you don't want it, it's dropping aggro. It's very hard to lock it down, particularly when it's leeching so much, right? Like when it's healing so much, you see matches with it where it can heal many times its total hit points if you just don't quite focus it enough. So it's sometimes better just to leave it. But the problem is there when you've got a hyper carry with augments on it, leaving it feels very wrong.
Yeah.
We've also got Soda playing his first round. So Mindia just won his first round. When he comes back, we might switch back to his stream. But for now, let's watch Soda play out his first one. Should be quite interesting as Mindia sets up his second one.
So now we Mindia to pause on his second match until we've.
I can try.
Okay, and we have Soda on the screen now, right? Against Illuvizard.
This is his first game, I believe, for this series.
This series, okay. Soda, another really good player from Hype. I'd say I'm not really sure, but from what I know, Soda's known as like the second best player in Hype under Mendia. It'll be interesting to see if they can go off against each other. But yeah, I've played against Soda a few times. Really good player.
And this time we have two Illuvials on the board, both looking gorgeous.
He's got the GME Illuvitar as well. Interesting play. I wonder how that's going to affect his gameplay. It looks like he's going for one of these possibly more early game decks, but he does have the Ramfire in there as well. So he's getting the 4 Rogue with the Ramfire, double Inferno with his Ranger. That is going to absolutely hurt if he can get. This looks very early game, right? Because he's not got much of a front line here. It'll be very heavily dependent on how he plays
for sure.
Illuvials and how his opponent places their Illuvials.
So it looks like his opponent's going the classic 7 Bulwark. I've been having a lot of trouble with that, but fighters and rogues do okay against it, but they get outscaled very quickly. So round 3 is going to be really tough for Soda here, I think.
You saw Soda there with using the hyper view to maximize his positioning. Very good to see. I think we're going to start to see that in the better players as well. Hyper potentially overpowered at the moment in mind. The buffs you can gain from it completely crazy. But requires good positioning, requires your opponent to have things that you can counter, that when you can execute upon it, the sheer power value you can get is looking at sort of a 50% total power buff to some units, which is crazy. You can get that on a hyper carry. Sometimes we're seeing this with these comps that people are creating, which they are basically having 2 versions of their hyper carry in there. Their main carries, they have 2 versions to maximize the chance that they get hyper. Really powerful trick. You see this now here, Soda with almost permanently on the hyper view here.
Ooh, a little bit of a chess game, mind game going there. He looks like he dodges all of those the super big tanks with his Ramfire, and he should be able to get this cast off on almost all of the units.
As long as he's got that off. So we'll see here. Will they stay in the range of it?
Oof.
They will. But as you mentioned, the Scariox, the bulwarks are hyper.
They are.
They've got hyper and they are tanky, and they're all sitting there at not massive amounts of HP. The Inferno damage is doing some work there.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it does look like that's really rough losing on round 3. It'll be interesting to see how he attempts to come and pull this back, but I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure how he comes back and wins this with the bulwarks that they have, especially getting hyper as quickly as they have been.
Agreed. He's got a rogue comp here, very strong opener, but he's been the matchup here isn't great, right? This is the exact comp that you don't really want to play Invokers into. Rogues into bulwarks, right? There's nothing to assassinate here. It's just meat on meat on meat.
Yeah.
That's what they call me. But yeah, so it's just insane how badly this comp. It's kind of unlucky, really, because I feel like this comp would do like decent into most teams, but that's the problem when you have these decks that don't have as much flexibility. Now it only takes that one unlucky player that you're going against, and now there's nothing you can do.
So this is a really interesting one here. He's gone full energy. Obviously, Illuvial has countered him now and is no longer letting that Ramfire freely attack, but he gets the instant cast. Now, will it be enough to burn through those bulwarks before they get hyper?
Yeah, the cost, the Omega going off for Ramfire right away is pretty big, but it just takes so long for him to get to his second cast that it doesn't really matter. Again, it's just,
and it also doesn't maximize the damage, right? You're trading off that instant burst against any other comp other than bulwarks. That would have wiped out a lot of it. Exactly. Right? That was for me. It's a really bad matchup here for Soda. Now, right now, he's probably looking at his board and he's going, what are my win conditions? And right now, his win condition is that second Ramfire Omega, right? And I do not know how he's going to pull it off. He's repositioning to try and maximize his chances of that. I don't see how he's going to do it. What he really wishes he probably has is a front line to pull those frontline units, so that not everything dogpiles his Ramfire. But at the same time, he wants things around his Ramfire. If he places a unit at the back and gets units to walk towards it, sure, he can waste a lot of time for those bulwarks. But will it be enough?
Invulnerable to his front line, but
he's given Vamp. He's given Vamp to Ramfire too.
Yeah, that's true. But even if he does get 2 casts off, I'm still not sure that even wipes the whole board. I think they can take 2 Omegas.
They can, especially after hyper. They just get so much resist.
Yeah, after the hyper. Now, if they with Legendary Augments had gone differently, I think maybe that would have changed things here. He went for Warp Wave Assault, but didn't play it. Did he forget that he had it, or was it just too high on the mastery points for him to justify playing it? Because for me, that would be one of the best ways he gets his second cast off, right? Stun the entire board, give yourself some energy. For me, that would be his best bet. His positioning here, really good, right? He's pulled it back. This is his best chance. Can he get the second Ramfire Omega off? No.
And again, even if he does, I don't think it wins. I mean, that Singe is just so strong.
The Magma just shredded him. The Magma just took it out, and there's nothing he can do.
I mean, for there, I think we saw strong gameplay from both of them. There was reactionary to the pushing of the rogues. There was reposition on the rogues to try and maximize it. I think Soda played that as well as he could with the comp. I think it was a bad matchup for him. So now we have to look and say, does he have a deck that he's comfortable with? This can't be his only deck. What else has he got in his pocket to pull this back?
And there's also the mind games of, do I want to run this back because he's going to be reactionary and think, hey, I need to play a different deck as well. There's that element to it. I'm not sure we'll see too much of that early into the tournament, but it is an interesting take that could happen.
But if he's been holding a strong deck in his back pocket, it's going to come out, surely, right? Unless he's being such a good guildmate that he knows one that he wants one of his teammates to be using later on. Surely this is the moment when he pulls out his big bad.
Mindea's game 2 is kicking off. I've told Soda to pause on his game 2. And let's see how this one plays out. Not forgetting that Mindea has won round 1 of his game. So let's see if he can win this round 2. They were patiently waiting for us to finish up with Soda's game, so thank you for that. Thanks everyone in the chat for being patient as well. I know there haven't been a whole lot of games on stream yet, but we should have a pretty constant stream of them going from now.
And you do get to look at Jimbo's beautiful beard.
Yes. Also, I don't know if you guys are watching the right thing on the software we have that we're talking to and stuff like that, but I have been going to action replay every now and then and stuff. If you're not seeing that, try and switch to that screen if you can, or whatever works, but just so you guys know.
Gotcha. Right, looks like he's starting off with just Ranger and Scoriox.
Straight into Magma Arcanine.
This is kind of a weak turn 1 from what I've experienced.
All right. So
yeah, I'm surprised to see this opener. To be honest with you, I think it's a weak opener, and it also puts a really powerful unit in a place where the opponent knows where it is, and then you're gonna have to pay the cost of moving it. I wonder if he knows something we don't, or he's going for a build that just allows him to just stack up in the corner. He doesn't really care about repositioning because he's building such a meat wall that his Scoriox gets to achieve its aims all the way through.
Yeah, from my experience, it depends on what the opponent is playing. Sometimes you can just get away with putting it there right away because they either don't have something that can get to the back line fast enough, or sometimes just matchups, the way it works is you can just pile it up there right off the bat.
Just a heads up that Soda has started his second game, but I've got it set up so I can switch between them. So we will switch to Soda every now and then.
Okay, he's got the 5 fire buff here. That should be pretty strong as well. I'm not. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure how this plays out. Really, I've not played this. Whew. Okay, it's not looking good.
The magma resistance is
struggling
so
with
good.
this many streams, by the way. Can we cull some? Just because I have pixel mess on 4 different streams. Is it possible or not?
You only need to watch the one that I'm sharing. I'll give it a little label.
That was close for Mindia. Looks like the 5 fire was just doing too much damage. It was very close though. That's what I. Never mind. But yes, it was very close. He's gonna move his ranger over so that he doesn't get attacked by the fleece on all of his units. Thinking. Looks like he's gonna put in the 3 air bonus here. Yeah,
he's got the magma. Magma, an incredibly powerful synergy, providing defensiveness and damage. And it's a late game comp, right? I'm looking at Hallen's team and I'm thinking early game so far, right? Now, maybe it pivots better later on, but right now, Mindia's comp is a late game one for me. Now, can he survive long enough for it to hit its power fantasy?
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Definitely late game comp. And honestly, I think this is where he starts winning. I think there's no way he loses this round. And from here on out, I don't think the opponent's team is strong enough to handle the Scoriox and Air and Toxic. I just don't think he has the damage to take out that front line.
I think one of my favorite things
from India there. I presume you're about to mention this as well, with the using the free ranger to move it freely in the corner, basically wasting that Flish Omega completely, killing a unit that he doesn't care about and dealing no damage to his entire team.
Well, actually, I was going to say something similar to that, but not quite. One thing that I found, and I've used a lot of magma, as you guys probably expect. One thing I have found is that magma and grit and resolve, right? So you get the 15 grit and resolve per magma on the board, and like every unit that's sitting on it. Resolve like hard counters Flish because resolve negates singular points of damage, and Flish actually hits a lot really often. That's why it does so much. So you actually negate every single hit from the Flish beam. And if you have like 5 earth, Flish does literally 0 damage. It's actually ridiculous. But with the magma, that Flish shouldn't be causing too many issues.
This is an interesting augment round. If he gets this Arcanite buff, it's just completely over. There will be nothing that he can do to win.
Now here's without tooting my own horn too much. This is the he got it. Oh, I'm surprised by that.
Big oversight. Big oversight.
That is a big mistake. Yeah. Saccharine Escape, a powerful legendary augment, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to win you a game. And right now, he doesn't even have a unit that uses it particularly well to me.
Yeah, I think Saccharine is very situational, and I don't see a situation where it's good here for him. He needed to deny that Arcanite, and then even if he does, I don't know. I'm not seeing... He has a Phosphorus in this team as well, so he's going to be able to get 4 Arcanite. That is going to be so much damage.
I love Mindia's bidding there, though. He 2 onto the Arcanite, right? Which is basically he's confident that his team's outscaling. So he's saying, okay, if you don't all in on this, I'm going to get it. But if you're all on it, then I have an extra bidding point to spend elsewhere on you, which means I win elsewhere. For me, that was a perfect legendary bidding round, and the fact that his opponent didn't react to it is a bit disappointing, actually, because Mindia handled that perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an experience gap right there. As we said, Mendia top 10 in the ranked right now. You see that
top 10 in the world. Top 10 in the world, mate.
Yes, top 10 in the world. And out of every human, 7 billion, he's top 10.
Top 10. This man is
yeah, you cannot give
Adonis.
Arcanite when they have Scoriox
No.
and Phosphorus. That is just way too big of an oversight.
Oh my god, look at that flish damage though.
Yeah.
That resolve
Unlucky.
barely keeping him in the game. Holy, was that calculated? Surely not.
That would be very impressive if it was. But that magma is just ass right there.
Yeah, but Hallen's got to be kicking himself. Just one augment giving a tiniest bit of damage would have changed that. He's achieved 7 fire now. So he's changed his positioning.
The Ranger was the only one attacking the Flish. If he can chuck something in the front there, then he can stop it. He can stop it from dying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like so here, Mindy are doing exactly what I'd hoped to see here with the Ranger. He's reacting to the fact his Ranger isn't being used to counter the Flish anymore, and he can't afford to move his entire comp. So instead, he's changing the Ranger's objective, making him a rogue by adding those daggers to him. He's going to jump to the back line. I'm surprised by his positioning here. I thought maybe Helen thinks he's going to move the Flish. Is he predicting an action here?
I don't know if he's predicting. I think he might just be more confident in the Thylacines damage than he might be comfortable with sacking the Scoriox. It might be a chest game, but we'll see.
Yes, he hasn't got augments on it. That's a good point.
The Thylacine is a water. It's a water Thylacine, so it's going to get hyper right off the bat.
Yeah.
Very smart. See how Helen responds.
It should be interesting. The Umbra is going to be really good, especially if he moves the Flish. So let's see if this prediction pays off for Mindia.
Yeah. Really interesting game here.
What I've started using a lot to counteract things like Flish and Titan or all the rest of it is a lot of Gyro. I mean, not Gyro, Rhoda. Because Rhoda keeps jumping to like the opposite ends of the board and it can redirect so much stuff, it's insane. Oh no, the Ramfire got the front.
The Ramfire, yeah, that's the problem with doing that. It just gets bursted down too fast.
Yeah, that's the exact counterplay of a Ramfire. Ramfire is absolutely busted strong. So we balance it by making sure he's not easy to achieve his objective. At that point, that was just 75 mastery points thrown away.
Yep, GG. Very nice.
GG.
Very great
game over. Let's do a quick
exactly
replay.
What we expect from a top player.
Yeah, I love that. I thought that was brilliant. Well done, Mindia.
Yeah, see that Ramfire get bursted down so damn fast. I don't know if you guys can see the replay, but he just gets burst down and Flish gets a half decent cast, but he just can't take out the Scoriox. It's just not enough. And Mindia takes the game.
That was probably calculated by Mindia. Like he saw the deck, he saw there's not much left damage they can add to get the Scoriox out of there. So hey, just leave it there and I'll let it rock with a sliver of health left.
I'm watching the Soda stream now.
Yep.
And Soda has come back with a vengeance. We've missed it. He's a five round win. Complete stomp on that final round.
Oh, for sure. I can't replay that battle, unfortunately, so...
It's all good.
Well, the Rogue Dodo, masterful decision.
All right, so some weird glitch there, but we're going to wait for Soda to kick off game 3, and then we'll go straight into it.
So right now it's a 1-1. Yeah, it's a 1-1. Soda 1-1, lost 1. So at this point, we didn't see the last deck. Bit of a shame there because perhaps that was a big one of his hidden big boys. I'm presuming he's going for the same here though. Another big boy deck because he's got everything to fight for. This is win or lose. It's a best of 3. This is his only chance to pass. He cannot lose another mound. What do you think of his deck here, Jimbo?
Yeah, this is very similar to the deck that I'm using currently. He has a few extra bulwarks in there. I wish I could see Soda. If you can hear me, can you scroll over to so I can see your hyper carries? Okay. Yeah, he says 2 different phosphoruses. I think that's
now he can hear you.
I'm not a fan of that at all. I actually think that's probably a waste of an extra.
No, I love that. I love that. He's doing exactly what I would hope to see. I hope, which is that he's playing around hyper with it. He doubles his chances there of getting a hyper.
I hear you, but I think you hurt yourself late game. I could be wrong, but I think you hurt yourself late game and you hurt yourself in the flexibility and where you can pivot your comp to.
I think you'd be surprised, Jimbo. I've been using a lot of Phosphorus, and the Hyper Fighter bonus is pretty much what Phosphorus needs to dominate. And without it, it can do really, really well, but it's like a guarantee, almost a guaranteed win in some ways when you can tick off that fighter hyper. It's insane. But you're right, it hurts because you lose some.
You wouldn't really want a Scion Phosphorus, right?
No. You need the attack speed because then it casts Omega really fast. Yeah.
So I'm interested here with these.
You switch up the nature.
These decks, they're similar, right? But I think we're going to see more from the early game from Soda. Those early tier zeros should give him a strong opener.
Oh yeah.
Illuvial is a very powerful late game. Very, very powerful late game. I just don't know if he's going to be able to reach it versus a comp that should hit really hard earlier. If he's going to open with 3 Grokkos, yeah, he is.
Interesting choice here.
the Grokko wall, and he's now getting 5 bulwark straight out the gate. There is pretty much nothing in the game that beats this other than the same with Dokas, as far as I know. 5 Dokas beats this.
No, I hate the 5 bulwark. It's so dumb.
5 Doka. It's hard to build that into a solid team, so that's not very common.
No, and you're playing a lot for it. You're paying a lot for this early game power, and I would be willing to bet that he's going to withdraw most of these units by round 3, right? And in that situation, he's paying a cost for that early game strength. He is having to withdraw those units. Now, the advantage is he gets to withdraw the ones that weren't going hyper, right? So he does gain an advantage there in the sense that he's going to be leaving the most powerful ones on the board. Or the ones that hit his synergy threshold. It gives him a lot of flexibility as to what he withdraws, but he is playing a cost. He's paying a cost for this strength early, but it's an interesting one. I think the question for me on this game is, does Soda win by round 5? If he hasn't won by that point, if Illuvials had managed to claw back a game or 2 at this point, I would put my money on Illuvials. What are you thinking, Jimbo?
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much agree. The thing saying about paying the cost, I do think he can move in some higher tier units once he has that extra mastery points. So I'm not sure if that's such a huge loss, especially with how strong he's about to be and how strong that Phosphorus is going to be. As soon as he can get that in the next round, it's going to look very ugly. I'm not even sure we will see around 5 or 6.
Interesting. Okay. Now here, look at that. The taunt from the Carablue, wasting 3 units, 4 units, pathing around.
They are going to get their Omegas off, though. Yep.
They are.
But I think this Riptorus...
Look at that wasted time on the walk. And through that entire time, the Sea Scorpion freely attacking. We're really interested to see the damage here from that Sea Scorpion this round.
Yeah, the placement on Sea Scorpion was very good. That's a very common theme. It looks like we're finding.
Yeah, just walked down the line. There was a lot of wasted time from the Grokkos as they have to walk very slowly around each other. For me, I actually prefer the Doka opening to the Grokko opening here. I think it's more powerful, hits harder in the early rounds, and if you're all in at the beginning, go all in. This to me is very dangerous.
I will say I think he misplayed a little bit on that previous round. I think if he just leaves in the 3 bulwarks, and I wouldn't have bonded the Ranger the first round. I would have put in the 3 bulwarks and then put in the Terror Bird, so that, because even if you put that Terror Bird on the Cardiolox, I'm pretty sure he wins that 3 Rogues, 2 Arcanite, 2 Blue. Especially because they're in a straight line, that Phosphorus should be able, especially after the Cardiolox gets downed, it should be able to shoot its own Mega through the whole team, which is pretty big. But I would be surprised if he loses this round unless they move the Riptorus. Even then, this should be strong.
He's clearly doing this deliberately, right? So he removed the one that he bonded to. He's now bonded to the Terrorbird. I am surprised a bit by the Terrorbird positioning. I thought he'd placed that only a couple of hexes back just to make sure it a bit harder, make it a bit harder for it to hit. He's getting torn apart right now by that taunt at the beginning. That taunt at the beginning is costing him 500 plus damage as his units path around each other because they're all short range melees.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that Ranger is very tanky as well. Goodness gracious. I do think he wins this, though. Yep.
Yeah, the Terrorbird. Maybe not. No, I don't think he will. I think he'll die to the Thorns, potentially.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't even thinking about the Thorns.
Unless that's a big gauntlet. It's hard for me to tell.
It is not a big gauntlet. It's a small gauntlet. It's a stage. It's a tier 0 gauntlet, right? Because it hasn't got the UI marks on it, as far as I can tell.
Because the phosphorus is going to scale up.
The hyper.
No way. Oh
no
my
way.
God. That's rough. That's rough.
I mean, for me, it's not that rough for non-Soda, whose name I forget, Illuvitar. Because thank you. He's got the stronger late game comp, and right now, Soda has put more into his early game. And he's got a late game comp, and he hasn't lost the early game. To me, it's neck and neck at this point.
Yeah, losing that little amount of health is not a huge deal. I think Soda should win this next round with the Omnivamp on the Phosphorus if he chooses to do that. But after that, I think you're right. I think it's not looking good for him. But we'll see. Maybe he has something up his sleeve that we're not expecting.
Omnivamp has felt really underwhelming to me. I don't know why it is, or maybe just the Thorns and other effects counteract it so much. But I don't think Omnivamp's going to help Phosphorus that much. But I do think it's going to scale really quickly with basically any augment. Like even the pure damage augment will set it up really well.
I disagree. I think you're right in this case because the Toxic is applying poison, and poison at max stacks reduces healing. So the Omnivamp is getting gutted by that healing reduction, right? So it's probably 50% effective as it should be, or it would be normally. I would say it's really good here. No, I think you're entirely right with the Terrorbird, by the way. If he goes, his win condition right now for Soda is Terrorbird going hyper. I'm a bit disappointed with the positioning on the Terrorbird, to be quite frank. I think
he also gave it a mega
slightly further back,
which was a little interesting. We'll see if that works well for him.
But look at how much time is being lost on these taunts. That's genuinely what's killing him. It's effectively a stun at that point when you've got nothing but melee units.
On Omega, it's getting a bunch of extra Omega power, I believe. So every Omega from the bird is getting stronger and stronger. And you could see that it's the bloom that did all the work. It wasn't actually the Omnivamp. I don't even know if the Omnivamp triggered because he's got the Ranger too close to the Grocco. And so the Omnivamp might actually be going on something else. I know Caveman's playing his third round of a game. I don't know if we'll be able to catch it in time, but I don't want to slow down the tournament. Looks like the tournament bracket's looking pretty good too. Pretty much all of round 2 winners bracket has been played now, or we're getting close to it. And the losers bracket round 1 is slowly getting through there. So we're making pretty good time on the tournament overall. So
he has moved it back now. I'm loving this match. This is a neck and neck, similar comps.
This is a good one.
This is a good match. I still think, he's paid the cost to move that Terrorbird, and now he's blocked it. It's still blocked. I'm hoping he's going to move it in the last few seconds to give it free access. Because right now, as soon as this match starts, it's going to have to path around.
Yeah.
It's going to lose 4 seconds of DPS time. Has Soda realized? He's just paid the cost to move it. And then he's put on the augment, which to me was the act of someone going, okay, I'm going to move it. Is he going to realize? Come on, Soda. Are you going to move? He's not, is he? For me, yeah. I mean, it's only a second of DPS. I guess it's not super good deal.
We'll see at the end here. You never know.
Yeah, if he loses via shred, oof.
That would be so sad.
The difference here is on Illuvial's side, he hasn't got a carry yet. That's Scoriox is going hyper, but has no augments. He needs to get the augments on it quick, because as you're seeing right now, this is the power of the vamp. Yep. He's literally tanking he's tanking a hyper Scoriox and a Caribou.
And the magma. And the magma.
And the magma.
And well, Bloom does go a long way here. The vamp isn't doing all the work. I think Bloom's actually doing a lot of it as well. But the combination of the two of them is insane. And he just doubled down on the vamp. So that phosphorus is going to be even harder to take out now.
Yeah, let's see.
So I'm expecting to see some augments onto the Scoriox there. He went hyper. If he can give that enough damage for it to pop off, I'm expecting that thing to melt faces. He's positioned it very far forward, I presume, because he wants that hyper, and placing it at the back might cause it to gain less hyper.
I think it's the magma as well. Sometimes you can't place them too far away, or you won't get the doubling down of the magma where they start to overlap and all the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I would have placed all the magma in the back corner so that Scoriox lasts longer and eventually the magma is stacking. But it's hard. Everyone can play it so differently.
I think the problem with that might be the phosphorus, his Omega. Oh, he puts the Malura and phosphorus in.
Oh, so can it taunt? Is it going to... Yep. Oh, if he can pull that... because... Ooh, can he do this?
Oh, if the Malura slows down the phosphorus,
he's going to run away.
He's going to run away. No, and he's immune.
Ooh, okay.
Charmed. Okay, nice. And meanwhile, the Scoriox doesn't have any augments on it, and it's doing immense damage right now, but still less than the... Yeah.
Yep.
Is that game?
Hurt. I think
he's on 5.
Oh my gosh. That could be a huge save for him, because that was kind of close. He puts an augment on that Scoriox. This could look bad, but that Malura Omega also saved him a lot there.
Yeah, beautiful. I just want to see some damage on the Scoriox, man. Like, he's getting hyper so quickly. Use it. Come on. I don't think Soda has any tools in his toolbox to quickly deal with that. He's just brute forcing it front to back style, right? So this is the chance, right? Can that Scoriox do enough damage to get the damage onto the Terror Bird before the Terror Bird gets into the Scoriox?
The Terror Bird should have been moved. He should have moved it. He should have positioned it away from Malura. He should have done something for the Malura, and without doing that, Illuvizard has a chance. He had the opportunity to take the win here, I think. He could have moved some of the Grokkos across.
Ranger back freely, he could have moved it back. I know perhaps he doesn't want to do that, but keeping that Malura does not do great damage, right? Moving that Ranger back, making the Malura waste its entire taunt on a single unit.
Yes.
He did give the Ranger the equipment to boost up its health, and I think that's going to make a much bigger difference than we might think. But besides that, it's gone great.
So once again, no augments on the Scoriox. So does he not have anything in his pocket for that? Or just does he know something we don't?
I think he valued putting in higher mastery point Illuvials in for this round over putting extra damage on Scoriox. I personally would not advise that, but it looks like it's working out well for him.
Yeah, and as we said, he has the late game comp. Soda has nothing else left in his deck that really increases his board state. So it's reaching critical mass. That 5 HP, I think the Vamp will let him get through it, though. I think that Scoriox is not going to deal enough damage to burst through the healing, at which point,
No, he had to pump up Scoriox. It's his only DPS. It's not going to work otherwise.
The issue here is he over-prioritized putting in higher tier, higher mastery point Illuvials instead of buffing up his hyper carry, which is really what the meta is looking like right now.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, hyper probably overperforming right now, probably a bit too strong, but it's a complicated mechanic. I don't think a lot of players really understand its power, and I don't think it's being adequately used. I think we'll see that change as players get more experience. But a really good game there, really good game. For me, I think that was Illuvializard's game to lose, and sadly, he kind of did there at the end.
I agree, but again, both these are really good players, fun back and forth. That was probably the most competitive and interesting series we've seen so far, in my opinion. I really like that back and forth.
And both had absolutely banger Illuvatars.
Yes,
but
sir.
I give Illuvizard the win on the Illuvatar points. You gonna fight me on that, Jimbo?
I'm gonna start searching
I
for
don't know.
new
GME's
streams.
up pretty big right now, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'll go Soda on the Illuvatar.
Okay.
Not
I just
financial
like cats and
advice.
hats.
I don't have anything on my I have the rarest axe on Illuvatar, so I don't have anything on it. Pure. It's a purebred. All right. Let's see. We're into the third round mostly for the winners bracket, right, Scoriox?
Sorry. Yeah, I think we are. We're in the third round for a lot of people. Pretty much all of this. Yeah, there's only a few games missing from round 2 winners bracket. Let's quickly jump into the brackets, actually.
Yeah, I'm already here. I'm looking at. First thing I'm looking at is Smartass versus Revoke. Revoke, I've played a little bit against. I'm pretty sure I'm 2-1 against him. Get shit on. Smartass, really good player as well. That'll be a really fun competitive match, as well as the. I lost it. There was a Zeptile match I was looking at. Zeptile and Dr. Spoon. That one should be very interesting.
All right, we're just waiting on some games to start.
India
trying to get them in here.
Well, that would be fun.
I'm looking at Sam Withers has won 2 games in a row. I didn't know how well he would do. I know he's been practicing. I half forgot he was in the tournament, to be completely honest. But he seems to be pretty well.
Really well recently.
Venomal's 2 games up as well.
Yeah. DJ Sam Withers, he started at he really sucked when he first started. He dropped down to 800 LP, and then he grinded back up to 1700 somehow. So
wow,
yeah, I know, right? In such a short amount of time too. Very impressive. I think I'm remembering that correctly, but he dropped down pretty low and then all of a sudden got a lot better. So that's might be a dark horse. Maybe the DJ is about to bring the music.
Oh, that's a lovely line.
I thought it was a little cringe, but appreciate it. It looks like Esjun and JP. JP's doing really good as well. I wasn't expecting him to do as well as it looks like he seems to be doing.
So you're saying Abso JPN right now?
We're going into the game.
Okay.
So once again, this is the first time we're seeing the Empath Blaze Knight deck that's been dominating the ladder being played.
I believe this is another one of the Japanese players. There's a really interesting group of Japanese players who are surprisingly really good, and I don't think a lot of people in the Illuvium community know them. You got Hasapio, and then you have, I don't remember how to pronounce his name. It's like Pepperoni or something. He's really good as well. So a lot of really good Japanese players that I'm personally unfamiliar with, but they seem to be doing really well. Looks like he values that over final bounding. Interesting.
I'm surprised to see the crit being focused so much from by Abso.
Yes,
I think the clue that he might be from Japan is the Japan in his name.
Yeah.
Definitely seems that way. But yeah, so we've got Lord Uranu playing against Abso from Japan right now. Lord Uranu is gold 2 and Abso is platinum 2. So we have our favorite for the round, I suppose. There's quite a big Japanese community. I've started even translating some of my videos into Japanese, but it's harder than it sounds. But yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to start off with that really annoying Toxic Colossix round 1. Absolutely hate this, but very smart. I'm not sure why people. I've seen people prioritize the Riptorus in stage 2 Water Buffalo for the 3 Toxic. I'm not sure that's stronger than what he's doing here. I guess we'll see. I have heard that this empath round 1 can sometimes beat it though, depending on if you get all of your empaths to focus on the ranger first, or focus on the water buffalo first.
So they're all on the water buffalo due to the path thing, but now obviously he's stunned units, so the retargeting has occurred. Now they're sort of split, which is probably quite good for him. Right now, he needs to just get the damage down, right? As soon as the empath comp starts losing units, it loses a lot of power. It's not like these other comps where they've got a single hyper carry. They're focused on this unbeatable wall of shields. And as soon as it starts to crumble, it's in a bad spot.
100%.
Sorry. Abso losing the first round. I am surprised by his choice of legendary augments. I don't see the Blaze Knight being a fantastic user of the crit augment. I haven't seen that done too much.
So here's the interesting thing, right? Here's the interesting thing. I've played quite a few Blazer Knight empaths so far, and I've had a lot of trouble with them. But unless they place Blazer Knight in the corner, it just doesn't work. And so the empaths at the front just don't work in my opinion. So he's going to get wrecked if Lord Urano has any really good rogues and he's got the Volante there and anything. Yeah, he needs to try and drag them out. It's quite tricky. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so he gets the Scoriox in there. Scoriox, one of the good counters to empaths that I've seen, just because it has that splash damage on its Omega. It gets the auto attacks going. It's really good at. We were talking about before we really got into the games how we need some kind of shield breaking augment or something that breaks shields. That's one of the things that Scoriox does. That's why it counters it really well, because it can hit all of those shields all at once. So
yeah.
And he's got
both of them hyper. I mean, air has the advantage in the sense that it can dodge some of the attacks, but once your units are hyper, the sheer power that we see from this hyper Scoriox, I'd be really interested to see the damage on this round, but I think it's going to be one-sided. And nobody's coming into this tournament unaware of empaths, right? No one who's a serious contender is unaware of it. They're all going to have decks like this that can deal with it. So if you're playing the empath deck, you need to play it perfectly. It's a really powerful comp. It's probably the most powerful comp out there. But this is the thing with meta, with hyper. Players can counter everything, right? There is, unless we screw up when you're mentally on the balance side, it's never going to be, oh, everyone plays the same comp. Now, I'm interested to see what he plays here. I would hope that he plays that towards the back to allow the Caribou to do the tanking, gain its AoE damage on, but maybe he's concerned about too much damage on the Caribou, so he's wanting to split that damage a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure there.
I
think he's
love those
prioritizing
fortifications.
Also the Omega to stun them so they can't get their Omegas off, because that's a really big thing for these empaths. They need to be able to get their Omegas off, and if you can stun them long enough to get their, especially with Scoriox, get their shields and health down, so that when they do put in those Omegas that heal themselves or what have you, it's just a little too late. It pauses that for them.
I was disappointed there to see him change his mind on that augment. I think that augment is literally perfect for dealing with these low damage, sustained damage from the empaths. Grit, resolve, incredibly powerful. He clearly knows it. I'm surprised to see he didn't play that. He's started this round with 20. He ran out of time. He had 25 mastery points left. He's been clean sweeping this so far. I was surprised by that.
Yeah, it looks like he's still just.
Oh, this is such a close game. The empath is just so hard to break once you lose some big pieces. If he stacks, if he stacks some good augments on Scoriox, he should have no issues.
Yeah, he's probably going to lose this round to the overtime, but after this, he gets stacks on that Scoriox. Again, as you said, no issues, I would think.
If he can heal his team.
Yes. They haven't got the sustained damage. I think if he gets some Omnivamp onto the Scoriox, if he can get some, if he got that Resolve augment on, that would have literally cut the damage from those empaths by 60%.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're doing tiny hits. They're doing tiny hits of 50, 40 all the time. Getting 40 Resolve negates all of that damage.
I think, yeah, so something a lot of people don't actually realize, and Ben, you would know this, but a lot of people haven't really caught on to this yet, is that the overload mechanic at the end of the game ignores shields. So that means that all your low health empaths, because they don't have high max health, will actually get shredded by the overload, but before something like a Cardulox does, because it has a lot of max health. So if you can heal them and they're full health, you will win the overload every single time against those empaths, because they're all just shields.
Yeah, the overload at the the overload at the end is doing purest damage, which means it bypasses shield, and it's basically pure damage which bypasses shield. It does percentage max health for your entire team, but splits it. So if you have more units alive, the total amount of damage you will take will be the same, but it'll be spread among those teams. So it's really advantageous to have more units alive, more healthy units, and shields are not your friend. Shields are bypassed by it.
I believe he's going to put the Blazing Knight in here, right? That would be the 4th round for this empath team, or is he going to keep stacking? Yep, okay. He puts the phosphorus in the back there so it doesn't get aggroed. He puts that on the sloth, but the phosphorus placement so that the Omega goes through all of the team.
Yeah. So Arano took a lot of damage last round, a lot of damage, because there's so many units left alive on Absol's board. This time he still hasn't augmented up the Scoriox, sorry. Does it have enough damage to get through it? This round looks to be going better, but I'm not seeing him tear through that front line yet.
You have to redirect that Blazer Knight or you're going to lose. That's one thing I've definitely learned. He's doing good damage. He just needs to stop Blazer Knight from hitting Scoriox and he'll be fine. I like to use the Ranger to do that, but he just has to move them around. The Phosphorus is big here.
Yes. The placement of the Phosphorus probably won him this round, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like he lost. Okay.
No, he lost that round. Yeah, he lost that round. But it's a good position for longer term, doing exactly what you said, which is place the Ranger on the side, pull that aggro away, stop that Scoriox from being hit.
Someone asked in the chat if we can explain what the augments do. If you guys want to talk through them a little bit as we go through these games and things like that, that would be awesome too.
Okay, so the augments he's placing right now, he is giving 20% less energy to the team because I believe it's the stage 2 augment. What that's going to do is it's going to counter the empath build because they're heavily reliant on getting those omegas off so that they can get higher shields, so that they can heal, so that they can stun. That's very huge. So putting in augments on his Illuvials that prevent the enemy team from getting the energy so that they can't use their omega as much. And then he puts in the Volante as well, which also will decrease the energy that whoever it gets onto. It's really a game of taking away the energy so that they don't have these heals, shields, so that they can break through the front line and get back to that Blazing Knight and just destroy the team in general.
With the positioning that Absol is using, if Lord Arana had some more rogues, he could tear through the key carries there at the back. Obviously, the Dodo's being used to shield it for a good amount of time, but 2 or 3 stronger rogue would easily take up that shoe bill. I presume Absol is positioning this way because he knows that Lord Arana does not have that in his comp, so he can position this way.
Just while we're going with all this, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Arcade for sponsoring this tournament, but also to Wildfire. We have like 10 Wildfire Council members, admins, and all the rest of it going through and doing all of this. It's a lot. Like, you should see this back end, and I've got like 500 notifications on my Wildfire Discord. But yeah, just a big shout out and thanks to everyone who's helping getting this thing running. It's been a lot of work.
Yes. Yeah, we very much appreciate you guys who are helping out. Yep, lost to the overtime there. The empaths were just too healthy for too long.
It's just too much.
He's just hasn't quite got the damage to get through that front line. It was looking really positive for him. I think that mistake was the greater fortification catalyst. He still didn't play those by the end, I don't think. And for me, I was surprised by that because all the damage that he's taking is the is the damage from the small empath hits. And Shubil, though he does debuff, does not debuff Grit and Resolve. It debuffs resistances. The resistances are really hard to build against that comp, but Grit and Resolve is a fantastic counter. Yet, whilst Lorana has them in his deck, I don't think I saw him use that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but he thought about playing it, and I don't think he did in the end.
No, I don't think he did either. Unlucky play there. Bit of a misplay from Lord Rano, but I believe, yeah, that's a winner's bracket game, so he will still have a chance to get further into the tournament through the loser's bracket.
Well, it's a best of 3, right? Was that the first round?
Oh, I thought that was the second one. I apologize.
That was the first round.
Okay.
So, yeah, looking forward to that second one. Should be good.
Looks like he's going in with the same exact deck, though.
Trying to see. There's only one person. There's only one person in round 4 right now, and that is Mozine. We've got another person giving us their stream. Caveman's coming back. I don't know when his game's going to start, but we'll put him in when we have the chance. And we're jumping into game 2.
So game 2, exact same comp again from Abso. I'm a bit disappointed to see it. I was hoping to see something a bit different. Dangerous augments here. Dangerous legendary augments. That empath augment, very scary. I'm surprised to see Lord Ramos focus on this Corbinite Protocol because he went for it last game but didn't use it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much value that even gives him into
this. Yeah, this is a tough one. The Sucker's Gift is terrifying, and the downside, and I think almost certainly, Abso's gone hard for it. Yeah, misplay. I mean, he's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. There, he was unlucky 100%. There with the legendary augments. None of them were great for him. All of them were useful for Abso. So Abso is laughing to the bank on that one, I think.
And what do you think about his decision for the salty run back? Just same deck.
Both of them same deck. So for me, it's less interesting, but I felt that Lord Arena had every opportunity to win that last game. I think he's actually going to have a harder time this game with the legendary augments that Abso got this time. So I'm interested to see if Lord Arena changes his plan here. I'm interested to see what changes. He's changed his opener, I believe, right? He did not start off with the...
Yeah, this is interesting.
This is a very questionable opener to my mind. He's sacrificing it as far as I'm concerned. And he's sacrificing with a big, powerful unit that he probably can't reposition. I mean,
I agree. I think he should have started the exact same way he did the first time.
Yeah, he had a guaranteed win there. He did it competently. He looked strong at that point. I thought this is a chap that understood how to beat this comp and was executing upon it. And you cannot let this comp, like the empath comp, is dangerous because if it wins hard because it keeps its units alive. So you take a huge amount of damage to your drone health if you don't get through it. And opening up in the earlier rounds, big mistake in my mind. I think this was a gigantic misplay.
I've tried the toxic double Colossus there to get the points onto the board and then reposition his Skoriak so he can buff that up and actually cut through.
He's continuing this. I mean, is he playing this close to try and get the magma damage? I'm very surprised by this.
I've tried this opener more than once. It does not work.
It does not work. No.
If you can get magma off early, it helps, but it just doesn't work. You need to get other stuff on the board. So
he's not even getting the magma.
3 Bloom, 3 Arcanite. I mean, the problem is he's just not going to kill anything through those shields. They're so tanky early on.
He might win round 2. The 3 Arcanite's pretty good, and that Phosphorus survived a lot longer than I expected. It's the stun that's the actual problem. So Cooker's going to stun out Phosphorus for half the round.
Yes.
Which is going to be brutal.
It's not just stun, right? It's damage increase, it's focus. Exactly. It basically takes the character out. Dodo is undoubtedly the most powerful character for 25 mastery points if you get it on the right unit. The sheer value you get from that is obscene.
This is actually getting me really excited for like a spectator mode in Illuvium. How long are we waiting for that one, Ben?
About a week.
Oh,
wait,
okay.
Actually?
No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm really
I was about
sorry.
to say, there's no fucking chance.
Oh, got the
Okay,
hyper
so
on
here we go. We
phosphorus.
see the hyper. Come on, get the leech on, get the omnivamp on, DPS through this. He can play the Caribou here. This is going better than I thought, actually. Like the AoE damage should now be nice.
Hey, he knows something we don't know.
Love it.
That was
Good.
absolutely incredible. Great play.
Great play. So now he's going to start playing the tanky units at the front to keep the... Yeah, perfect. Get the magma going. Now he needs to get some augments on his chief carries. He had 2 hyper carries there. Which one is he going to go for?
Let's go, Urano. That was a crazy play. I gave that 0% chance of working. I'll be real. That was great.
2 hyper units. That was the big difference, right? As we said before, exactly. Hyper is potentially overpowered. 2 hyper carries. Very little beats that, right? Now, this is the other thing. I think Lurano now is in a tough spot. I'm very surprised to see the bloom. I think you don't need it. Just get they're already hyper. They're already 200 mastery points worth of power on the board once they go hyper. I'm surprised by that.
The bloom is really good. It just keeps them alive so long, and it gives you the health regen as well, so it helps you offset the empath really well. And this magma is going to be big as well. This is gonna. I think this is going to dominate, to be honest.
I think another thing we're not thinking of is that he's got the Kuka away from the phosphorus as well.
True, absolutely true.
The Lalura is going to slow down that backline from healing and or damaging.
There we go. 2 hypers, boom.
Boom, look at that taunt. Huge.
Beautiful. Really well played. Really well played.
Yeah, the Lura placement absolutely carried here. 2 great rounds, very methodical placements and positioning. Man, this guy is maybe this is the dark horse. This is
and he's got a Colossus here. He wants that surely.
Yeah, look at this damage. The empath's doing well, but slowly the phosphorus and the Scoriox just break it at the same time and take it down. And you can see them damage it out. I don't know if you guys can see the replay here.
And this is the power of hyper, right? We have a overpowered deck that's being really competitive at all levels, but he has the tools now. He has the tools to beat it. He's got 2 hyper carries, and he's baited a Colossus all in. He's got the Life Storm now. Interesting. So what do we think he's going to do now? Is it more Illuvials on the board? Historically, he seems to favor that. Is he going to go for the buff now?
Also, all the matches are moving on really, really well. We're up to round 4 with a lot of the winners bracket, and we're starting to get into round 3 with the losers bracket. So, good progress so far.
Awesome work.
About half the players are actually out of the tournament now, or at least 30% of them. So that should make it a lot easier to organize. Also, I just wanted to let you guys know that Martini might be able to jump on this stream later. We can have the 4 of us, or if Ben needs to go, then we can swap him out as well. So we have that option. It'll be good to get Martini's feedback as well. And yeah, looking forward to keeping this party going. Awesome. I think everyone in the chat's enjoying the stream. Don't forget to share it around. Don't forget to like. We love it. It should be interesting. He gave the Omega Augment to Phosphorus, which boosts its Omega on Omega, and he gave the attack speed to Scoriox. It's interesting he couldn't move everything over. I think this is going to be costly. He's going to take the damage on this round for hopefully a better next round. But it doesn't work because he just moves the Scoriox and Phosphorus anyways.
He is going to get the stun on all of the hyper carries, though, or both of them. So
no, I think that was a really good move by Abso. The DPS is he's damaging them now. The question is, will they manage to they're still? Nah, he's got it.
Where is the damage
really
coming
well
from?
Played.
Where is the damage coming from Abso?
Blazonite.
Empath, Empath and Blazonite. They have quite good energy attack values, the tier 0s. They're surprisingly strong with their attack speed. They have some of the highest attack speeds in the game at 0.9 base.
If he gives Omnivamp to his carries, I think Urano's got this. But Abso saved himself another round. He might have lost if he didn't do that. So that's quite interesting.
For me, it was a losing play, that one. I don't think Lorana needs to panic here. I think you've got this in the bag. You've got loads of HP. Take your time. You're going to outscale him, unless maybe he doesn't. Maybe that's what he's scared of. He's scared that, hey, he's going to fall off again. Because Abso, for me, I don't think I like that reposition. I think if the sheer power of that empath comp means that it wins more when it starts winning, and paying what was probably about 100 mastery points to move those units across. To me, 100 mastery points behind is a gigantic loss right now. Now, Lorana has now repositioned his stuff, even though he won, and with his amount of HP he has, I don't know if that was the right call. But we'll see.
I agree with that 100%. I think moving around wasting mastery points.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're all right. But I was just saying, moving around wasting mastery points, I think putting on augments gives you way more value than moving all of your, especially an empath build across the board.
Let's see how much the Vermi does here. Because he's just dragged out Singe, sorry.
Yeah. And he's tanking 4 units. Effectively, right? Now, Lorana did use the resolve augment this time, so his units are taking significantly. Look at the damage they're taking: 25 rather than 60s from the empaths, effectively reducing their DPS by 60%, 65%.
But the Singe died. The Singe died. Does he keep the resolve? Does he? It's an on-combat start.
It's on battle start. It's on battle. Yep. It's an on battle start. It does the thing, so it can't be denied.
The empaths also have 2 grit, looks like probably 2 grit ones as well. But as I said before, that end board, you just lose with empath if you can't do enough damage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great battle.
Urano. That was that turn 2 was very impressive. I gave him 0 chance. Completely, he would have outplayed me, and the round 3 as well was very well played. Interesting plays by him. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him.
I really like that, and I was a bit disappointed to see the empath comp I've seen so much, and also see the same deck into each other. But what a turnaround! What a gameplay difference! They're playing the same decks they just played, and what was a one-sided stomp, effectively, once those empaths reached critical mass in the first game, was a one-sided stomp. As soon as Lorana changed the things, we were questioning his opening. He's clearly played against this deck a lot and knows what to do. So he's queuing it up again with the same deck. Now, I would hope that they have an alternative deck. If they've come into this tournament with just the empath deck, I'm sorry, as we've seen here, people have played against it so much, they know what they're doing.
No, I do think it was a skill matchup. He did lose the first match. I would be interested to see if they're going to go for the salty run back again. He went for the salty run back. Now he's going to go for the salty run back. This game 3 is going to be so much fun. Honestly, if they do pick the same decks, it could be very interesting.
For me, I thought Lorana's strategy was much better the second time around. He focused on damage rather than playing lots of units, which didn't do anything and couldn't get through the meat shields of the shields. And also, he used his fortification catalysts, both of them that time.
Yes.
And the result of that was that his carries were taking 25 damage from auto attacks.
Oops, sorry.
That was 65 times by 5 units attacking. It's an unbelievable damage decrease.
Yep. At this point, it is Urano's series to lose. Like, I think he's in a really good spot here. I would agree. I don't think we're going to see the salty run back. I think he's going to change his deck up. That would be the smart play because, as you did say, Urano, he kind of underperformed on that first game of the series. But maybe they're just really going to go again with that. They believe in that empath deck. Maybe they believe in it. It'll be interesting to see what they change up here.
So I thought I had Caveman stream, but it doesn't seem to be working. I think it's frozen out. So sorry about all the switching around there on that one, guys. Apologies. He's probably already...
Look at Jimbo's bid.
He's probably already finished his game.
Are we going to... Is Urano going to do the game 3?
Yeah. He's just in queue.
Oh, okay.
Although I showed his code on the screen a few times. Although we're on the 10-minute delay, so it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
Okay, all right.
So Jimbo, what are the wagers on this match then? Where are we going? Who do we think has it?
I mean, as I said, I do think it is a skill matchup, but I think Urano's got him figured out. So I think what's the other player's name? I apologize. I can't remember his name, but I think he has to change decks here. I don't think he's going to keep in the same Blaze Knight Empath deck. I think that would be a huge mistake.
That would be so exciting if he changes deck and managed to take game 3. That's kind of the best part of this best of 3 thing. It's like, my deck has a really bad matchup. Do we both change decks, or do I just change decks? Like, what is the plan there? I think it should be really exciting.
Absolutely. I love those 2 matches. The fact we had 2 so different outcomes for the same decks, and same but decks being played differently from Luderano, reacting to his failures in the first round, that was brilliant. I loved that. We saw some real strong gameplay in the second match. But he's now played the same comp again. Right? He's played the same comp twice, right? Surely. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm wondering why, if we're seeing this delay, is his opponent out there making a deck right now to counter it?
Well, he's got 5 minutes to do it. Oh, we're in game. Sorry, let's do it.
Yeah, we're in game. He actually does have a different deck. It's kind of a mirror matchup. It looked like they have a lot of the same Illuvials here.
Interesting.
All right, this should be good.
We could see the deck again.
Any chance you have a quick replay of Absol's deck? Oh no, don't worry. Luderano's looking at it. Okay, so we see some early game comps, early game units, Fortification Catalyst again.
Actually looks really similar to his deck.
Yeah, very similar. Is he comparing decks now? Is he like, he's just copying my deck? That would be a Giga Chad move, to play against someone.
True.
And then copy their deck, and then play into it. That would be the winning strategy.
Very true. Or it would be even funnier if they beat him with it. That would be great. It looks like, I wonder if they're both going to go Toxic Colossus here. And then I guess at that point, it's just RNG.
Yeah, it's a strong opener. Bit boring. You can change it with positioning here. Like, Luderano's played his ranger back. So if he does this, there's a good chance both their units. Nope, not mirror matchup. Okay.
I don't think this wins for Abso, but we'll see.
Definitely doesn't win for Abso. I say definitely. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Not us. No one knows anything. No. Yeah. Strong win here. You're playing the squishy DPS. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, it's close. He's got the stun. Yeah. Squishy DPS without the front line to defend it. But he has the rogues. He has the Volante. Is he going to play it now to continue the win?
Yeah, this was an interesting placement by Abso. I think maybe an oversight, because usually if you're putting Scoriox in the back corner, like right away, it's because the enemy team doesn't have any rogues or anything that can get back to him that fast. I do think that's a bit of a misplay here. He's going to lose 2 rounds in a row. Maybe he feels confident about his round 3 or round 4, though, to come back.
Yeah, sometimes losing those early rounds is so rough.
Yeah. I believe his deck has enough meat shields there that he can, perhaps he's looking to just build a wall around his Scoriox, right? And fright front to back. Luderano here getting off the Lurella in, getting a taunt off on the Scoriox, so it's going to waste the AoE damage component of its Omega onto it, which is a powerful tool. Basically wasting the first Scoriox Omega. Downside is his Lurella is nature affinity, so he is giving hyper to that Scoriox. Yep. And a hyper Scoriox, as we have seen repeatedly, is not something to take lightly.
The Thorn's doing surprisingly good damage, though.
Yeah. And the magma, right? Like the Thorn's doing good damage, but that magma keeping his units alive.
Yeah, I think if you stack enough grit and resolve on Cardulox, and maybe add a few more earth to your team and stuff like that, it's even hard for Scoriox to go through it, because Scoriox does so much mixed damage. Scoriox is like, exactly. I don't know exactly what the ratio is. It's like 50 physical and 50 energy. And so grit and resolve both work against it. So you want to make sure you're buffing Scoriox one way or the other and not doubling down on both. But yeah, grit and resolve does a lot of work.
So Abso here doing a grit and resolve build, right? He's got earth in the deck, he's got magma, he's got the grit resolve augments. I cannot see in Lord Uron's deck, but does he have the anti-grit and resolve augments? Because I think that's where this game is going to hinge. Does he have the answer to grit and resolve?
Or pure damage would help a lot, I think, because of the attack speed of Scoriox.
Yeah. But the AoE damage component of the Scoriox autos during Omega, I believe, is just energy damage. So it's not an auto attack. It's just auto attacking and then dealing AoE around it. If I remember correctly, I might be lying.
Oh, the Lalura stun, but he just has too many Illuvials now. I don't know if it's going to matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it wastes half of the first Omega, right?
But he just doesn't have enough damage to get through the 5 bulwark.
Yep.
Yeah, 5 bulwarks, and then the magma boosting the defense. Abso playing that, I guess, because he knew he was going to get a wall, right? Like he's conceded the first round because it doesn't matter. He gets the wall. Doesn't matter how many rogues you have if they can't jump through a wall.
See, what's interesting here is I'm surprised the Cardulox is not getting hyper on this. Whereas water would have gotten the hyper against all the magma, right? So it's unfortunate he doesn't have a water hyper Cardulox. And it's actually, the nature hyper is actually giving it to his opponent. And so he's having a lot of trouble here.
I do believe he's going to be stronger this round. Once he buffs up his phosphorus or maybe puts in the Scoriox, he should be stronger this round, but I don't know.
I think I just saw Inevitable Ruin, though, right? Which is the legendary augment that counters Grit and Resolve. And Abso just let him have it?
Yeah.
Did I see that correctly?
Yes.
Whew. Okay, that was a big misplay on Abso. He's got his win condition of Grit and Resolve, and he's just let him have it for 1 bidding point.
Damn. Oh, God, this should be interesting.
I think that was a terrible misplay. I mean, the Meteor is a very good fun. So if he's losing because he likes Meteors, I can respect that.
But he has no minor affinities or synergies or anything on Urano's side, which is hurting him a lot. He needs to get 3 Bulwark or 3 Earth or something on the board, and he just hasn't done that. He's going full composites, which it's gonna be interesting. I'm not convinced. The slowing attack speed on Lalura is going to be really big here. I think that's good play. But he needs to be focusing on his carries here instead of just support. I don't think he's going to win this round.
He needs to get that reduced Grit and Resolve down. I don't know if he realizes how much damage he's losing to that. Like if you look at the auto attacks, look at the damage hitting. Even these characters with huge amounts of AD, they're not hitting hard even on, he needs to get that down. But yeah, the Lura are doing good damage there. Good damage disrupting. Sure, he's not going to win the fight, but he's pulled off a lot of damage off his team.
I think
he should win a result of it now.
Yeah. Yeah, he got the buff on that the Arcanite buff.
The Grit and Resolve, yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's got it. Good. Yep. So strong play there. Not one-sided at all though. And I'm interested to see. I think it might come down to that legendary augment. I don't know if they realize that they've got it though.
I do believe this is still anyone's game for sure. And he's
yes.
Is he gonna put Titanor in? That'd be interesting.
Oh, that card Dualox, if he can get to the back, Scoriox just dies to Thorns on it.
Should have got the rogue legendary augment.
True.
Okay, so he's playing it. Great. Yeah, he's playing on a character that lives. I'd be tempted to look at trying to keep that unit alive more. Maybe, come on, fortification. Come on. You got it. Nope. Is he going to do it? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's playing the fortification. Very smart. His win condition is taking away that Grit and Resolve, so he can't afford that character to die. It's an AoE effect. It dies as soon as the holder is dead. So he needs that Caribou is now absolutely critical, right?
Looks like he gave Omega power to the Phosphorus, correct? I couldn't really see it.
I couldn't see it, but I believe, but judging by the blur on my screen, I believe that is the on Omega gain Omega.
Straight through all of them. And he placed his Ranger. Did he place his Ranger intentionally there? Not really sure.
So,
it doesn't look like he's a...
The enemy Scoriox has got some augments on it now, which is just making it so hard to face against. The Lolura is just not enough to, like, consistently take it out. Oh,
great back and forth. He got a lot of really good Omegas with his Phosphorus too. There, like
he did.
Generally, I think he moves that harder.
He's only got the single Omega on it, single augment on it though. Sadly, so it's sort of he's clearly prioritizing his Scoriox over the Phosphorus. I don't know if that was right, to be honest with you, because I think that the positioning was so spot on it.
Oh, he's getting those big augments onto the Caradulox now. I'm loving it. And that's the true side augment, but it's just going to give him a lot of attack speed and everything on Scoriox. And he's got a little bit on Phosphorus too, but I think he actually needed to go bulkier. I don't know if this is going to be enough. It was his survivability that was an issue, not his damage. But if you can take out the enemy Phosphorus quick enough, I think it'll be okay.
I'm interested to see what Abso does here, because he's got 2 games worth of health on him, and Lordaeron only has 1. I'd be interested to see if Abso plays all of his mastery points and or holds some of them back to get a really dominant final round where he can pretty much guarantee the win.
You should have just swapped everything to the other side. That sort of stuff usually wins you a round if you're this far ahead. Especially because the magma won't chunk those tanks at the front. But he doubles down, interestingly enough, which is going to mess up his bull a little bit. The bull turning around, maybe that was the intent. Allura's going to get a huge taunt here.
Yeah, but he's untargetable. Interesting.
It should be good. He is taking out the Phosphorus effectively. And the Titanor might get a good stun on Scoriox. This is going to be close.
Yeah, it really is.
I think he's got it. That flare is holding off just long enough to keep the DPS off his carry.
Oh, the gauntlet!
No, what?
The gauntlet.
Was that the gauntlet?
That was the gauntlet.
God.
Yeah, the AoE is going to hurt, but I think he still gets it.
So now the magma DPS, does he have the damage on it?
Cardulox.
This is so close.
Cardulox just chilling.
He does. Come on. Oh my God.
No, that was so close. Goodness.
Oh.
Let's go. Watch that back. You could see the gauntlet fire off in just a moment. A little bit after this.
Yes. It just obliterated it.
You needed 2 rogues to go on the back there. Oof.
Sheesh.
Great game though. Great game. This is getting really. This is so close.
This is a great series.
This is the best series we've seen so far. We had the brilliant first 2 rounds, back and forth, some learning, and now we're seeing this battle.
Right.
And I don't know who's got this.
Me either.
Okay, he's doing exactly what you were suggesting here. Now you're called Scoriox, and I want to talk about Scoriox in the game. God damn it! It's now confusing.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm Jason for the stream. It's all good.
Okay.
Martini's ready to get on camera when we're ready, so we'll do that a little bit when we have some downtime to fix that up. But yeah.
Okay, moves it over to Scoriox next to the fort. Holy shit! Moves over to Scoriox to the Phosphorus. Maybe a little bit of mind games with the Lolura going here. I don't know if he thinks that he's going to move over the Scoriox or he just,
Yeah, he does.
Oh, I bet he's pissed as soon as he sees that. Let's see. And the Titanor's over there, so he's going to get his Omega off onto the Scoriox. That's not good for Abso.
Come on, Abso. The Meteor's doing work, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Lots of stuns, but nothing on the critical unit, sadly, for him.
Yep, he wins. The phosphorus is just way too healthy.
Yeah.
Very great prediction by Urano.
Yeah. The question is, does he do enough damage? I think he does. With those
for sure.
units,
for sure.
100%.
Oh,
GG.
There we go.
GG's.
Boom.
Good job, Urano. I love this player. This is a
Let's
very
watch that
fun
back.
player to watch.
Absolutely well played by both people, though.
Oh, he soft
I'm glad Lord Urano won. Like, I think for me, the counterplay on the empaths, where they've been so problematic, the changing of the decks. No, he didn't. He didn't change the deck. He played the same deck for 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Urano did.
Abso changed it, but he still managed to keep it up going.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell both these players know what they're doing. That was a very great game. That prediction on the last round, very, very nice to see. I think he probably would have won regardless, but it was very good play.
I think if he'd taken the anti-grit resolve augment, I think that he could have forced that win, because it was still close, right? That stripped so much of his damage away, so much of his tankiness away.
Are we into the Mindia game yet?
Just about, just fixing some stuff up.
Okay, so next up we have Mindia versus Spike. Is this the first game of the series?
Absolutely it is. Let's do it.
Amazing.
So Spike's been in the community for God knows how long. I remember him winning tournaments back in the olden days, the little quizzes we used to hold, and he showed a really good understanding of games frequently. I haven't seen him play much PvP.
Looks like a lot of people are favoring this opening with Mindia's opening with the Skoriox and Ranger in the back there.
Mm-hmm. And examining his opponent's deck in the downtime. Very smart, very smart. Not a wasted second here.
Yep.
Caveman is about to enter round 4, so we might switch between them a little bit. Should be good.
Yeah, that stun was big there too. I think he could have. He probably could have won that if he didn't have the Graco stun in there. Okay, he opened with the 4 Rogue. He's got 3 air. How is he going to try and counter this? He's got the Riptorus in. The stage 2 Water Buffalo. Okay, he's got the Toxic and double Magma. This should be good. He's got a little fortress around his Skoriox, but he's got the 2 Magma there so that they can get that AoE damage going possibly. Let's see how that works out for him though.
And the AoE tankiness as well, right? It's
exactly
2-factor.
This is Spike. Should be really interesting.
AoE damage. You've also got the poison here as well. Like, this is, for me, Spike's unfortunate in the matchup. Lots of small units versus strong AoE damage.
Yeah, it looks like he's running a water team. Is that 6 water?
4 water, right?
Oh, okay. It's a little pixelated.
Just a little.
As long as it looks good on stream, it doesn't matter. But okay.
Well, yeah, I think Spike's unlucky here. The comp he's playing versus a AoE strong comp with the Magma AoE, with the Poison AoE. I think he's got a losing deck versus this.
Yeah, Mindia's stream is a little choppy. One of the more choppy ones we've had, but it's all good. We'll be good. We'll switch to Caveman after this round finishes.
See, now the problem with putting in Umber here is one of the main things about Umber is that you have not just the Omnivamp, but the de-aggroing. That doesn't really matter with Skoriox because if he has his Omega going and he's shooting out his auto attacks after the Omega, it's just going to do AoE damage, and that's even if it redirects onto a target that's close to them, because they're all going to be clumping up in this back corner, it's still going to be doing damage to the Umber.
They're all going to get hit. Yeah, exactly.
But maybe he can out damage them here. Let's see.
Well, the big thing is Jaro actually blinds when he hits the location, I'm pretty sure. Or at least he
I thought
he did, yeah. So that's going to really impact Scoriox, and I would actually recommend him move Scoriox to the other side. But, you know.
I don't think he can afford to. He's got the wall comp, right? And his problem is, if he wants to unwall, he's got to move 6 units.
It was still very close. I think we were underplaying how close that was. The Scoriox, especially when they were all on top of him.
But he's got no other answers in his deck. He's just played his two. This is an early game comp, and it hasn't won the early game. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not going to be a battle. I'll be happy to be proven wrong, but I don't see it. I'm surprised he didn't go for a Vanquisher's uplink here. Like, that seems to be pretty strong. Warp Wave Assault I don't think is very important, but neither of them went for it. Interesting.
There's quite a few people having epic issues today. Do you know what that's about, Ben?
I do not know. If it's an epic issue, it's not us. It's on Epic side.
Yeah. Well, the game's running, right?
Yeah. Famous last words.
I didn't hear anything, so
we've been doing well so far.
Round.
I'm loving it. If he stacks Grit and Resolve, I think he's got him. It's going to be a little bit hard for Umbra to go through that, but enemy attack speed reduced by 30% is pretty big here. Yeah, I'm not loving Spike's chances. This is a little bit hard for his comp to break, and he'll need to switch teams for next one.
Yeah, Spike lost this. If he's wrong, I'll eat a hat. Like, there ain't no way he wins with this deck versus this comp. His win condition was winning early, and he didn't win early.
Yeah. God, the 3 water 4 bulwark. I have seen this team before. It's a pretty tough one to beat a lot of the times.
In this case, he's unlucky on the matchup, right? Just the AoE damage versus lots of little units, and he hasn't got any big threats. He's played his big threats, and he barely won. And I think this round here, unless he's got some augment or strategy that I mean, the Gyro is doing great work here. Great work.
Yep, I kind of felt like once he got that damage on the Umber, he was going to feel pretty good about it.
Okay, so can he hold this? I don't think he can. As far as I'm concerned, that was his last win. Prove me wrong.
See if he gets the air buff in here. That would be interesting to see, especially if he can get them further away.
Yeah, he can't stop that Gyro getting through onto his. So what is he going to do? Is he going to build up his meat wall?
I'm not sure he has another choice.
I'm surprised to see the. Maybe I'm not. I mean, Arcanite.
What's your opinion on adding in the air against the rogues?
Yeah, I would say that would be.
That's what I was thinking.
Significantly better.
I've been proven
better tanks,
wrong already,
the Furiox's. Oh my God, my words. But the Terrorbird Stage 3 is not a tanky unit, and he's playing him on the front, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go down in the opening seconds. No, only 2. He'll be fine. Yeah. Boom. Massive
big stun. Big stun there.
Who had the wave? Is that Mindia?
No, that's Spike.
Spike was the wave.
Yeah, you can't be giving people the wave.
Good.
You cannot be giving people the wave.
Especially
Come on, Spike. Prove me wrong. Come on, Spike. And for me, this is just legendary augments, man. Like, Spike bid 3, Mindia bid 2 on the warp wave. The result was effectively Mindia wasted 2 bidding points there.
Oh,
right?
Look here,
Spike,
though.
What is this?
This is interesting. He did this the last game we watched, though. I don't think he took out Scoriox, but he did this last game where he put in Umber at the very last second.
Hopefully he doesn't forget to bond.
That would be really unfortunate.
Oof.
Now he's got it.
All right. I don't know how this is going to go,
This might be his Hail Mary.
This is what I want. I mean, he needs a Hail Mary at this point. He could not stop the gyro from wrecking his DPS. Oh, 10 seconds on the clock. He's going for the air. Is he going for the air?
20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Get the hyper, get the counter. Tank those. Yeah, better play. Come on. You got the mastery points. He's only got a few seconds to go.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I think he's gone too much, but
maybe. I'm not sure. He doesn't even have all his units in.
Oh my god.
But he's getting on the back line there. Like,
what is Spike thinking right now?
That still links just went down so fast though.
The wave though.
Yeah, this was definitely
that wave might change this. Yeah. Oh, he's got him. I'm sorry, that Umber is wrecking a height. Look at the Umber go. He's banging him to death.
Game.
He actually even gave that Umber hyper by putting the air stoic links there. That gave him hyper even faster. So
yeah,
really
I
unlucky.
didn't like that plot. But he knew. That's why I said he'd get the counter though.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that though.
That was his Hail Mary.
That was just. I would love to see the Umber damage from this game because I think it's going to be everything. Look at it. He's
god damn.
From unit to unit. Beautifully played. I got that completely wrong. The Umber carry, we talked about it before the matches started. Very powerful.
I wonder how Mendy is going to respond now. Does he have another deck that he's going to use here?
You can see Caveman playing again. This is round 1 of his game.
Won all of them, it looks like. So.
And it's I am a fishy.
I'm a fishy, yep. Interesting. I wonder if some people are going to start playing maybe a rogue Umber deck after that match. It looks like everybody's playing the Skoryax and Phosphorus decks.
Ooh. This is really interesting. He's won 5 rounds straight, but not finished him up.
Yeah, so it's been close rounds, I presume, in the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Barely scraping by the winds.
Yeah, so much damage. I'm surprised Skoryax is attacking so quick without any augments.
And without hyper, yeah. I don't know what he's doing to buff it. Has he got fighters on the board? Yeah, he's got fighters, right? No, he doesn't. Yeah, he does. He has 3 fighters.
So this should finish up at about the same time Mindy and Spike are going round 2.
I'm shocked, actually. This is 5 rounds win, and I'm officially still has almost half of his health. I'd love to get a look at his deck to see where his power spike is. Like, if he's got a late game deck, we haven't seen many of them so far. But if he has one, and he's been playing a stall out game to get to this point, it could be really interesting to see the board churn.
Yeah. By the way, guys, do you mind if I add in Martini when I have the chance?
Yeah, of course.
No, go for it.
I will as soon as I can. There's a lot going on.
Really good placement for his Phosphorus as Omega's doing some damage onto that Skoryax. It's already down to half health. Yeah, and his Skoryax is just completely healthy. That might even be the game difference here. Just the placement of his Skoryax.
Your download is complete.
But I've never seen 6 rounds won with someone still on 300 HP.
Yeah, what is even happening? That is a little loud. I will say though, if he loses this round, I'm pretty confident he loses.
Oh, for sure.
He's got a lot of big buffs on his carries, so the front line should go down a lot faster this time. It looks like he set up his the polar bear and his tier 0 bulwark, so that because the Singe has the augment that keeps him from getting damaged for 4.5 or 6 seconds, and he's going to. The reason he has his phosphorus here is it can wrap onto the back line while that augment goes off.
He has 3
Very
fighter, doesn't he?
placement.
He has 3 fighter because of the Riptorus.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why his Scoriox is attacking so quickly.
Yeah, so if you see here the polar bear and the Graco next to it should leave those guys. Now if he was right next to his Singe, the phosphorus would go on to the enemy's Singe, but the way he's placed it, the phosphorus has nowhere to go except for behind that Singe. Especially with that ranger placement.
That AoE pure damage coming out from the poison.
Oh, the meteor. Why'd you give him the meteor? Oh, he wins here, surely. 200 health? Yeah, he wins because the Scoriox is over 200.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, unless he kills the ranger.
No. If he kills that, it's going to leave him low, right? He's going to be alive.
No, because the ranger does damage. Oh, no.
15. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's crazy. 6 in a row and still is not lost.
Surely, Caveman.
No, it's 7.
Come on.
It's 7. There's a round at the front.
More, just a little bit more. This will be the best comeback I've ever seen if Fishy comes back.
That would be wild. Absolutely insane. Surely he's
Come on, Fishy. I'm rooting for you.
Right?
He's secretly got a comp that only activates on round 7. Come on.
The super late game.
I've never seen a comp. Oh. Is that a bug or did he just undo the action?
Interesting choice here to move the phosphorus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he wasn't allowed because it cost too much.
No, I think he could. He just chose not to.
I see.
It was minus 27 out of 31. I think it was possible. Actually, it should be a lot more than that, shouldn't it? 15% of... Oh, maybe not.
This is a bit of
what the tier of the augments are. Yeah. If he's got 80 cost in augments, it's very cheap.
Yeah. Yep.
So what do we believe, boys? Jimbo, make your call.
I'm going for Fishy. I'm rooting for Fishy on this one.
I'm rooting for Fishy as well. Come on, I want to see
that would
round,
be a
round
comeback.
7 comeback.
Yeah.
Where he stomps it now. Come on.
Okay, he moved everything around. He did get everything on that Singe. I was talking about that phosphorus placement. Now this phosphorus is in a place where he does not want it actually get shot down by this Scoriox. He might be able to outlive it, but it's not.
No, that's game.
Yeah, that is game. Phosphorus with the boom and the.
I know why Epic's having trouble now.
Oh, maybe.
Because of that Fortnite event. Boom!
Oh, close.
Clean sweep. Okay, and then we can hop back over into the...
We will in just a moment.
Game.
I just want to watch this replay.
Okay.
Meteor's so good. Boom, game.
So it's Mindia versus Spike again, and Mindia is on the losing side right now. Spike, underdog, but coming in hard.
He is down 3 games already, and
Three rounds, yeah.
This is the first time that we've seen the Umber being used. this well, I believe. I think Mindia has it in one of his decks, but he also took it out. It looks like he's going for some kind of weird empath build, which is this is actually really interesting. But yeah, that Umber is just doing so much damage, and we haven't really seen Umber at all, but it looks really scary, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I think we saw initially people focusing on the Steam aspect, but his comp here is not focusing on the Steam aspect at all.
Yep.
It doesn't bother with the dual F, which is partially what made Steam so difficult, right? Because you have to pay this 90 cost unit and then a 100 cost unit, and they don't really synergize that well together other than the Steam itself. So for me, I think we might be seeing here a rethink on how we use Umber.
I agree. It does look like Mindia, his deck is a little bit more late game focused, even though he does have like the empaths in there. But I don't think he's going to make it.
Yeah. If I mean, it's the Umber is snowballing, right? If he gets enough takedowns and he's being set up for success versus his empath comps where he just wrecks things instantaneously. Once he gets going, nothing stops him. He just shreds everything. Now this game he hasn't got the takedowns. You'll notice from his attack speed, he didn't get the takedowns. Now he should be able to kill this Riptorus here, at which point he'll start the sudden attack a lot faster, as you can see here. If Spike loses this, which I think he will, it's because that Umber didn't get his takedown bonus for almost all of the match.
Yeah. And the Riplance just did so well there. I highly doubt he was calculating that in his head, but the Riplance got so much damage down. It was able to live for so long. I believe it's Omega, right? It steals a little bit of life. It's a little bit of life steal. It was enough to keep it alive for a little bit longer.
It was the takedown healing from the Toxic, I believe. On takedown healing plus the Hyper.
Okay. Yeah. It'll be interesting. So this could be a turning point. I could, because from what I'm seeing, I think this is a little bit of a later game deck. He even has the Dorius in there, which I've never seen anybody use a Dorius in PvP yet.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see if we can get into late enough into this game to see how he uses that Dorius, or if he does at all.
I'm interested to see if the Umber manages to go off. Like that last game, Umber not being in its final form, so to speak, for most of the battle, really hurt him. Now, he sort of did that to himself, right? That he countered himself, and the other units got the kills.
I do think, though, if he didn't have all those units there, Riplance can definitely beat that Umber in a 1v1, I believe.
Mm-hmm. This time the Riplance is being focused. It's going down. It's not going to get the takedown or healing this time. And now the Umber's going off.
Yep.
He's got him. All right. Oh, the dodging though.
The Indomitable on the Grok, or the monkey, was an interesting play.
Yeah.
I like that as well. Saved him there. Very smart play, actually. That was incredibly smart by Mendia to put the Indomitable after the Riplance dies, where the Umber is going to be next. So that the Umber is just sitting there wasting a bunch of auto attacks for, I think it's like 6 seconds, which is way too long for your hyper carry to be on something and not doing anything.
Particularly when that was his buffed hyper. His buffed Umber. He got the takedown, he was ready to take over the game, and instead he got stuck.
Oh, he's throwing the Dorius in. Okay, he's got the Mystic bonus now. Ooh, this is looking like an interesting team from Mindia. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So Spike again playing an early game comp. I doubted him the first time. I thought that he was going to get outscaled, and he didn't. Partially because his Umber was going hyper. This game here, his Umber is not going hyper. And unless it gets those early takedowns, it's struggling to be the hyper carry it needs to be to win this game. Right now, his entire comp is built around that Umber.
Yes. And the Riplance placement. This is just like a very smart. I wonder if he like just made this deck. I doubt it, but like this was a very interesting play by him.
Yeah,
the looking forward to it.
I mean, I think. Oh,
that's
the
not good for
reposition.
him. That's not good for Mendia. I think they're all. Yeah, they're all gonna go on
position.
this Lance and then Odorius.
Yeah. So the whoever Mindio got the walk wave this time, which was the deciding factor in the last game, I think, as well. It allowed Spike to force those Omegas and get those takedowns. And this time the Umber is not hyper. The Umber is not hyper. He hasn't got the takedowns. The attack speed looks slow now, and it's not burning through anything.
Wow, that was a great team comp. I'm very happy with seeing that from
Such
Mendia.
a good
that
game.
was a very interesting team comp that I have not seen before at all. Really cool.
India won, right? I've been so busy with some stuff on the back end.
It is 1-1.
Nice.
Yeah. Very strong comp to deal with Spike's Umber, like the air causing lots and lots of dodges. So Caveman versus Fishy again. Do we have the same comps being played again?
You guys can see the game all right, yeah? The Caveman?
Yep. The invasion of went bidding phase.
Caveman's on right now, yep. Let me fix some stuff up. Be back soon.
Okay, I'm not sure which fight is on stream right now.
Caveman, dude. Caveman.
Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, this comp with the Send and 3 air, Toxic, Phosphorus, Scoriox seems to be very popular.
Yeah, it's a variation on the one that Viper, I believe, released, right?
Yes. So I'm not sure it's better into all comps because you have to take out the Ramfire, which kind of counters the empaths, but I guess people just don't value empath teams enough to warrant that as a threat right now.
I'm glad to see the gameplay here. I think the changes that we've seen to the meta in this tournament are significant, right? With the exception, like everyone is here with their anti-empath comps, right? And sure, they're still overtuned. Air is absolutely overtuned right now. But we've seen everything be used. We've seen Earth comps be used to great success. We've seen the Water Umber comp being used to great success.
Yeah, we've seen a good mix. I'm really happy to see that as well. I was a little scared we were going to see the same comp every time, and I mean there is a meta, right? But like I have been pleasantly surprised with the different decks that we've been seeing, different teams.
Fishy takes his first round off Caveman here.
Caveman does have a Bulwark augment. It'll be interesting to see how he uses that. I would assume he's going to put it on his Lilura, but... Hey, I'm just that good. Literally as soon as I say it, bro. This is going to give the Lulura such a buff to, you know, because a lot of the times we've said before, you put the rogue onto the back line, but especially if it's just one, it just gets demolished way too fast for it to even do anything. This buff on the Lulura might be able to give it enough time to get some solid damage down and get its Omega off. Fishy put the air Doka back there to try to stop it. He did get the stun off onto the Skoriax. I'm not sure it'll be enough. It did keep it from going hyper, though, which is really big for him, because the last time he lost was because the Skoriax got hyper, and it was just doing way too much damage from the attack speed buff. So very nice play there.
All right, we are back. I'm adding Martini in now. Here we go. Say hi to everyone, Martini. You are joining us on stream. If you are talking, we cannot hear you.
He's not talking.
I don't think... What stream are we meant to be watching here?
We're watching Caveman. Right? We're finishing up Caveman, and then we'll go straight over to India.
The audio from a different battle.
It wasn't going onto the stream, but you would get it. I fixed it now. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I realized that late. But it didn't actually go into the stream.
The Skoriax, which should be good into the Bulwarks. Caveman with the flashy views. Puts the Ripturus and his Phosphorus in front of the enemy Phosphorus.
I haven't seen Miol used at all this tournament. I've seen the stage 1 polar bear.
From speaking with Viper and Martini, it sounds like a lot of these Frost units are just a little too expensive right now to justify the cost of using them with their buffs. Very nice Caveman. And then the little twirl at the end. Victory.
We are swapping to Mindaya now.
Yep. Okay.
This is a 1-1, I believe.
Yeah, Mendia won the first two and lost the last one, and we're on round 4 now. It does look like Spike switched up his team.
It's 1-1. It's a best of 3.
No, I meant the rounds, not games.
Oh, right.
Hello. Is this thing on?
This thing is on.
Hello, Kyle.
Hey, guys.
Alrighty. So we have a 4th host in the game now. We've got the sound back for the stream, and we'll watch Mindaya go on this last round of this series, the last game of the series.
Which match are you spectating right now?
Mindaya.
Mindaya versus Spike. So Spike, Empath Comp, has hit critical mass, lost the first 2 rounds, has now reached critical mass, is hyper. I think we know which way this game's going to go now, unless Mindy's got something in the game to upset this board state. The question is, does Spike have more in the team? Like, if this is him hitting his max power? Because right now he has a team full of hyper units.
Let's watch this back.
I'll be a fly on the wall in the background.
So he's in 7 Empath with Tempest and Enchanter. It's a lot of dodge and a lot of shields.
Alright, I had Martini on the wrong audio track, so let me fix that. That's really funny. He was talking like a chipmunk.
I'm impressed with Spike's team building. I've not seen anyone use Kukuraf ever since PvP's dropped. Definitely
And it
not.
deserves to be used. Look at those beautiful feathers.
Kukuraf's really good.
Honestly, a beautiful character.
Do you feel a kinship with him, with his red feathers and your red beard?
I feel it on a spiritual level. I feel like when they made Kukuraf, they were thinking of Jimberino. the face of Illuvium, you know.
Oh dear. You have a nice face. The face of Illuvium. I think the art team would object to that, and they'd probably say Atlas is the face of Illuvium.
Well, I think there's some similarities there as well. So.
India's team just doesn't look that hype, that powered up.
The thing I've seen with Mindia's team is Spike understands hyper, and he keeps playing units that get hyper. Like, this game is close, and then his units go hyper. Oh, but maybe not quick enough this time.
That Rip Lance is doing some good damage.
Nah, Mindia's got a hyper Rip Lance, who is demolishing everything. Yeah, he's got this.
But Apon, or what is that, Monkia, is doing some pretty good damage at the back there.
Apon, yeah.
Oh, it is Apon?
Yeah, he set him up really well with his ability where he attacks.
No!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Oh my god.
That comp is disgusting.
And that is game, and Spike takes that round.
Good job,
wow.
Spike.
That's an upset from Spike. He showed some brilliant gameplay to that at every point.
Yeah, the team building, it was, as you said, it was on point. Like, I'm really happy with how Spike approached this tournament. Playing some off-meta stuff, he positions well, is very interesting. That's what I love to see about games like this, is like the off-meta stuff coming out of nowhere. Love to see it.
Spike is one of the players that is a bit of a wild card in the sense that if you look at the ranking, he's almost 1900. He's not low, but he's not high. His win rate is the anomalous one there.
Jimmy, your cam is really red.
I do believe if Mindia would have switched back to a Skoriox deck and maybe predicted him moving to something else, I believe he would have won that game pretty easily.
We've got Urano coming in, and while that game starts up, we can take a short break for the host to go and get some water and stuff like that. But when Urano jumps in, it's going to be really good. He's playing up against Viper, which should be really interesting.
Love to see it. All right.
Take 5 then.
Gang.
So we're waiting on the next set of matches, the next rounds.
Yeah, it's starting to, we had a really good streak of matches after that little bit of a slow start. We've been doing really well. So yeah, I've been really pumped with this stream. You've watched some of it, Martini. Has it been good? Oh, Kyle? Or...
Kyle Illuvium, I think it's called.
I'm not getting Skoriox.
You can't hear
audio.
us.
Is Skoriox talking?
I am talking. My audio should be coming through.
He asked Carl what you thought of the stream so far. Carl can't hear me either.
Oh no, I can hear you, Ben. Sorry, I'm just like looking around and stuff. Yeah, the stream's been good. I really like it. I think at the beginning it was a little bit slow, just getting into the matches.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we get the matches going, this is actually great. That's why I pinged Skoriox, because I thought it'd be fun to come on and like help talk about some stuff. But yeah, I can't hear Skoriox right now.
It's really weird. Maybe you've got something highlighted or something?
Are there any decks that you've been surprised to see, Kyle?
No, not too many surprises. I think what people are bringing is about about what I was expecting. Funnily enough, this Scoriox plus Toxic plus some air team that's become popular in the last couple of days. That's actually what I played on the ladder. I may have accidentally introduced it into the meta a couple days ago. So that one kind of came out of nowhere. But I think people were already playing Scoriox and Arcanite carry stuff, so it's not like it's that far out of the question that people would be playing that variant. But yeah, you got the empath stuff, which is expected. I think for a while we were seeing a lot of heavy water comps with more casting related stuff, like early on in the release. But over the last week or so, people have realized that it's more counterable than they initially thought. So as expected, not as much of that in the tournament right now. Even though there's maybe only, let's say, 5 or so column top tier teams, they all have counters and counterplay. So to me, the interesting part is seeing how people adjust and counter their opponents, especially as we get into these later matches where people have been winning their rounds. Because everyone's going to have strong teams now.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be. I'm curious to see if there's still anything that's hidden that we haven't seen yet that some of the best players are saving for the end. That Enchanter deck, I'm not the Enchanter Empath deck. I'm not entirely sure that would be good into Scoriox. I think. What's your opinion on that? The Kukaraf Enchanter deck with the Empaths into Scoriox.
I don't know. It's a little bit new, right? Like people have been playing the 7 Empaths with various hyper carry options. Kukaraf hasn't been one of them that we've seen on the ladder, right? So it's kind of a hidden tech. So I don't know. We'll have to see. It looks pretty strong. I mean, Enchanter's good. It's been severely weakened since the PB2 days when it was extremely overpowered, but it's still totally viable. And
I think it ties with Toxic on our most nerfed internal.
Oh yeah,
right?
both of those
5 or 6. Yeah.
Like 5 or so nerfs. Yeah, just had to keep going, and yet they're still top tier contenders for synergies. Just the nature of how they behave. Even if we reduce the numbers by a lot, they're still very powerful. Yeah, I think that Enchanter team has a good shot. It looks really strong.
I'm getting some messages that quite a few crashes are starting to happen. Even with the Epic Games thing, that shouldn't really affect us, should it?
Without knowing what the crashes are specifically, no. But that's very hard for me to say authoritatively without seeing the crashes.
Yep. All good. Urano's in. He's going to start his game soon, so I'm looking forward to that one.
Oh wait, Scoriox, say something again? I think I might have had...
Yeah, you good?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, sweet. I gotta sort some stuff on the back end. You guys keep going.
That was my fault. Do we have any bracket updates from the last round to see how things are moving along?
It looks like Lord Urano, the one that just played Abso, is going up against Viper in this next round. I think that's the one that we're going to try to get on stream, right? Let's see. Estrud's moved on to round 5. He'll be playing against Grimaldi or Patat after that, after their series. Let's see. Hasapio versus Fabled. That's this round 4. That one should be interesting as well. Interesting to see Dr. Spoon 2-0ing Zeptile. I think that's a bit of a I think for most people, they would view that as a. I'm losing my words here. An upset.
An upset?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Holy shit. Gosh, man.
So it was he played Mindia, right? And it was a 2-1. So it was close. So that was Spike 34 on the ladder versus Mindia 10th on the ladder.
Okay. Let's see.
I haven't been paying too much attention to the ladder rankings and the matches as they're going. Have there been any quote, upsets where someone that was theoretically an underdog has taken the win, or has it played out more as expected so far?
Spike versus Mindia was the biggest one so far, though Spike has an exceptionally high win rate. So he's probably underranked versus his actual skill level.
Yeah.
And Lord Urano versus his opponent, whose name I forget. Give me 1 second. His opponent was in the was plat and he was gold.
Okay. I don't know if you guys recall, but when we had the CC showdown right before started handing out the game, I believe Lord Urano was the one who submitted the winning team that got first place.
He's doing really well so far.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I faded that team.
Like they're in the game.
I made that whole tweet and everything. I'll switch to the game in a sec. I made that whole tweet and everything where I faded Eddie's team like from day one, and they managed to win. I was like, crap.
Yeah, he went undefeated.
Oh, it looks like they're in Viper versus Lord Urano.
Here we go.
Now Viper's using a very similar team that I'm used to playing. He took out the Ramfire though. It looks like he replaced that with a Singe for the extra magma bonus. Plus, since he has the Bulwark and the Singe, it's not the Behemoth because it's not the stage 3. So it's got the Bulwark in there. So late game, he can switch out one of his lesser Bulwarks and put that Singe in, and then also get the magma buff, which I think will be pretty huge.
As we let these first few rounds play out, I'm going to quickly go get a drink and get myself sorted a little bit, and I'll be back very soon.
Sounds good. Okay, Lord Urano's back to that first deck that he was using with the Colossus Toxic opening. I don't think there's anything Viper can do here to win this round 1, so he's just going to take it. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw Viper put nothing down.
Just open fort, as they say, just get full information.
Yep.
But I think if Illuvium does the same, there's not much you can learn from this opening because he does the same opening here, right? So I think it's unlikely. I think Viper's going to play in the hopes that he'll reduce the damage he takes for this loss.
Possibly. I'm not sure he can even kill the Ranger, but I could definitely be wrong. I've been wrong many times already on stream.
No, he's got 3 bulwarks. He might win this. I think it's quite likely he wins this with the tankiness of the nature units. He's definitely going to kill that, right? Can he do it before the Thorns gets off? Or maybe not. No, he's not going to kill anything.
I've played that matchup pretty much every
It's a
time.
bit of a tricky call because you have resistances from bulwarks, but the poison damage from toxic and the thorns damage.
Interesting that he's using
is all pure damage.
Earth Gauntlet instead of nature here to get the nature buff on round 1. That's Now here he would generally put in one of his hyper carries. But that's what I would do anyways.
So just go straight into 3 bulwark plus hyper carry?
Yeah, and then bond it with your ranger, so then you can either have the magma or the bloom. But I'm not sure he even wins if he does that. Actually, I think he does. Depending on how he puts his phosphorus, he should win this round. Interesting. Puts the Lure in.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the lure, unless he's like he hasn't got a target to go for with it. I mean, he knew the Scoriox was coming out. So
he gets to jump over the bulwarks in the front line and start immediately hitting the more threatening, damaging units.
Well, he gets the bigger thing. I think is he gets to waste a lot of the Scoriox Omega. Like
if it turns and shoots the Lulura by itself, doesn't get the splash damage.
Yep.
Doesn't get the splash. Doesn't get the AOE.
Huge.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because he added it in 2 units that don't add any synergies to his team.
Yeah.
But
he will get
just the strategy of
it. The toxic
specifically for this round.
Let's go to the replay. It's quite interesting that like I'm surprised Viper's not using some sort of empath Blazer Knight team after he made it sound like he would be, but maybe he'll switch for game 2. So I think it should be quite interesting.
I think he may have realized that it's still a little bit stronger than he was expecting. That Lulu replacement was very smart. I personally would have put in Phosphorus, but...
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of Scoriox and Phosphorus Arcanites. I think without a doubt it's the most popular carry option in this tournament so far.
It's not a boring meta. It's actually pretty fun to watch. Yeah, Phosphorus.
Interestingly, Arana's highest damage character there was his Ranger. Despite.
Really?
So Viper's reacted here. He's trying to keep the Lurla off the Scoriox, and he's also buffed up the Scoriox. I think he's managed it this time. It will be on the edge of the taunts. Yeah, right on the edge.
That was
that position that beautifully.
Yeah, this is a great play by Viper, keeping that Lulura off of his carry while also buffing up its damage to chunk through the Colossus units.
Not only that, think about the fact that he didn't move his Scoriox from last round, so he knew that that was a possibility the previous round, and intentionally put the Scoriox up far enough so that the Lulura's Omega was not going to hit it.
Yeah, he didn't just throw it in the back line, right? He intentionally put it kind of far forward so that he could, I mean, in theory, that he could protect it from the back like that. That's really good. And I mean, that shifted the pace of the match so quickly. All of a sudden, Viper dominated that round.
Oh, if he gets this 50% health heal, that thing is great against Scoriox. Oh, damn.
Yeah, nope. Very smart from Viper.
They both knew what they wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to see in a lot of like the higher level games, especially when you get towards the end of this, there's going to be a lot of ties on the legendary augments once both players know what's either very strong for themselves or very strong for their opponents.
Mm-hmm. I was speaking with Estrid about that. He was predicting that as well.
Yeah, it's not very common that either player gets something really good for themselves because usually in that case, the opponent will block it.
Definitely makes sense.
I think once we have them with always having the synergy augments being relevant, that's going to change that entirely. Because right now you often have a choice between 2, so you end up with the same. Whereas if you end up with a choice between 4, I think you're going to value things a lot differently, quite a lot.
Yeah, if on average there's more valuable options and you can't go for all of them.
I'm not sure this Phosphorus is going to...
Interesting augments getting grabbed.
I'm not sure this Phosphorus is going to be able to go on the Scoriox here. Should be quite interesting.
Yeah, he kind of probably wants it to wrap around, but then he's going to get a bulwark right in his face.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Angle you can get though with the beak, with the ghostly beak here. If it gets a nice angle and could potentially pierce through and hit the Scoriox.
He does have a good angle.
He does have a good angle, but man, that Scoriox is just so buffed up. I don't think there's anything he can do, right?
Oh, he can't take out the Singe.
It's hyper.
Yep.
Scoriox gaining hyper as well. Tons of, I'm assuming it's fighter dominance, so tons of attack speed and pierce and everything.
Oh, for sure.
Sheesh.
See, if that Lallura was Earth, he wouldn't be getting hyper on that.
It's a nature. It's a nature.
It'd have to be. That's the only thing on the Scoriox, right? For the most part.
And the frontline units are probably close enough
They're
to
in range.
Yeah.
He's got nature on the Caradula.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw that last game.
So he's got nature on that, and then also nature jumping behind. Yeah, it's feeding that Scoriox hyper.
I think that's quite interesting.
I think hyper is being slept on a little bit, like by a lot of people. It's an extremely powerful tool.
He should have put the phosphorus back. Oh, I don't know.
He still can. He can still move that now. I'm a bit confused by the now placement.
He needs to give more health to Codelox because it's actually doing surprisingly well. He just needs to buff it up. Ooh, okay. The Omni Vamp, that could help.
He's going for the Omni Vamp on the 2. The problem isn't them staying alive, it's them not doing enough damage.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that crash that people are having, it's giving them like an Epic Games pop-up, something to do with the Epic server or something like that. So, yeah, the Fortnite thing might be giving us a bit of havoc, which really sucks.
This, to me, is just a lesson in the strength of hyper. 3 hyper units, 2 of them strong carries. I mean, his Scoriox is hyper if he can keep it alive and get it on the right character, but his positioning is further back and it's getting caught by the mole. Oof.
Yeah. Also, he added another nature unit in Colossus there, which just fed the hyper to the fire units even more quickly. If he had, for instance, put in a Titan, or if he's looking for a Colossus with the Earth to counter the fire a bit, maybe it might have helped slow down the gain a little bit. It is a more expensive unit, but I feel like that Gnarl didn't add enough whatsoever to that. It just got steamrolled.
It made it, yeah. He seemed to be using it just as a tool to add the Omni Vamp, at which point he's queued up instantly with the same deck there. I don't know if people can see this. There was no, should I play another deck? No, he's playing this. Now, is this because he's confident in this deck and he believes that Viper's going to go change? Or is it because he's got no other options? This is his best deck. This is what he knows how to play. Because for me, Viper has shown a complete understanding of what he did there. The initial positioning, that to me was Viper in control across that entire match.
For sure. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting outcome for this one, I think. How much delay is on the stream, Chirexi? It's 10 minutes. Oh, I better type that.
This guy.
Okay, so Viper has changed.
Oh,
we're seeing an Invoker conf. We're seeing, that's 4 Invokers in his deck.
4 Invokers, 3 Colossus, potentially 4. I've been seeing him, I don't know if it was this exact deck, but I know he was he was really pushing for some kind of Invoker deck, and he was really trying to make it work. So it'll be interesting to see if he can pull this off.
Sweet.
Look at this. I'm surprised by that bid. The Perpetual Entropy, the Rogue class. Surely the Rogue is amazing for him versus these Invokers. Same with the Perpetual Entropy. I'm sorry, but if I see Perpetual Entropy, surely Viper's all in on that.
Perpetual on Invokers is, I mean, that's got to be a 3 bid. Like, that augment is so good on Invokers.
Yeah, he does.
I'm very surprised that it wasn't blocked.
I am unbelievably surprised that wasn't blocked, yes.
What was the one he got? The enemy damage is reduced by 30%. That's solid on rogues too, though. Like, you throw that on your rogue and put it next to his Scoriox. Oh, yeah, but he doesn't have Scoriox.
But he could. I'm very surprised he didn't go for 1 on the rogue to give it to, like, chuck in a rogue. He's got a rogue unit in his deck. He could get a rogue Phosphorus here and be a monster versus this.
Jump into the backline versus the Invokers.
Yeah, for me, I'd be doing rogue all in on the cast to stop the Invoker from getting that, because for me,
yeah, I would say 1 point rogue, 3 points perpetual probably would be the go-to bid there.
Yeah, and seeing I really don't like this Phosphorus open. I'm sorry, but it's his 2 positional dependency unit. It's not strong in a 1-on-1. What's the point of opening with it?
And it uses your entire mastery points, so you can't do anything with your ranger. You don't get any synergies. Can't play any augments. Nothing. It's just one unit. Maybe he's hoping it's enough damage just to kill one thing. Maybe just to save some HP. But
it worked out for him in that one
was wrong
game.
for that.
But I feel like that was very luck based. I could be wrong, but the last game he put in Skoriox on this round.
Yeah. So let's see if he does the same again. But I don't think a Skoriox wins him on this game. Like for me, seeing those invokers and the fact he's got a rogue in his comp, your win condition here is stopping Viper from executing it, and you've got handed one thing to let you stop him, and another thing to stop him achieving his win condition, and he passed them both by. And to me, I don't understand this. Now this is 3 Arcanite opening up. But even again, the positioning here, I'm not feeling it. I don't understand this positioning.
Yeah, he's clumping very close to the Colossus units, the toxic units even, getting toxic damage potentially on the Skoriox here.
Exactly, yeah.
He's potentially close enough to get taunted by the Cardilocks and get thorns. If he's farther away, the taunt only has a certain radius, so it actually wouldn't reach that unit. Maybe he's trying to plan ahead so that his carry isn't in a position to get hit by the furthest enemy targeting on the pistol shrimp.
Oof.
Viper's
the pistol shrimp is doing so much damage.
He has the potential to get 4 or even 5 invoker units on the board if you were to change his ranger setup around and make it an invoker.
And I think a big thing here as well is placement, like him showing his where he's placing his hyper carries so early gives such a huge advantage to Viper because he's playing that invoker deck where you mess up one placement on your super squishy damage dealer, that can be the end of that round. And not only the end of that round, a lot of them are super expensive. So if you want to move it around later, you have to waste so much mastery points for that. So I'm not really a fan of how he opened up this game. I would have
particularly when he's got the Grokkos in the deck. That is a strong opener.
Yes,
I'm baffled by that.
Set up with these support units, keep the opponent guessing a little bit.
Yes,
don't just give away your positioning right away.
He has to throw the ranger off to the side. He can't take that beam again. He's counting too much on the rogues to take it out. If that fails, he is so screwed.
And I'm sorry, but the Lurla is not an assassin rogue. It's a disruption, cause some issues rogue, but it's not winning one-on-ones. It's tanky, it's disruptive, but it doesn't assassinate anything.
It might actually be worse because it'll give him Omega faster.
Well, I think in this case,
he put the Volante there.
He's got the Volante as well, and the Volante is really effective. But the problem is, he's just played his 2 rogues, and that wasn't Viper's main invoker threat.
That was just the initial one. Yeah. Also, notice that Urano here just already spent a decent little chunk of points moving his phosphorus that he placed on turn 1. So already he's lost a little bit of mastery point efficiency here. Because he played that so early.
Yeah, I think
I really don't like that opening.
Lallura plays so well against Sea Forest too, because Sea Forest takes so long to cast. So if Lallura cancels it out, it's insane. He really should have split them up.
I will say though that Sea Forest does get off his Omegas. Is his Omega cheaper? Because it feels like it gets off a lot more than the other ones. I don't think that's how that works though, right?
Sorry, Jim. Which unit?
Sea Forest.
Yeah. Sea Forest has a lower maximum energy. Than the other invokers, so it casts more frequently.
When I use my invoker team, usually Sea Force is actually the one that does the most damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much unsure about this positioning here. Like right now, his win condition is ensuring that Skoriox beam does enough damage. Okay, that's better. The flare is at least pulling it in. He's going to get the magma damage onto them. But now he's playing his Dokas. And I'm sorry, playing 25 mastery point units at this round. He's not hitting any synergy thresholds with that. Oh, he's hitting 3 bulwark. Okay, I took that back.
What is this ranger doing, though? I'm very confused.
The ranger is Like that's really bad positioning because that can now be the furthest away unit and get your Scoriox hit.
I think he's going to delete the Sin off before it casts, though.
He got a lot of damage off, but he did manage to get rid of it.
Okay, well he caught the Volante onto his thing, so his positioning there was good. Oh, he's caught the Flish Beam as well. Okay, I can't fault his range positioning there at all.
The Flish initially went on Phosphorus, but it did a lot less damage than I expected. The Magma's probably helping quite a bit here. Look how little damage that thing just did to the Ranger. The Magma just stomps Flish, like honestly.
The resolve, yeah, on the little small ticks of damage. It's a lot of small ticks on the beams.
So for me, right now, Lord Orano, if he had played the early games early, this would be a one match. Viper has a late game comp here, and he won the first 2 rounds with a very weak opener. Or at least not very weak, but a mediocre opener, the Toxic Colossus, right? He wasn't punished for that. And I think if he had played the Dokas early, he could have won that first round. Maybe. I'm not 100% on that one.
I'd really like to ask him what his theory is behind that, like round 1 and round 2 opening, because there's no reason he would do that twice if he didn't think it was good. So I would like to see why he's doing that.
I wonder if he did it the first time. It worked really well, and he was surprised by it, and now he's doing it.
Possibly.
Like, wait, if I just get both of my carries on the board, they just kill everything.
I'm really sad that he didn't go for the rogue starter. For me, seeing him have a rogue, he literally has 2 rogues right now. He could have had a super awesome, I don't know.
But you got to see where they position it though. You got to see where they position it. You go too early.
It's such a good tool to screw people up, right? Right now, his problem is now he hasn't got a rogue on that, but being able to slap down a 25 mastery point thing and make something that wasn't a rogue.
Ooh.
So here's where the Invokers have the potential to pop off if they can get their cast off. He just switched his Ranger to Shock Invoker. It's no longer Colossus, and he added in a Fisto. So all of a sudden he's at 4 Invokers.
He's got the 2 Shock as well.
Oh, is that stun enough?
What took out a Fisto?
The Beetle.
Ah, okay. I'm surprised. I didn't think Scarabok didn't used to hit the entire map.
No, he has another Beetle. What did take that out?
Oh, it was probably was it the Ranger? Maybe the Ranger cast got him.
Let me have a look.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Let's
check it out.
Because I saw the Beetle, but he hasn't got the Beetle. The Beetle's on his own team.
It was the Beetle.
Viper had one more.
It was the Scarabok. It was the Scarabok.
But the Scarabok's on his team.
No.
It won't damage the Ophisto.
No, the Scarabok.
Scarabok. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I can't see it with his.
Is it? Yeah. I'm trying to get the S-Jud game coming in, but we'll see. Ooh. I need Patate to stream because I don't think S-Jud is going to, not at least until top 8. I told him he'd have to. But
not until top 8.
Yeah, I said. Did
he tell you that?
No. I told him top 8. He didn't necessarily want to stream much at all. But I said at top 8 you won't have a choice.
Yeah. Once it gets late, you gotta share. I imagine some people are really trying to keep things hidden as much as they can, as long as they can. But yeah, S-Jud versus Patat, I think that would be a hype match to watch. I haven't seen Patat playing much ladder. I know he's serious about the game and the competitive side of it, so I imagine he's been doing a lot of just training and practice and prep kind of outside of the public view. So be really interested to see what he comes up with. I haven't seen
he might just be stuck with working. He does have a job. He might be stuck at a busy period at work, right? That Ophisto is just dying to nothing. This is where the vamp would be amazing. I can't work out what's killing it though. Was it
it's the thorns from Caradulo, it's the sloth hitting the back end, and it's the Scarabok Omega. All 3 of them are hitting it every now and then.
Mephisto is a very squishy unit if you don't buff him up with any kind of survivability items.
Yeah, because he's hitting the Caradulo
resistances and low HP. But Viper did take that round. His damage scaling is It's working. This is
15
turning out to be a really
HP.
close match.
Yeah, this round will decide it, most likely.
This is likely
Yeah,
the
no.
last round. We're on round 7. Lots of points on the board.
See, if
Most
Lots of
teams
points.
If he
will be
flips the
fully
Mephisto,
scaled with their entire, the strongest things their team can possibly have on the board. It's very unlikely that builds can scale past round 7. There's so many mastery points available at this point.
if he flips the Mephisto, he's going to win. He's gone a little bit too hard on this. He should have had the second rogue on the back right. Should be interesting.
I like that idea. Yeah, splitting the rogues, hedging the bet a little bit. Because if Viper moves everything to the other side, the rogues kind of do nothing.
But if Viper doesn't, it's game over. I think Viper's going to move. He's going
Because
to
if
move.
they take out the
He's left a
Mephisto-
space in the middle. He's left a space in the middle. Look of his board. He's moving that Mephisto straight into the middle.
The
Oh,
Ranger
okay.
needs to
From
get
one
the safety
side.
too, though, because the Ranger's also a potentially big damage dealer. This is gonna be the deciding round for sure.
He's moving that Mephisto to the middle. Come on. He's left a space there. I believe in the foresight here.
Yeah,
He
Viper's
knows he's got 2
pushing
rogues.
up
He's
here.
losing to it. Mephisto moves to the middle.
Oh,
No.
Mephisto stays.
Oh, he
wow.
all-in'd. He all-in'd in that. Oh,
But the Sin Elf moved. No.
yeah.
It's going to run into the same problem.
I don't know. The
Oh, that
Mephisto's
Titanol's
damage, come
good.
on. Does he get the kill? No, he's out.
Mephisto's gone.
Mephisto's gone.
He might
Flish
have
can't do the
dealer with
damage.
Sin Elf. Let's see.
The Volante
Oh,
is
I
actually
forgot that
doing
bit,
well
yeah.
on the C for us.
Nah, the C-Force is 1 HP. It just needs to be
If
locked out.
C-Force
He's
gets
out.
one more cast off, it's going to be big, but I think he doesn't have enough time.
Nah, he's out.
That's game. Damn.
GG, Lord Urano.
GG.
That was
Turn
a
it
quick
up.
match. Lord Urano with the all-in play to throw everything on that left side and try to punch through, and Viper didn't either
Look at him
didn't
go.
predict or didn't think it was going to be a
I think-
problem.
I think he was trying to do some like reverse psychology there because he moved the Sin Elf over. Interesting plays though.
The you know I know kind of thing.
Exactly. Now, what do we think Viper's going to go to here? Do we think he's going to move back
He's
to his
changing
first
that
deck?
comp. He's changing that comp for sure. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see that comp again. I think.
I think
he's,
that-
sorry.
No, it's okay. My bad. I think he was playing that comp for the stream. I'll be real. I think he was having a little fun playing around with it because even he has told me that he doesn't think invokers are very strong right now. And so why would he be sitting here playing an invoker comp unless he thought he was going maybe a little bit of disrespect towards Lord Urano? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
Lord Runner has only ever played one comp, right? This entire tournament, he's played this comp every single time, right?
Yep.
So, and there is nothing. He doesn't have in his deck. He doesn't have the anti-energy stuff. So perhaps he thought. Perhaps Viper was
Yeah.
thinking, this is a fun comp, and this is the comp to use it against.
No way he plays it again though.
No way. Okay, he's playing an early game Doka Grocco comp. Full bulwarks,
Full
buffing
cheap
up
bulwarks.
Yep, this is the same
Yeah.
comp as the first game.
Viper's very comfortable with this team. He's played it a lot on his stream the last few days. I've actually watched him play a lot.
This should be really interesting.
But it's by no means a free win or anything. I actually think the beefy toxic units can do pretty well into the bulwarks because of the pure damage.
Yeah, I agree.
Bulwarks, the resistances
Sustains.
don't matter.
And the fact they're playing lots of low cost, right? They're tanky, don't get me wrong, but they're still not powerful units. They are 25 costs.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's exactly what Poison excels against, right? They're going to just keep ticking you down in a mass AoE.
Yeah, and you have a lot of small units. As soon as one dies, toxic units heal off of it. Next one dies, they heal
Yeah.
again. That's what toxic loves. So I think if Lord Urano can position well and play this well, I actually think his team has an edge over Vipers, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. We've got the winners bracket is starting to get to the very end, and the losers bracket has caught up quite a bit. It's not quite there, but we're making
has he missed the
incredibly
bond?
good time here.
Yeah,
Has he missed
I
the
was not
bond?
expecting it to be this fast.
He's missed the
Oh
bomb.
no!
Oh
he missed the bond.
no!
Oh
That's-
no!
That's rough.
Oh no! That's not good. That's like 90% of his damage.
I'm not sure it's
Yeah.
gonna matter.
And survivability
I
too.
know.
It's
I
a
think it
ton
will.
of
I
HP
think it
and
will.
res.
2
Especially
magma. He's gonna just die to the AOE.
He's gonna lose this. He doesn't have any damage.
That's a huge misplay.
He
Huge.
needed that bond.
Yeah.
That's
This is what we mean about the pressure getting to people.
340 HP
Exactly.
swing there. Because that's taking 170
he would have
damage
won
instead
that.
of dealing 170 damage. That's actually huge. Wow.
And this is what we mean about the pressure getting to people, right? Like, I'm sure he has not made that mistake in ranked, casually at home, but the pressure's getting to him.
Does he recognize it, or does he just forget and go the next round without bonding?
Just so people at home know, even though we're taking Lord Urano's stream right now, he cannot hear us. He cannot see us, nothing like that. So nothing we say is actually getting to these competitors. I'm making sure of that. So even though we told him he missed the bond like 10 seconds left on the clock and he didn't do it, and that should be proof enough. But yeah, just so you guys are aware. He might have done it on purpose though, since he's grabbing magma. Because it'd be expensive to change it up.
Was it intentional to throw around one because he thinks a different bond is actually better?
So maybe it wasn't a mistake. I think
he plays outside the box.
Don't reposition.
No. Don't waste points on that.
Don't waste.
Yeah. I like how we're all half rooting for Urano to win.
I think the advantages of Magma's really strong. Don't get me wrong. Magma's really good, particularly if you can stack it. Grit is better the more you have of it, pretty much. Grit Resolve, really good. I still think that 340 health swing, dangerous against the competent player.
Dangerous. Especially with the way his team is set up, he has a lot of expensive units and probably scales better into the very, very late game. Giving up that HP early just means it's going to be harder to reach that point where he can truly outscale Viper's team with smaller units. So
he really needed that.
But that is a scary round one.
He really needed that round 2 win. Without it, he would have gotten crushed. Well, he would have had a lot more trouble at least, right? So the round 2 win is going to make this a much more even game. I'm loving it.
Mm-hmm.
I like his positioning here. I think he's doing the right things here. Magma's good against these small units as well as poison, right? It's AoE damage. They don't do huge amounts of damage. You can absorb a lot of it. I think in terms of raw deck here, I think Lord Urano has the advantage, right? In a pure deck versus deck matchup, I think he has the advantage.
Now remember, he's sending this. Oh, he actually has. No. He's sending this Lulura into the Scoriox again, possibly giving it hyper like we saw in the first match. Mm-hmm. But Viper's Scoriox is further back this time than it was in the first match. So it's going to be harder to protect that from the Lulura's charm and disruption.
Yeah. The taunt is it's huge to him. I mean, actually, no, it's not. I take that back because to be quite frank, there's no AoE for the Scoriox to ruin here, right? There's nothing really to keep him off at that point. It was really powerful in the first games he played because he was scared of that splash damage. With this and his comp being split like this, I don't see. That was instantaneous. His decisions there, holy.
Wow, instantly on the Vampiric. I'm really surprised he doesn't go for Final Abounding. Final Abounding on Terrorbird is so good.
Yes, exactly. And he has
and even Stellar Devourer is quite strong on Terrorbird or Scoriox.
Agreed.
With the Arcanite trait, they want to be casting their Omegas very frequently to keep the Arcanite buff active.
Vampiric,
at the same time draining the enemy.
Vampiric is really good.
By that. Augments here. I do not value that very highly.
Vampiric is great on Scoriox, just so you guys know. But you know what would have been interesting is if he's in between the games, if he swapped out the Lulura for Earth Dominant instead to stop that hyper against the Scoriox, that could have made a world of difference here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he's feeding it hyper with both the Cardiolox and the Lulura, and the Scoriox going hyper outputs so much damage.
I don't like this position front line in the corner. If you move that back a couple of hexes, if you get countered positionally, you can place something to draw the aggro away from that. I don't like the Terrorbird being damaged. Now, sure, he's got Vampiric Price. I'm presuming he's going to use it on it and leech through it. So maybe he's trying to get it sort of this off-tanky behavior with the leech. I'm still not a huge fan of it. I still think pull that back a little bit. makes it so much safer, so much easier to react to Viper's inevitable counterplay. Viper's not stupid. If he's getting a problem with that character, he's going to place something there to slow it down.
He could have given Cardulox the Thorns too. If he does that, you'd be surprised how quick you can take out Scoriox because he's got no healing, right? And Cardulox doubling on the Thorns is insane. Just it's like
and pure damage.
It's so much fun.
Okay, Viper got the Stellar Devour on the Scoriox. This Cardulox is not going to cast because every attack that Scoriox does just drains his energy. And the Cardulox is going to die before he even gets to cast. Yeah. That item is very strong.
I've never really used it. I need to start using that thing more.
I had a game once where I got
as
two
well,
of them.
So it's both. It makes you stronger and makes them weaker. It's really potent. Viper bid 3 on it, right? For good reason.
He did.
The thing is, Scoriox doesn't actually want to cast that often because its cast actually takes such a long time.
He needs to be casting to keep his buffs active. Both the Arcanite buff and the attack buff that it provides. If there's too long of a duration between Scoriox recasting, he just sits there and does pretty meaningless auto attacks. So he actually really wants to cast a lot. The
animation for his Omega, does it not speed up with his attack speed?
No.
Okay.
So you want it to cast a lot, but not too often. You actually want it to like time it perfectly. I don't think it's probably too often with the Steel 7 energy, but you definitely couldn't stack that with anything else. He'd be casting a little bit too often.
Mm-hmm. Whereas with Terrorbird, cast away as much as it's actually
I think the null here, once again, really bad misplay. I think you're just feeding the hyper. You have a win condition if you can tear through their front line and get onto that front to back. He hasn't got much defense on that Scoriox. I expect he's going to play something more tanky there or boost their defense a bit. But pretty disappointed by that. Playing that null, I think it's going to go down pretty fucking quick. It's going to boost the damage, and he needs to fight front to back here.
Does null blind with the Omega? Nah. So the root's kind of useless. It was good against like the Invokers, just getting the damage off because it's so squishy, but it doesn't do a whole lot against Scoriox, I don't think.
His Sloth didn't get the Omega off. It got stunned at the perfect time, so it's not going to stun the Scoriox if he wanted it to.
And it's hyper. He's got a hyper flare in his face. Yeah. For me, this was a hyper counterplay more than anything else.
Yep.
Viper tapes game 3. Oh, Viper moves on to the next round. That was close there. I like to see that someone got a win against him. It's really interesting. Like one of the
Lord
rounds.
Urana surprised me with how good he's been playing.
Yeah. I think Viper had a better control over legendary augments. I didn't see him make mistakes there. I think Lord Urana made a couple there.
For sure. All right, I'm going to start looking for another game to grab.
But not only that, I think positioning mistakes, Viper limits a lot of his mistakes. At the end of the day, I feel like this comp probably could have been beaten. He could have beaten Viper's comp, but when you make there's so many different problems that you have to solve. You're bound to make a few mistakes, and Viper limits those as much as possible, and that's just his veteran esports experience.
Compounding small mistakes cost games, right? And exactly. I think we saw that there, where there were a couple of mistakes, right? There was a couple of mistakes on positioning, a couple of mistakes on legendary augments, I think, maybe a couple of mistakes in literally what was played in the earlier rounds. That's 3 mistakes, man, and maybe you could get away with one of them against a good person. Against a very good person, you don't want to get away with even one.
Yep.
I think we've just lost Kyle.
Okay, so let's take a look at the. Are we able to pull up the brackets? Oh shoot.
Alex said in chat that Viper said he was going with the fun comp but couldn't win with it. I'm assuming that's referring to Invoker.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like he didn't actually. He doesn't think that's an optimal. That's an optimal team. He played it for the stream to, for fun.
He did well with it. Patate and S-Jard. I was trying to get Patate on the stream. It looks like they're playing right now, and the winner of that game will actually verse up against Venomore. I think that was a little bit of a dark horse. No one's really seen Venomore on stream or anything. I don't think, or at least I haven't. So that's really interesting to see him get so far.
Other than that, no.
Jimbo's own personal ranking of how many times he's beaten people is hilarious. Like, I haven't seen him, so he's no good. I only beat him a few times. He's pretty good.
Hey, I'm just proud of how well I've been doing in ranks. I'm not the best player. I never will be, but hey, I'm not bad.
Are we mandating these people play streams now? Stream their games? We're missing a lot of the hype games, the people wanting to hide their strategies.
I just told everyone that I need to get a stream or everyone's disqualified.
Hey, what a fucking chat, bro.
Scorius the dictator is coming in strong.
Scorius the Chad, bro. You love to see it. I mean, at the end of the day, I understand you guys want to hide your team comp, and that is a big deal, but we also have over 100 people watching the stream. Probably around 200 if you include the people that are streaming outside of this stream, maybe 250. They need something to watch. Like we're here to, you guys are here to perform for other people, not just win the money. Without
dance,
them,
monkey dance. Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, keep in mind, giving away strategies isn't going to matter much because throughout this beta, we're going to be doing very frequent updates and patches that are going to shift stuff around anyway. So you're always going to have to be solving new puzzles, new challenges to find what you think is the best.
If you were truly brilliant, you'd be saying, please look at my comp and using it to bait people into trying to counter that comp, which you're not going to play later.
That's also a Chad take.
We very generously give you 5 deck slots. I hear you all whining about how you haven't got enough deck slots. 5 is so generous.
Not only that, make another account, bro. Like, do you not know how to make another account? And then you can just copy it. You have the copy paste feature.
Why? Why did you guys limit the deck slots, anyways?
Money.
Is it a server?
Basically, because it's more representative of gameplay that we go for. Right? Longer term, the plan is to have 5 as your starting deck slots, and then give you opportunities to unlock more later on, either via gameplay or via purchasing. So same with the overworld, and same with most of the stuff we do. We've got an end game vision in mind, and we want to gather as accurate data as possible. So giving you 100 deck slots, and we don't give you 100 deck slots later on, isn't very good for us. As good as it is for you guys, but you are guinea pigs in our rat race. Like we are measuring you and probing you and watching you in the dark. We're trying to get as much data from you as possible. Jimbo don't look so happy about that.
No, bro, you don't need to be watching what I do in the dark, bro. Let's relax. No, that's obviously what you should be doing. Free information, always big, helps balance the game. We don't want this to. Never mind. I'm not gonna take shots, but there's some games by some other. There's some other games that aren't balanced in this genre, so it's nice to see you guys taking that as a priority. Obviously.
Yeah, I was hoping to do an extra patch on yesterday before this tournament, and I was just going to look at everyone's secret comps and nerf all of them for fun, but sadly we couldn't get the balance patch out. So
putting a patch out is so BM right before a tournament. Holy shit! Everybody would have hated it.
It would have been a targeted patch. I was literally going to go through everyone's accounts and look for the people who keep saying I have secret comps and nerf exactly those comps, even if they were terrible. I was going to nerf them.
That's beautiful. I'd really like to hear that as well.
Competitive integrity. No.
Based.
I'm working at getting JP on stream.
Okay.
He's playing up against Taylor's. Taylor says he has like a really crappy laptop, so he can't. But we may have to force his hand later if he does really well. Who knows?
Is this a winners bracket game?
I don't think so. No, this is a
this will be our
losers
first-
bracket game.
First losers bracket.
Actually, I'm not sure at all.
Lower bracket. Everyone here is a winner.
No, they're losers.
Okay.
We're not playing that game.
I attempted, Kyle, early on to say there's winners in second place, but that was immediately discounted.
They're in the losers bracket and they still have a chance to win.
Jimbo's keeping it
Fine.
real.
It's even better if you get through the losers bracket and then win the whole thing. That's more hype.
Yeah, I'm actually just browsing through the bracket right now, looking at it. I don't know
It's
if we've
really cool.
looked at updates recently, but I know someone mentioned the Zeptile Dr. Spoon matchup as a potentially interesting one. It looks like Dr. Spoon took that one 2-0.
Yeah, that sounded like it was a good one. A bit of a, I think some people would say that was a, fuck, Ben, what am I looking for? What's the word?
Love?
No.
Hope? Money? I don't know.
Man, you really got me loving it.
Sorry.
Whatever. People thought
An
Zeptile
upset.
would have
Sorry,
won.
I was just being an ass. Yeah, you thought it was going to be an upset.
Yes,
Sorry.
an
I knew the
upset.
correct word. I
Holy
just wanted to
shit,
take the piss. I do
I'm about to
apologize.
lose my fucking mind if I can't figure out these words, bro. Yeah, it's a bit of an upset.
It's all right.
It looks
Shabim's in the
like he's
loser
playing
bracket.
stupid.
Should be interesting.
Has Shabim playing much from Arena? I noticed him, but he's at like the very bottom of the top 50.
Yeah,
Oh, he's not even in the top 50 anymore. Is he doing okay? Is he playing?
Yeah, he's been watching a lot of streams from what I can tell. So he's probably just been watching Viper a lot.
Winder's been quite good. I've lost to him a few times on ladder. We've got some really interesting ones down here that are doing really well. Illumination going up against Ligeron. We've got oh, you guys can't see it. What the hell? Should have said something. And then we've got Risk Victory and Pepperoni going good. Revoke is going up against that MVP guy. There's a lot of guilds in here, which is really fun to see. We'll see who takes it out. We might only have like one hype player left, to be honest. I think most other people have been knocked out. Two Haze might still be in it.
Two Haze is still in. He's playing against Zeptile right now.
And
which should
Patate-
be actually a good match.
Patate is up against S Judd. But there's a lot of MVP still in there. Smartass in the winners bracket. Hadn't seen him in a bit. We're almost got the stream up, guys. Don't worry. So we'll jump back to the host for a sec.
Who's that coming on?
Trying to get JP on.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can hear someone saying test. Can you
Yeah,
hear
I think
me?
he's in.
I don't think it's any.
I
He
muted him.
didn't know that. We don't want to hear him, probably.
I muted him. I can unmute him for a sec, but he won't go on stream.
No.
Yeah, that should be all isolated. We just want his screen share.
Yeah, we
What
just want
round is this?
your game audio.
What round is this in the losers bracket? Just out of curiosity.
Let me try find it.
I got it. It's
Um,
round 5.
Round 5. So yeah, our tournament's going through quite quick at the moment. We might even make it in the 6-hour mark, which will be good information for future people hosting tournaments too. So we love to see it.
All right, that's a good question actually that I've just thought of. Good job, Jim Brino. So, are you guys planning on extending the game length or shortening it, or are you happy with the average game length of each PvP match?
I'm happy with the game length right now. I think there's some places we can explore for tournaments and more competitive scenes, like best of threes, like some sort of deck behavior stuff, sort of out of game play, but still in game play. But right now, I'm happy with the gameplay length.
I would agree. I'm a big fan of it. Like, as someone who's on TikTok and my attention span's getting shorter and shorter, I don't want to sit in a 40-minute game and get bled out like in League of Legends. I think this is the absolute perfect length for a game. That, especially when mobile comes out, I think it's going to be huge for mobile. People are really going to enjoy it, and I think it's going to cater to a younger audience as well.
Yeah, it's the perfect length. So you can do it, on a cigarette break, on a toilet break, on a. You can steal a few games, or you can sit down for a few hours and grind away, right? And if you lose, it's a short-term pain, and you can go out and change your deck immediately and go play again and play again and play again and iterate. Matches starting up. So once again, we're seeing a very similar comp. This early game Grocco. I hope to see a Grocco opening. 2-2 very safe here, but also probably the easiest one to get a duplicate on. So I expect we'll see 2-2s on both. Oh no, we see this pull.
I'm surprised a bit so heavily on the start of combat invulnerability for Talus when his team is very tanky with all the bulwarks anyway.
Yeah.
I think he would have gotten more value out of the other one.
So for anyone who doesn't know, we have this little sponsored by Arcade thing in the bottom left-hand corner because they're sponsoring half of our prize pool. And this is actually the CEO of Arcade playing right now, Mission Pool. So let's see how he goes in a tournament he's sponsoring. Maybe he wins his money back.
Yeah, let's get some love in the chat for JP and Arcade in general.
We love to see it.
This is the same exact deck that Viper released to the public a couple days ago. This is the one I've been playing a lot. I've tweaked it a little bit, but this is like literally, he made no changes, it looks like.
I can respect that. He's a busy CEO. He's just going to copy. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
You still have to learn to play the deck, you know? It's so laggy. Oh my god. We haven't had a stream this bad yet.
How's it look on the actual stream? Is it good?
It looks
round
god
one,
awful.
5 bulwarks versus 3 bulwarks. 5 is bigger than 3. It takes the round 1 victory pretty easily.
Yeah, it looks like he put the sword in there. I think he wanted to pace himself and how he's going to put his units down.
I don't like this Grocco opening. I think it's boring. Doka opening is better than Grocco opening. It's more fun.
I told him to tone down the graphics. Let's see if it helps. He didn't change it at all. No, let him do his turn first.
I don't think we've seen anyone with the 4 Flish opening bonded with Ranger for 5 Scion on round 1. That one's more interesting than the Grocco one too.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
I've seen that one, but it seems like it falls off really late or really fast.
Yeah,
it does a lot of damage early, but the little baby Flishes definitely fall off.
Just doesn't
it's
work.
Funny to see in the first couple rounds though.
Yeah, any Earth or 1 Rogue, and it just drops off straight away. Like it literally doesn't take much. It just takes a little bit of splitting. It is pretty funny to watch though. Round 1.
This is what I call a pillow fight.
7 bulwark. Wait, 7 bulwark versus 6. 7 is bigger than 6. I think we know who's going to win this round.
And 4 nature as well. So,
and we're Sesame Street now. 4 is bigger than.
I think 7 is going to beat
6
here.
Wow, I'm really shocked he lost this round.
This is the in-depth gameplay analysis that we need.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
That was close.
Very close. Lost approximately 0 units from his board.
Yeah, I think that's RNG right there.
I do maintain that Bulwark in particular should be high. Oh, that's a lot better. Not perfect, but better. I do maintain that Bulwark in particular needs to be scaled down a little bit at the top end. Like 3 and 5 are fine, but 7 feels so bad. It's so crazy.
Once again, Terrorbird, I still think Terrorbird's, if you place it just a couple of hexes back, it's just so much safer. Sure, it's fine on this round if he doesn't get counterplayed, but it gives you so much more option later on. I think 100%. He's been quite unlucky on his positioning here, which is that, he's next to, it's fine. It's fine.
I agree on that. The bird runs so fast anyway. You're not losing any DPS uptime, and all you're doing is potentially putting it in danger by putting it directly in the front line.
100%. And then when you have to move it eventually, it costs so much. You should always be putting it just barely behind one of your bulwarks if you're playing this comp.
Yeah, so we see Taylor's here going for 7 bulwarks plus 2 toxics. So he's getting in that that pure damage, which is amazing in the mirror matchup against the enemy bulwark team. I mean, just not only the pure damage, but the
toxic.
The Rip Lance also just chews through tanks. So this is interesting. We'll have to see how
that
Mission Pool can react to this, because right now this is starting to look very one-sided.
I can't believe the Phosphorus couldn't break down Cardulo at all. Like, that Bulwark is just so strong. This is the exact problem I have, because I love Phosphorus.
And it got hyper, so bad placement, and also kind of unlucky that he put it on that side instead of the other one. If he would have put it on the other side, just barely behind the slot, they could have killed that Rip Lance right off the bat, and then he wouldn't have had as much DPS.
If you got a problem, add more Grokkos. Come on, get some Augments down. Come on, please. You've seen that your Phosphorus didn't get through that. Play the Exalted Photon Ripper. Shred through that. Come on.
You need something here, else you're just not killing anything. 7 Bulwark, 3 Toxic, Photon. 2 Berserker.
Exalted Photon. Come on, this is the time for it. Pure damage? No.
Vamp's not going to do it. That doesn't add any damage.
Yeah.
He needs to throw on the pure damage augment onto Phosphorus. That's what he has to do. But he might not survive this round. Simply put.
Yeah, the pure damage is going to be really good into those tanks.
The Vamp might help against Cardulo a little bit. See, this is weird because I got to run around. So I don't know what the play is there, but it does stack them up nicely for Phosphorus because they'll run around and they'll all be a little bit more clumped together for Phosphorus. This is such a weird game to watch.
Oh my god.
Man.
No, this is going to go to the Toxics. Little note, if people didn't know, pure damage on Phosphorus, any attack damage additions, whether it's physical damage, energy damage, or pure damage, does increase the damage of the Omega. So you can actually get pure damage added into the Omega.
Yeah, so if I was JP here, it would have costed a lot, but the only chance you have of getting back into this game is putting your Phosphorus over onto the other side. And even then, I don't know, just unlucky.
This Vamp is so good, but the stuns just like stop you eventually. And he's getting hyper.
Eventually you're going to get stunned.
Oof.
Wow, big hit.
Round 4 loss with a 1 win to open is rough.
3 straight rounds in a row of very high damage.
Now, is he going to change his comp? No, he's not. Oh, he is? Yes, he is.
Okay,
what we're going to see. Viper tank. I wonder who he's been inspired.
For anyone who doesn't know, there are these dots in the corners, and they're just signifying where we're at in the best of 3. So I will enable that now. So yeah, just so you guys know. I think some people were asking in the chat. But yeah, it's been a great stream so far. I know a lot of people like to reference the LAN stream when they're talking about like really fun streams or moments in the community and stuff, but I'm so glad we got to do this and have such a good time doing it. And I'm glad it's gone a lot smoother than even I thought it would go, but the epic stuff does suck. I know a lot of people have been a bit knocked out just from... have been knocked out from the Epic Games crashes and stuff like that, so that's really unfortunate. But we'll definitely be hosting way more tournaments in the future. And yeah, you'll have more chances, don't worry.
Yeah, and big shout out to you, Scoriox. You put in so much work to make this such a high quality production that I couldn't have done. So shout out to you and Wildfire. I'm having the time of my life right now. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I fucking love this.
I have just turned up to this stream. I've done absolutely nothing to contribute for the entire week. These guys have been working hard. They've been making graphics. They've been plotting. They've been thinking, and I have done nothing. So all credit to the guys.
Yeah, thanks so much for all the work you guys put into getting this going, getting a big PvP tournament very early on into its release. This is just so huge for the game and the community.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys. Okay, so surprise, surprise. Vengeful Smite here would be really good. The Verdant. Oh.
I missed it. Are they same teams?
It's the same team for Tailless. I don't believe it's the same team for.
Damn
Oh
it.
yeah, the Vengeful Smite. 15 mastery points for that. Incredible.
What's he got here?
Oh, it's the toxic.
he's got-
Colossus.
That's a good way to beat out.
He's got it.
To beat out
Yeah.
Bulwark. Yep.
And he's remembered to bond it.
Looks
This man
like
is unstoppable.
Colossus with
I
a
don't-
Berserker carry option or Arcanite carry option. So he's got a couple
Yeah.
different routes for the DPS.
I don't like this positioning as an opener though. I think your Ranger
Oh,
need
yeah,
to
yeah.
have this further back. Ranger back so that you want as many people attacking your Caribou as possible, because the more times it gets attacked, the more damage it does by our thorns.
For sure.
And this one here, yeah, his Ranger's going to die. Then eventually the Caribou will win, I think. Like,
Can someone re-explain toxic to me? Because I haven't really done a whole lot of study on it.
Toxic basically inflicts poison in an AoE around it, and when it gets a takedown, it heals some health.
Right.
So yeah.
And just for some of the other augments, there's one that's like on takedown, get 30% attack speed, but when you drop it in game, it says on assist. Do you want to explain that to me quickly?
I can do. Oh, I can't explain what you said there. That sounds like a bug, but there.
It's a visual bug, but how does it work?
Well, assist is if you do something to help taking down something, and takedown is if you do it yourself.
How does it? Is it actually takedown or is it actually assist? Because it says assist in game.
So I think I can clear that up. It's probably a mistake on the wording front to have two different words for it, but those should both mean the same thing, as in you contributed to a kill.
Oh, okay.
Vanquish,
so they're always assist.
Vanquish is the keyword used for getting the final blow and killing the unit yourself.
Yep.
And then
Assist and takedown
if you vanquish
essentially
something,
mean
does that
you
count
help.
as an assist for those augments?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we changed the wording. We've changed wording a few times. Yeah,
Mhm.
Carl's correct.
Yeah, and sometimes all the textual descriptions don't get updated perfectly or in sync with each other, so that's definitely something we should look at and making sure it's consistent wording for everything.
Yeah, we have to do a wording pass on with the advanced tooltips coming now. So.
Oh my god! Look at this
Slot
Cardulox. What the hell?
Yep.
Little 1v5 action.
Takedown. Yeah, beautiful.
He reminds me of me in real life, you know.
Yeah, we love it.
Toxic.
But
Yes,
Taking down everything
actually,
around you.
Big cow.
I feel like you're right on the first one. Toxic is definitely the correct answer.
Insane.
Okay. He's got the Berserker buff going here.
I think this
Interesting
next
play, I like it.
legendary. I think this
Ooh.
next legendary round is going to be really interesting.
He moved his card Deluxe over. Okay. I thought he was going to leave the Cardulux over on that side while the ones over here take out this side and they just move downwards. But I guess he wants to be able to use that mud monkey, right? So is it mud?
It is indeed.
And
Someone has suggested redemption bracket, Jimbro, if you can stop calling them losers.
okay, well, we'll start calling it redemption bracket next tournament. For now, you guys are still losers. No offense. Hey, but you're losers that could win. I mean, that's still
Damn, how did he
something.
go down so easy that round?
Wow.
He reached critical mass.
Taylor also placed
Invulnerable.
his Rip Lance like we were talking about with the Phosphorus, just barely behind the bulwark, and JP has his Rip Lance on front line, so it's going to get smashed down pretty quickly.
I
Yeah.
don't like that Corbinite pick. I don't think it's terrible on the Caribou right now, but I don't. No, it's okay. It's okay. I probably wouldn't bid 2 for it. I'd maybe a bid 1. Yeah.
I almost think he needs it on the Rip Lance. The way it's positioned, it's taking way too much aggro. He needs that thing to not die so fast.
True. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, putting this Berserker unit right in the front line like that.
I don't get it.
Bit risky.
What is it with people? Like, do people think this is a racing game and you've got to place it as close to the line as possible to get
I'm pretty sure I was muted, but I literally just said like the Rip Lance is just barely back behind the bulwark, like we were talking about earlier with the phosphorus.
Oh,
JP has his Rip Lance in the front line, so it's just going to get demolished right
destroyed.
off
Yeah.
And now he's got
Exactly.
the invulnerable, but I don't think it's going to matter.
There's a slight screw up here, which is I don't know if he's left enough room for his Rip Lance to actually get around. If Mission moves his Rip Lance slightly over, it's going to block that Rip Lance from being able to move because the Caribou is going to move forward. Right? And then it's going to have to go for a long ass walk around his entire board.
It has to go all the
way.
It found a gap.
Called it. Yeah.
Yeah, good call. I was thinking it might even go all the way around to the other side.
It's going to now.
And he's accidentally countered himself because that fucking invulnerability. I mean, the chance of it, he's getting shreked. Where's he taking that damage from?
The sword just knocked one.
The toxic? Yeah.
Toxic Berserker.
The sword heard Jimbo complaining about how useless it was and how he'd never seen anyone use it.
Oh, this
Colossus.
Colossus.
Looks like he lost, doesn't it? So
this Colossus.
Yes.
The Rip Lance healing.
Rip Lance wins it here,
Yeah.
Maybe.
He has to take out that Rip Lance.
The stream is so laggy, I can't tell who's winning or losing. Oh my god.
He did lose.
1 frame per second.
Not even
He
close.
did lose.
I knew it the whole time.
All right, I was wrong.
Yeah.
Rip Lance didn't win.
So that sword is useless, in other words. So mark that downstream.
Zayla said in the chat that they lost to Talus, couldn't get through the bulwark.
Oh, come on. Stop playing the phosphorus at the front. Come on, man. Put it back just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It takes a stun from Grocko too.
It's hurting my soul to keep seeing this.
I just can't believe he gave invulnerable to the Rip Lance. If you give it to Cardulox, do you still get the thorns even though they don't hit you?
Yeah.
Oh, why are you not putting it on that with the taunt?
Oh, I hate this positioning. Sorry, I'm now insulting our corporate sponsor.
It's okay. We can say he's trash at the game. We just love arcade, though. Unironically, arcade's great.
Yeah, Phosphorus is not doing much to that Heady. That's insane.
Heady's the perfect counter. Blind.
Yep.
The Riptor lost a one-on-one versus the Caribou. He killed himself to Thorns, despite 2 augments, despite invulnerability.
Well, JP's going to live this. The benefit with all the Toxic is usually take out most of their team anyways. If you can stack up Phosphorus with something like pure damage, he has a pretty good shot here. The root hurts. What held Phosphorus in position? Do you know?
The Twine, right?
The
I don't see a
slots have
Twine.
root on their Omega.
I don't see it. I didn't see it on the board though.
I thought it was one of his
That
bulwarks.
big ass boy right there next to the
And I'm saying right at the end he got rooted again.
Ah, I see.
I told him it was
There is
still a
a
bit laggy.
legendary augment that does a bind on 30% health trigger. Sorry, not bind, root. I don't think I've seen it in this game.
Evasive Veiling. I don't know if that's on the board right now. I don't recall what its icon is.
It should be really interesting.
There is a cling though on the on Talus's side, so most likely that was the cause. The cling Omega.
We're all so into this right now. Still hasn't moved his Rip Lance over.
He got the buffs up on. What's the one on the left that he's using on Phosphorus? Oh, that's the Omnivamp, right?
I think it's attack speed.
Yeah, it looks like Omnivamp and attack speed.
Yeah. Got through Heady pretty easy there.
Yeah, but I think he's gonna win this maybe. his Sloth can hang on.
Got good max health, so the 45 sec timer is going to win. Bloom just grants so much max health to everyone, to Phosphorus. I think he's got it.
I don't know. More units means less damage per unit on the overload.
Oof.
Does it really?
Yep.
Yeah, it splits. That's what Ben was saying earlier. It splits the damage based on units.
Yeah, but it doesn't drop it overall. I just figured they had less max health overall, but I guess I was wrong. The Grokkos just have so much natural bulk.
It's percentage max health, so it's doing percentage max health to your entire board, but splitting that percentage max health. So it's like the first tick is like 20% of the total max health. Everything on the board is split amongst the entire board. If that makes sense. Then it ramps up. So the more units you have on the board, the more that damage is spread.
Just having a quick look at the bracket. Eschard is playing against Vetemore now.
Can we get a stream?
Yeah, let's get a stream of that once it's going.
Vetamore's gone flat 2-0.
As in Vetemore is winning 2-0?
No, he's won 2-0 all the way up until this point.
Okay.
Oh, all his previous rounds have been 2-0. Okay. Yeah, we should get that one on here to see it if we can.
Yeah, I messaged Zedge, and I'll see if I can get that set up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so Vetemore 2-0ing all his matches. I wonder what kind of teams he's brought.
Okay, so Vetemore and Eschard have started, but I told them to pause after whatever game they do, and we'll catch the end of their series.
There we go. JP finally got him.
Comes back. Wow. That was round 7? We're going to round 8 now?
I also wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone who has put their streams up here. It's not particularly easy to set it up properly, and we've had a lot of people that have come forward and helped out. So just a big thank you to all them. And yeah, we're looking forward to the last few games too.
Yep, it's been great so far. Slowly building up to the end of that bracket. About to get some super hype matchups.
Do we have the bracket posted anywhere?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you, Neil.
Chuck it in the chat.
Okay, this Titanor on JP's side looks like it doesn't have space, so it's going to have to go for... Oh, it turned around, but then something new entered its attack range. This angle on the Titanor, though, he's going to stun through 3/4 of the enemy team here if he gets it off before...
Oh,
thing.
huge stun. That Riplance, how did he get it on the back line so easily? Doesn't matter, the toxic damage is just too much.
Perfect comp to play against Toxic, right? Like small, tanky bulwarks, which, you know, small, lots of them.
This Toxic Berserker Riplance, though, just shreds the big Colossus units. 4 Colossus on JP's side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that's game.
Wow.
Gonna win 2-0. You can see that Riplance on the Phosphorus was just too much.
I think JP had a bit of a few placement errors there. I think that's really what hurt him.
All right, just give me a moment as I go and grab Eschard's stream.
Okay, I'm excited to see Eschard play. I wish we could have started off with that series. I tried to get it as fast as possible, but it is what it is.
Oh, I had the chance, but I told them we didn't need it because we had JP coming on. So, but it's all good. It's all good.
Viper and Torex looks like an interesting matchup too if they haven't started yet.
Proto's there. He's in round 6. We'll take a quick look at the bracket, I think. I'd say here, we go right up to the top there. We got Hisapio up against Smartass to get into one of the semis. Then we got Pan and Insomnia. Pan managed to knock out Caveman and Riot 5, but he's going through the loser bracket now. Insomnia and Spike. Insomnia going through. Protozair going through up against against Tony. And then Viper and Torex are playing here.
Real quick, I want to just point out Protozair is at a bit of a road to go to. Is he a known member of the Illuvium community?
He's from MVP, I believe. He's just one of those ones without the title in there. It's been cool. It's been fun to get to know the players too.
Yeah, he beat Shabim, which is a great player, and then Renega, which is he's like 1900, 2000 LP as well. So he's a very good player. If I'm remembering.
No, Renega's over 2000. He's got 2 accounts. He's got a Smurf up there.
Yeah. So this is the dark horse we were talking about. I've not heard of him, but he looks like he's doing really well. Dude's tearing through the competition, and he's gonna have to play against the winner of Viper and Torex. So if we could please get that set up.
All our top end loser brackets are filled except for the Viper Torex game.
Hey, Viper's in losers?
No.
No. But if he loses, he'll be up here.
That's going to. Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm getting the stream now.
Viper Torex faces Septile, if I'm reading it correctly.
No, Protozair. Oh, you mean in losers bracket?
Yeah, the loser.
I'm not sure.
Looks like Zeptile's the only one without an opponent in losers round 5. Man, these matches are going to be hype as we get close to the finals.
Zeptile in chat. Losers are just losers. No need to sugarcoat it. Oh, I haven't seen Venomore play yet, so I'm actually really excited to watch this. I should mention that SJUD won game 1, so the first game Venomore has dropped all tournament, so it should be interesting. Also, I have no idea where Ben went. Okay.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Here. I'm just grabbing a drink.
And the winner of SJUD Venomore plays against the winner of either Viper or Torex playing against Protozair. So that's going to be a really, really fun match. We need to make sure we get that as well. Ooh, things are starting to look good. Hisapio and Smartass, that's fun. Ooh, boys, I'm getting excited. I'm getting so excited.
I want to watch all of these. I want to watch the Hisapio Smartass one too.
I know, right? There's so many good matchups right now. And then even like the Viper Torex, the loser of that plays against Zeptile in losers bracket. That's going to be hype. Viper or Torex versus Protozair will be hype. We're getting good. We're looking.
I don't know how the time schedule is looking, but once we start getting a little deeper and there's not as many matches left, we might want to have people wait a little bit so we can catch more of the matches on stream.
I 100% agree with you.
Not necessarily one by one, but maybe at least a little bit of a pause would be good because a lot of these are going to be really exciting to watch.
Yep.
So Venomor's just taking a quick break, which is good. I think everyone needs a quick break every now and then, and we've been pretty generous in the tournament stuff. Like we're trying to help out as many people as we can. Again, we had a bit of a messy thing with all the Epic Game stuff, and so we've got the SJUD game. We'll be putting it on in just a minute. Should be interesting.
What's the lore behind Trashbird? Because he doesn't seem very trash at the moment.
It was from PB1, 90 cost unit that was worse than all the other expensive units, and so someone called him Trash Bird and kind of stuck.
It stuck, and now the turntables.
How the turntables.
Now he trashes you.
It's a good name. It works both ways.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got the. Looks like we got the smartass Hisapia matchup on too.
Do we? Is that who we have?
Watch both at the same time. I don't care.
Let me have a look. It's super laggy. Oh, maybe not. I want to have a look who that matchup is. Yeah, it's Soda versus Smartass. Crap. Do we want to jump between them? I'd rather just focus on the SJUD one for now.
Yes. I would.
Yeah, so SJUD hasn't started yet.
Okay, let me set it up.
The Soda Smartass match is.
Wait, is that a rerun?
Wait, no, the SJUD one's going too. All right, we probably gotta pick one.
Let's go for SJUD Venomore. Okay, so Venomore's going for the classic. Oh no, interesting. I'm not sure what he's doing here. It looks like he has the 3 Invoker bonus late game. And Toxic early.
Yeah,
sorry about that,
Toxic,
guys.
some Bulwarks, some Invokers.
A lot going on, so I'm losing my head a little bit. But getting it now. So that Smartass game that he sent me has actually already been completed. He managed to get a recording and put it up on screen, which is insane, but we don't need it for now, so we might switch to it a bit later. All right, this looks really interesting. So what team did Venomore use? What has he got there? Oh my god.
Venomore had a sort of Bulwark, Toxic, maybe some Invokers for late game. Hard to say exactly how he's going to play it. And looks like SJUD is rocking the Trash Bird.
SJUD won 2-1 against Patat, but has won 2-0 every other game. Ooh, Toxic is decent against the Empath core. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, leading with 2 Toxic on round 1 shouldn't have a problem.
I heard he played I heard Venomore played Bulwarks game 1. I don't know if this is the same team.
Okay, interesting setup here. He's got the 3 Wildfire on turn 2.
Wildfire is surprisingly good.
3 Wildfire.
Oh, SJUD's isn't Empath, it's Bulwark. I don't know if I've seen Blazer Knight Bulwark core before. Maybe
it
once.
Looks like he actually has both. And it depends on the matchup that he's going for.
Interesting.
I'm not sure though.
I'm getting about 1 frame every 2 seconds on this stream right now. Actually, really hard to follow.
It's good on the actual stream. Maybe, yeah. Wait, let me disconnect Soda. That might help. Let me know if that's better.
Better for me, yeah.
Okay, so we can only have one in the thing at any given time, or it's going to buffer a lot. All good. Now we know.
All right, so the 3 wildfire goes down on round 2.
But closer.
Closer.
That one wasn't.
So it sounds like Vetemore did switch up his team for this game, from what I heard from SJart. So yeah, I like it when that happens. I like it when you switch up a team, try and counter, and then you don't know what to do on game 3 and stuff like that. It should be really interesting.
Looks like he's throwing in the air, so he can get hyper. I'm assuming against Vetemore's team.
Against the water.
Yep.
Playing around hyper, yeah.
And then throwing in the water Greco there to, I think, steal energy, right?
Drain doesn't steal.
Drain, yes. Okay.
And a dual left getting added in the back.
Ooh. Is that any good against the big bulwark? I guess it's... Yeah, any mage is good, right?
Astra does have the 3 air, though, which delays that first cast a little bit. See how much damage it can do.
Not enough.
His Blaze Knight's hitting everyone, though. He's fully buffing his own team and fully debuffing the opponent.
Yeah, the angle
Holy
on these Blaze Knight
damage.
tornadoes is...
The Blazer Knight one-shot
really
the
good.
Ranger. I think part of that was Wildfire.
The wildfire damage is 3 wildfire. Wildfire does a significant amount of damage over time.
There is one legendary augment in this pool that is insane. And Estret has bid 3 on it. Let's see if Vetemore recognizes it and blocks it.
I think Light Chosen is my favorite.
Okay.
He's recognized it. Yeah,
he does.
Yeah.
Good. If
he got that,
someone gets that augment, it is so powerful.
Does Blazer Knight have infinite? Does Wildfire have infinite jumping range? Like can it jump all the way to the other side of the board?
No, it does have a range.
Okay. Look at this precision. This is so hard to play against 3 Bulwark. He doesn't have 3 Empath, although he has an Atippo. He stacked the same Atippos together. What is that, the water one?
He has 4 Empath. 4. An odd interval.
Oh, no way, I was looking at the wrong side of the board. Yes. And he's got the air Atippo, right? Which actually boosts attack speed, so...
Yep. Attack speed buff and blind if enemies are in range of it.
Yeah, one of the best. It's like so slept on, it's insane.
Okay, adding in Rake for Steam and some rogue backline access. Is that going to be enough damage to disrupt this Blaze Knight?
I don't think so. I think that
doesn't look like it.
Yeah, that was a waste of MP.
We got breaking news. Torax beat Viper 2-0.
Wow. Viper in lower bracket.
Against Zeptile as well.
Against Zeptile. Oh, we need to get that match.
Alright.
Okay. Oh, big damage from Dual Left. Not going to be enough, but it's almost there. It's almost hitting hard enough to shred, but not quite enough.
Oh, the Rake didn't get onto it.
Alright, let's see if Estret goes anti-energy here to make it even harder for the Dual Left to cast. That's what I expect here.
Yep. That's the problem playing these Invoker teams. It just counters it so hard, and I'm not sure that Vetemore can come back from that now.
Yeah, the 3 air plus the biogenetic suppressors.
Yep.
Reducing the energy efficiency. It's just so difficult to get them to cast as much as they need to. Okay, but more repositioning, trying to get closer to the enemy comp so we can get the damage in earlier. You also added a Cephas for more Invoker. I think with all these biogenetic suppressors, though,
Yeah.
Invoker's going to have a really hard time scaling.
Look how slow their energy is going up.
Yeah.
It might as well just not be.
I mean, watch the timer on the first cast. This Dual F has Steam. And it's casting. It started its first cast 20 seconds into the fight. By that point, half his team's already gone.
Yep, and now he's shredded through the
over.
backline, and they've only casted once.
Yeah, this is lethal here. This is too much damage. Wow.
Yep, great showing from S-Jud. Nice try from Vetamore to change it up in that second series, but yep, the suppressors are just too strong against the Invokers.
Yeah. Okay, so that series is complete.
And now,
do we have who do we have next on the list? Next on the block.
Now he trashes you.
Let me go find a game. I really want the Torex game. The Torex Smartass matchup where, sorry?
It was Hisapio, Smartass.
Oh, I'm a little confused. Ah. Right. Okay. So which gram am I grabbing? Hisapio Smartass. Yeah, let me reach out to Smartass. Oh no, wait, he's outside or whatever. I don't think he can stream very well.
I've got a dip, guys. It's getting very late here for me. Thanks so much for this. I'll watch the rest. Martini, please take over from me.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Thank you guys for hosting. You've been absolutely superb. This has been absolutely wonderful. And thank you for everyone who played as well. It was really good to watch.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it back. Let's see what the ending is.
Yes, I'm gonna be waking up to see this, I think. But I've got the dip. Thanks, guys.
All right, have a good one, man.
Have a seat.
All right, let me just fix up the OBS quickly. If you guys want to find me a stream, I've reached out to Hisapio. Don't have much else. Maybe Zeptile, but he's not playing against Viper like you guys said. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, my bad on that. I thought he was. I can't even see Viper on the. Maybe I didn't look far enough. Oh, I see.
Sorry, what did we think about that S-Jud team? Like, is there any way to play around that?
I don't know. The way he has it set up is so smart.
You're put on the spot, Jimbo.
I don't want to talk about it.
How do you beat it?
Let's talk about it later into the tournament.
Yeah, let's hold off.
I don't want to ruin it for him.
It looks pretty strong, though.
But what I will say is, yeah, it looks very strong. It looks very flexible.
Oh my god, S-Jud on the chat. Ridiculous.
Oh,
right.
no.
We love it.
Oh, no. What's
It's so hot right now. Let's go. Talk your shit, bro.
We're on 114 likes
you
on
got
the
full
stream.
support from Jimbo.
I know we can get this to 200 likes if we tried for it. I need a stream.
Do we have that Soda Smartass matchup? Was that going on?
I can ask for it. No, it finished, but he was giving me a rerun.
Oh.
I'll ask for it while we're waiting. Yeah, I just don't know.
So it was Smartass and Soda, and then I don't know if he started his game against Sasapio yet or no. But that would be a really good one I'd like to watch.
Was Smartass Soda, was that in the lower bracket or the upper bracket? I don't see it.
I don't either. But I'm thinking maybe Soda made his name different from Discord. Maybe it's DRSGME. I don't know.
Yeah, his name might be different. I'm not sure. Or maybe it was like ages ago. Oh no, I don't think it was Soda playing. It was Smartass and someone else. No, I'm not sure. I can't remember. Sorry.
Okay, Smartass is currently in his series with Hasapio.
Oh.
He sent me a message and said he's 1-0 against Hasapio and he thinks he's winning.
DRSGME. Maybe that's Soda.
Yeah.
Maybe his registration name is different than in game.
We're going to change that rule for the future, by the way. It gave the Wildfire admins a freaking nightmare trying to find people and stuff. So we're going to fix that.
Smartass Hasapio. Is it possible to get that one up? If that's ongoing right now?
No, it's ongoing right now. It's in the middle of the second game.
Okay.
I reached out Hisapio and he hasn't responded yet.
What we should do is see if we can get the winner of Torex and Protozero against Estrad and get that set up.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting down to the wire here. We really need to get like as many of these matches in as we can.
Ooh, Wind has to forfeit against Hero because he's got to go to work or something like that. Where's the Lord Urano game? Anyone know? There, down there, next to Storm.
Is he in lower or upper? Oh, against Storming in lower.
Storm's streaming with 150 viewers right now too.
Who is Storm? Should I know who Storm is?
I think he's a Spanish.
Storming, Spanish Portuguese. Or Brazilian or Portuguese?
Probably.
Forgive me if I make a mistake there, but it's one of those.
Portuguese or Brazilian is what it is.
Yeah, he's rocking the Magma Toxic Air team. I might have beaten him a couple times on ladder with it, and he really liked it. So he started playing that a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if he was maining that comp in this tournament. He seemed to really like it. I feel like we saw quite a bit of it in the early rounds, and not as much in the last few games we spectated.
Yeah. So which games are best of 5? So that I can remind everyone.
Losers finals, winners finals, and grand finals.
Okay, so it's just the top 3 in the winners bracket, the ones we can see.
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. Let's jump into it.
Yep. So Urano with the opening, the classic Scoriox, and the backline. He looks like he lost to Storming in that first round to 3 Bulwark.
Do we know what the result of the first game was? Because I think this might be game 2. Unless this is game 1. I'm not sure. Torox comp is strong. I'm eager to see Torox. He might even be the grand final. Sounds like he's been doing quite well. The Magma at the back, I'm loving it. I'm glad we didn't ban the on-crit item on Scoriox specifically, because I think we would have seen a lot less Scoriox, because we would have, like, I don't know, it would have been just better to use that item on other things. And so we didn't really give an advantage to any individual Illuvials, like Kyle told me, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was absolutely the right call. Now you're still getting fair representation from all the potential carries. If we say other units can use it, but Scoriox can't, then gets a little out of whack. I will say I did some testing with the Blazonite, and Blazonite with some crit scaling stuff could get way out of control, kind of like Scoriox. So it's really good that we're not doing it just on Scoriox.
And even though we only announced the change like 24 hours before, I haven't looked at all the messages in Wildfire, but I don't think we've seen too much of any issues of people using it or something like that. So you love to see it.
Yeah, no issues of people using it, and also from what I've seen, not really any backlash. Like people are just all good about it. Like, cool, bug found, nice. This is just better for the tournament. Because you could imagine some people were really like attached to that kind of strategy and would feel bad about like, hey, why are you hurting me? But yeah, I think it was done in a very fair way. This is really good.
It's good. I mean, ideally we wouldn't have to do that or something like that. And in future tournaments we probably won't. But yeah, it's good.
For sure, and we're going to try to get the bug fixed as quickly as possible so we can get those augments back into play in a fair way. Okay, so Storming, yeah, as expected, Storming's playing the Magma Toxic Air team. Very, very strong team.
I will say though, Scoriox did a lot of damage there, so we might see him come back here.
Yep, he might just need to ramp him up, but getting those last two Illuvials off the board probably saved him a good bit of health.
The two rogues just give the Blaze Knight faster energy. They might be from last game, from the started game. I think you're definitely right. Oh, got an even thing. Let's go to the replay. We got it here. Oh my god, I'm gonna move Martini over. That's much better.
Nice. New spot.
It was a lot closer than I thought it would be. So this next one's gonna be really interesting. Does anyone go on the Discord and... Oh, 10-minute delay. That won't help. Hopefully Epic doesn't have an outage anymore. Maybe the Fortnite thing's wrapped up or something. I don't know.
Storming, there's double penguins here for 3 magma synergy count and 4 magma units. So we're getting 4 spreading magma zones. That's a lot of defense as well as a bit of
I do that all the time.
Extra dot damage on the burn.
I'm surprised Scoriox is having so much trouble.
Scoriox is doing a lot of damage though on Urano's side. He's got double offensive augments on it.
I'm surprised it's taking the Scoriox on Urano's side so much time to actually ramp up, even when he only has 3 Bulwark on the other side.
So it's a mix of a lot of things, right? You have 3 Bulwark for initial tankiness. You also have the Grit and the Resolve from all those magma units stacking up on the spreading zone. And then it has 3 air as well, which means that that initial cast of the Scoriox to start putting out his damage just comes that little bit later.
Yeah, really smart team.
He gets the double Colossus here if he places this on the board. What's interesting is there's no augments on Storm's side yet. Like if he stacks Scoriox now, he's gonna crush.
I like this positioning from Urano though, trying to split the enemy units up and having Scoriox focus on like big Colossus units instead of a lot of small units where it can gain a lot of value out of the splash damage. I like this a lot less than where he just moved it. I think when it was on the far right, that was actually a pretty smart play. So I don't know why he moved it here to this position.
Did he only just get 3 Arcanite? Because that's going to be a big boost. And the Titan Ore. Oh, I think it's going to break him.
Storming's got damage augments on Scoriox now. This is snowballing too hard.
Oh, yeah, so close.
Yes, GG, sir.
GG.
Is that 2?
I have no idea.
I don't know what the count is.
I'm just asking. It looks like he's got the code up, so it looks like it hasn't finished yet.
Okay. Yeah, looks like they're starting another one. Storming playing the same team again. No adjustments. I did not see what Urano went with. Although he has been playing the same team every match, right? So we're thinking it might be his only prepared team. Probably has nothing else.
Maybe. Very possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
be
the
interested
only
to see
thing
how he
played.
adapts this next round though, because it's the same matchup again, and it was kind of a one-sided stomp last game. So very interested to see if he plays differently to make the situation any better for himself.
Can you check on the bracket for me, Jimbo, if Smartass, Pan, and Pan are going to be best of 5?
Yep, give me 1 sec.
Oh, no, it's not.
So that's
Sorry,
winners
I hadn't scrolled
semis,
across.
right?
Yeah, it's all good.
So it would be the follow-up round to that one, if what Jimbo said is correct earlier. I don't know the structure, sorry, I can't comment on it, but should let you guys handle that. But yeah, we have Smartass Pan in winner semis. And then we have Esjud and the winner of Torex Protozoa in the other side of winner semis. Okay, Toxic Colossus start this time instead of the Skoriak start for Urano. Takes down the 3R3 Bulwark start.
The play for sure. He needs rogues. Everyone needs rogues. There's not enough. I don't think we've seen like any rogues in this besides that one Lalura. Oh wait, Urano used it a little bit.
The
but
one
still.
Lalura. Yeah, we had the
But no one's gone hard rogues. Oh, we had that one Ombre team.
The
didn't we?
Lura plus Volante, right? That was jumping the Invokers. We had
Yeah.
a little bit of rogue action there.
Yeah.
But yeah, very little on the rogue front.
Like
for
on the
sure.
ladder, I've been playing 7 Fire Ramfire like every game, and there's no Ramfire here.
7 Fire Ramfire. Are we going to see that in the tournament?
Doesn't seem like it.
I kind of doubt it because I feel like it can get countered too easily by specific teams where it just can't win no matter what.
Very little Ramfire in general. I feel like we've seen maybe
Yep.
2, like total, like 2 Ramfires even make an appearance.
Yeah,
Kind
do
of
you think
crazy
that's a
for how
response to
powerful
how
of a unit it is.
infrequent empaths are?
Yeah, it's definitely looking like variations of Toxic and Arcanites have had the highest representation.
Yeah, Estra's team seems like the only one switching it up besides, I think we saw Spike, who was playing 2 really interesting teams.
Oh, the Hyper's actually
Cal,
so good
cast
on this
HP game? Yeah, Cal wins this.
Damn.
Wow. Sorry, it should be Water Buffalo. We internally we just call it Cow. It's easier to say.
Toxic Cow.
Toxic Cow.
We can hear your scroll wheel, Martini. It's really funny.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. My mic is right next to my mouse. Usually noise filtering cancels that out. I gotta remember if I'm gonna do stuff, I need to always mute. My bad.
No, that's all good. That's all good. Quite funny sound.
I'm sitting here like while I'm waiting between rounds when the timer is ticking down. I just keep scrolling through the bracket. I'm just
Same.
like, It's so like interesting just to look at all the. There's so many matches still.
I saw the
lower bracket stuff,
Xborg.
too.
I saw the Xborg tournament coming up. It's got 512 participant limit. I don't know what their plan is, but we should learn from it, Jimbo, if they do a good job. Or if they do a bad job, we should learn from it. And yeah.
I can't wait to compete. All these guys are trash. I would have beaten them.
Oh, easily.
Oh, look at this. Scoriox off. How is he surviving so well? He has no bulwark. It's all the magma, you reckon? Like, on Storm's side?
Urano is always just like one tempo behind. Like, it looks like he's killing stuff, but then when the dust settles, Storming's comp always just has 1 or 2 extra units.
Yep.
Plus the Scoriox, and Urano is left with just the Scoriox.
He's just not killing the right stuff. That Riptorus being at the back is what won him that round right there.
Yep, the placement of your fighters is super important.
Also, because of the way this replay thing works, every single time I actually do a replay, I'm actually saving that video. So we can just like drop them on Twitter later.
Very nice.
What can Urano do here, though? He has a lesser nature Atipo and a lesser nature Volante. Those don't feel like they have any place here. He could add in more Arcanite. He could add in more Colossus. He could think about augmenting up his Scoriox to try to get more damage on it to actually be able to, get some of those early kills. This is tough.
Hey, I've got Torex in now.
Very nice. What do you think Urano's win condition is, Martini?
This round, I think he needed Scoriox damage. He needed maybe pure damage on Scoriox to chunk through the bulwarks. I feel like his damage output is just too low, and he's not able to kill enough things before his frontline melts.
Yeah,
adding in a Lulura there, I don't think accomplished anything.
I feel like people are underrating, like, consistently how good augments are on your hyper carry. You think I'm wrong there, or like?
No, this is the same in any auto battler. Like the whole, you get your core of units, and then you augment your carry. You scale it up. You add multipliers, right? You want to multiply its effectiveness. Adding in a Lulura and a Volante there on that last round did not multiply his team's effectiveness at all. It just added a little bit of backline pressure that didn't really enhance it at all. So you saw he fell very hard that round. Yeah. I actually think at this point he has no means of comeback. I think his board state is too weak, and Storming is just gonna steamroll over it. Storming is likely gonna add damage onto his Scoriox. So even if Urano adds damage on his own, it's not giving him any kind of advantage because Storming also puts damage on his. And yeah, I think this is going to be it. I could be wrong, but yeah, this is looking pretty one-sided.
The rogues are even worse too, right? Because he has the fighters back there protecting the Scoriox.
He has the fighters back there. The rogues immediately jump into both the magma degen and the toxic degen. Like, they're going to melt so quickly. Like, this Lulura is going to die before it can even cast. It's really not accomplishing anything. Like, just focus on the Lulura here. Like, let's see where it lands and let's see how long it survives. I don't think it gets to even cast.
Yep. See.
Yeah, that Lulura did nothing. I mean, yeah, this is...
Yeah, he placed his Riptorus just perfectly to counter that. It's I gotta note that for future reference.
Damn!
I've not seen anyone do that yet.
How do you get so crushed? I've been busy doing some other stuff. What happened?
Positioning.
Alright, well, let's go to the replay then. Sorry, I love my replay thing.
It's so good. Yeah, because you can see back here, the way he has his Riptorus set up, Urano's two rogues, they're just not going to do anything because they're just going to get threaded through by the Riptorus too fast. So there's literally no point to have those rogues in there.
Yeah, he lost a lot of tempo with playing those rogues. Those mastery points could have been spent on getting damage on the Scoriox earlier. It could have been adding an extra Arcanite in for, again, more damage both on the Scoriox as well as a secondary carry. He could have gotten maybe the Titanor in one turn early if he felt like his front line needed beefing up. Those two rogues really did not improve his board state at all and kind of sealed the deal there. Once those were in, he felt way too far behind. Rogues can be good. They can potentially disrupt backline, but you got to know when they're not good too.
Yep, 100%. Did we get Torex in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just waiting to start. I'll tell him to go. I'm sorting out something else that's a bit interesting. We have some interesting stuff happening.
I say that's
So we have Torex versus Protozoair fighting for the last spot in winners semis.
You guys got to tell me when it's ready. I got to sort this other thing. Yeah, Jimbo, did you see it?
Yep. I don't know.
Interesting. Guys, talk. Keep the tempo. Come on, we got this. You guys hear me?
My bad. I was trying to help Torex get his stream set up. He seems to be a little bit confused.
I think it was just frozen. He's got to restart it.
Oh, okay.
It's all falling apart this late in. Martini disappeared.
Oh no, it's fine. Interesting that Torex beat Viper. Huge upset. My personal favorite for the tournament. Right now, I think in the spot we're in, I'm really liking what S-Jud has going. I'm not sure who's going to move up through the lower bracket. It'll be fun to see what the runs in the lower bracket looks like. I think we're falling a little bit behind in the lower bracket as well. So if we could get... make sure that's going.
You were going to allow it? Tell Scorus to get started when he's ready. Forex, he's got it all sorted.
Very nice. Awesome.
You were going to allow that thing that we saw in Hyperion?
It's up to you. I don't see...
It's definitely frowned upon, but it's not in our rules. We should have added it.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I'm really interested to see how Torex has his stuff set up, because beating Viper is... And is Torex that guy when it comes to Arena? I don't think I've seen him on like Survival Leaderboard. I'm not sure what rank he is or anything. Do you have information on that, Martini? Kyle Illuvium?
I don't. Ooh, I go by two names. I can, let's see. I don't think I have up-to-date leaderboard data. I'm not sure what Ben was looking at. Yeah, it kind of feels like Torex is a bit of a dark horse right now, right?
Yep, for sure the dark horse.
Yeah. I think some of these other names we're seeing at the top, people were half expecting them to do well. And Torex is kind of the one outlier that, is catching people off guard. Especially the 2-0 against Viper, who a lot of people consider to be, definitely one of the best players right now. I would have loved to have seen that series.
Same. It looks like he has an interesting comp. I don't think I've seen an empath build with Cardilocks yet.
Empath with Cardilocks. Okay.
Yeah, you see that? That's
Yeah.
that might have thrown Viper off a little too much.
Yeah.
Don't spoil it. People might see this by the time we get in game.
What?
Don't spoil the deck because we haven't started the match yet.
Don't spoil the what? Pause.
The deck.
Oh,
the deck.
Team.
Yeah, see, I heard
Did
that.
you hear something else? I heard something else.
Yeah. Anyways.
Anyway.
Is that Aussie accent?
All right. Where's his You might want to answer Zedge in Discord. Let's see, where's his opponent?
What did Zedge say? All right. We're being very quiet.
Man, okay.
So what sort of deck, what sort of team do we think is gonna win this out in the end?
I believe it's going to be something like again, not going to give away too much from Estrad, but something with a lot of flexibility like Estrad's, or something completely random that nobody's really aware of yet. Like it looks like Torex might have, something off meta, something that people aren't playing, but something off meta that counters this Scoriox Arcanite build possibly, or a variation of it that people aren't expecting.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree. Either like a tech choice tweak to the popular meta build that just hard counters the mirror match, or something that no one's expecting, because likely people have been practicing and planning their comps around what they expect to face. So catching them off guard, I think, is the best bet for beating these meta comps.
Yeah, 100%.
We're just waiting for Torex's opponent now. He said he's under a bit of pressure, but we know he'll do very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, beating Viper is no easy feat, and generally probably not going to be just a luck thing, right?
It was 2-0.
Exactly. I'm really excited to see him play. I want to see what his comp is. I want to see that full deck.
Do you think many people have been changing up their teams as they go through the brackets and finding that they need to improve certain things and stuff like that, or it hasn't been too much of that?
I would say if you're smart, that's probably how you're playing it, right? You want to see what everybody else is building and then think about, if you can, on the fly as fast as possible, think about how I can counter this or make slight adjustments to my deck this or that way to outplay my opponent's possible decks.
Can we get this Torx match up on stream?
Yeah. Oh, we're good. Sorry. You guys gotta tell
it's
me.
Starting up. Let's do it.
Ah, crap. My bad.
It's all good.
It should pop up in a second. Jimbo's camera's gone. That's weird.
Okay, so legendary augment bidding, in case it didn't quite show up there in time. Protozoa just got a Templar imprint. I didn't actually see his deck list, the preview, but if he's rocking the
agree.
Very excited to see what happens with this one.
Ooh, interesting play here.
And the Archie. I love this.
This is very smart.
The Archie. So he goes for the Toxic Colossus, but with an Archie as well. I've never seen that.
I love Archie. Archie actually has one of the best heals per mastery in the game. That thing does insane amounts of healing.
That being said, I don't think he's in range to heal him. Could be wrong.
It's just a little bit of extra auto attack damage and HP on the board too. If you're talking like overtime in these kind of slow, drawn out fights, it's really interesting. A lot of people in this 2-unit start with the Cardulocks would either put a suit on the Ranger to make it tankier, or use a more expensive shield to fill in that kind of gap in mastery points that you might normally see with just a 10-cost shield.
Yep.
I really like this tech, adding in the Archie.
I don't think that's beatable round 1. I can't think of a way you stop that unless you had good rogues and they managed to take out Archie. But the Thorns just kills rogues anyways. I don't think you can beat this. Not on round 1. You know what I mean?
This is going to be an empath versus empath mirror, though. And Protozoa has the Templar imprint. Just going to make his board really, really tanky. But then Torex has the big toxic units, so this is super interesting. I'm actually so excited to watch this. Oh man,
this is so good.
Yeah, he's putting the baby trash bird in a really interesting place as well.
Why is he putting it back there?
He's trying to set it up to be bait for the enemy tornadoes.
Yep.
Because enemy tornadoes target the farthest away enemies.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to get it to be as useless as possible. But
he's got it.
Fern has a pretty short range, so he actually runs forward quite far. It doesn't stay in the corner there.
It might go into the tier 0 and Archie up.
But it still missed.
Yeah,
it still missed the bull.
If you want to do a bait like that, you need a unit with longer range, so it doesn't walk so far forward. Or even better, something like an Ebb, who doesn't move.
The Tornado's still missing the bull though. Wow, this team is insane.
This Torex team, though.
Yeah, plus he still did set it up pretty well for the stun, so very nice by Torex.
Yeah, this Torex team is, I'm gonna say, like, innovative in that it's taking a spin on very popular synergies and combining them in a way we haven't seen before, and it looks like it's very successful so far for him. This is super cool.
I kind of do dislike that it's empath versus empath, but it's still working so well.
Yeah, it is empath versus empath, but it's not your typical empath versus empath. There's actually quite a bit of skill, and I think he's just set it up way better. He's optimized like the toxic with the empaths. Does he have Scoriax in there as well? I wonder if that even comes into play. Yeah, I for sure understand the hate towards empaths. I hate them too, but this matchup and the innovativeness makes up for it for sure. Plus, it's not like they're always going to overtime. He killed him that last round. If that holds up in this round, they set up.
Yeah, I suspect as we get into round, let's say 4+, we're probably going to see mostly overtimes because both sides are going to reach that critical mass of healing and survivability, and there's unlikely to be enough damage for either side to win outright before overtime.
Yeah. He can't get enough heals on the Cardulox. He needs to put his units way more back to draw out the other empaths. He should have put them at the back of the board.
So the Archie wasn't close enough to heal it. The Ador is able to reach the Cardulox.
That's it. The Archie or the
has too many units here, so when you get into overtime, remember we were talking about this damage split. He has 7 units versus the 5 on Torex's side. So the 5 units are going to be taking quite a bit more damage from overtime.
They've got more healing and less shielding.
This should go to Protozoa.
They do have a lot of healing though. Yeah, not enough.
Oof. Yeah, if he puts the Gyarados and everything back at the back of the board, he should take this. Yeah, you have to take the 15
I
crit
think it's
resolve, don't you?
also unlucky that he's not on the left side so that the Cardiolox doesn't walk as far away from the Archie and the other healer.
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah,
to
if
win
he had
this, he has to
more
move.
heals actually in range and hitting that Cardiolox, that thing might have never died. So that's a positional thing.
He's going for the magma buff. That's going to be. I could honestly see that changing the pace of the game because he has that Scoriox. He could put that magma buff on the Cardiolox.
Yeah,
Let's see.
a little bit of resolve can go a long way against the small empaths because they
Yep.
do small ticks of damage. So mitigating a flat damage amount from them can turn into a lot of effective HP.
This is a really weird. Oh, I like the ebb there. That would be so good.
Well, the ebb can definitely heal the Cardiolox because it has board wide range,
and it'll take
has
the Blazonite
range limits.
It'll take the Blazonite if it's off the right.
And if this Titanor, I don't actually like this Titanor taking so much aggro right away. I wish he'd pull it back and let it come in late because this Titanor stun, if he can keep this Titanor alive and get the stun off multiple times, it hits Protozoa's entire board. It's a decent amount of damage and just it stops them from doing anything for 2.5 seconds.
Well, between the ebb and the Adore, it should stay alive. I don't know how he can.
It's taking the entirety of the aggro from Protozoa's team, and it's getting debuffed by the Templars, so it's getting its resistances drained. I think this Titanor is taking way too much aggro. It might even die before it gets to cast, to be honest. Like, this thing needs to be way safer. I think he's undervaluing the survivability and the long-term value of this stun. Like, look at this. This thing is dead before it even casts.
Damn.
That's a huge opportunity lost there. Yeah, I would call that a pretty big misplay or misread of the situation.
Venomor's commenting on your Illuvium Master merch.
Oh?
He said when. Maybe he wants one.
He noticed?
Yeah.
Yeah, when do I get some of that?
We'll have to tell Artemis.
It does look like Protozoa is going to take this with the classic build.
Oh, but Martini, how do you beat this? How do you beat that Blazonite?
I think he needs that Scoriox in there. It looks like he's about to put it in now. Because he's about to get the double magma bonus. I'm not sure he has a weapon that he can bond with the Ranger to get triple, and I'm not sure he even wants to do that.
Moving them more to the left is interesting. Yeah, I like that.
Wow.
Yep.
Full reposition. He's trying to get his tanks closer to the heals. I think this is a bit much in the investment side, moving this many units. You're losing out on a lot of raw value that you could be using those mastery points for, just augmenting up your units.
Got 7 empath now.
I still think Titanor shouldn't be in the front. I think Titanor needs to try to survive a lot longer and get multiple stuns off. This positioning, he might get 1 stun, but it's still going to be really close.
You think he's better off on the other side of the Ranger?
Yes, I think you want Titanor coming in later because the way it is clumped is maximum Titanor value on his Omega.
Yep.
Like, the value of this unit right now is not its tankiness, but its Omega, and he's just using it as an 8 HP meat shield to just absorb damage and die, which I really don't like here.
I agree 100% with that take.
Like, sometimes Titanor is a meat shield, but not in this particular game.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the granite bonus here or any kind of like augments to buff him up at all.
Okay, looks like Cardiolox took full aggro there, so Titanor gets 1 big stun off.
Oof, that shield is so big though.
Titanor went hyper right before it went down.
This is not happening for Torax. I think this might be the end of this match.
I'm thinking maybe he should have moved his Scoriox in a place where he could have gotten hyper closer to the empaths that could have opened them up to just having it dead sooner.
Yeah, hyper can definitely make a big difference. As we discussed before, if you have that fighter hyper, it's such a huge damage increase. You get both a ton of attack speed and you get resistance piercing.
I'm surprised that Protozair is doing so well with this build. We haven't really seen a lot of people using the empath build, like, because this is the more of the original empath build that we have been seeing and ranked everywhere. Yeah, and not many people have been using it. Maybe it was a little undervalued by the players in this tournament.
Yeah, the 7 baby empaths just ramping up to the maximum empath stack really quickly. We've seen some of it in the tournament, but not that much. Still looks like it's holding its own.
Yeah, I think the empaths just do so bad into Skoriax. Ooh, it looks like... Yeah, but I don't think he has the optimal build for Skoriax. I don't think that empath build works with Skoriax as well. I could be wrong.
This is not
but
Torex.
It looks like he is taking.
This is Caveman versus I have no idea.
Oh, I thought we were going into the next game with Torex. Should we tell him to hold
Caveman
off?
versus Leo main.
Should we tell Torex to wait?
No, we'll jump between them. I definitely don't want to hold up the tournament.
Okay. I would say when we get closer to the end, we should just watch all the games, right? But I think for now, there's still quite a few games to go in the loser bracket, so it seems reasonable to jump between them.
Yeah, we can watch the last 3 if you'd like.
Unless loser's bracket catches up, I don't mind.
I'd rather watch just the last 2. It's a lot to do a best of 5 for the last 3. If we take a quick look at Torex's stream. Do you want to watch Caveman's or do you want to just focus on Torex's?
Let's watch Torex's here.
Alright.
And we can
I think we should because it's still in winners, right? So let's focus on.
Let's not focus on the losers.
Focus on winners bracket.
Just kidding, guys. It's a joke.
Key. Torex is running it back with the same team. We saw him in the lobby actually eyeing another potential comp, but then it looks like he decided against it and is just running it back. Maybe he feels like he can make adjustments to gain an advantage over what happened last time, because last time he just didn't quite have it. Maybe he's realized the potential mistake he made and is looking to adapt accordingly.
All right, should be interesting. It's a shame that me and you weren't playing, Jimbo. We probably would have just won this out, but that's okay. Apparently some people were really mad about how all the brackets and everything got set up at the very start. About, like, I don't know, there were some issues going on with trying to get everything started and things like that, but we got it sorted. So big thank you for everyone for being patient, for sure. The Archie opener. Did he place them all at the back this time?
Yeah, he went full backline.
Good. It's the only way Torex is going to win this.
Shall not be defeated.
I wonder if Torex is going to try to put all his units full backline to try to get the little empath clump to walk forward in awkward directions and kind of space out a bit so they're not as efficiently clumped to get all the benefits of all the Atypocasts and everything.
That's pretty smart. I'm not sure.
Okay, this is cool. Yeah, I'm interested. So not only is he putting them in the back, but he's putting some units to the side. He's really trying to get the empaths to separate. because they're stronger in general the closer they are to each other. Once they start separating out and they're fighting more 1v1 battles instead of all fighting together, they do get a lot weaker. So this is really interesting tactic. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm very interested to see.
What the hell is this?
They're stronger together.
Yeah.
Just like us.
Like, look at
Oh,
this
this is
separation
so
right off the
interesting.
bat.
You actually split them.
Now they're all spread out, yeah.
I've never seen that before. You could have put a door and fern further back, but besides that.
I think he needs some more damage to pull this off, but I like where his head's at. And I think it'll actually work.
I don't know if he does need damage, because a lot of the units are missing out on heals and shields and stuff because they're so spread out.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
That
This is Giga Brain.
He's just naturally at a disadvantage, Protozoa now. Like, his units really want to be close to each
This
other.
is
so he's missing out on
wild.
a lot of value.
Oh,
And
you're right,
Torx
dude.
with
This is a 200
positioning
IQ play.
forcefully split up
I've never seen this before.
Protozoa's board. This is awesome.
Can Proto come back? Is there a way he can fix against that? He's got to place them on the right, doesn't he?
Is complete.
think he
If
needs
he
to do
puts
something
them all
to
to
keep
one
his
side, he can just
activated.
move the Illuvial on that side back. And I think they still will go in different directions. There's still ways you can abuse that.
And then with that kind of movement, you have a real imbalance in the points spent, right? Because let's say Protozoa shifts everything to one
Yep.
side to try to keep them together. That's a lot of points to move all those units.
And
Maybe it
it-
helps him for one round. Torx responds one round later and just moves that singular
Yeah.
Illuvial.
Exactly.
Now they
can't really-
still get split up, but Torx has a mastery point advantage because he didn't spend so many doing all the movements. This is so cool.
Absolute Giga Brain strategy.
Well, that's really
this
weird.
Positioning back, center, and then one on each side to just create chaos.
Proto didn't move. Proto didn't put them on the left like he did in the last game, though. I wonder why he changed it.
Yeah, that's a good point because he just full cornered in the back last time. But see, this is the kind of craziness you can get with 11,000 hexes on the board.
Cooker ran all the
Small-
way
Get
out.
this in TFT.
Big mistake.
Small positional improvements can just create so much variance round by round. Nothing went to the Ador though. You see the Ranger ran all the way up to the middle of the pack, and now his whole pack is still sitting there. So this time they didn't split up as well as they did last time.
Yeah, the Ranger stuffed that up a little bit.
So this is not going as well. And now the full empath comp is able to reach critical mass. Wow. We've got a game.
You know what you do? What you do is you actually give so many max health items and just build full healing. And if you max it out, then they can't possibly win because you win the end game.
I still think he can pull those back a little bit, and they'll still spread out even more. What do you think about that, Kyle? The two up front in the front line, you pull them back just a little bit, and that spreads them out just enough.
I think so, yeah. Because right now the Ador is so close that those ranged units don't have to move very far to attack it. So even though it's drawing some aggro, they're still staying really tightly close together. Yeah, it's almost like he needs it a little further back, so the Atipos in particular have to run forward more. The Atipos have pretty short attack range. But when you have it so close like this, they barely have to move. So I think if he's sticking with this strategy, he really needs to lean into it and get that clump to split up. Because I think if that clump stays together the way it is, even though Torx had a couple of nice early rounds, I don't think he's going to be able to overtake it.
The Ranger runs too far as well. You've got to put it behind the Atipo. You've got to put the Cardulox behind the Atipo as well and let the enemy run to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let your Atipo hold the ground and let your melee units have to do some awkward pathing so they don't reach the enemy as quickly.
It'll also split up the aggro as well. Is the Sloth ranged? No.
No. He is slow though, so like he does walk very slowly.
I think putting it up there in front line's a big mistake.
I agree.
Especially if you want them to spread out, you want to put him back like we were talking about. And I think.
I would agree. Yeah, I think putting this melee unit in the front is just going to walk up. It's like you're effectively ditching the plan of splitting them up, and you're just letting them stay as a clump now. And it's already kind of been proven that he doesn't have enough damage to deal with the clump. So yeah, this is rough. I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, and it's going to cost way more now if you want to change it.
Yeah, I mean, against the air units, this Nature Colossus guy is going to go hyper, which makes him a bit tankier.
Not sure that'll be enough, though. We'll
But
see.
I don't think his tankiness is the problem here. He doesn't have the damage to kill the clump, right?
Yep, and he still would have gotten hyper if he put the sloth back maybe 20 hexes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I have faith on this one. He might just take it.
No, he's just doesn't have the damage.
Damn.
Man, I loved where his head was at on that first round, or that second round. I would have loved to see him like continue on that, but now I don't think he can win now. It's going to cost way too much to pull those back.
He can still win. I would like to see him give it a shot anyways. The Ranger runs so fast too. You'd have to fix that. But he had the right idea. He thinks he needs DPS, but I don't think he has enough anyways.
I think he does need DPS, but still you have to pull them back. It's not an option.
Yeah, I agree.
He's trying to split the aggro, I think.
I don't know if it would have been enough, but he needed to lean a little harder into that initial plan of separating them. It's almost like he gave up on that plan.
He just went Steam. He was thinking about the Arcanite, but he would have to sell and it wouldn't work. Oh, he's doing it.
I think this is the last-ditch effort. He's trying to get as much damage as he can. And the Toxic Colossus just wasn't outputting the DPS, so he's going for the Arcanite. I think it's too late for it to matter. I don't think it's going to be enough, but like I know where his head is at.
You never know. At least he's not going to get stunned out by Cooker, which would have been a problem. Oh, 60 mastery points
I
left.
wonder if there's a way now, with this committal to trying to get Square Axe to do a bunch of damage, I wonder if there's a way to get him closer so he gets hyper.
Oh, the Cooker switched sides.
Oof, yeah.
So without hyper on this Scoriox, I think it's too little too late. He's not going to have enough damage.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. This is what's. Oh yeah. Yep. I feel like this was completely winnable too. That's unfortunate.
Damn. Where'd that Blazonite go?
Yep.
Game.
GG.
GG, guys.
Let's quickly rewatch that.
All right. So that was our last. So we now have our full set of winners semis, right?
I don't know. Let's check out the bracket.
That was the last winners quarterfinal match, I believe.
Thanks to Venomor's help, I've got it set at top 64 now. We can see Smartass is in our first best of 5. Let me just quickly tell them so that they don't stuff that up. Smartass is our best of 5. We've got Venomor up in the losers bracket. So we're waiting for the losers bracket to catch up quite a bit. Unfortunately, they're quite a bit behind. So Smartass has got a bit of a break. Unless S-Judd comes into there early. We've got Torex against S-Judd next. We've currently got Caveman's
not
game.
Torex, not Torex. Yeah, Proto's are.
Oh yeah, Proto against S-Judd.
If you have that fighter hyper, it's such a huge damage increase. You get both a ton
Damn.
of attack speed and you. Okay, so it looks like Smartass and Pan had a close match. It was a 2-1. It wasn't a 2-0 sweep. Unfortunate that we weren't able to catch any of those games. That would have been cool to see.
So we are going to take a look at Caveman's game. I'm going to ask him what the score is.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think I was scrolling again there. My bad.
All good.
Yeah, looks like he's still rocking the classic Phosphorus and Scoriox with 3 air and Toxic.
We love to see it.
Yep, I'm not sure we've seen Leo. What was Leo Main's team this series? Okay, there we go. He's showing it off. It looks like it's a mirror matchup, maybe? Yeah, I think it's a perfect mirror matchup here.
I was looking away for a sec. You're saying we have a mirror of the air magma.
I believe so. I wasn't able to fully
Arcanite.
grasp Leo Main's team. I wasn't able to fully see it, but I believe it's a perfect mirror.
Okay.
TSG says think of the VODs, so don't watch the losers stream and don't skip between matches and stuff. Sounds good. When we have the next winners match coming up, we will switch to that.
I would wait because we have to wait for losers bracket to catch up. So let's wait, make them wait to play their winners match. We'll watch this while losers bracket is catching up, and then we can go to the winners.
I think it's fine to let S-Judd and Proto play.
Okay.
And we'll switch to that when it's ready.
And then wait on the winners final match.
Yep.
For some of the losers brackets to catch up. Yeah.
Shall not be defeated.
Goldson has disappeared, apparently. Alright. I'm starting to get a bit tired now.
Okay, he's debating putting in Flare or Senge here, it looks like. I wonder how he's going to decide whether he wants Furiox, Flare, or some kind of Furiox, Flare, and Phosphorus, or if he wants Scoriox and...
Okay, so he has the Furiox Flare, slightly cheaper Arcanite Bulwark combo.
Yeah,
Or for more expensive, he has Scoriox Singe.
He bonded with the Ripturus to get Bloom, so I'm assuming he's going to put in Phosphorus after this.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so he has Bloom Arcanite without Bloom active, but he has Arcanite active for the damage on the Furiox.
Also, just playing for that next round to get that Bloom activated, and he's got 3 Arcanite.
Arcanite 2 Bloom.
I'm just telling S-Judd to wait, and we'll go to his game after this one. Finish this one up first.
If that works, it looks like it's still going to work out for him, possibly. Oh.
Yeah, Leo Main's swarmed a little too hard here, I think. I think the Furiox should take this, but it's pretty close.
Damn. Nice shot.
Pretty close, but yeah.
I have no idea how the first
Won that
game
without
went.
even having the Bloom. I don't think he can come back from this, right? He's going to get such a strong buff here with the triple Arcanite, double Bloom.
This is a bit sneaky too. Notice how Caveman put 1 bit on the fire affinity chip with the Furiox and the Flare. He's actually sitting on 2 fire. If he gets this,
yeah,
that's a
huge.
very, very cheap way to activate 3 fire.
GG, right?
That's a lot of damage. That's gonna give a 30% damage buff on Furiox, and then a 10% damage buff to the other units. That I think is an amazing pickup by him, and I think Leo Main should have taking his time a bit more on the legendary augments and consider blocking that fire, because that's actually really, really efficient.
Throw it on phosphorus and just end it early.
And you see he immediately equips it to activate 3 fire. Very, very strong.
Ooh,
I have to go Caveman on this one.
It's a good play when you can see that sort of stuff in legendaries. It can make a big difference if your opponent misses it.
I don't like this frontline phosphorus though. This is kind of going back to what Ben was talking about earlier. Like, no reason to put your carry as a primary target for aggro. Like, what's your useless units take aggro?
Yeah, definitely a misplay there on the placement side.
Yep. Wait.
Now he's trying to upgrade it.
Leo main takes this. Splash on against Squarehouse takes man.
Man, that thing's attacking so fast because it went hyper. Scorius goes hyper, you can't stop it.
He got in the extra magma units, extra layers of defense to keep with that the overlapping magma zones here, keeping his team alive. I really like this fire augment pickup by Caveman, but I think he's getting out positioned here.
I agree.
Or it could just be a magma diff.
I was also thinking that the magma's just giving them so much tankiness, but what's going to be telling here is if this phosphorus can get through the seer fast enough. If it can, that's pretty much GG. If not, that's also pretty much GG.
He's really relying on Furiox for damage here. If you notice this, the phosphorus, he played 2 defensive augments on phosphorus, so he's really trying to use that unit as just something that sits there in the front line and is really, really hard to kill. Gets some HP regen with Bloom, gets some AoE damage with his ability, but he's not geared him up to be a damage carry. He's really got him augmented here for defense. I'm hoping the Scoriox or the Furiox can just go out and control him for everything. This magma though, like all these melee units walking into the magma burn, it's so
he's on the Scoriox
they aggroed onto the Scoriox. Oh no, that's so bad for Leo main.
Wow.
Ooh. And now if he wants to move that over, it's gonna cost a lot.
That Scoriox position, he needs that out of the way, right? Like,
yes.
Oh man, because his well, from Leo main's point of view, his own right side held on strong, but his left side melted, and then the Furiox was able to get in. And Caveman is switching sides, predicting that Leo main's gonna move his Scoriox to that side, I think.
Even if he doesn't, it's possible that the Furiox there is going to take out the Seer fast enough for the Phosphorus to have more agency.
He just won the round with that positioning. I think this is Caveman predicting that Leo main is going to adjust, and he's trying to catch him off guard with the prediction. What would be next level is if Leo main actually moves his Scoriox to the other side, predicting
that would
the
be
prediction.
next level.
Let's see what happens.
Things are heating up, boy.
Jacques.
Got 5 seconds left optimizing here.
What happens?
Okay, here we go.
He didn't move the Scoriox at all. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's really bad for him.
Oof.
Caveman would have been better off leaving the Furiox where it is, as it turned out, because Leo main didn't move positioning. So I think this was a failed prediction.
Oh
yeah, that was definitely failed prediction. Kind of unlucky because I feel like that was the right move, but like if Leo main was really thinking, hey, this is getting to my Scoriox too easily, he either was using that reverse psychology where he's like, I know he's going to move it over here, so I'm not moving, or he just thought he couldn't win. I'm not sure what.
Maybe
Again.
a little bit of luck there, and maybe he didn't even think about it, and Caveman overthought the situation and kind of took himself down there. Or maybe Leo Main just next leveled it and is like, he's going to predict me. I'm just going to stay here.
Okay.
That was interesting.
Definitely, for sure.
Because I know their board states are slightly different, but we can effectively call this a mirror. It's very, very close. And in these mirror matches, the smallest details make worlds of difference.
I completely agree. How do you feel about him moving the phosphorus over there? I think that's not a good idea, right?
Can't even
He
get
wants
to
the
run
seer
around
over
anyways.
there on the phosphorus.
This phosphorus is gonna path to the left and go onto the seer anyway, I think, because it's kind of blocked. Unless it moves forward and then wraps around the right side of the rift. If it wraps around the right side of the rift dress here, I think it's pretty good because that allows him to punch through the right side faster. But I think the phosphorus is going to go way left.
Well, that might be why he put the tier 0 there. He might have thought it would redirect over to the right.
But you see it went all the way to the left anyway.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to get it to wrap around to the back line. That makes sense, but
he lost so much.
To wrap around the right side
file.
and get rid of those the squishier fighters on the right instead of all the bulwarks that are on the front left.
Yep, and he put the tier 0 there, the tier 0 fighter there to try and get that phosphorus to force it over to the right side instead of walking around to the left, but just a bit of a misplay on the placement there.
I think we go another round though, because
yeah, I think so.
Wow,
game.
Big hit, 620 health, minus 40, just barely. One more unit dies there. That was around 7. We almost saw around 8 there. Wow, that was a very interesting match.
Yep, I completely agree. That was great.
Sure.
Was that game 1? I don't even remember.
I think that was game 2. I have no idea what the score from game 1 was.
We're waiting in anticipation. Chat's probably screaming at us right now. We're 10 minutes in the future, guys. We can't hear you.
That was game 2. And Caveman's out of the tournament now, unfortunately. He had a really good run, though.
Yeah.
He had a really good run.
Yeah, really good run. Super unlucky that he moved his Furiox over there. I want to say that was a misplay, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was doing some mind games there. I really feel like if he would have kept the Furiox over there, he would have just killed him that next round and probably won the game.
Also, the phosphorus move was waiting for a reboot.
Because if he would have kept the phosphorus on the other side and the Scoriox on that right side, he probably could have gotten the phosphorus on the seer, and then the Scoriox could have killed that front line, which was mostly fighter, so he could have gotten through that, and then maybe his Scoriox would have been able to get to his opponent's backline Scoriox. I'm not sure, but I really think the phosphorus should have been on the left.
Yeah, it's just setting it up. They had a weird crash, so I'm excited for when we can do this and the build is a bit more stable and stuff too. Like, it's mostly good, but we had our issues today. So again, thank you so much for everyone for bearing with us. But we're almost there. Apparently the game isn't loading.
Yeah, we'll just give him a little bit of time.
It's all good. I'm so tired. Let's take a look at the bracket. All right. Venomor, Torex, Insomnia, and Hisapio are waiting down the line. Spike and Leo Main about to play soon. We saw Leo Main recently, didn't we? And then we've got Tony, Liger, and all the rest of it. Very cool. And we've got Proto and S-Judd. We're about to watch them as soon as they're ready. Having a weird issue at the moment. And then we've got, Storm playing, I think that's Soda. We're waiting on 2 weird games. Tails and Godson. Godson had some technical difficulties, but I think he's back now, so hopefully that finishes up.
So how are we feeling about our top 3 favorites to win?
Just one quick thing before Jumbo. ScoreX, you can filter that down to top 32 now to just get a slightly cleaner view of the bracket, since there's a bit of excess on the left side. So yeah, to Jimbo's question, top contenders now. I mean, you got to put all the people in winners up there, right? That haven't lost their series yet. So currently, that would be S-Jud and Protozoair in winners semis, and then Smartass, who's already made it to winners finals. So like for me, I would put those 3 just because they're the only ones that haven't lost a series yet.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised with Vetemor's his play. He's been doing really well. Surprised by the upset where Viper lost to, who was it again? Torex.
He lost to
Torex. I still think he could do well as long as he can keep his head on straight. But yeah, I think S-Jud, Smartass are probably my favorites right now. I still have faith in my boy Viper, but we'll have to see if he can claw his way through the losers bracket.
All right, I've got something I'm going to make a ruling on. Can't unequip weapon.
Yeah, I'd like to think Viper still has a pretty good shot, but he's got a lot of matches to claw through to get back.
Unfortunately,
through winners, right?
His part of losers bracket is lagging behind a little bit, so I'm not even sure he's in his next game yet.
Yeah, we got to get these losers games catching up. Like, I'm looking at Viper's potential path to get to the end, and he still has 7 more games in losers.
I think it'll be fine.
So
I think he'll be fine.
They have some catching up to do.
Oh, here we go. We're in game. Whoops. Oh, no, wait. I don't have it set up. All good?
Okay,
we'll get it up in just a second.
Okay.
Alrighty. And we're live.
Awesome. Okay, so Bloom and Tsunami, I don't think that's going to matter. He looks like S-Jud is preferring the Carbonite protocol, which is the invulnerable for 8 seconds, and then the stun wave, just putting 1 in there. I assume this is probably going to be a canceling out of each other.
Yeah. I think the first 2 won't get any bids. I think we'll either see a tie or a 1-1 split on the other 2.
Interesting. He actually went for the Bloom. Maybe he's using a different comp. I wasn't able to see his team comp. Oh, S-Jud is.
Oh wait, S-Jud's not playing the Blazonite team.
Yeah, dude's going for a rogue.
What does he got here? Rogues?
Yeah.
So he took
finally
because he wanted to block it because he's going for burst damage. So he doesn't want to give the invulnerability.
Fuck
to the opponent. But the stun wave, I mean, that's pretty good against rogues too. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we were just saying about how we haven't seen a lot of Ramfire. This is the staple of his deck is Ramfire, so we'll see how that turns out for him. Is he playing against an empath build? I'm not really sure. I don't know why they would go for Bloom.
Well, Protozoair played empath in the last round.
Yeah, but
I didn't see the preview. I don't actually know.
Maybe he has a phosphorus hyper carry with the empaths. I wish we could see.
Yeah, for the Bloom bid, right? You're wondering about that.
Yeah, unless that was an accident. I doubt that though.
Yeah, I thought for sure S-Jud was playing the Blazonite thing, so he's got a rogue comp.
Yeah, I do think Ramfire is really good into these empath comps. I'm not sure how accurate that actually is, but from my experience, I have a winning win rate with Ramfire into empath and a losing win rate with anything else. The problem is that stupid Kuka. That can really cuck your Ramfire. But he doesn't really have it in a good place to do that. though it is a cheap unit. It wouldn't cost much to move.
Okay, so what's the progression we're seeing here? So more damage dealers on Estrad's side, and I'm gonna just assume that Protozoa stops more empaths onto the board.
I'm going to
So it's
assume
going to be a race of burst damage versus sustain.
I'm going to assume Estjud has tested this a lot and knows what's going to win. I'm surprised he doesn't have an Illuvitar, which is kind of weird. But anyways, we should have a not allowed in unless you have an Illuvitar rule in the future.
Oh, he does not go into 7 empath. He goes straight into Wildfire Templar.
That was, I don't know if that was the right move.
This Blazing Knight just got murdered.
Yeah, it got absolutely murked.
Okay, well, first 2 rounds, pretty one-sided.
He's going to try and kill him before he gets 7 empath. Blazing Knight really only does something when you give it the augments. Yeah,
oh, there we go.
This is going to be insane.
And perfect mastery point. He knew this was a good counter.
It took him about all of 5 seconds to do that.
He knew what he was doing. He definitely knew he was countering this exact team with this exact team.
Well, Viper was talking about the team on Twitter. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. But, I mean, everyone probably saw it coming. Yeah, Blazing Knight really only kicks up in, like, maybe round 4 and then round 5. And so you got to make sure you don't lose round 4. Because you can't beat this round 3.
Can this Blazing Knight empath setup survive the burst?
Ooh, goodness gracious.
With the crit and attack speed, it's just too much.
Yeah, and he's got hyper, it's over.
And he's got 3 air for reducing the energy of the first cast. It's literally the counter.
Melting.
The question is, does Proto change his team next round?
He barely even needed the Omega there.
Well, it looks like Protozoa's got one more round to figure something out.
The Rogue imprint? That'd be wild.
Yeah, I don't think he needs that.
He has to take damage reduced because that could screw him over, not the other way around. He definitely won't equip it. But that's
Impact
the right play.
Dampener, yeah. So I think he's blocking Impact Dampener. Again, Estra doesn't need that but since he's trying to do burst damage, Impact Dampener is going to be pretty solid for the opponent to slow down the damage, so he's just blocking it from his opponent.
I have a question. With the invulnerable thing, will that block Templar?
No, because it like the debuff and the stacking buffs, because that's not related to damage dealt. It's just related to every X attack triggers the effect. It doesn't matter how much damage that attack does.
Yeah, this could be the last round. If he wins here,
very well could be.
Scales harder, right? Protozoa scales harder than Estrid, correct?
Yeah, it should if he can get enough critical mass. But this rushdown is so aggressive. I don't know if he has time.
Yeah, this is one of the best early game teams I've seen so far. If not the best, especially with the changes to rogues, as we said. It opens up for a lot of different cool team comps, I think.
Okay, so he does get into 7 empath, 4 nature, 3 air, 2 wildfire, 2 templar. So Protozoa's got his full synergy online, and Ramfire is stuck. Look at Ramfire. He's not moving.
Yeah, that's unlucky. I don't think it matters, though. Yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't even need his Omega to win this.
Ramfire gets stuck, and the enemy team is dead before he even casts?
Oof. Just a hard counter to this deck. Okay, well, we know the answer to that impact build now. Very well done, Estjud.
Wowie, wowie.
Estjud, Estjud, Estjud. The crowd goes crazy. Okay, I'm going to stop being cringe. Okay. All right, so that's 1-1, correct?
So what we've learned from this match is that empaths are OP, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very, very nice comp.
Very cool to see, though. That was neat.
I need someone to remind me what the best of 5s are. If we take a look at the bracket, is Smartass's next game best of 5 or just the losers final, which is round 14 on the losers, and then but that last one's only if necessary. Okay, so Smartass's one is best of 5. Sweet. Alrighty.
So Smartest Face is the winner of this match we're currently spectating, right? And then
Yeah,
whatever that battle is best of 5.
We're gonna hold off that as we wait for the losers bracket to catch up a bit. They're getting there.
Yeah, they need to do some catch up because the loser bracket has twice as many games as the winner bracket, right? So
Yep.
just the nature of double elimination.
So they're gonna probably have a bit of a break.
Okay, let's see, where are they at? Have we still not got... Hold on.
He's setting it up. Here we go. Stinger gets really old, doesn't it? Proto swaps it up and goes to a hard bulwark team. I have no idea what Esjud's using, but I still think he would crush it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, Proto didn't really prepare that team very well. It doesn't even, like, you can't even swap out the Illuvials later. The 5% max health as pure damage would have actually been really good for Esjud. I'm surprised he didn't go for it. But I mean, he's a better player than me, so I'm not gonna...
Esjud stayed with the Rogues, and Proto switched into what is theoretically a better matchup. Okay.
Theoretically.
So no counter pick prediction on Esjud's part, trying to predict the swap and be one step ahead. He's just sticking with the Rogues.
If Esjud did lose this, Game 3 is going to be real interesting. Like, who swaps?
Yeah. If it goes to 1-1, then it's all the mind games, right? Like, okay, well, we know I beat you with this, you beat me with that. Who picks what?
But I have a really big feeling that Esjud's played this team against a lot of different teams. And it's not just a one trick against Empath. I wouldn't be shocked if he knows that this also beats this team and he was like, eh.
I agree.
So you're thinking that it's not just a specific counterpick to Empaths. You think it might even be able to take on some other teams too.
It partly is, but he definitely wouldn't have planned it just for one thing. We know Esjud better than that.
Yeah, I think it's probably the case where it's a hard counter to the Empaths and then more of a skill matchup when it comes to like these Arcanite builds or Toxic builds.
Okay.
Yeah, I do know that Magma's good against Rogue. Magma's good against Rogue, but you can't actually stop the Ramfire cast. The Bulwarks, unless he gets the Bulwarks up quick enough, it's not going to work. It still kills Scoriox, trust me. I've been in this matchup many times.
You think the Rogues are still just too much burst here?
Oh, yeah. He's able to protect Scoriox next turn, but I don't think it makes a difference.
His positioning there was really good too. Even the Air Volante aggroed onto the back line instead of going to the Singe.
Yeah, I think one small Doka died there on Esjud's side, so 25 HP saved.
I'm telling you, Ramfire guarantees this turn, but then next turn it's going to be interesting.
And it looks like he's going to move his Ranger over because there's no reason for it to be next to it. It's going to launch on the Scoriax anyways, and he's not going to get hyper from any of those Illuvials, so it doesn't matter. Just keep it away as safe as possible.
Keep it away. Don't let it be in any range of like splash damage shenanigans or magma burn. Just put it full safety far away.
100%.
You think this Ramfire casts here, though? It looks like he's jumping into a lot of danger.
I'm not sure. But what I will say is, even if he loses this round, once that Ranger gets the 70 cost gauntlet, it's going to be really hard for him to survive. Really hard. Plus, these Rogues, unless he puts a ton of Bulwarks here, are just going to chew through that backline still. Yeah, I don't think that's enough, but we'll see. We'll see.
He gets in 6 Bulwarks. That's a lot of tankiness. I'm really interested to see if the Ramfire actually gets a cast off here before dying. I feel like he might die.
Nope. There we go.
Oh, no, okay. That's...
Oof.
That's a big hit.
That's huge. He might not win this, though. Yep. Scoriax got hyper.
Scaling, though. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay, the 6 bulwark was enough tankiness to survive the blasts.
Though
Ooh,
you do have
7.
to think now he has his upgraded ranger stuff. So unless he can add enough, even more tankiness or stop this Ramfire from casting the first time, it's going to be really hard for him.
7's
So
going to be interesting.
You think Estrad's going to go for the big gun? You think the big ranger gun is the difference maker here?
I would be very, very, very surprised if he didn't get big ranger gun because it just does so much damage, especially when you're playing the Ramfire and double Inferno with the best gauntlet. Honestly, I've never had a moment where the Ramfire did more damage than the Ranger, unless it casted twice and the Ranger only casted once. The Ranger does so much damage with this upgraded gauntlet. I don't know how you feel about that.
So he's got it. He's got it in his deck there. Is he going to equip it though?
Hey, maybe he knows something I don't.
He's thinking. He's not insta-clicking now, right? He was insta-clicking against the empaths. I think he felt very confident there. And now he's a little more unsure of himself.
Attack speed debuff.
Yeah, stop the healing. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, I like that. That'll help. If that thing survives.
He did not go with the big gun, so he's definitely not
How do
ramping
you
his
feel about
damage
that?
very much. He's going for more debuffs, which I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I think he needs more damage.
Oh, that's so much damage.
His Ramfire was a lot safer this time, though.
All his little guys are just going to burn to the magma, though. Like, he needs to actually do damage to
The
kill
splash,
these units.
the splash from Scoriox is too much. It's got the stealing energy too.
Man, I just really think if he had that bigger gauntlet, he could have killed that Scoriox.
This is super interesting. It's looking like the rogues are falling off, and the 7 bulwark is more stable. This is
You're going to take communal regrowth. Put it on something. It's really good.
He's trying to figure out his mastery points right now because he got the bug.
Oh no, he got the bug. Is there any ruling about this bug? Like,
it's just be aware
now he's
of
having
it.
to calculate how many he can actually spend because it's bugged out.
It's just be aware of it. There's nothing
Yeah,
we can
there's not
do
much we
because
can do.
right now, if he backs out, then they've got to pick teams again, and that's real messy.
I'd be surprised if he didn't know how. Like,
I think he has enough for communal
this
regrowth.
works, like how to avoid breaking things, but it's still, when you see 460 points all of a sudden, it's a bit tricky. Like, I think he might have underspent that. I think he could have spent more.
Yeah, a little bit more.
I do too. I think he might have been trying to
180.
play
He should have been getting 180 points, but he had 460. So I think he could have gone down to like 280, 300-ish, but he still has, I think he has like 50 points unspent here. I think he's just trying to be really careful to not bug it out.
Yeah, you're just trying to make sure he doesn't get knocked out this
He's really
way.
missing out on power here. It's unfortunate that this bug happened at this stage of the tournament.
Okay, let's see how much this upgraded gauntlet changes the game. It might not at all, but I think we're underestimating the damage. Let's see. Yep, if he gets this off, he's dead. I feel like that should have done more damage.
Or if Ramfire can cast again. And then the Ranger. Oh no! Why didn't it cast?
I think it was I'm not sure why it didn't.
The heady
cast,
blind?
actually.
Did the heady blind stop it from gaining energy from attacks?
I don't think it works like that. I could be wrong.
Yeah. See how many points he has now? It's because he underspent last round. He had 50 extra points last round that he could have spent.
Yeah.
Now he actually has 230.
No, he gets 200 this round, so he only had
fully spend this.
He only had 30 unspent. Because he gets 200 this round, doesn't he? And 6. Oh no, I think you're right. Yeah, 50. He needs to put communal regrowth on something. He's just gone for the hard energy. His opponent doesn't have any of the energy nerf augments, which is interesting. He does, though. Yeah, he knows that second cast is gonna help. He's only got 20 seconds. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
120 points to spend. 20 seconds. What's he gonna go for?
20% less energy has to
Wait,
play.
oh, he's not spending his points.
I don't know why. Maybe he thinks the bug carries over.
He thinks it's still bugged. His math is wrong. He thinks it's still bugged. He literally has 80 points to spend here.
Gotta make this even cooler if he wins.
bad.
Wow, he gets an instant cast? I didn't know you could even do that.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
with 2 augments.
80 points unspent. That's
And
gonna
the
be super
and the
rough.
team-based augments. He's not gonna get the cast.
No.
Yep, unfortunate.
Damn.
I don't know if it would have been enough, but yeah, he missed out on about 50 points the previous round and then 80 points that round. That's rough. Okay, 1-1 score going into the final match. Final round for this match.
Yeah, let's see if we get the get his trash bird comp. Let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah, the mind games with the team selection now.
If he was watching the stream on how, who was it? I think it was Urano. Let's see, who was it that played the empath where he was trying to spread them out?
Torex.
Yeah, Torex. If he plays like Torex played, but positioned it a little bit better, he might still be able to beat the empath team with his trash bird team. Or it might even just beat it up right. We'll have to see.
Oh, we can't speak because they can't hear us. I'm really excited to see what team he picks. It looks like he is going trash bird. Thankfully, we have the delay on.
We are going into match round number 3 of the match. Winner of this game moves on to
Winners
finals.
Yep.
They put in the wrong thing for the for what you call it, the custom match thing. But he's got it now. Let's go.
Okay, Estred goes for Trash Bird, and Protozoa stays with the Bulwarks. Okay, so we have a third different matchup for the 3 games. This is cool.
This is the most exciting match of the game. We'll definitely clip this and post it. We love to see it.
Yeah, this is great. What do you guys think of this matchup? The Trash Bird versus the Bulwarks and Scoriox.
I'm not sure how this plays out. I've never even seen it. I'm excited to figure it out, though.
It's hard to get the magma onto them if they sit at the back, but with Blazer Knight, it's pretty solid because you stun the Scoriox pretty reliably. Let's just say that Proto cannot play this the same way twice.
Look at all these Atipos and Grakos.
Oh, God.
He's got my whole family.
He's got mail.
Oh, God. What is this team?
Mail time.
This team.
Is he trolling us?
No, he's
Is this a
trolling
troll?
Proto. Yeah, he's got to see which side he
Let's
puts
see.
it on. Otherwise, he can lose a lot of points.
Oh no, S-Jun.
Wait.
Outplayed, buddy.
Yo, what?
You might as well put like
A
your
weapon.
weapon and armor on there, right?
Yeah.
He went completely naked, and Proto only played Ranger with a weapon.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he could have put, because he has the 25 cost, he could have put 25 cost on and 40 armor, and he probably would have won that.
He could have
For
put
sure.
something on.
That's a
What
rage
is
moment.
this?
Oof. I did that to Grant when I had my first 1v1 with him. That one stings.
Okay. What is he thinking now? Oh.
What do you think about losing this next round as well?
I think there's some merit to it if he puts some stuff on the Ranger.
That's what I would personally lose this next round as well. Put the weapon and armor on the Ranger and just let it rip, see what happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Possibly
like
even
it.
just like a really cheap unit that you could move around as well, like a tier 0.
Yeah, okay, so he's not doing it. He's guessing now. He's trying to pick the right side. How does it work out? Oh, he guessed right.
Interesting. Very good.
So to get in his head, what I'm thinking here is Proto had a Ranger on the one side, and so his assumption was Proto's going to try to mind game me and swap to the other side because the Ranger's free anyway, and it looks like he made the call and guessed correctly.
Oh, the stun. Is it enough?
Oh, very nice. He gets the Ranger.
At least kills the Ranger.
I think he takes it out.
1v1. Or does it?
He does it? Oh!
Oh my god!
Wow! Trash Bird takes
close.
it. How?
That was bad. Dude, he had like 1 HP on his Trash Bird.
That's a
Calculated,
big swing too. That's
The wildfire probably
that was
helped.
calculated.
90,
Right, chat?
Where's the wildfire?
320 hit point swing there.
Yeah, the wildfire was on the Scoriox there. You can see it.
90. Wait, why did he take 190? Okay, what's he going into here? Three nature? Three nature, 3 bulwark, 3 wildfire.
Interesting. Kind of like how Protozero played this.
Yeah, I do too. I like the position to get the units to wrap around instead of just attacking him from the front. Now it's making the units turn, making it more awkward.
Might not matter though.
This Singe in the front line going hyper is super tanky too.
Look how fast that Scoriox is. The blind from the... This is close.
The blind from the smoke cloud?
Yep.
Blinding the Scoriox, reducing his damage by a lot?
Oh, yeah. Smoke Cloud's so good if you can keep it up. I don't think Proto's got a chance here.
Wow. Okay, so what happens now? How does Proto adapt now? Because it looked like he was unable to break through with that. Is there something he can do?
Put Rogue on Scoriox. Put him in the back line.
Rogue Scoriox to jump in the back. Oh, that would be insane. If he went for that.
That would be so much fun.
Wait,
or
he did 3 on Spatial Disruptor. What was that? Spatial Disruptor gives Clumsy in an AoE, but Estra doesn't have any dodge, so why did he bid 3 on Spatial Disruptor? I'm very confused.
I'm curious on why he chose the stage 3 Atippos as well instead of stage 1s, because I feel like he could have gotten a lot of buffs in.
Well, I mean,
he just can't afford.
Estra doesn't have any dodge, but it doesn't mean Scoriox avoiding that 10% dodge is bad. But, you know, it's not great. It's a weird... Didn't even equip it. Oh, he did on the left? Is that it on Carablue? No.
Do you know the advantage of having a stage 3 Atippo over stage 1, Kyle?
Yeah, it's just a stronger Omega. I mean,
that's just what it is.
Yeah, it's a bigger AoE on the Omega and a stronger effect.
Got more health
Obviously,
too, I
the
think.
unit costs twice as much as the little one.
Got more health, doesn't it?
But if he's not going for 7 empath, I guess it makes sense, right?
It's a little weird to see him not redirect the tornado.
Like putting the ranger somewhere far away so it doesn't go onto the Scoriox.
I'm surprised it's going on Scoriox and not the ranger right now, but
yeah, but this Scoriox keeps getting stunned and slowed and blinded, just like permanently disabled. Wow. Okay. Oh wow, that's it. That's a lot of damage.
Damn, I can't believe that ended it.
Minus
yeah, well
60.
done. That's big from S-Jud.
GG's.
Huge. Huge.
Okay, we still haven't figured out why the lower bracket is the way it is.
Yeah, Renegade's
On Viper's
playing. I have
side.
no idea on Godsons. No one's telling me.
He should, I mean, they should be kicked out of the tournament, right? It's been way too long.
Yeah. We might just need to end it. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
Okay, so your winner's finalist is S-Jud and Smartass. Oh, you know they're going to be talking shit about this for a while, eh?
This head-to-head is going to be funny.
I wish we had voice comms on this. That would be great.
This would be the perfect
Voice
match
comms
for
or
it.
face cam for their reactions. Okay. So who do you, what was Smartass's team? I can't remember. Was he running Blaze Knight Empath as well?
Did we spectate Smartass at all?
I'm not sure.
We did once. You may
I think
not
we
have
did
been
once.
here, though.
He was
I
one
might
of the
have missed
opponent.
it, yeah. I don't know what he's playing.
I don't know if he was doing Trashbird.
Yeah, we watched Smartass versus
But I think you can. There's a fair guess that Smartass and S-Jud probably
are using
prepped
similar
together. They may have very, very similar teams, right? So
Yep, makes sense. Ooh,
That'd be my guess.
that's a fun final boss there.
so what's
Even
the
the loser of winners finals will go down to the losers finals. That's gonna be fun. That's a great losers finals. Okay, let's look for some losers bracket games we could watch. Torix versus Spike looks fun. Is that a rematch?
Okay,
That's a rematch, right?
Renegade game just finished. Go and check if it's a
Yeah.
rematch.
Oh no, it's. I was thinking Proto's there. So Torix versus Spike. We should see if we can get that game.
Yeah, I've got that now. That was the one I grabbed.
Very nice. Hey, you're on it, bro. Subscribe to Scoriox for that. Pog.
Yep, Godson's in game now, so we don't have to DQ, thankfully. But he's in round 2, so they're going. Renegade just finished their game, so it looks like our little block there is fixed up and we're good to go. I'm about to get Torix and Spike on stream.
Very nice. It looks like Torix might be going in with his Toxic Empath build again. Yeah, it was really fun to see him play against that empath. I think it was him, right? That was splitting up the empaths. I really feel like he should have won that. He just the positioning was not where it needed to be. I don't think was definitely winnable. Could have moved the empaths back on both sides a little bit back, spread out the empaths in the middle. Was definitely winnable.
We've got Annie helping out the Wildfire crew.
Appreciate you, Annie. And they're in the game, by the way, Scoriox.
Yep.
And Spike is running your classic Blazonite empath team, and with some bulwarks possibly. Okay. Torax really pointing out that toxic affinity. He wants that pretty bad. I would put 2 in there and then lights chosen. Oh, okay. I hope he can't hear me, right?
Just got back. Which match we watching here?
This is Torax versus Spike.
Torax versus Spike. Okay.
Yeah.
Got the toxic. Vital Strike is powerful. Though. No one bid on Vital Strike. Wow.
While they're doing their round one, we're going to really quickly take a look at the bracket. So down the bottom here, Godson and Taylors are in their final. They're in their final round, so they're almost done now. But Smartass and Eschard in the semi-finals there. Torax and Spike we're watching right now. And then Renegar and DR, I think, just started their game. So looking forward to this. And we'll get back into it.
Okay, yep. So it looks like he's going to try and play the exact same. I wonder if Spike saw that and he's going to try and counterplay it. Let's see.
He's going for the backline strat again. Yeah. Maybe he learned from the last one on some of his mistakes, though, and maybe he can improve upon his idea.
Yeah, I still think he can draw them out, though, with that kind of strat.
Mm-hmm.
Just move
Try to block in
over to
your
the right.
melee units a bit with the range ones, so they have to walk awkwardly, so they don't get to the enemy as quickly.
Yeah, maybe put one of your fighters directly in front of the impasse, but back it up a little bit, and then put the rest closer, but on the right. It'll be harder, but I think he can pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe nothing's completely broken in terms of the streaming.
Dude, you've been doing an amazing job.
Knock on wood. All right.
No, you're awesome. Good
We're in
job,
the home
man.
stretch. We're in the home stretch. Viper's had a long break. Smartass and Eschard are getting theirs now. Let's see if Viper makes it through the losers bracket and comes back on. Interesting that Viper is not actually going to get a rematch against Torax, so maybe he's going to have a better time. Should be interesting.
We don't know that for sure.
He was doing really, really well up against that point. I think he just had a really unfortunate matchup that he didn't foresee coming, or maybe got unlucky with something. So it'll be good to see him come back.
Yeah, he definitely could still play Torax. They could meet each other in the losers finals. Or losers semifinals, whatever.
Also, I just want to really quickly say thank you so much for everyone in the chat, everyone watching this stream. I just like doing it on YouTube because I know all of this is going to be immortalized for the future. And you can say you're all here, and thank you so much for supporting this. I know it's been a little bit rocky, but thank you so much.
Type I was here in chat. Real ones relate.
In 10 minutes they're going to do it. It's so funny.
I almost typed it in chat and then forgot I was on delay.
No, do it anyways. Do it anyways, and they'll have to figure it out later.
Let's get the train going early.
Yep, exactly.
Oh,
really do appreciate you guys. This has been so much fun.
Dude,
Everybody
this
knows
is
I love
the best
esports.
feeling.
Dude, after waiting for years for this game to come out, we finally have a tournament in esports, and we got trash talk, drama. Dude, life is good, man. Life is good.
It's only going to keep getting better from here.
I know. That's the crazy part.
So, thank
you guys for being a part of it again.
Didn't Torax lose to Blaze Knight Empath last time?
He did, but that was Blaze Knight with empaths, and it looks like Spike doesn't have a 7 empath team. He has a mix of Bulwark and empaths.
Ah, okay.
I also think he lost to empath and air.
He's also played the split differently. He's figured it out. He figured out his last mistake. He's even blocked in the Ranger. I don't think the Ranger runs forward here.
It does, but slower than normal, I'd say. I think that's what you're getting at. Yep. Yeah, that's huge. He just completely countered the empath teams, I think. And gets the heal onto the Cardillacs. Huge. Torex setting the meta here. Very interesting. I'm surprised no one's figured this out yet, actually. It seems like such a common sense thing to do. Am I wrong? But none of us figured it out. Base Torex. What a Chad. Oh man, it's gonna be interesting to see how Spike thinks he can outplay this. Okay, it looks like he's going for the power ascent, gain 50 omega power, so energy. Combat start, sapping hex, not prioritizing that as much. I would say that's actually not a bad that's not a bad augment, but since he's splitting them up, it won't have as much of a use. I would assume that's why he didn't go for it. But generally, I think that's a good augment into impasse. I could be wrong on that though.
Sapping hex is really good. They're very slow. And if you can get like a tanky unit in there and like the attack speed sap is not that insane, but what you do is you drain their omega power every second.
Yeah.
And if you just sit there in a long battle, let's say you drain like 60 omega power from their entire team, all of a sudden all those omegas that they're casting become a lot less useful. Okay, and the empath setups are not even so much about just being purely tanky. It's about when they start spam casting their abilities and all of the secondary effects of those casts, like getting blind and healing and extra resistances and whatever they may provide. It's really all about those omegas. So yeah, sapping would have been quite nice. Spike bidding 3 on it though. Probably didn't want to allow Torex to get it.
He split the team quite well. Cardulos goes down a lot earlier than I would have expected.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can break this front line in time. I have my doubts, but we'll see.
The Crunk is slowing down.
He aggroes onto the Blazing Knight here. I don't think that's good for him at all. Let's see.
For the enemy? Or for him?
For Spike. This isn't good for Spike.
If he can take it out...
Aggroed onto Blazing Knight.
That thing is healing so much.
Man, there's just too much healing there.
Oh,
interesting.
He just needs more max HP.
Now, does overtime go through Indomitable as well?
Yes.
Okay.
The purest damage. Nothing stops it. Goes through shields, goes through Indomitable, goes through Invulnerable, any of that stuff.
Alright.
I thought about putting the Indomitable, the 30 cost Indomitable on there. I think he decided against it because he wanted to put the 40 cost on there, but changes his mind again, puts it on. Would you have put this Titan Aura over to the right more and then moved up the Trash Bird maybe?
Yeah, not sure about the positioning here.
That's not terrible.
You need... I think he needs more damage on Scoriox.
Oh, the Titan went down so fast.
Getting through his front line. He only has 1 augment on Scoriox right now.
He stopped out the splitting strat again. I don't know why or how. But the Caradulox is stuck at the back. I don't know if that's fully intentional.
Caradulox isn't
yeah,
even
that's
in the
rough.
fight.
I didn't even notice that. It's a good catch.
Yeah.
Caradulox is just so bored with this. He stays alive though. He could be helpful for the endgame thing. but I don't think he will.
No, it's too late now.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the problem. I'm not sure. Maybe this just isn't a good enough counter. The positioning. It seems like that might be the case. He's really thinking. You can tell every single round he's trying to figure out how to separate these empaths away from each other. If he had some kind of rogue, I feel like that would really help as well. Put it in the back right corner.
He realized it got stuck. You guys didn't realize. Imagine if he didn't.
This Ador is not splitting things up though. It's not. It's too far away. We saw last time nothing aggroed the Ador, right? If he wants to pull some stuff to the side, that Ador needs to be closer.
That's what I was saying about the Titanor. I feel like he could have frontlined Titanor on the right next to Ador and pulled them apart even more. Maybe moved up.
Yeah, for sure. But he's not getting them separated here. I mean, it's not an easy feat, right? But
no,
it seems like he's trying to do the plan and just not quite executing it well enough. Because yeah, definitely like splitting these guys up is going to help.
Yeah, it's also easy for us to say as people not currently playing, but
true.
His heart's in the right place.
Was Codulok stuck at the back again?
Yep.
Damn, that's so unlucky. He needs a rogue deck. Oh, those empaths are so savage.
Yeah, but man, I feel like that can. My heart tells me that can get pulled off. That positioning against the empath trash bird build. My heart tells me it can get pulled off, but maybe it's probably harder to do than I'm making it out to be.
You have to put them all in the opposite back corner, I think. I don't think there's any other way to get around it. And he's trying a little bit too hard to split them in two directions. Just chuck them all in the corner, let them run out, and Caradulox will take care of the front line pretty easily. And Scoriox as well, but it's hard. You need some rogue in your deck.
Yeah, you have a rogue in that back right corner, they definitely split up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know, because the rogue runs to them, but that's why Rhoda's so much fun. He's the only ranged rogue in the game.
If you move up the Fern a little bit, the ones closest to the front line will aggro onto Fern. And then you'll have the ones that aggro onto the rogue in the back right corner. That will give them enough space so that they don't keep getting the Omegas off. That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it.
I just wanted to quickly mention this commentary on the game and how it could change and differently and stuff. That's the sort of stuff that makes a great esport. I feel like it was just so natural. It's kind of reminiscent of like League of Legends stuff. It's like, oh, you want to make sure your tank comes in last and that sort of stuff. And we're talking about it in the same way, and it's just interesting. I don't know. It excites me.
Dude, I'm so excited. I love it. I feel like I need a whiteboard writing shit down.
Oh yeah.
I think we just proved.
Get a green screen.
Yeah, I need
some fancy graphics
little
on
smart
it.
Board right here so I can like write on the replays.
Let's come over the analyst now.
All right, we're back into game 2. Right, this is game 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's this team that Spike's playing. It's looking a little familiar.
The Godson game ended. The Viper Godson's going to go soon.
That Estrid is playing.
I'm not going to go to the Viper Godson game because I need to make sure that it happens quick, and I don't want to slow them down. So we'll go to a different game after.
Yeah, I think we should save that lineage of the bracket for last.
Yeah, just trying to make sure.
Okay, so it looks like he is playing a more rogue heavy deck to counter them. He's going with Earth instead of Viper's Bulwark kind of build. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I do think his Spike's empath build is going to get hyper really fast off of these, though, right? So I feel like Viper's original Bulwark build, where you have like the different affinities on there, would have been better than this, but we'll see how he plays it out. Maybe he knows something I don't know again. Okay, this should be an easy win for Torix on this one. Very nice. Interesting. Looks like he'll probably go for 5 Bulwark here. Or 5 Earth, sorry. And I'm assuming Spike's just going to start his pile up of the empaths. I don't think it's possible for him to win this round. I could be wrong, but pretty confident he's got this one. And then it starts getting more interesting round 3, round 4. Good ranger placement, I like that. Try to drag them out a little bit, but not enough to where they aggro onto the rogues first.
All right, I'm back. What are we looking at here? Oh, he's got a rogue in there.
Yep, he's going for Earth Rogue currently. He should win this, as I said, but it might be a little bit more interesting after this. After this round.
I'm not convinced this works later on. I've tried. It's kind of similar to my opening with Earth Rogue. But I don't know. Although, how far forward's Blazer Knight? Does he drag him out and then the rogues go back? Blazer Knight's right at the back. Once he stacks that, it's going to be hard to get the rogues onto it. Oh, but the Ramfire is good. I think that wins. I think he's got it.
It could. If he doesn't win by round 4, I believe it gets very, very difficult for Torix.
It's literally what we saw happen as S-Judd. It's just this team is a little bit less, how do I put it? It's a little bit less optimized than the S-Judd one, but you never know. It might be just as good or a little bit worse. Hard to say. Should be good enough to beat this, though.
This one has more flexibility. So he's got the Arc Knight buffs in there.
Eliberează potențialul motorului tău, alimentând cu carburanții de performanță.
I agree.
What the hell was that?
All right, let's see how Spike retaliates here.
That was so funny.
I do think Torix wins this easy.
Apologies if I had any keyboard noises there. I tried to mute, but I think I hit the wrong mute button.
Oh, good. I do think Torix should have put his rogue in front, because now they're just going to kill the Ramfire right off the bat, I believe. We'll see if he can get his cast off. No, he should have put not putting the rogue right in front of the empath, so they aggro onto his ranger. Really hurt him there, because they all just aggroed onto Ramfire right away instead of something in front of them, so that the Ramfire could actually get its cast off. That's a pretty big misplay.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Ramfire taking the first bit of aggro there.
Yeah, but if they aggro onto the ranger, that gives the Ramfire enough time to build up his energy, I would think, and that way he can get off. Inferno augment. This would be interesting. Looks like he's looking at Time's Respite, Evasive Veiling. Do you think he goes for Inferno here?
I think he puts a little bit on it. I think Spike likely max bids Inferno to try to prevent it, but it doesn't do anything for him. So if Torix has the foresight to see that, I think he just puts 1 or 2 on Inferno and then tries to snag something else. Oh, no bids on
okay.
the Inferno. Interesting. Goes for the times instead. Just says, hey, you can have Inferno if you want. I'm just going to get even
Not gonna be
tankier.
enough. Yep.
Interesting. I don't know what the right play is there, to be honest. I was only kind of expressing how my thought process would be there.
All right, let's see if we can bring the sound back.
It seems like that might be the case.
Alrighty, here we go.
Really thinking. You can tell every single round he's trying to figure out how to separate these empaths away from each other.
Kind of bad for Torex. He came in here so strong, and this just Blazonite empath.
I feel like that would really help as well. Put it in the back right corner.
I don't know how putting Volante left is going to help, but we'll see. What would happen if he dropped all the rogues back left? You guys didn't realize. Imagine if he didn't.
I can hear the stream, yeah.
I have no idea how that's possible. I've deafened and blinded him. Oh, he's probably listening to the YouTube
Yeah, all good.
stream. I think that's
Okay,
what's
he
happening.
will get his cast off now. I'm not sure it'll be enough though. I think he has to win 4 rounds in a row to beat this team. Yeah, that misplay last round really hurt him.
Damn. Is this going to be game on this? It can't be game on this round. I don't think it's possible.
Oof, big hit. I do think that is GG.
Yeah, look at them go in. They just don't do enough. There's nothing you can do to stop that.
Yeah, not enough burst damage there. He's got one more attempt at not dying. Let's see what he comes up with.
I'm not seeing a way that Torex can win this round.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I would love to be proven wrong, but I don't see it. I think, obviously, if he had that S-Jud rogue build, that would have done enough for him. But I think after the nerf to Earth, I think this specific team is just pales in comparison to having 6 rogues.
Hmm. Look how slow they're attacking. Did they manage to take that thing? They can't even take out that Atippo.
Yep,
Insane.
that Omega didn't even kill anything. Unlucky.
Look how slow Ramfire is attacking. They don't even have mud or anything. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a frustrating loss there. Unlucky, Torex. It was a pleasure to watch you in the tournament.
Bad luck, buddy. Might watch this later.
Yeah, Torex, please sign up for future tournaments.
Yeah, definitely some great games.
Yeah. All right, are we able to take another look at the bracket real quick?
Let's do it.
Okay, maybe watching the Savio game would be good. Did you say that we had an outcome of the Stormings Renega series?
I have no idea. Not yet. I'm hoping Viper and Godson are playing right now, but I'm actually not sure at all. Torex and Spike, that was the game we just watched, and hopefully we can get Hisapio on.
Viper and Godson are definitely playing. I'm watching a stream right now. I'm not sure what game they're on, but they are playing.
Hisapio is playing. Oh, Viper and Godson. Right. Let's get Storm and no. Renegar's been a little bit frustrating. Let's see if Hisapio's up.
Yeah, so there's not really any good counters to that Empath team except for the Rogue team that Estret has that we've seen. I find that really interesting because that team doesn't have a lot of pivotability, so you can't build into this or that. It seems like it's only a counter to that Empath team. I could be wrong, but that's the way I'm seeing it right now. So it's kind of a coin toss if he goes up against someone with an Empath team. He says, do I want to play this Ramfire because I think they're going to play something else, or am I going to play my Trashbird team?
Decisions.
Yeah. Did he beat an Empath team with his Trashbird? I can't remember. Because that would tell us a lot about...
I don't think so. I think he had the 3 Bulwark, 3 Empath Trashbird, and it wasn't enough to take it out.
Okay, yeah. So it's sounds like it's going to be some mind games on how they play that.
For sure. Since the game's a little bit behind, it might take us a little bit.
We are in with Hisapio, though, right?
I have no idea.
Hisapio's in here?
Oh, he is too? Really?
Yeah, he's currently streaming.
Sweet, didn't even see. Okay, let me grab that on.
Looks like it's round 1 as well. He's starting off with the Fire Gauntlet Magma Ranger with Scoriox in the back line. Don't think he wins this, but he seems confident enough to put it in that position anyways.
Let's go to the game.
Yep. So what happened is Karabasov put in his Bulwarks, of course, and Hisapio started off with the classic Scoriox and Ranger, 2 Magma, 2 Arcanite in the back line. Not a very strong round 1, but as long as he doesn't have any rogues, it should be able to just line up all of your Illuvials or units around the Scoriox and play, protect the president. Here's where it gets interesting. He's going to put in some water Illuvials to give him some more energy.
Oof. All right. The question is, do
I
I
more
manually...
energy? But he is going against air units, it looks like, which air actually has the hyper advantage over water. So it's an interesting choice to go straight into the water.
I was thinking that as well.
We'll see if the hyper matters here.
I could manually fix up the framing of his stream, but I'll lose some of the edges. Do you want me to, or no?
No, it's fine.
All right.
Goes into more air, more toxic. So 3 fighter. Toxic. Yeah, let's see if these air units get hyper pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, already. Crazy.
There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. There's 4 hyper units already.
Oh, he might win this.
Wow, this
Scoriox. Scoriox coming in clutch there.
Look at that. Wow, that was a 5v1.
You can see them all at the back, dragging them out really helped so much, especially, the Magma's up there as well. So good. I'm surprised they took out the Bulwark so fast, but they did. Just so good.
Now he has the nature in there, so they shouldn't get hyper.
Surprised without any augments, Scoriox managed to pull that off, but he did.
They were just clumped up so perfectly with just the perfect amount of health left. The anticipation. How does Carabossel respond?
Yeah, that was looking really good for him there, but the Skoriox just did so much work.
And this is Ratnega. Just has a different name on the screen. Probably a Smurf.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I am definitely mistaken. I apologize. It says Carabossel. Oof.
Why is Carablue running around? Did he get taunted by something? Oof.
This is gonna be close.
The Magma's just taking
Yep,
out...
he's got it.
The Magma on his Sapio is doing damage before Carabassa's one does.
Yeah, because they have to walk up to him. Smart.
Attacking so...
Still close. Very close still.
Do you recognize the augment that Harabassa's Skoriox threw on?
I do not. I can't tell.
Oh, is that the Steel Energy?
I think it's the Stellar Devourer, the Energy Steel. I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's what it is.
Interesting. Both going for the Sucker's Grift. Okay, putting in the Singe now to get the triple magma, 7 bulwark. Oof. This is looking pretty damn strong, I'll be honest. Pretty damn strong.
Pulling his units back like this is really cool too, to get the enemy team to run forward into the magma like you were talking about.
Yeah, he's slamming on Resolve too. Harabassa's kind of forced to push all his units back, but I think it's too late.
Seven bulwark, 3 magma, triple fortification augment. That's a lot of tankiness.
Yep.
Moving 2 of his magma units more forward to try to get the zone closer.
His Skoriox might aggro onto it, the back line, if it makes it that long.
Yeah, note here he's got double augmented Skoriox on Carabasso's side versus no augment Skoriox on Sapio's side. And we've brought this up so many times, but augmenting your carry is usually a good thing.
Usually.
Yeah, and not just putting augments on your carry, like obviously, but putting it on there early. Earlier than people seem to be wanting to, at least.
Yeah, Sapio went for all these sort of utility augments that try to give kind of small team-wide buffs while not increasing really any of the power of his carry. Meanwhile, Carabasso only played 1 support augment and doubled up on his Skoriox, and really it showed there.
Yeah, it looks like he's also going to be moving up his tank so that they don't walk as much forward, because he's going to have that magma on the Singe as well, and he wants to keep his. He's really not putting anything on his Skoriox, so that's really interesting.
He's really going for utility augments here. He's trying to debuff the enemy team with this Graco. Both of those augments are debuffs. So he's counting on Carabasso not moving anything and just getting a ton of value with these AoE debuffs to lower their resistances, lower their attack speed, things like that. Still not augmenting the Skoriox though.
Yeah, it feels like every player who hasn't done that has lost today. So we'll see if he knows, again, something we don't. See how this plays out. Ooh, his Singe is just Beyblading it. Holy.
Race car Beyblade Singe just zipping around the track there. Right into a nice central position. He's got some defensive augments on. He's super tanky, absorbing lots of hits, getting some good spins off.
Still no augments on Scoriox. Oh, how is he still alive right now? Oh, the energy drain is too much.
Yeah, he can't even get his Omega off.
He can't cast because he keeps getting his energy drained.
Ooh.
That big gauntlet is gonna do good stuff next round though. I'm excited for next round. We'll quickly replay this one though. A good start, but he needs some augments on that Scoriox.
Yeah, as you can see here, that Scoriox for Karabusov, he just attacks so fast. And even here, they're just leeching his energy. He can't do... His Sapio can't do anything with his Scoriox. He really needs to buff it up, and it looks like he's finally going to go ahead and do that here. Going to add some of the energy, 20% less energy for the enemy team.
What else did he add? Did I miss it? Did he add max health? Oh, he added augments to Scoriox, finally. What's that second one?
The other... Oh, I'm not sure.
Is that on Omega, get Omega? Or is that clumsy?
It is not on Omega.
I doubt it's clumsy, right?
I don't think it's clumsy.
That wouldn't make much sense.
It might be one of the legendaries. I don't recognize the icon right off the top of my head.
Same.
I wish I saw him equip it.
It might be Fusion Igniter. I can't really tell with
Could
the
be.
screen.
On Omega, gain attack damage.
Let's see. Gain energy attack damage equal to 40% of energy cost, or gain physical attack damage equal to 40% of energy cost.
Did you just double check the icon? Is that the one he has equipped there?
I have no idea. That's just what Fusion Igniter does. I think that's what it is, but I can't really tell with the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, again, can't get the energy off. Does he loses here, right? Damn.
Yep. That is it.
Oof.
Oh, just did no damage at the start there. Only 3 bulwark, but somehow it was enough. The air just didn't help either.
Yeah, I really think he could have done more early by putting augments on there, but who knows? It could have just been a team comp diff.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. What's it looking like in the bracket here after that one? Or was that 2, right?
No, that was just one game so far.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Renega's got game 2 for us. Renega against Storm, but we should probably just stick with the game we're watching.
Yep. Oh, what's the update on that though? What's the series? 1-0 for Renega?
I'll ask in a second.
Okay. Yeah, and the winner of the Storming's Renega game is playing against Vedmore, and the winner of that game plays against Spike. We don't have an update on the Viper versus Godson game. Looks like they might be in their last game currently.
Apparently Storm won game 1, but he was on like 10 HP. That was round 8. Oh, it was round 10. But they went like really deep into it.
Wow.
Nice.
Interesting. Okay, so
Take a really quick look at the bracket if you want, but it's not really much different.
yeah. That Sapio game was the one we just watched. Would you be able to pull up Viper's Twitch?
I don't have it set
Or
up
is
for that.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it then.
You
Don't
could
mess
if you
anything
really
up.
want, but I don't necessarily think that's a good idea.
Don't worry about it. Do not want to mess anything up. Not worth it. I'll just commentate on what's going on. Looks like Viper's going for a triple magma build on round 2 into another one of those air toxic builds.
Is that the same squad? Carabas is running? With a phosphorus? Did he have phosphorus before? Yeah, future games it will definitely be set deck list.
Yes. It's just not really possible to do that right now with how many players we had.
Yeah, I think as things get more developed in future tournaments, definitely like registered deck lists would be good.
Oh, it gives him warp wave. You might as well just forfeit. What's the plan? Oh no. What did he get over warp wave?
Okay. Are we watching a rerun of? Oh yeah, this is the second game, right?
Yep.
All right, let's see how he pulls
What
this
round
off.
is Viper up to? Do you know?
No, let's check. Round 3 currently.
So 3 water bulwarks leading off against the air bulwarks again. So we're seeing the same start as last round.
Oh man, yeah, these boys in the winners finals doing really well. And one of the perks of not getting knocked into the losers bracket is, of course, you can see the losers bracket and see and try to plan ahead to try and counter possibly any of these people that are moving through the losers bracket.
Does he have enough health on the Ranger? No, the Ranger never has enough health. It was close though.
That was close, yeah. Small victory, but decent amount of round damage there. So even though it was just a Grocco, still took 95.
Everyone's really upset with this delay, Jimbo. What delay do you think we should do next time?
I don't think the delay was what's bad with the delay.
I don't know. People don't like how it's so delayed, which is
We don't really have a choice though. We can't give information to the person on the other team. That's how every esports does it.
Yeah, definitely needs some delay. I've noticed too. I've been trying to keep the stream up, and the longer I have it up, the worse the delay gets, and I actually have to refresh my browser window to like catch back up. At one point, I think I was like 20 or 30 minutes delayed.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute delay. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's kind of the length of a match. Maybe 6 or 7 would have been fine.
That
but
was the
I
intent.
Think we're good.
So he goes for the early Scoriox, trying to get that damage rolling as quickly as possible.
He's targeting the wrong thing. Doing decent energy damage with the Magma and the Scoriox. I think he's going to come back here, but we'll see how it plays out. Losing those first 3 rounds does hurt quite a bit.
Those traits on turn 2 though for Carabasso. Air Toxic Bulwark Fighter, super clean for round 2.
You think it would have been better if he put in his nature bulwarks and he probably didn't have enough actually.
Yeah, it's 105 for those 3 units. But yeah, against the air start, the nature would definitely have the hyper advantage there instead of giving it the other way.
I really think possibly even taking out one of the waters and just not getting the water trait and putting one of the natures in could possibly even help that second round. You probably won't win, but you might take less damage. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now he's in this 6 bulwark kind of, call it awkwardness, where he's not quite at the 7 threshold that he's probably looking for.
Yep. For some reason, I wouldn't, but it looks like he prefers the 3 nature over getting that 7 bulwark.
Playing the slightly more expensive nature bulwarks instead of going for the super low to the ground, just Grocco spam to hit the 7 bulwark threshold.
Yep. It does look like he wins this round pretty decisively, though.
Geez, that's a really weird turn of events. It doesn't even have any. Neither of them have augments.
It's those nature bulwarks. Look at the hyper,
yeah, they got hyper
against the air. Like hyper matters.
Yeah. It's so good if you've managed to build such an optimized team that you can have 2 hyper variants. It can make a really big difference against the close games.
Okay.
I've been thinking of adding an Earth Phosphorus to my team just so I can pick the right one, because Phosphorus is not underwhelming, but it's significantly more powerful when it hits that hyper on the fighter. It's like insane.
What do you think about this choice to go for an inhibition field over final abounding?
Final abounding really good on Phosphorus. I don't remember if Hisapio actually has Phosphorus in his team, but I'm pretty sure his opponent does. And giving that away is very scary.
Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, he doesn't. I don't know why I thought he had Phosphorus, but
yeah, but Carabasso does, and he got that for 1 token, which is quite efficient. Definitely one of the stronger items you can get on Phosphorus.
Oof.
If he has the Photon Ripper, so for Carabasso, if he has Photon Ripper in his deck, he could even consider playing Final Abounding plus Photon Ripper for crit chance on Phosphorus and just make him a critting machine.
You know your Bulwarks
doing lots of damage with its attacks and huge damage with his Omega could be a serious threat. Like probably more scary than actually augmenting the Scoriox. So I'm pretty sure the Phosphorus is in his team. And I'd be looking to see when he decides to add that in, assuming he will, and how he tries to augment it. But that thing could be really scary. He went for the triple fortification again instead of adding damage. This was the same thing he did last game. Did not augment his Scoriox, went triple fortification again. And he ended up losing the round last time. This is playing out almost identically.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was going for there.
So let's see what happens this time. I think the Scoriox had that nice Stellar Devourer last game on Carabasso's side, which he doesn't have access to this time.
It does look like he'll win, though. Yeah,
the
because
price is
of
making
that.
such a big difference. I love it.
He's also got the magma buff going off on the front line the entire time. Triple magma.
Oh yeah, the Scoriox isn't giving magma to his team very early. He's probably making it a lot harder.
This is close.
Oh damn!
You have a hyper Cardulo here.
But the overload.
Taking a lot.
Ooh.
Oh.
Close, but yeah, the hyper Cardulo, as we've been saying it all day, put augments on your hyper carry. Don't let your opponent get hyper.
So that is a fusion igniter in his team there. That is what he's playing.
Gain energy attack damage. Okay.
Yep.
What's your take on that? I have no idea what that even does.
So Scoriox has some energy to cast. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I can do a quick lookup on it. It's around, let's say, 120 or so. So every time he casts, he gets 40% of that number. So if it was in fact 120, he'd get 48 energy damage just added onto his base damage every time he casts his Omega.
Right. He gets energy damage.
I can do a quick lookup here. Give me a minute, and I will find the exact number for his energy cost.
It does look like Viper's dropped out of the tournament.
Why?
I think he lost to Godson.
Oh, really? I wonder what Godson was playing.
Oh, maybe he just lost one game. I'm not sure yet.
All right, so just did a lookup. Scoriox has 130 maximum energy. So that means when he casts his Omega with the Exalted Fusion Igniter, he'll get 40% of that, so 52. So every time he casts his Omega, he gets 52 energy damage added to his base
so
damage.
Close. This is such a close game.
You know I love a Scoriox matchup. You know it's true.
Are you happy with the representation of your spirit animal?
Oh, for sure.
It's got to be the most played line. That and the Water Buffalo probably. I would say have the highest representation right now.
Whose team here do you think scales better into the late game? It's hard to say, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Carabasso needs to get that phosphorus in there with the final abounding stuff. Like, he's missing out on damage. These guys, they keep equipping all these like random utility augments that are nice, but like, get your carries in there and make them do damage. I mean, it's round 6. He's got to have enough points now. Yeah. He can literally play 2 augment phosphorus now. Carabasso coming there with final abounding +1. He only equipped the final abounding, and he equipped 2 other utility augments. I don't know which augments are in his deck. Maybe he doesn't have a second good augment, but like this thing with final, you want to put another multiplicative type scaling, right? Like the more augments you play in the same unit, the more you can potentially multiply their power and make them very, very strong. I mean, this final in itself is already good, but it needs one more augment to really make it pop off. Because right now, this unit only has 25 crit chance. Even though he has this extra crit amp and Omega can crit effect, it's not taking full advantage of it because of the low base crit chance.
Oh yeah, I thought he lost here.
That's so close.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose.
20 HP. We go to round 7?
Yeah, I don't think he can win, though. I think with this phosphorus and...
Oh, wow. He just moved his Scoriox 2 hexes? I guess the mastery points don't matter too much because he has so many anyway. Not really sure what that small movement was intended to do, though.
But right here now, he needs to get all of the augments he can out.
Yeah, I don't think moving your Scoriox 2 hexes is going to make a difference. And then moving it,
I think he should be prioritizing augments right now.
Get these augments on the board. Yeah, he has extra slots unused, right? He has the Caribou with no augments on it. He has the Singe with no augments on it.
I think this is okay.
So many of those points just moving stuff around.
In the other game,
he's not adding raw power to his board.
Just before, the enemy Scoriox targeted his Sapio Scoriox a little bit earlier than he did, and that was actually the diff. So you never know. This could make a pretty big impact.
Yeah, I mean, if he feels confident that this isn't going to give him a huge positional advantage, and he doesn't care about those extra augments that he could have played, then maybe it's a good play. Like maybe he feels like he has all the augments he needs, and it's just a positional game.
Well, he only has 3 slots open for augments, which is Caribou and the Singe. Like the Singe should really
Turbo
have
one on the
something, but
Singe, yeah. I like, okay. Oh, scaling. So he's put a defensive augment on the Phosphorus. I like the Siphon Matrix on the Singe, though. It's going to debuff. It's going to debuff the Terror Bird on the left.
yeah, it's a pretty huge play.
Which
there.
is nice.
You can't give him the wave.
The wave,
Insane.
though, 3-second board wide stun really can turn things into.
And the energy.
Though, that wave. Yeah, this.
How fast he's attacking. Oh no, the Grokkos run up the front. He's got a lot of defenses, but the Indomitable.
And then the Indomitable
you can't stop it.
Yeah. Well fought battle. Valiant effort by Hisapio.
Yep, very valiant effort. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think it's just a misread on the meta from Hisapio. All right. Yeah, it does look like Godson beat Viper in a 2-1 battle.
Oof. Must have been a close game. It's a shame we couldn't watch it today. So we're going to go into Storm, Renegade, or Venomore.
Okay. How we feeling, boys? We still alive? How about you, chat?
Pretty drained. I'm pretty drained.
Yeah. I'm pretty drained, but I feel like once we get to these finals, I'll be getting pumped again. But yeah, chat, I hope you're feeling good, feeling great. We are getting there. Eventually, we'll get to these really hype finals, winners finals, losers finals. I'm really excited to see who comes out on top. Right now, it's just a waiting game to see who can make it through this losers bracket.
So I'm trying to think who to get on stream next.
Possibly
So we have
the
either
Godson.
Storming Renega or Godson Ligiron. Is that how you say that name?
Yeah, I would prefer Storming's Renega if they haven't started yet. Renega's a super high LP player, and Storming's pretty popular streamer.
Yeah, let's see if we can get them on.
Let me go ahead and check.
I think they're
let me go ahead and check.
I think they're just
Storm's
wrapping up.
stream.
So
I need Storm stream for Venomore game.
Yeah, we're in top 16 now. Filter top 16 on the bracket.
All right, I'll do it.
We are getting closer and closer.
Very nice, boys.
I'm just grabbing Storming now.
Okay. So, what do we think is going to continue on? What team build wise? What teams are we looking at further into this tournament? We have the Blaze Knight Empath team, right? That looks strong, but the strong rogue counter that we saw from S-Jud just completely demolishes it. We saw the Earth Rogue team comp not work out so much. I think you need that 6th rogue, and I think Earth isn't as strong as it used to be before the patch. Thoughts?
Yeah, we have these Arcanite builds as well that are still holding strong.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else? I would need to see a bit more games, but those feel like they have the highest representation right now.
Yeah, it seems like really the Xborg boys are probably the only ones who brought anything different at this point. That was kind of like secret builds. It looks like now we just have the different variants of the hypercarry with Scoriox and Phosphorus, and then your classic Empath Blaze Knight build. So I was really liking Torex's. I was hoping he would go further into the tournament because I was really enjoying his off meta picks. But
he had some interesting takes. That was really cool to see him play a bit. Unfortunate that he's out now.
Yeah, he messaged me, thanked us for having the stream, and I told him, yeah, we need you to be playing in the upcoming tournaments as well.
Yeah,
Who
for
is
sure.
this? Sorry, who is this? Sorry.
Torex.
Yeah, the reason some of these are taking so long is because some of them are going to like round 8, 9, 10 and stuff like that, which is absolutely insane. We need more people playing aggro decks.
People are taking all the time they can now to think and try to
You know-
get it together. Oh, we have storming on stream?
Yeah, when they get into the game, I'll jump it in. We're almost there.
Is this the beginning of their series, or
Yes, the
have they
beginning of
played
their
them?
series. Because this will be
Awesome.
Storm against Venomore.
Awesome. Storming, really popular Portuguese Illuvium streamer right now. Looks like he's playing against Vedamore, another popular streamer. No one? Okay.
You say Storming versus Venomore. Did Storming already finish his match with Renega?
Yeah. Storming won. It was very close.
Okay,
That's why it took so
my
long.
bracket hasn't updated. I didn't notice. Okay.
Okay. Was it a 2-1?
2-0, but it was very close. It took them like 20 minutes or longer.
Fair enough.
I think we'll do Smartass after the Storm game, I think.
That works for me.
Because if we're going to slow down any game, it's going to be the winner's bracket.
For sure. And that's a best of 5 series as well. So hopefully that'll give some extra time for losers to pick it up.
Yeah, that'll be an Xbox game. It should be really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Xborg on Xborg.
Never mind.
Apparently, Renega and Storm had a mirror match, and that's why they kept... None of them switched decks, and that's why they had so much trouble and took them so long to finish up.
Makes sense. Tit for
So
tat,
they played
back
the same two teams all three matches, or just was it 2-0 or 2-1?
It was 2-0 in the end.
Oh, okay.
It was just that intense. Here we go.
All right, we're into the match, boys. Let's go.
I forgot to enable it. Sorry.
Looks like Vedamore's got a very similar comp to... Who was it that played this just last game, right?
Hisapio, right?
Yeah, very similar deck to Sapio. I wonder if that was intentional or if they just found this on their own. Going for the Vital Strike. Okay. Okay, so he gets both augments that he wanted. Wait, is this the same exact deck versus deck as last game? Because they have the Toxic 3 Air, Riptorus, Scoriox, Phosphorus into the Sapio's deck. Yeah.
It looks to be the same matchup we had. Possible that a couple of cards are different here and there, but yeah, it's almost the same matchup we just watched from the opposite POV now. Board flipped.
Interesting choice. Makes sense though. Unlucky draw there.
Alright, I just came back. Here we go.
Yeah, probably could have won that round if he guessed it correctly, right?
How do we only just get into round 1? Thought we would have been like round 2 or 3 by now. Huh? Kyle, it's such a slow game.
Yeah, unlucky there from Vetemore to put his Scoriox on that side. It was just coin flip, right? I feel like he may not have won, but he would have gotten probably. I think he would have won. Honestly, I think he would have won if he would have got luckier on that. But let's see how he responds now. Looks like Storming is going to go ahead and put his air in, possibly. Yep, he's going to go ahead and get the air buff.
Air and fighter coming in as well.
Yep. Air fighter toxic. One away from a bulwark. And ends his turn with 10 MP.
Yeah, leaving 10 mastery points there. He's got a ranger with nothing on it. Bit surprising that he didn't at least throw a weapon on it or something. I'm pretty sure he's got a 10 cost in the deck.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay, but I don't think it matters.
So,
ooh, it might.
Yeah,
it might.
What team is Vetemore actually playing?
Kind of pumping damage.
The 3 air is doing work, but
the Cardilux Cardilux the cast off with the thorns right at the end there.
Cardilux carry.
Those
just
extra,
enough to take him down.
Those extra 3 or 4 dodges like changed it up so much. If Vetemore has the clumsy augment, you'd be surprised.
Okay, now yeah, he did have a. Oh no, he doesn't have a 10 cost. It's 15. That's why he couldn't play it. But now he's got the magma buff. I don't.
He had a 15. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I wonder what that was for. Yeah, probably should be using a 10 mastery point if even having 10 mastery points at the end of one of your rounds is possible. Just put the 10 mastery point in there, and then the other time you just have 5 mastery points left. But at least you have a weapon on your ranger at all times.
Yeah, he's not using the 15 right now. It's still in his deck, so...
he must have deviated from his normal path, I'm assuming.
Maybe he equipped a bigger one right now? Maybe this is a 30 or 40 cost, because all he added was Scoriox as far as units go. Interesting.
So sometimes the Gauntlet Blast, it says that it's going to go to the furthest unit, but it just hits the front line. Am I missing something here?
So it shoots in the direction of the furthest unit, but it can collide with things that are in the way.
Okay, so it just collides with the first thing that's in the way.
Yep. It doesn't pierce or anything, so it'll collide with it. The animation can sometimes be a bit off if it collides with a unit in the front. Sometimes you still see the projectile kind of speedily traveling through it, and then it looks like it fizzles. If that ever happens, it's just because it already hit something. That animation should eventually be fixed, so you clearly see the little explosion, and then the projectile just doesn't keep going because it's not there anymore.
We're defs going into S-Jut after this, so yeah.
So they're going to play the winners final match after this?
Yeah, we're going to do winners final after this for sure. Oh, I'm really fried. I'm having a bit of trouble, but you guys carry me through. You got this.
Yeah, it's been a long one, but this is great though.
Yeah. I'm just glad it'll be immortalized on stream and everything. The only problem is YouTube doesn't like any streams over 12 hours. If we do get past that mark, it might not let us keep it uploaded. So
I wonder if there's a way to break it up after the fact.
We could.
Part 2.
We could. Thankfully, Restream might actually be recording the whole thing. I'm not actually entirely sure if it does this way, but it might be. So that would be good too. I just don't know if YouTube's going to record it for us after. Hopefully, it should. I'm excited to see all of Jimbo's highlight videos. Isn't that right, Jimbo? He gone? He's here.
Yeah, I pretty much just agree with everything you just said. No, seriously, it just makes perfect sense. I don't know why he didn't do that. XD.
Close fight. Yeah, and these Skoriox mirrors, even though the teams aren't exactly the same, every round, unless someone makes a huge misplay, you got a bunch of tanky units brawling in the middle with Skoriox blasting. And then at the end, it's like someone just has 1 or 2 units more that prevail. They rush the backline Skoriox and then win by a little bit. And you never really, you don't tend to see like huge swings damage-wise because both sides are playing a very similar strategy.
Positioning
like
is playing
slightly positions better, or slightly augments better, or maybe one variant has a slight edge over the other one.
Yeah, positioning is playing such a big role.
I think a lot of these come down to augments too.
Is that augment bugged? Oh, you just maybe misclicked it or something. That's weird. Vedamore has 169 mastery points. Nice.
Nice. You love to see it.
It is a shame that some of the decks are starting to really repeat.
That's what happens when you have 250 players in one tournament, though, to be fair. Like, there's only so many Illuvials with this many people. It is what it is. I have faith that the X-Borg boys will show us something interesting.
They all do play it slightly differently, too. Quite interesting. There's going to be a lot of mind games with the S-Ball guys because we know SJAR has 2 really different decks. You know, they probably like practiced against each other and that as well. Just realized that after winners final, one of them is going to go into the losers final. So maybe we should have done them earlier. That's my bad.
No, it's fine because we could get them right back to back.
Oh, so close. They're going back and forth with these rounds, just winning by little bits each time.
God. All right, we might have to just bounce after game 1 and jump into winners final. What do you think?
We still have a decent bit of losers bracket to go, but that's completely up to you, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any rush really, because there's still plenty of loser bracket games to go.
I think it's more hype if we wait.
I would agree.
Keeping in mind, winners final is best of 5.
Going
to take a bit longer. If they have rounds like this, then we're going to need all the time we can get.
That's fair. I'll leave it up to you then, sir.
We'll see how this one ends. Maybe it speeds up now. Did he just add in the fighter?
Yeah, because we have this losers round 10 that's going right now, and then there's still a losers round 11, losers round 12, and losers round 13 that all need to play out before losers finals. So I don't foresee a huge rush in getting the winners finals done immediately.
Well, thanks for sticking it out. Thanks all the viewers for sticking it out as well. Most of you are probably like at work and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy how many people we've had in here for this long. Like, dude, we have a great community and a lot of people interested in Illuvium esports. How cool is that?
Oh, why are they Seer taking no damage? Did they give him the 1500 max health item? Oh, the gauntlet.
Yeah, oof.
Oh, that's rough.
Vedamore.
That is rough. Like if Vedamore switches to the right now, he could kill him in this game. I think that's actually surprisingly, like if Vet can see that, because then he can guarantee the gauntlet on Skoriox really early. That was the deciding factor. There's no healing on Storm's side.
Okay, he's looking at repositioning. He's trying to figure out what went wrong. Why did I lose the last 2 rounds?
Yep, it's funny to watch them reposition. You can see their brain going off.
Yeah, especially when it's such small movements. You're like, I like this setup, but something's not quite right. I need to move it a little bit.
Yeah, it's crazy how intense it gets, and like how this really just shows how intense the like tons of hexes are and how much it can really impact the game. Because it actually does change the outcome of a match pretty often. The positioning is so big, especially in these mirror matchups.
But I think that's the beauty. I think that's the beauty of these last things where every deck is starting to look the same. The one who does try and make the anti-meta deck and gets it to work is gonna win, basically, or at least have a big advantage. Should be really interesting.
Yep. I completely agree.
S-Judd so far has proven he's got that on the mind, but we'll see if anyone else comes out with it. Yeah, that Indomitable on Seer is just so big. I do it myself as well. Oh, the gauntlet ready. If he gets the gauntlet off, there's another Indomitable there. I don't think it's going to work. Here we go.
Oh.
Oof, yeah.
And he still got
This is a slightly bigger hit
game.
now. Yeah.
GG.
Just enough, I think. Minus 120. Wow. A lot of augments on there, I guess. Okay.
Took out 410. 410 health on that. Oh, insane. That gauntlet.
So
he cast the gauntlet here.
game 1.
Finishes off Seer. And then he casts it again. Yeah.
That's Vedamore versus Spike next.
That's not the end of the series, though, right? Wasn't that the first game, or was that the second one?
That was the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was second.
Yeah, they're not done yet.
Oh, I keep doing that.
It's such a long game.
We're starting to get into that, aren't we?
Oh man. So did we see any changes from Storming? He didn't change decks or anything?
I don't think so.
I feel like he is just one trick to this team the whole way, right? From what I've seen.
Possibly.
Yeah, so after that loss, now you gotta ask, like, does he stick with it or does he try something else?
I mean,
Does
we
he
could take a
think
look
he can
as
make
long
an
as
adjustment that gives him an advantage?
we could take a look as long as they don't start now. We should be able to see.
Yep, it started.
Oh, never mind. That works out.
Okay, Vedamore running it back.
The same team for Vet?
Yep.
They're running it back.
Damn, should be interesting.
Magma Affinity there.
Magma Affinity chip.
He's thinking.
So it's like a game of chicken. Like, do you try to greed it and bid less than 3 on it, or do you just go for it?
Yeah, you can't give that away.
I don't think you can give it away.
Yeah, they both agree.
Ooh, okay. They split the last 2 augments, though.
What's your take on that Saccharine pull?
Saccharine a bit more offensive. You can get 40% attack speed on someone. And then the Vanquisher's uplink, or not. Was that Vanquisher's uplink? I don't remember which one it was, but it was one of the on death triggers.
I think Saccarine's a bit weak because I think by the time you play it, you're pretty far into the late game, and by then there's so many Illuvials on the board that it just aggroes back onto whatever was on the Saccharine. I could be wrong, but a lot of the times that's how it feels that plays out.
Yeah, I don't think the Saccharine is going to accomplish much here. I think if he had a Terror Bird to have a duo carry with the Scoriox, then the Terror Bird could be a good holder of the Saccharine because he's up there up close. He's going to be taking damage. He's going to proc the Saccharine, get a lot of value out of it. But the way Vetemore has his team situated, he doesn't really have a good holder for that item. Maybe a seer late game, but it's not very high priority. I think the other augment was a stronger one here, but even that, I feel like we're going to see the players just not using them very early because they have a lot of other important core buildups for their team that they're going to go for. Okay. It's going into the air bulwark fighters. And Vetemore going water bulwark. Okay. So we've seen this before. Here goes hyper. Really on the Scoriox to just blast everything down here, but it looks like it doesn't have enough.
Yep. Just not enough.
It's a pretty big hit. A lot of units surviving there. Yeah, Vanquisher's uplink. I think that's going to be stronger than the Saccharine later on. Just a lot more raw value in it.
Similar placement to last game with the Scoriox.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to put it really far forward. I think he really wants that magma zone to be impactful in the fight and not, chilling too far back.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game he's playing though.
Yeah.
I think he's fine though right here, for sure. Because that Scoriox should not have the attack range to get to him. It'll be interesting to see how his Cardulo goes though, right?
Yeah,
it might
this
walk
thing
all
it
the
does
way
not
behind.
have space. It's going to walk all the way around.
It's gonna
and this Ranger positioning. This Ranger's going to eat the aggro.
Yeah.
He moved it. Yeah, that Ranger was going to get wrecked if she was in the front like that. This Caradulo is going to go for a trip.
Yeah, he's going for a ride. All the way. He's going to Texas, bro.
It says
he's gaining hyper on his Scoriox.
Yep.
Oof. Huge. It says I can change the delay on OBS, but I have no idea if that would mess something up.
I wouldn't.
Yep,
There you go. He's got hyper. GG.
Oh. If you could do enough damage to take Vetemore out quickly, it'll really bode well for him.
Yeah, it seemed like Vetemore was able to gain a slight edge in him in the super late game last time. So if Storming can avoid that scenario and end him early, that's definitely in his favor. I mean, obviously ending at any point is a good thing, but against a comp that you feel might scale you better, these early rounds are super important.
Yeah, especially in the mirror matchups. I guess it's not technically full-on mirror matchup, but still, a lot of the
Close
same
enough.
thought process going behind it.
I wonder if the delay is actually giving us a better quality stream that's able to encode the stuff before it goes out. I have been wondering that. Doesn't have to encode it live.
All right, so Storming gets into 2 additional magma, lots of magma zones, up pretty close to the front now. A lot of grit and resolve, a lot of AoE damage.
Cardulo still going for a trip, but I think that kind of helps him.
Venomore, I've not seen a lot of visible upgrades on his board. I didn't pay enough attention, but I'm guessing he upgraded to the 70 cost to like a very expensive Ranger glove here.
Yeah, so maybe thinking he can take out the front line and then shoot back to that.
We're about to find out. Boom! Ooh. Takes out the other Ranger.
Yep, that's gonna do it. And his Scoreax is hyper.
Yeah, he invested in a strong glove here for the Ranger for sure. Where Storming invested more in his other units.
Oh,
Ranger with the powerhouse plays though.
Yeah, I'd love to see the damage on that.
Storming just flipped on the damage really quick. Ranger was top damage on Vetamore's side. It had about double the damage of the Scoreax. Nice heads up play by Vetamore, realizing that he can get a secondary carry in there doing a lot of work. Because the way that Storming has his Ranger set up, it's just there for the tags at the moment. The unit itself isn't actually doing that much.
And I don't think he has a 70 cost gauntlet, does he?
Oh, does he not? Does he only have cheap ones for flexibility?
Yeah, I think he has a 15 cost and a 40 cost, but I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me.
Okay, so he has... I wonder if that was the difference maker late game. Because he's capped at a 40. Yeah, he's on the 15 right now. So his Ranger doesn't scale quite as hard. Interesting. What if that's the difference maker in this like pseudo mirror match? Just how hard can your Ranger scale?
It has to be, right? Because the Ranger with the 70 cost gauntlet just does so much damage. Like as you said, it did nearly double what Scoreax did, right? So
yeah,
that's nothing to scoff at. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, here comes the first cast.
Yeah, I don't think you should ever not have the 70 cost gauntlet.
Oh, his stuff all pans around. I don't know if Vetamore's figured out how to set that up so he gets a really good gauntlet off.
Oh,
but it's working.
That Singe tried to assassinate the backline.
Yeah, plus his Scoreax is hyper already, so he's just gonna.
Holy!
His Ranger blast is about to one-tap the enemy Ranger.
Oh,
almost, not quite.
He doesn't even have armor on.
Yeah, look at the difference in damage there.
But
come back.
Cardulox held on. Tanked forever.
Ooh,
wow.
Okay, he did win.
I actually think that was a Scoreax augment diff. I think Vetamore made a weak choice on the Scoreax augment and missed out on a lot of damage. Storming here went for pure damage on Scoreax, and Vetamore went for bonus attack speed on assist. So at the end there, when they were just attacking the Cardulo, it had no bonus damage whatsoever from the augment. And if he was sitting there with like, let's say 60 pure damage added, I think he wins there. So I actually think that was an augment diff.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I see where his head is at with that, because you're going to get pretty much an assist on every single thing that gets taken down. But you need that damage to actually do anything.
Yeah. I think it's rough as a first augment, right? Like, yeah, he splashes and it could get a lot of procs.
Yeah.
But as a first augment, you might want something that's a little more reliable.
100%. And I think this is probably favored for Vetamore now, because he's probably going to put damage, right? So this
so now he gets the damage on there.
Exactly. This round should have a dramatically different outcome.
But Storming also has the same pair of augments on his Scoreax. They both have double augmented now. It's just an uneven playing field, let's say. Whereas last round, Storming had the augment advantage there.
Yep.
So yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, we still have this Ranger from Vetamore, which is scaling harder than Storming's Ranger. Well, that right side though, for Storming, just crushing.
Are we going to fix those visual bugs with things like the gauntlet? Like how it hits something and then like 3 seconds later they take the damage?
Yeah, a little bit earlier he said that's something that's in the work.
Yep. These rounds are so close.
There we go. Yep. See, as I said, like you add the attack damage, that changes the whole round.
Let's just
on to round 7 again, back-to-back games.
We should ban Blazer Knight, and Scoriox right now. I want everyone run Phosphorus. That'd be crazy. I want to finish this up in 2 hours tops.
We'll see about that.
I mean, all of the loser bracket rounds should be playing right now, right? Like people shouldn't be waiting.
Yeah, we got a little bit further behind on one part of the loser bracket, and that's going to hold us up a bit. Hopefully we got that figured out, though.
The Godson game's gone 1-1. They go into the third round. But they take a little bit to get going sometimes, so Wildfire's pushing that.
Yeah, just that Godson match that they need to catch up a little bit to keep the bracket moving along. Let's focus on what we got here. Potentially the last round, but it still could go another round. Both sides are pretty capped at this point. Vetamore's Ranger is getting hyper. Scoriox is as well, a little bit slower. Ranger's about to go full hyper. Gaining additional Omega power because it's a Scion, which means that its blasts are going to hit even harder. Wow, one shot the enemy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a Ranger diff if I've ever seen one. GG's, guys. Rough, tough mirror matches. Venomore takes it, though. 2-0.
Yep. Venomore is doing really well.
Vetamore's on fire.
You take out 450 health in one go.
Good for him.
Oh, see that gauntlet shot go in between the two before? That gauntlet positioning is just too
calculated.
Good. Damn, and that's game with the Venomore game.
That is game. Venomore will move on to face Spike in the next round.
All right, just gotta fix something up quickly. All right, let me just fix something up. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, so we got now Spike against Venomore. Was Spike playing Empath? I can't remember. Man, all these are just blurring together.
Yeah, it's real rough.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, it should be good. They're kicking into it now. Thankfully, we know this one will be like really snappy, really onto it, you know?
Yeah, did you check the message I sent you?
Oh, not yet.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, okay, so this is the winner's final, correct? Estrad versus Smartass. Looks like Estrad. Okay, Smartass going for the evasive veiling. Estrad getting the Vaporwave Assault. I think that's a bit of a misplay on Smartass, but I think he was trying to outplay or playing mind games with Estrad, and Estrad was just okay with, if he had to, losing both augments and playing it out normally. Holy shit, I cannot think.
Where'd Martini go? I might have missed it.
So, I'm not sure. So Estrad goes ahead and gets 3 fire, 3 fighter. Different from how he played the first time when he used this deck on stream. Oh, it looks like a mirror matchup. Mr. God of PV2 with the better positioning there.
What is that mirror matchup? Is it rogues?
Yeah, it's the same exact deck.
Should be interesting.
They're both on Xborg, so they probably been playing this a lot together.
For all of you watching at home, this is actually going to be a best of 5 game, our first of 3, where this game, the losers finals and the winners finals are all going to be best of 5.
Yeah, this is winners finals. Not to be confused, but this is winners finals and then losers finals and then the grand finals. So the winner of the losers finals. Let me restart that. Winners finals, the loser of this series gets bumped down to the losers finals. Winner of losers finals goes back up in the winners bracket for grand finals. Look like Estrad with the better positioning here. Oh, maybe not. God of PB2 comes back.
Estrad lost some points trying to sell off the links before, I think. So it's going to be interesting. There's a good chance Smartass actually brings out Ramfire here for sure. Unfortunately, we can't get TSG on. It looks like it's not going to function on his phone. But he will be joining for more tournaments in the future, for sure.
There we go. Estrad finally gets one on the board.
We're definitely going to run that one back. Martini is here. I'm not sure why he's not talking, but that's all good. He's sending little messages. Ah, right.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
All right, sweet. We're going to the instant replay.
Yeah, Storming just went out. I was just chatting with Storming on Discord, just giving him the GGs and everything.
Yeah, the bullet placement at the back was quite good, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. The Ramfy did miss that cast, though. That's my favorite part about watching it back, is I can see what happened a bit more clearly.
Estrad preferring to get the energy augment onto his Ramfire instead of waiting.
Oh!
Yeah, I don't think it was worth it.
No! The one tick. The bug got him. Ramfire has this weird bug where if you walk into the area just after he casts, it still hits you. I don't know if that's necessarily a bug, but it's a visual bug. That's really
I still
annoying.
think he lost that match, though.
Nah, his Ramfire would have taken him out.
Yeah, on the Ramfire cast for a half a second or so, right? So after it lands, anything that walks into it still burns.
Yeah.
Sometimes it catches you off guard when you're expecting, like, okay, the hit missed, and then my units are fine, and then 3 of them walk in and get one shot.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. He needs to figure out a way to stall it slightly longer. Honestly, he doesn't look like he has any invulnerability or indomitable items, which would have made a big difference. That would be a crazy tech in the mirror, where you have like an indomitable Ramfire, and so your Ramfire always lives after the other Ramfire's cast, and sometimes casts itself.
Yeah, I don't see Smartass or Estrad being the type of people to do that, though. I think they're kind of... If I had to guess, I would assume they were like, let's just see who's better. Same exact deck. I could be wrong.
Oof. It's so close.
Just a gentleman's handshake between teammates kind of thing.
Gentleman's handshake, but it's more like a pride thing. They just want
We're
the
like,
other
all
person to
right,
know they're better.
we're gonna go head to head. No one has any
Exactly.
inherent advantage here. Let's see who can outplay the other one.
I respect that, though. I definitely respect that.
Should be interesting. Who do we think is going to win this? Because it's even though it looks like S-Judd's losing, it really could be anyone's game. S-Judd's a little bit behind on mastery. Did he get the bug again? That's
What
so
bug?
rough. Look, he's got 480 mastery.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it's the mastery point bug again. Wait, this Ramfire has a huge shield.
Where'd that even come from?
Smartass put double shield augments on his Ramfire. He gave him a bunch of shield at the start of the fight.
Oh no, the Ramfire's going to cast it.
They're gonna walk into it.
No.
Do they live, though?
Wait, why isn't he casting?
No, they don't live. Oh, wow.
The Rampy.
Wow.
Rampy.
The
The
Rampy
hero
coming
we
in clutch.
need.
It did absolutely no damage to Smartass, unfortunately.
We're in the slow-mo, but it's going to take too long to get us to get there. We're going to miss the next round. Oh,
Look at the shield
wild.
on Smartass's Ramfire, though.
We're posting that on Twitter later, for sure.
It's like 2/3 of his health bar.
It's such a good
what
game.
augment is it that gives him that?
The charge capacitor. You can give shield.
Oh, so he
I
chose
see.
shield instead of energy. Ooh.
Yeah, so instead of going for a quick cast, he's playing for a delayed cast to wait for everything to like walk back into its AoE, which almost worked last round.
They needed some indomitable augments.
Well, that's a wave.
Oh, it's on the left, but the Ramfire might walk into it. Oh! Oh! It's on the edge! Oh, it didn't do enough. Oh, what was that? That was the Inferno after the fact that took it out?
Yeah, Estro's Ramfire Estro's Ramfire's Omega just barely missed Smartass's Ramfire. That might have been able to change the round.
We can watch it in slow-mo. We can watch what happened. Not gonna lie, slow-mo sucks. I'll find a better way to do this next time.
No, it's all good. But you can see here, he right before it hits him, goes up, and his Ramfire is just like barely outside of it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's really interesting because the wave makes his Ramfire cast first, but you actually almost want your Ramfire to always cast second.
That's what it seems like, eh?
Yeah. Game.
The losers bracket matches are still playing at the same time as this, right?
They should be, yeah.
I hope so, because they still have a lot of catching up to do. And this is...
We actually had a DQ. Insomnia, I think, disappeared, so they're almost caught up now. Oh, we're in game already. Sorry.
Yep. Looks like same start out. Oh, they're gonna just do a mirror match again?
Interesting. Maybe they have a gentleman's agreement to be like, no empath stuff. Let's make this quick. Let's make it dirty.
Well, this team counters empaths. The Arcanite build we saw countered this team. So I wonder if they're playing mind games or if they're just messing around.
Yeah, maybe they both think it's too risky to swap it. It's a good game either way. I'm loving it. Okay,
So Estra takes round one here. Doing the same thing he did last game in round 2.
How do you guys feel about getting Annie on here?
Yeah. Let's get Annie in.
For anyone who's not aware, I have a best of 5 counter in the top right hand and left hand corner, where you can currently see that Smartass has won game 1 of the series. Also, don't forget, if SJR does lose here, he will still be in the losers bracket and have a chance for a potential rematch, which I think would be quite an interesting outcome for this tournament. The Bulwark.
Oof is rampy.
The Bulwark Lynx.
On all of them.
The Bulwark Lynx is huge here. I don't know if he used that last round.
Yeah, it kind of hurts too that his rampy only got his Omega on one of Smartass's units. See if anyone does anything interesting with the rogue trait. I'm not sure that would even change the board.
The Grit and Resolve is good. It's not as good as Physical Resist against Ram 5, but it is good. He's playing for a more tanky thing like that. That Bulwark Lynx, if you stack it right, you'd be surprised how much you can tank.
Yeah, Bulwark Lynx actually, I don't know if you guys picked up on it in the patch notes, but the Bulwark Lynx and the Fighter Lynx both had pretty long cast animations to their stun and powerful slash, respectively.
Yep.
In the last patch, the duration of that cast animation was reduced by half a second, so it's not a major change, but a small improvement to those units.
It's very annoying when it gets stunned.
The cast isn't quite as slow.
Yeah, the casting being so slow, I think that is a pretty good buff. The casting being so slow really can change the outcome of the match because then you don't get it off.
I think the Ram 5s do hit each other here.
Ooh.
Who's gone up first?
The one that goes up second here is actually better, right? Because it dodges the first
I don't think it dodges it. It's untargetable, but that doesn't mean it dodges any AoE effects. That's at least how I've seen it.
It looked like it still took damage.
Pretty sure it did.
Or maybe it fell back down into that afterburn that we were talking about.
Let's check it out.
I don't think it gets hit when it's in the air.
We can see now. I'm pretty sure it got hit when it was in the air. It's just untargetable. You can't aggro onto it. But you can hit it with AoE effects. Oh, I didn't get hit at all. It might have been outside of the range. Hard to say.
Yeah, each one of these rounds are just super close.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, we do have Annie in here, though.
Annie's here, I forgot.
Welcome, Annie.
Welcome, Annie.
Hold on. You can't hear him just yet. Hold on. Who's... Okay. Okay, that's the one.
Oh, this time Smartass's Rampire goes off first. Ooh, very nice play from S-Judd.
Okay, Annie, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Great to be here, guys. How we doing?
Turning up your sound a little bit,
Doing
Annie.
great.
You should be good now.
Doing great. I've never had more energy and more
It's a long one, but this is good, though.
Yeah, it really is. It's been almost a dream come true, dude. I'm so pumped for this. I've been waiting for this forever. I keep saying it, chat. Shut up. I love esports. I love Illuvium. It couldn't get any better right now for me.
Yeah, for sure. This match is fire too, to be one to be able to jump in on. Super keen with SJud and Smartass in here on this final of the winners bracket. So what's your guys' take as far as the current meta? You know, it's interesting seeing some of the different plays compared to what we've observed in ranked mode recently.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing like a heavy Arcanite team comps, a lot of those. This team comp that Smartass and SJud are playing is really interesting. And then you have the your classic Empath. It seems like those seem to be the most common, the Arcanite and Empath. And then you have some with the Toxic. It's been interesting. There's been more variety than I thought there was going to be honest. I thought we were going to see one team that was clearly well above the rest, and we were going to see that over and over, and I'm pretty pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think the Arcanite is interesting. You know, one hallmark, in my opinion, of the structure is flexibility is really key in a long-running tournament like this, where you're not sure what you're going to get matched up against. And so I think you see a lot of players, especially some of the top ones, that are really trying to give themselves as many outs as possible. Even if you get stuck with a bad matchup, to not have a guaranteed loss.
Yeah, those Arcanite matchups we've seen, that's probably been the most popular of all of them, but slightly different variants, right? You have these super tanky Bulwark versions, you have the more hybrid versions that have some Toxic units in there for extra damage, and it seems like there hasn't been any clarity of like one version being better than the other. Both have shown promise, a lot of back and forth, so it's not like there's one standalone, this is the best team kind of thing. Everything seems like it can lose, which makes things really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one thing that I do think is interesting is how this team comp gets countered by the Arcanite, and the Arcanite seems to get countered by the Empath, and you have this love triangle between this comp, Empaths, and Arcanite.
Ooh, I can't believe he's still in it.
Down. Yep.
Just barely. Hanging on.
Some interesting plays here. I'm not sure what he just changed.
Whoever can control C first wins. We love it. So Annie, what has been your take on the overall tournament so far? How are you finding it? Do you think there's been some interesting games or interesting teams, or?
Yeah, 100%, mate. It's been really nice to see. I was really impressed with some of the creativity on some of the matches. So in particular, one that I joined was Torex. I forget who was on the other side, but fighting against one of the Empath teams, and I actually thought that the round was going to go completely differently. Torex was able to pull apart the Empath clump at the start. I think it was the second round, and then after that wasn't able to ever get that positioning back. But I think that construct may be one that allows, even if you have a bad matchup, oof.
There's your proof. Did you see him die in the air?
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, but I think we'll see some possibilities where even if you have a bad matchup against Empaths, if you can get the positioning right to break apart the clump, that may become part of a new meta for countering it.
Yeah, I definitely think it was possible for him to win there. I keep saying it, and I think his thought process was absolutely genius. I just think he didn't pull it off properly. And I think with a little bit of practice, a lot of people are going to get used to that. We'll see, though. It would be nice to have some kind of positioning that would counter the impasse like that. But
yeah, that was a super fun one to cast. We were all hyped when we were like, oh my god, he's splitting them up. He broke up the pack, and it actually worked at first.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to follow through with it in the coming rounds, but there's something there. for sure, because those empaths really do want to be all packed together. You can,
Oh no,
separate them
too
out.
low. He comes back with 25 health. I know Estrad is fuming right now.
Oof. Oh, what happened to the ram fire? His energy got shredded. God damn.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to get his cast off either. Last second.
Yeah.
He's sticking with it.
Run it back again. Okay.
That's probably a gentleman's agreement. Just keep it.
I would
keep it
assume.
going. So losers round 11 is going. It's almost caught up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that needs to finish, and then one more, and then the loser of this winner's finals match will have an opponent. Right? No, there's two more. There's still two more rounds. Yeah, they still have a ways to go.
We've been on this round 11 in the loser bracket for a minute though, so I'm really hoping that we have those going and they're almost finished.
Yeah, because then we still need to do 12 and 13.
Yep.
Before we get to losers finals, which will include the loser of this current match we have going.
Breakout.
Doka versus Doka.
I think at a macro level, though, one piece that's very interesting is this is really the first opportunity we've had to see public-facing esports with Arena, right? I mean, we've seen some, again, kind of janky versions of it with Ascendance, but this is, I mean, PvP is obviously where this gameplay needs to be at its best.
Oh no!
Big fireburst.
And the Volante cast?
Absolutely, Annie. Like there have been a few tournaments here and there over the last year plus with the survival PvE mode, and like you said, they're always a little janky. It's like, okay, so you guys play some things and see if we can get the highest, and some of them are maybe just go at it once and see who gets the highest. Other ones are saying you have 24 hours to literally get as far as you can, and then you have weird leaderboard tiebreak type situations, and it never really has that competitive spirit that you get out of these direct head-to-head matches. It's super cool. Obviously, I'm super happy to see it. Getting to play these tournaments, working on the game, helping design this mode, doing a lot of the testing and everything. So, yeah, it's so great. I'm right there with Jimbo and loving this.
Venomore and Spike are 1-1, which is quite interesting.
Yep, they're on their last game. Did we get an update on Ligron and Carlisle?
I think they played one game.
Okay.
There's some weird messiness happening, so I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I'm going to let the admins decide.
Okay, it looks like they're probably both just going to go for this Inferno. Oh! That's pretty big. That's actually huge.
Oh, no way.
Is that a mistake?
No, because
or was it intentional?
It could be a mistake.
It's got to be intentional. You must just not.
It's
value
intentional.
it.
Intentional.
Take the jagged end instead.
Whoa.
You just didn't think.
I mean,
yeah.
I think it might be a mistake though.
Yeah, I think that's a huge mistake.
No, I think they're just playing the mind games. I almost would have
Yeah,
done
they
the
were
same
trying
thing.
to play the mind games, but I don't think it worked out for them.
No, it didn't work out for Smartass, no.
Estra's the kind of player that will, no matter what, kind of put a 3 in if he thinks it's that big of a deal. So if I was Smartass, I would stop doing that, splitting it up kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, when you're ahead, you don't want to take the risk, right?
Yep.
Although what item does this Ramfire have right now? Oh, it casts first.
Oh.
This is GG. Boom. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. We've got a game on our hands.
Yep. Back and forth battle between these two titans.
So does he get in the 3 Inferno this turn?
I think so. Yep. There it is. So in case anyone doesn't know the mechanics of Inferno, the damage that it does triggers when the unit uses their Omega, but it disappears if the unit dies. So you both need to cast your Omega and have the unit survive to continuously get those damage ticks on the whole board. So
I'll just
Astrid
switch out
actually
of the
has it
replay.
set up
Sorry,
where his
guys.
Lynx casts right when the fight starts. So it immediately procs the Inferno. Start DJing the whole board.
Seems Smartass might have just a better read on how to play this comp into the mirror matchup than Estrad.
It feels like his timings are a little better in most of the rounds.
It's such a delicate balance too, because you want your Ramfire to cast second, but you also want them to get it off on some of the units so that they're not doing as much damage over time. There's a lot of
getting
stuff
off
away.
quickly does some initial burst damage. It could potentially remove a couple threats from the enemy board, and also just getting that Inferno rolling, which damages the whole board.
Yeah,
There's definitely some merit to just casting very quickly, even if you don't hit the entire enemy board.
What was that energy reduce item? Oh, he's outside of it. Taking serious damage from Inferno, though. Oh, no. What happened?
Yeah, Smartass has got something figured out.
What happened to that Ramfire? I want to watch this back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we don't have Annie in here. What the hell? Crazy. You're on the action replays now, Annie. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Mr. God of PB2 only needs to win this round. Estrad would have to claw his way back. Yep. Looks like it is going
This is
to
for
be...
a spot in the grand finals.
Yep. Mr. God of PB2 takes it.
Oh, they were all so
3-0.
close, though.
3-0.
It's so rough. Oh. Here we are. I'm going to try and get up the next game ASAP. We might have to wait a little bit. So you guys keep talking.
Yeah, we got our first grand finalist. SJud moving to the lower bracket finals.
So how many players do we still have in? Do we have the bracket to put up maybe?
Yep, let's do it. I'm trying to do so many things at once.
Yeah, let's check it out. I haven't looked in the last few minutes. I think we're in the top 8 now.
Yeah, but I am not sure we have information on who won the Vetemore Spike game yet, do we?
I don't think it's finished. It's almost there, but it's not finished yet.
Okay. They did start it up a while ago, so it might be close.
They're in their last round. I don't know what the outcome is, though. They're 1-1.
Yeah, we are actually in top 8.
Spike was really fun to watch as well.
Love to see.
Scoriox, you should be able to filter that down to top 8 now for the cleanest view of who remains.
Yep. Learning this on the fly.
These are also the boys that are getting paid.
It's not even that good. Hold on. There we go.
These guys are in the money, bro.
We are
There we go. There we go.
Protozair, Smartass, Pantavulukova, SJud, Vedmore, Spike. Interesting. Giron, Carlisle, Protozair, and Pantavulukova.
I haven't seen Carlisle at all. I don't know what kind of teams they're playing.
Yeah, I don't think we've had him on stream at all yet.
Any chance we could get him?
It'll be interesting to see too when some of these we get a rematch between players that maybe finished, especially some of these that were 2-1 matchups in the first go around. I'll be curious to see how many times people will adjust their strategy, or even I wonder if we're going to see any deck building basically on the fly over the course of the day for some of these finalists, as they've had a chance now to presumably see what everyone else is playing.
Yeah, because any of these matches that we see on the screen from the winner's bracket could get replayed.
Mm-hmm.
We could potentially see Smartass go against Pan again. And SJud could face Proto again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see if they change their strategies, like you said, or just go at it again and feel like, you know what, I put up a good fight, I have a good chance, let's run it back.
It'd be so crazy to see that rematch with SJud and Smartass.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they do that mirror matchup the entire time again, because I think it looked like Smartass was always one step ahead of SJud.
It's kind of hard to analyze in the moment what was actually going on, but it felt like just watching the results, he had some kind of read that just made him win almost all of the rounds.
100%. Okay, I did get confirmation for SJud. They're not going to do a mirror matchup if they get back into the grand finals together. So
was it a gentleman's agreement? Do you know?
It looks like it was. I'm not going to say why on stream though, just in case. But yes, it was a tactical move by both of them. So I think that it's possible they have teams that each other doesn't know about. I doubt that, but that would be really interesting. That would be fun.
Yeah, but we have seen the meta form, and so is playing a new team into your Blazer Knight Empath really a smart decision? You know what I mean? So you got to make sure it can beat whatever they have to throw at you, and make sure it's still a solid team besides just wacky. And that won't work in the best of 5 either.
Yeah. Oh man. So we have any predictions on what Esjud or Smartass might pull out next to surprise some people?
I don't know. I definitely think Ascariox comes out at some point. I do think the Rogue team actually makes a return. One of them opens with it and one of them doesn't. But at the same time, I don't know if they're going to face each other.
Yeah, I'm more thinking about in losers finals for Esjud. I think it could be interesting. Because if they do know each other's decks, all of the decks that they have, Esjud's not going to be afraid to pull out whatever in this losers finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once you get into an elimination moments like that, you don't want to go out of a tournament wishing that you'd played your strongest team, right? Or one that you feel maybe has a big advantage because no one's seen it before. Like I think depending on who you get matched up against, you're going to pull something that's that maybe is unexpected. But we'll have to see, right? As you guys have said, the meta is definitely forming now, and it'll be interesting to see who's got a counter to it. I am keen to find out too. I know we saw some pretty incredible numbers of played hours from some of the folks that Kieran had shared in general chat at one point. Do you guys know where the highest number of hours played since PvP has launched is sitting at right now? From maybe not a team standpoint, but from public facing standpoint.
No idea.
Hours played by like an individual?
Yes.
Oh, we probably have that data. Actually, I'm very sure we have that data because we have all the data around like total hours played and hours played per person.
They stopped 2 of the Atipos from getting
but I don't think it's been shared yet. Yeah, I'm sure all that kind of data will be made public eventually, but it's not at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have all sorts of data in the back end though. We have hours played, total matches played, obviously all the ranking stuff for an eventual leaderboard. We have Illuvial play rates, Illuvial win rates, augment play rates, augment win rates. We've got all the data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he brings in the Templar Wildfire buff with 4 empath. I'm not sure what was Spike's team. I couldn't even remember what it was.
Just a little insight into some of the play rate and win rate data without giving away too much. I kind of expected this coming in, but after the first, 4 days or so, this may have changed since then. Cardiolox, the stage 3 water buffalo, was by far the most played single alluvial.
Oh, someone played Toxic on a stream like right before the game came out, and everyone went straight into it. It was crazy. Plus, it's a new alluvial.
But a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Toxic is OP. You can't kill it." And even though Cardiolox was the most played, it had almost exactly a 50% win rate. So
it's bad. It's bad. That's because
that was an interesting little piece of data.
But if everyone's playing it, then someone has to win and someone has to lose.
And
in the Cardiolox mirror, it's 50%.
Yeah, and then the highest win rate alluvial, which I'm not going to say what it is, but it had the highest win rate alluvial with a reasonable number of matches. Not something that only had 3 matches or whatever. It's not very significant. With a reasonable number of matches, there were a couple of alluvials in the high 60s % win rate, which is very, very high.
That's very high. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sorry to sidetrack that. Maybe get back to the match we got going here.
Yep.
This rogue counter is an interesting matchup here.
Mm-hmm.
It works if you can get Umbra to ramp up fast enough. It's really great with the 50% attack speed buffs and all that sort of stuff. But it's not easy. Blazer Knight's just so tough. I love the rotor on the back left corner, though. You should be putting the Umbra there as well and dragging them out to a Grocco that's in the back line. That would work a treat. But he's putting he has to drag them out, or you can't beat it, I don't think. What's that he gave it? Did he give it the anti-clumsy thing? I like it. Yeah, it's clumsy right now. Oh, I wonder how well it actually works.
I do think Rogue counters empath a little bit.
The problem is that you can't actually put them behind Blazonite, which I would like you guys to change, Kyle. Like, if you stick them all back in the corner, then your rogues can't actually get behind the Blazonite. I would like that to change. I don't know how you would do it. I do wonder what happens if you do 4 Flish, though. That'd be wild. 4 Flish and a Ramfire. That'd be such a sweet combo.
Get that big damage on the Omega.
For sure, for sure.
All right, so the Umber team takes the first 2 rounds. Empaths reach critical mass on round 3. So now it's just a game of, does Spike have enough damage to penetrate this clump of munchkins with very large shields?
Clump of munchkins.
Clump of munchkins is the quote of the stream.
The Munchkin Ball.
Yeah. Oh god. Right, if anyone doesn't know, Jim Marino does have an Illuvium channel, and he has a lot of really fun content on there. So don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out Arcade. They'll be launching sometime next year, but they do have some functioning stuff on their site right now. The mission pools begin, so there's a lot to get excited about for Arcade, which is the official sponsor of the tournament, as well as Wildfire. That was really weird. The stream should be coming back. The stream froze out. I don't know if his game froze out. I'll check in on that.
Yeah, I've decided after just getting wrecked endlessly by this the empath clump group in some of the ranked matches that this is basically the equivalent of StarCraft's Marine Ball squad lineup, and so I've taken to calling it the empath ball. I think really that question again, can you pull it apart, is going to be a key one. I do wonder, Martina, as you guys have seen the meta emerge, some of these compositions, obviously some of the Illuvials that are having 60+% win rates, you're going to have to look at that to make sure it's balanced. What type of timeline are you guys looking at for rebalancing and making adjustments to the overall structures as you get more of this data in? Is it going to be on a bi-weekly basis, or are you more looking at just kind of gradual changes until we get closer to the actual open beta launch?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think we have a rigid schedule on it at the moment. I think we're going to look to be pretty aggressive with stabilizing balance patches, also just to keep mixing things up, keep gathering a lot of feedback in the short term. So I think we did a patch 2 days after launch, and then we already have a second one that's prepared for early next week. Maybe Monday if we can get it out, maybe Tuesday, but there'll be another one coming. I mean, we already have the changes ready to go. So very aggressive at first. I would expect after a few weeks, maybe that cadence will slow down a little bit. My estimates would be maybe 1 patch a week, which is still pretty good in my opinion. With the intent of rapid iteration and feedback to try to get things in a really solid state for open beta. And then again, no planned cadence, but I would assume for open beta, we would look to patch less frequently. Hopefully it's already in a pretty solid state, and we only need to make minor tweaks here and there. That's the goal. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. But we really want to be on top of things, listen to player feedback, do lots of testing on our own. On the topic of Illuvials with high win rates, you got to be careful how you look at data, right? Because it's not necessarily saying that individual Illuvial is too good. It could just say that the types of comps that he's being played in are either being played well, or they're too strong, or maybe they just counter something that's very popular in the meta. Like things have rock, paper, scissors counterplay type interactions, and maybe this one particular comp isn't too strong. It's just not very many people are playing it, and those who are potentially countering something that a lot of people are playing. So you need to be very careful with how you interpret data.
Yeah, I also think some Illuvials probably have higher skill caps to play well, and so as a result, if you only get the better players that are actually bothering to use them, like that's I think interesting information in and of itself.
Yeah, it could matter a lot. Right now, most of our data we're looking at is on a global level, but you definitely want to be able to segment that data too, especially when we have a ranked ladder system. You want to be able to say, well, what do the win rates and play rates look like in this bracket? What do they look like in that bracket? And be able to make sense of that data. Because realistically, if we're going for competitive balance, win rates and play rates in a low-ish, let's say, ELO bracket, aren't as relevant for that particular goal as similar stats in a higher bracket. It's not saying they're not important at all. Like, it still has importance. We want to make sure things are fun at all levels. But if we're talking purely competitive balance, we really need to use the upper end of gameplay to be making those decisions.
So what you're saying is you're probably not looking at my match history to make any big decisions on the importance of a particular alluvial.
I don't know what your match history looks like.
It's not great. I think Jimbo, did we play each other? I think I did play you one time, maybe. If so, you crushed me.
No, I don't think so. I think your elo's too low for me to play you in ranked.
Probably.
I'm just playing with you.
Probably accurate.
I'm just playing, but I think we did. I don't remember if it was a ranked or a casual game. I don't really play a lot of casual games, so it's probably ranked. But it was probably like close to the first day, I think.
Could have been.
What were you using?
What's that?
What were you using?
Toxic. I was using the toxic build.
You might have beat
Most
me.
played, told you.
Yeah, I don't do very well against toxic teams. Especially that round one. That round one is just unwinnable. A lot of the times I'll just let the person beat me on it to see where they set their Cardulux up.
Ranger plus cow, too powerful?
Yeah, I can't be that.
It loses to some things. There are some aggressive starts that definitely can beat it, but I would say on average, it's a very powerful turn.
I beat it with my open.
Hard to take down.
I wouldn't be able to beat the Archie, but I beat it with my open, yeah. Or rogues.
And now people are going to start using, I was about to say, people are going to start using that Archie now, and it might actually be unbeatable now.
The Torex, that was Torex, right? With the Archie tech?
Dude,
that's the first time I've seen it. That was cool.
I love seeing that. That's awesome. What a G. Shout out to Torex, bro. You made the tournament a lot more interesting with your innovative builds and innovative play.
I'm not getting any stream. Spike has technical drama, and they're in their second game.
Okay.
So I won't be able to get that stream, but Proto will be up soon. I think Ligron and Carlisle are in their final game now. We're getting close to the end of the stream. All good.
I'm so tired. I just want to get to the losers finals, and then the grand finals is about to be super hype. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited. I'll get a rush of energy when we get to grand finals for sure.
Do we know who won the first game of Spike and Pen?
I believe... No, I don't know. I thought it was Pan.
Because we saw the first few rounds before we lost it.
Pan won.
Pan won, okay. So Spike had the rogues and took the early rounds. And then it looks like Pan stabilized with his empaths. And I guess, took it from there.
Yeah. It seemed likely based on the way the build was going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have been my prediction as well. But I don't know. I mean, maybe Umber can do some crazy things when that unit scales. If he just gets a really big cast off and just kills 2 or 3 units and then just goes crazy after that, like, you never know.
I was thinking the same thing. That Umber, I think we actually saw a matchup that was somewhat similar to this. I don't think the Ranger had the rogue item, but I think we saw a matchup earlier where an Umber carry did beat the classic Empath Blazing Knight team.
Mm-hmm.
is really funny. The Jark said in the chat before in Wildfire, can you believe we pulled this off without Ricky Tan? Ricky's everywhere. Got eyes and ears.
Easy.
But no, the Wildfire team has done an excellent job. So so glad they pulled this off. But we will definitely keep streamlining it so that it's a bit less difficult. And we'll be a lot harsher in future tournaments too. That's what caused us issues. Is like we had a 5-minute grace period, but we were pretty lenient overall, which might have been a mistake. But we just wanted to give everyone as much of a shot as we can. But yeah. So they've done a good job.
At the end of the day, I think production-wise, especially when we don't have 250 plus people in the tournament, is going to ramp up dramatically. And as you said, the grace period, I think that held back a lot of the timing in the tournament. So there was a certain group in the lower losers bracket that were taking a little bit too long, but it's all good. Everybody's going to get a chance. The most important thing is everybody got a chance to perform in the tournament. Everybody got a chance to play, and we'll go from there. I'm glad everybody got to play XD.
Yeah, I want to make a little comment on the Umber stuff. I actually recently have done some testing around some Umber things. It's tricky to get right. It's a tough alluvial to make work properly, but when he pops off, he's really, really good. I've been able to beat some of those empath comps with it even. And interesting little tidbit, a few days ago, I did a ranked session. I've basically been staying out of ranked and not trying to mess with it, but I did a ranked session for a few hours, and I lost only one match, and it was to that Umber build, the one that we just saw. So it's the only one that I lost. Definitely has the potential.
The real alpha. This is what you all are here for.
I mean, there's a patch coming in a couple days, so it doesn't matter, right?
Exactly.
Like, get ready to relearn and figure out what's good.
Yep. You love to see it, though. The constant updates now with PvP taking that super seriously is really nice to see. And with these tournaments going on, it's going to be so much fun. Especially this next tournament, it's going to be more streamlined. I can't wait for that. But we still got our finals to go through. I can barely think of what to say right now. I'll be honest, bro. I'm so tired. It's insane. You watch these streams and you don't think it takes as much out of them as it does. Dude, even go live for like 4 hours on my own playing ranked will take it out of me. It's draining. What were you gonna say, Annie? Sorry, sir.
No, you're good, mate. So I was gonna mention that one I think really important point that isn't talked about enough in a lot of Web3 games is the criticality of allowing not just metas to form in PvP genres of games, but also for them to be regularly broken in a creative way by the dev team. This is the area that has always given me the most heartburn when we think about using blockchain tech for key assets in a PvP setting, because players really, really hate to have their toys get nerfed. But in order to ensure that you have a vibrant PvP scene, you can't have a meta that just gets stale and stays the same for months on end when nothing's being changed. And so I think, one really important point for us to see and also continue to talk about with the community is, look, when we see this kind of paper, rock, scissors structure that allows you to have different teams and compositions that kind of move into the mainstream, and then to allow that to be broken by adjusting relative strengths of units, by adding new mechanics, I think it's really essential to keep the game fresh, because otherwise, by the 50th time you play the same team composition against the same opponents, it's beginning to get a lot less fun. And so making sure that we have that vibrancy within the game ecosystem is really critical.
Yeah,
so
and
the game is almost
the
up.
updates that we're seeing in the short term are mostly just around numerical changes to try to adjust any major imbalances. But over time and over longer terms, you'll likely see more updates to the game itself, right? It's not going to be exactly the same game as you see now, right? New mechanics might be added. Existing mechanics that maybe didn't work out as well as we thought might be tweaked a little bit based on feedback or things like that. So it can evolve over time. and become a little bit different too. So yeah, it's not just necessarily going to be numerical changes to, oh, how much damage does this unit do, or how much defense does this synergy provide. So lots of room there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even the introduction of the augments is critical here, and really it gives a lot of potential. Right, you can have seasonal augments that maybe come in for a time period that allow you to again take a team or composition that maybe wasn't viable at all, and then all of a sudden, if you get that augment, now it becomes an absolute powerhouse. And so, some of those I think will be interesting use cases too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just saw in the stream chat, which is obviously delayed, so they won't hear this for a bit. But there's a good point too, is that we don't have all the Illuvials yet. So for PvP, there's still a lot of things that aren't even possible yet. But we have various units that do new things that you've never seen before, and new synergy thresholds that weren't reachable before. And once those come in, that's going to just completely change all the balance and everything. It's going to have a totally new game feel. Like obviously it's still the same core game, but getting, I think there's 6 lines, maybe something like that. You're close to 20 Illuvials that aren't in yet. It's going to make a big splash.
So we've got Proto versus Carabasso now. Should be quite interesting. Nice. Carabasso being Carlisle.
Oh, okay, that's Carlisle. Okay, so we did watch him play.
Yes.
I did not realize that was that name.
Neither did I, but now we do.
And
this is a different team build, though, isn't it?
What was he playing? I don't even remember.
And I think he's playing a variant of the Arcanite with 3 air, and then I think Proto's playing the Bulwark with the Arcanite. I'm not sure.
Was Carlisle playing Arcanite in the previous match or something different? I don't recall. We've had so many games; they're all blending together.
You got no chance in hell getting that information out of me.
Okay, but we have another Arcanite mirror-ish with the 2 different popular variants.
Yep. Okay, he's going Furiox because he's got a flare for the 3 fire.
Unfortunately,
play this turn.
Unfortunately, Venomor's been knocked out of the competition, but he said he thought it was very well run, very smooth. He has some feedback on maybe splitting it to 2 days, which I thought was really cool. And yeah, we look forward to seeing him again. So yeah.
Yeah, very well done, Venomor. I was pleasantly surprised with your performance. You did great, buddy.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he finished top 10?
Top
8. Yeah.
Top 8. Nice.
I think the only other big bit of feedback that I'm taking all the feedback on board, just so everyone knows, but the really big one is definitely set deck lists and stuff like that. I think a few people thought people copied decks and things like that, and although it wasn't against our rules, we would like to try and make it a little bit more cohesive next time. So I'm looking forward to doing all that for sure. First time we've seen Phosphorus in ages. Unfortunately, Proto only has one monitor, so we couldn't take his whole screen, which means we can't get sound for this game, but that's okay.
Yeah, it could definitely be worse. It looks like that polar bear was really just going at it with the Phosphorus. I'm surprised he held on that long.
Yeah, he's right around the back. I don't think Phosphorus was on here. He wasn't aggroed on him initially. I can't remember, does the polar bear's cast do something outside of damage?
Yes, it does.
What does it do?
It steals stats.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Little known fact, Polar Bear is the best 1v1 Illuvial in the game. I've run tests. I've matched up all the Illuvials 1v1 against each other pretty much. Except things that I don't care about. Like I'm not gonna put a stage 1 Grocco against a Rip Lance or something, right? Like that's obviously gonna go one way. But yeah, I've done some tests with some of the strongest 1v1 Illuvials, and yeah, Polar Bear is the best. He literally steals damage and attack speed from the enemy, does pure damage with the ability. Very, very strong.
There might be some interesting cheese builds no one's figured out yet then.
So I just saw James's comment in the chat. He won't see this for a while, but he said, how useful was this to Illuvium? I hope Scoriox gets some good feedback from the team. And you'll know that many Illuvium people were in the chat this whole time. Ben was in the stream at the start of the stream as well. And Kyle right now is one of the devs that helps work on the game, and he's on the stream right now as well. So don't worry, they're getting a lot of feedback, take it all on board. They've already got patches and things in mind to fix some of the stuff, but they didn't have the time to put it out yet, unfortunately. But that's okay. The price phosphorus
loses
isn't
again,
so
but
much.
luckily gets those last 2 to mitigate some of that damage there.
I love seeing how impactful it is when you stop some of that late damage.
Yeah.
Feels like these Arcanite mirrors, or maybe just mirrors in general, they almost always go super late because you often see one side barely winning over the other one, so the actual damage to the drone health is pretty low. So we've seen these consistently run past round 6, which is very uncommon for non-mirror matches.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, though, right? They're going to be close if they have a lot of the similar Illuvials. Something cool about this mirror matchup, though, is that one is a Furiox, one's a Scoriox. And you got some Bulwarks versus Air, Lulura.
Yeah, the
really
Furiox choice, not going Magma, but instead going a little lower to the ground with cheaper Illuvials, possibly ramping up his damage a little higher. We'll have to see if it scales well enough into the later portion of the game.
Speaking of that Lulura, I'm not sure how I feel about that placement. I think the Riptorus might aggro onto it and just destroy it before it can use its Omega.
I think the Riptorus is going to move to the left from our POV first and get to the Bulwarks before the Lulura draws the aggro. I think if the Riptorus was all the way in the back, then it would aggro the Lulura. This is my guess. I don't know for sure.
It looks like it has to run around the T0, but it does have a lot of movement speed, so you might be right.
Yeah, the Scorpions are very fast. He's got speedy little legs, so I think he's going to get out of there, but it's close.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Nope.
Oof, he turned. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Shows what I know.
Well, I think you would be right, but the way he has his tier 0 set up, it keeps the Riptorus from going all the way around.
But I think the big thing here is where the Lulura landed. It didn't actually land next to the Scoriox. I didn't notice, but I think he put another unit to block where the Lulura would have landed.
Oh, that Lulura cast
kept that Lulura alive for a long time. That was crazy.
That's like an extra 90 damage to the HP from that Lulura cast. Let's run it back.
Wow. So the Lulura didn't die there. It has 3 bloom. Like
it didn't die.
He's in 3 bloom pretty early. Like that's a pretty high threshold for the composite.
Look, it's still alive.
Yeah,
it's hitting Scoriox. Aggro's on it.
I mean, look at the damage here. He's just not doing anything. He's eating all of that.
Oh,
yeah,
insane!
He went very early into this 3. You see, he's not going into the 7 Bulwark variant. Instead, he's playing 3 bloom and 3 Arcanite. So a bit more balanced than the full-on 7 Bulwark tank rely on just the Ranger and the Snake.
He's given the clumsy.
I actually kind of like this variant.
He's given the clumsy
I'm a big fan of it.
to Phosphorus. This is kind of what my Phosphorus team looks like. If I don't have, actually, no, it's not. Completely different. That's okay.
Stolen valor, bro.
Oh.
El Scoriox in chat. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so he gave the attack speed to the Furiox. Is that Indomitable on the Singe?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like this Indomitable on Singe and Seer.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, though. It allows him to get his Omega off, right?
Sit there, get a big spin off, waste a lot of time of these carries just blasting away for 6 seconds on something that can't die.
Yeah, the Indomitable augments are fun.
This Lulura wreaking havoc in the backline again, though.
Still standing.
It finally went down 25 seconds in. Did it buy its team enough time? Looks like it.
It seems likely.
Yep. Looks like Proto may have out.
Proto. That's yeah.
They're 1-1 in the other game,
You
by the way.
wonder-
So we are in the second game here. The one that's going to finish second. Kind of like these
you
top
wonder,
8. You go.
Yeah, okay. You wonder if Carabas is going to be able to find a way to really take care of the Lulura. That's really causing a lot of problems.
Oh, it's one of my favorite Illuvials. It's so much fun. Yeah. Bulwark Bloom is probably the best combo in the game, if you ask me. Like,
yeah, I love running it. I run it pretty much every game.
It's a lot of tankiness for sure.
yeah, and then you start, like, some of those legendary augments stack really well. You've got the Thorns one, that's really good on Ulura. Then you've got some really interesting other ones. You've got the 1500 max health ones, makes him indestructible, but you sometimes lose to Overload, but it does make him unkillable, I'm telling you right now.
Vital Strike is it's quite the augment. Yeah. You see Indomitable on the flare on Proto's side here. Letting him tank the initial blast and really just hold for a long time. Lulura still holding off 3 units in the backline.
That Phosphorus
Finally goes
cast
down.
only just the tip on the enemy there.
Pause.
I was trying to bait out Jimbo. No, this is family-friendly stream. We've done well so far.
And
I
that's
don't know
it.
what you're talking
That's
about.
a nice win.
Yep, good win for Proto.
Proto takes game 1.
You should see this.
And what
hit
did we
from
say on
Phosphorus,
the
though.
other match that's ongoing? It's 1-1 right now?
Yeah, I think they've probably just finished up. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Look at this. This looks Phosphorus cast. I think you guys need to shorten the distance that thing hits, to be honest.
Don't say that.
He's
love
just too
Phosphorus
good.
so much.
He's
It's
just
100
too
cost of the
good.
real stage 5 tier 3. Gotta,
Hey, just like
gotta
me.
have some power in that, right?
I don't know. Phosphorus is so much fun to use. Love Phosphorus. When do we get a? So here's the real alpha that we need, Martini. When do we get a dinosaur alluvial? When's that happening?
Isn't Phosphorus a dinosaur?
No comment.
Yeah, I guess technically. I wonder what the what items does he have, or what weapons? Because I'm curious on why he thinks he needs both Earth and Nature phosphorus. I guess that's for hyper. That's pretty smart, I guess.
Looking at this
Yeah,
bracket, it's crazy. There are so many 2-1s in these like top 16. It's really great to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, Jimbo. I was going to ask Kyle. We'll see if we get him back on. In terms of the deck size, this is one point that I've had a few questions from folks on, is if there's a possibility, or even maybe alternate game modes that give you a larger deck. I wonder how much we'll see more variations being built in, where people have two or three different pathways, even with a single deck. Obviously, that's a very small kind of microcosm of just a single unit that may give you flexibility there. But in general, I wonder, even just adding an additional, let's say 5 or 7, cards, all of a sudden now you can have wildly different deck swings, probably, just with that.
Yeah, to that point also as well, you know how a lot of people have multiple of the same augment, so they'll have like the 40, 30, and 20 cost.
Yeah.
I spoke with Ben earlier on into the stream, and he said that, I believe he said this is set in stone, that they're going to be changing it to where you can only use one of each augment. Therefore, that's going to, so all these people are stacking up all of these augments. Well, now you can only use one of each type. So that should, so instead of having like 9 augments and 3 are all the same, you're going to only be able to have 3. I mean, I guess you could technically have more in your deck, but you can only play 3. So that should open up your deck size to include more Illuvials or more weapons. And I think we're going to see more ability for people to pivot into different team comps depending on what their opponent is playing through that. Because that should open up the deck size by a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I think that'll also make, basically require you to now have a more tangible game plan as far as the speed at which you're expecting your deck to ramp, right? Because when you're having to make that call, am I going to put in the lowest power weapon or a highest power one? Now all of a sudden, like, you better have your strategy a lot more planned out in terms of your range or utility.
Exactly, 100%.
The one thing I think, because although the 7 synergies like Bulwark and Fire and all that sort of stuff, they feel really strong, I don't really think that's the case. I don't think they're that strong. The only problem is you can get them on the board so cheap that they become really powerful. And I'd like to see it be impossible to play 7 Bulwark by like turn 3. I don't know if that means you've changed the way things stack, or you change the amount of mastery you get each turn or something like that. I don't know. I'd like to see it be a bit harder to get there, but with the 525 mastery cost, it's just so easy to get there, and it's a bit hard to play around, especially for new players at least, which is still valuable information, right?
Okay, it looks like he's opening up this next round with a 3 fire. It looks like I believe this is actually a mirrored, or no, he played phosphorus on this round last time. So let's see how this.
Yeah, he's changed it around a bit, going into 3 fire for a bit of damage there, but only at 4 bulwark.
Yeah,
and no ranger bond yet. Likely still holding off to go for that bloom arcanite again, I would guess. But it does mean that this round is a bit on the weaker side.
He's taking a lot of damage for that.
He's probably okay with losing these first few rounds.
I don't know. I don't think he can scale up fast enough. I'm not convinced. Lalura might help.
Jimbo, I got back as you were talking about the likely upcoming augment change. Good, yep. Well done describing that. I think it's going to be our biggest kind of mechanical change, right, since the release, and I'm expecting it to have good results for the
100%.
The health of the game. So it's not just, oh, this is the best augment, stack 3 of it. This is the next best one, stack 3 of it.
Yep. Now we're actually going to see a lot more variety in people's decks, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really cool.
But like, there aren't that many augments. Wouldn't you end up with like half the augments in everyone's team? The same half?
Yep. So now you're going to have half the amount of augments, and people are going to fill those up with extra weapons, but more likely extra Illuvials.
Oh, is there going to be a limit to the amount of augments you can have? I missed some of the conversation.
Just use one type of this. So you know how there's like the tier 1, 2, and 3 of an augment?
Yep.
And everybody's stacking all those. So now you have 9 augments in a deck, but you'll only be able to use 3 of them. So people are going to have 3 augments instead of 9, which opens up them to have 6 more Illuvials. So you can have more room to pivot into this or that, depending on what your opponent's playing.
For sure. But you don't think
there's a lot of teams running around that only have 8 Illuvials in their deck with 0 flexibility, and they just put those 8 units on the board.
That's not fun.
Which is a bit uninteresting.
Yeah, because the augments give them all the flexibility they need. I see.
Exactly. Yeah, and they just run, 15 augments in their deck or something like that, and it's maybe 4 different augments with 3 copies, and then a few other miscellaneous ones. It's kind of boring.
You might be right here, Scoriox. He's taking a bit of damage.
This is a lot of damage coming in, yeah. So what's going on? It looks like he's rocking a similar build as last time, but last time he got into the phosphorus way quicker.
Spike has been knocked out of the tournament, unfortunately, but he came like, what is that, 4th or 5th? Or I don't know. I can't tell yet. he did very, very well. We love to see it. Thanks so much for playing, man.
Yeah, Spike, you were another great player and made the tournament interesting. Please sign up and continue to join the Illuvium Inferno.
I'm excited. I think Jimmo's going to do a lot of video content, but I'm personally excited to do a lot of stats. Like, SGR had the least losses overall, or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? And like, this person had the most 2-0s, or this person fought the hardest opponents, and all that sort of stuff. I'm very excited to do all that. Oh, he's got double phosphorus.
Yeah,
I love it.
I like this tech a lot. I've played around with phosphorus too, and I really think that running both copies of it is huge because this unit loves hyper. So if you can pick the right one, that gains the best hyper advantage. That unit just scales so hard when it goes hyper.
Interesting.
His opponent is playing air, and I don't know if the toxic guys are water or nature dominant. I'm not sure, but against those air units, you want the nature phosphorus because nature goes hyper very quickly against air.
Yeah. Not only that, he's going for the more defensive build on phosphorus again with the bloom. That thing's going to be absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, and if he can manage to get hyper, it's actually okay that he just has defensive augments because the hyper alone will make him do a ton of damage. So I didn't notice which one he chose. I hope he chose the nature one because if he chose the earth one, he's not going hyper.
He's not going hyper.
Oh, did he choose the wrong one?
Oh no.
Not like this.
He's still going to win. Or maybe not.
Is he? I don't
know about that.
I mean,
it's casting too fast. You see what I was talking about? You can't have Scoriox cast that fast. You lose so much time.
Good placement on the range to not get
really
the splash damage, but it's not going to be enough.
Okay, he's getting hyper now, so he actually went Earth Phosphorus. So, in my opinion, he chose the wrong one. I think he should play Nature, and I think there's a really good chance he would have actually gone hyper there with all those air units.
But does he have does he have an Earth Gauntlet?
Oh, he might not. Why would he bring both in? Then?
Wait, so he's playing the Nature Gauntlet and bonding it with the Earth Phosphorus.
Let's
see
if
that's
always
the bond he's looking for, then what's the point?
Because he has a Fire Gauntlet for fire, I think. But I don't know why he would do that either.
No, he's got an Earth Gauntlet there. At least the cheap one.
Oh, there it is. The lower power.
Yeah.
Maybe he only plays that early game. I don't know.
Maybe.
He's got a big Nature Gauntlet too.
I find it strange if you brought double phosphorus. I feel like the whole idea of that would be to give it the best hyper.
I love that. It's such a good tech. 300% shield on a mega. This is gonna go off. I'm so hyped for this now.
So it's just more defense, right? Extra basically HP buffer every time he casts, and he has the other thing with either stacking defenses or regen. I don't know which one he picked.
But that Scoriox casts too fast. And so the Omega Shield is going to make a big difference against it.
But you see that? He placed his Phosphorus back there so he could get the Lilura. Ooh, I think he might take this from that.
I don't know.
Indomitable was great there. Got a lot of value out of it, but I think it's not enough.
I don't know. The Furiox is doing well. Oh.
The Stellar Devourer Scoriox, though, we've seen it so many times now.
Yeah.
Just stealing the energy off things and casting a lot.
Stellar Devourer is putting in a lot of the work. But I think with upgrading the Gauntlet, Proto's got an advantage. Oh my god! That was a 70 Gauntlet, he would have won. Furiox does a lot of damage at the start.
Yeah, this
he
is
slows
interesting.
down.
Carlisle's taken 4 out of the 5 rounds, but he hasn't finished them off yet because he's only winning by a little bit.
Okay,
round 6 coming up. We could see round 8.
I was gonna say there's still a scenario in which Proto even loses, but there's still another round at this point.
Yeah, and Carlisle could easily lose 2 rounds if they're close, and it could keep going. We could see round 8 plus here.
I think Proto's got him, to be honest. He's got it. I don't know if he's noticed the phosphorus at the back. He hadn't given Furiox any augments before this, had he?
No.
Okay, so he was missing some damage on that carry, and he had defensive items on the phosphorus, so just his overall damage was quite low. This should help him with damage by quite a lot.
Does that Lulura have thorns right now?
No, it doesn't have thorns. I would love to see Proto move his Ranger away from the Furiox, just so if it does come down to a close endgame scenario where it's like those units against the enemies, he's not as vulnerable to splash damage from either the Skoryak splashing or the enemy Ranger Gauntlet explosion. Having them right next to each other here, there's really not a purpose of this. It's just making himself more vulnerable to AoE damage. So I'd love to see him split those up a little bit.
I completely agree with that.
Does Proto have the big gauntlet yet? Oh, I love this mirror at the end.
Yeah, but look at this now in this mirror at the end. Imagine his 2 units were split and they didn't get splashed down here. Like, it looks like he wins anyway. But if that Phosphorus wasn't there to take the aggro in the front line and it was just enemy Skoryax and Ranger versus Proto's Furiox and Ranger, a split there would almost instantly win that matchup because you mitigate so much of the damage. Instead of both of you taking both hits, you're just splitting it into 2 different units. Super close though.
I do that
this
too.
This could be the last round. We could see another one.
I do what he just did. He checked how much healing they had last round to decide if he should do less energy or less healing. We just lost Jimbo. Let me just check. Yeah, you can go whenever you need, Annie. It's all good.
Yeah, no worries. I definitely want to see the end of this. So this is the second round here, right? And Proto won the first one.
Yep. You can see the little round things in the top left and right.
Got it.
One of them's blue. I need to make that better. I'll do that next time.
So he repositioned his backline carry units to the right side, but he still put them right next to each other. Again, I'd still like to see those split up.
Yeah, it's interesting how often we've seen repositions from players that are winning, that had the advantage in the round before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes you worry that people kind of overthink it and take themselves out of a better position because of that at times.
I disagree. I say 70% of the time it gives you a guaranteed win because your opponent doesn't have the chance to try and predict it.
Okay, they're all focusing the bird on the left. Ranger and Furiox are blasting away, but now they're packed right together, getting splashed down. I mean, looking at how close this was, if those 2 units were split and not getting splashed there,
it's not to end it though. Wow,
he wins.
Yeah,
like he died to splash damage there. Again, I can't say this enough. Like there is no reason for those units to be touching each other. Even something like the Terror Bird Ghostly Beak thing, it could potentially pierce and hit both of them, right? And if they're split, it's going to hit one max. It's just giving the enemy free damage here by putting them on top of each other.
He needs to put Lolura in the back left corner, if you ask me. You can't have a Dyne of the Phosphorus at the start of the game. It's slowing you down too much. I'm surprised he chose what did he choose? 45% less. Oh, reduces their energy. He really should have been choosing the attack speed one. Oh no, but they're not getting up to the back. You got your wish.
Okay.
I think he's moving both though. I don't think he's moving just one. Okay, he's switching. So he has the Vamp augment on his Cling. So he's switching it to give Vamp to the bird. Because he had Vamp on the Ranger, which wasn't doing much because the Ranger wasn't really taking damage. So this way he's moving the Vamp onto his Terror Bird. So that while it's up in the front line hitting things, it's also healing itself to make it even more tanky. So I actually like this swap. And he split his his ranged carries. So I think this is an improvement. I don't know if this is enough to win, but
Well, I like the
what he's done.
gauntlet. I like the gauntlet in the back left. If this plays out the same way we just saw, then towards the end of the game, the gauntlet's going on a Scoriox, which is really all he needs.
Oh, complete swap.
Yeah, I like what he's done here though. I do wish he had the Siphon Matrixes on attack speed instead of energy.
All right, Jimbo will be back soon.
Same
The
thing, that's what
Scoriox is
Scoriox
targeting
usually do.
Lolura now, and the Phosphorus didn't take it out, which I think is a big difference. Because Lolura actually has Thorns on him, which is getting a lot of early damage on a Scoriox, which if the gauntlet sets up itself... Oh, no, it's not. Oh, he's attacking it! It's aggro onto the Scoriox! Oh, it's gone!
Okay,
Oh.
Ranger's still here. Wait, Ferox
Rain-
is vamping. If Ranger gets another blast off, Ranger can win.
Oh,
this.
no, he
doesn't have enough
can't.
Energy though. He's not going to cast. Yeah, it's too slow. He's gone.
Oh! Is that game over? Yeah, it is.
It's so close though. Okay,
Let's run that back.
So we go to a game 3.
Third match.
Are they going to run it back? So many Arcanite mirrors.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's insane. Like how
Well
neither of
done.
them actually planned that out because they swapped all their stuff and they didn't know what the opponent was going to do.
Good deal. Well, gents, I appreciate the opportunity to jump on the stream again. Big congratulations to everyone who was in the tournament, especially those that are still in. We're down to just the final champions here. So good luck to everyone. We'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Thanks for joining us, Annie.
Do you guys want to know what Jimbo said to me? Now, I don't know if he's kidding, but he said his cat stepped on the computer's power button. Why is your computer's power button so accessible to a cat? That's insane.
He's got to work on his positioning a little bit better, clearly.
But like a cat protective cage on top of it.
Protect it with a bird.
Yeah. Very good. You guys take care.
All right. See you, man. We appreciate it. All right. Thanks so much for joining the stream for so long, by the way, Martini. We really appreciate it. We're going to the next game now.
Yeah, no problem. I'm having fun with this actually. Really happy to join in and be able to help commentate this and just have fun. Like this is such a big event. It's so cool. We may resume.
He's not on the stream
paused
yet.
Just for you.
No one could hear you, Jimbo. Hold on. No, stream's good. I just didn't have you on there yet. I got to manually do it. You should be good now.
All right, chat. Don't worry. The face of Illuvium's back, and we're ready to get into this. So I'm assuming Proto lost that if we're back into another game.
It was super close.
Proto lost. Super close game. And they're running it back. Arcanite Mirror, game 3.
I'm a little butthurt I missed it, but... Oh, wait, no, I can watch it. I just realized that I'm an idiot.
Wait about 8 minutes.
True.
9.5 hour stream so far. Oof.
Yeah. It's not over yet either.
We're only just getting started.
Yep. Actually, we have another 256 people on the other side of the bracket. Could you imagine?
Surprise!
That would be wild.
That'd be sick. We should do that.
No, we shouldn't. Shut up.
But they would all be going concurrently. Yeah, we definitely need to find a better system for getting people to do the matches, or just be super duper strict. Or just have less players.
We'll have less players next time for sure.
Or even single elim. We'll do that every now and then.
Yeah, we can play around with different stuff. Maybe chat has some ideas. Okay.
My vision is starting to drop as I look over and stream chat, I feel like I have to like shove my head a little bit closer to make out the words. It's been a long stream.
Dude, it's been such a long day, but it's been fun. I've had, as I keep saying it, but I've been having a blast. Like, I am tired. I'm sitting here complaining about it, but it's been fun.
I was contemplating just taking the week off work and not taking tomorrow off, but I'm so glad I did. I'm gonna, yeah. If anyone's wondering, next 48 hours you cannot contact me. I'm just disappeared on the face of the earth.
All right, so different line of development on Proto's board this time. Last time we saw him try adding in the Furiox and 3 Fire and had a pretty weak round 2. This time he went straight into the Blue Marconite again with the Terror Bird. So this is what he did the first match. And I don't think he won round 2, but I feel like his progression was better in that game. So let's see how it plays out here.
Yeah, I don't think he won it either, but as you said, I think he took a lot less damage. And the round 3, he had a way better round 3.
Yeah, he gets 1 or 2 kills out of it, saves a little bit of HP. It leads into a better round 3.
Yeah, the triple bloom round 3, I think, is what he did, and it really helped him out. I think what hurt him last game, too, is that he put the Lulura in a place where he, Karabosov, was able to counter it and kill it before it could do anything.
Does Disarm stop the Omega cast on the Gauntlet?
No, Disarm prevents you from attacking.
Because he had the
but
energy.
If he wasn't at full energy and he gets disarmed, then he's not really gaining much energy because most of your energy gain comes from attacking.
Yeah, but 5 things were hitting him. He would have gained the energy 100%, no?
He would have gained a little bit. There's very, very little energy gain currently from things actually attacking you.
Okay.
It's actually a mechanic that I want to investigate a bit more and try to change because I believe that we should have it where when you get attacked, you should actually get energy a bit more than you do now. Right now, it's very, very minimal.
Because I ran the numbers a long time ago, right? And the mechanics of it are really weird. So if for example, your Scoriox activates Arcanite and gets an attack speed boost, it actually gains less energy than attack because it's directly tied to your attack speed. However, if you have an Illuvial that grants attack speed to Scoriox, like allies gain attack speed, it does gain the same energy, so it'll actually get more overall. That's how it worked in survival mode. I did a lot of testing.
Yeah, the mechanic's a bit weird. It could be documented or published a little bit better for people's awareness and potentially even simplified a little bit.
Oh, this Phosphorus is doing so much damage.
Yeah, this Phosphorus with the
he's lined up good really to get a lot of damage on with Scoriax. So
yeah, and even this Ranger chilling in the backline with 3 Bloom is getting a lot of Omega power. So even though it's a small gauntlet, it's still ramping up pretty well. It's gonna
be close. Nope, GG.
This 3 Bloom just put in so much work there.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this progression a lot more than what he did the last game. This is clean.
Yeah, I think the Furiox needs a lot of augments to scale up, and the Phosphorus is just way better into this kind of team comp.
Oh, Smartass is recommending having the losers bracket be best of 1. I think it's quite a novel idea. We'll consider it for sure. Because like they have to lose the best of 3 to end up down there, and so they still did kind of get their best of 3 chance. It's a little bit rough for those that lose the first game, but anyone else, it's not. Maybe the very first round of losers bracket could get best of 3, but everyone has at least 2, and then we can go from there. And yeah, as Judd said, I didn't know this beforehand, but I didn't realize losers bracket would take so much longer than winners bracket. I just didn't know it was like scaled that way. It's so annoying, but
yeah, it's literally double the number of matches, like double the number of rounds in losers bracket.
Yeah, which is insane. So that is not how I math it.
You really got to make sure that as soon as the matches are ready and decided, that they just immediately start playing because there's so many more than there are in the winners bracket.
Yeah, the other suggestion from Smartass is only bring people to the losers bracket when they're at 64 left. We'll consider that as well, but anything to shorten the losers bracket, I think is pretty much the way to go. I think that's a great way to improve it, because we made insanely good time on the winners bracket. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we finished up the winners bracket, or effectively did, in like 3-4 hours tops, which is like great timing for a tournament if we can set that up. So yeah, his phosphorus is hitting everything with its omega.
I know, this angle is so much damage for the phosphorus.
He's gonna not hit the Skorox on this next one. Oh, he is. Oh no, he missed it. Such an exciting game to watch, actually.
Proto's looking really strong here. He's kind of pulling ahead by a lot here.
Yeah, getting that phosphorus in before he can get all of those augments and really scale up his Skorox is pretty big.
Yeah. Plus it's 100 cost Illuvial, right? So if he's winning rounds and that thing is alive, that's a lot of damage. As opposed to just going for the Furiox early carry and then all the other little units die. Even if the Furiox survives, it's only 65 damage, so having this big boy do some damage can really help, especially with how close we've seen these matches going. Every little point matters. Five Bulwark, 3 Fire, 3 Nature, 3 Bloom, 3 Arcanite. I mean, this.
I was just looking at that. I was like, yeah, this is pretty good.
This is clean. Like when you get synergies that look that clean, like there's something to be said about it. Like it's not just pretty. Like it actually translates to strong boards. But then on the other side too, you have really clean synergies as well, right? So.
Yeah, the only thing he could do to make this team better is switching Lilura from Malura, but that's. You know, you have to put in an extra card for that, costs more, and it's only, what, 150, 200 extra health?
It's a very minor power improvement, but it's a resource sink, I guess. That it's like you said, it's a deck slot. It's not really something you want to play earlier because he's mostly there just to invade the backline and give synergies, give bloom. So yeah, it's a hard call. Maybe with the augment change, when you have more slots, maybe you play a Malura as a late game swap in for that little bit of extra top end.
I think there's going to be a lot of late game swap ins with the augment change because now you're not wasting a bunch of mastery points or wasting a bunch of card slots for cards that you can't even play until round 6 or 7 if it even goes that long.
When do you think we're going to get that augment change, anyways?
Oh, sorry. Was that a question directed to me? I missed it.
Yeah. When do you think we're going to get the augment change? Soon or?
So, I mean, it's basically already been decided that it's going to happen. We need to make sure that our internal documentation is all updated and lined up properly, so all team members are aware of it. Because it's not just on the designers to say this is how it is, and then the next day it's there. Like it needs to be the various teams that are responsible for implementation. It needs to be and updated on the web front end for the team builder. It also needs to be updated in game as a restriction, just in case something weird happens and it gets bypassed. So even though we're looking at a patch this coming week, I don't feel confident that augment change will get in this week. My guess would be the following week, but that's a rough guess. No promises.
Do you think many people are going to take multiple of the augments and just scale them up as they go? Or do you think, like, because it's hard for me to see a world where they don't all just take the big one.
I mean, maybe if there's a really important augment and you have some flowcharts or math laid out where it's like, if I play this augment in round 3, I want the 20 cost one and it's valuable. But under other game scenarios where I'm playing a different line of Illuvials, like a different path, and my mastery points line up differently, I actually want to play this on round 4 instead of round 3. And at that point, I can afford the big one. So in that specific kind of case, I could see maybe someone playing a couple copies of the same augment just for that flexibility. But I think in a lot of
Ethereum is fucking melting, bro. Holy.
I think in a lot of cases, you're just going to see one copy of each augment.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this Furiox is slapping.
He's got 45 health left. Imagine he comes back and wins.
45 health, that is almost guaranteed to be 1 life. Actually, he's put an augment on the Graco now. So
you know
if you had a 25 cost Graco with no augment, there is, although it's extremely unlikely, if Proto was to win with just a 25 cost Graco on the board, it would only deal 35 damage to the opponent's face, and then it could still go. But now every unit on his board has at least like 40 mastery points of value. So at this point, if Proto wins one more round, it is guaranteed over.
You know what
Something
wins
I was
here?
thinking about for oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say what wins here is he moves the Gauntlet Ranger into the middle back, and then after they do all their thing and they're all fighting off to the right there, it'll shoot down Scoriox in one hit.
Ooh, try to sneak around the side instead of going through the front line. Just go directly to the back line.
The problem with that is, I think, is that he might get focused down too early. But I was thinking single elimination, but best of 5, because that would still be exponentially shorter than this.
What do you mean by? Oh, yeah.
It's the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening. Be a lot easier to manage with all the deck lists and stuff too, I think.
For sure.
Yeah, I think the locking deck lists in beforehand is, if it's manageable, is really good to have.
Yeah, as long as we make them all public, the players should be able to manage it. The hard part is actually collecting them all in the first place. You have to have a cutoff date for them so that people aren't trying to change it and all the rest of it, because that just becomes a logistical nightmare.
Gosh, that phosphorus just did so much damage. Congrats to Proto. Moving on to the losers finals, the losers pre-final.
Very well done, Proto. And great showing by Carlisle as well.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
These two have really fought hard.
Proto will move on to face Pan.
And we should be able to go straight into that, right?
Hopefully. I'm just going to stay on Proto's stream. Because I had Pan's one before, but it did crash out at one point, so I just don't want that to happen again.
We probably should have had him on standby, ready to go.
I like to think he was.
So who we got here? Pan. What was Pan running? I can't even remember. Was he running an empath team?
So Pan took out Spike. We saw the empath team, but I'm not aware of what else he may have been running, or if it was just that, because we didn't get a chance to see it. We've seen a lot of Arcanite recently, though.
Hands ready. They're getting set up.
It's almost going to be fresh if we see some empaths, you know.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in a little while.
These Scoriox mirrors, or Arcanite mirrors, let's say, have been everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I think Proto's playing a strategy that's a little bit similar to mine, so I like to think that I would have done okay in this tournament, but I did lose to a few of the big ones like Blazonite Empath. I was having a little bit of trouble beating and stuff, so hard to say.
Okay, so this is for 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, looks like it.
Loser of this is 4th.
We've got 167 likes on the stream. We can definitely get that to 200, surely.
Yeah, we're still hovering around 90 viewers, 85. For help.
Your mic went really weird. You're cutting out.
Check.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's still a bit fuzzy.
Yeah, 10 hours into the stream. Awesome that people are still sticking around.
Yeah,
Getting
it's been pretty
excited.
consistent viewership the entire time too, which is really cool.
Your mic's all fixed. Love
It's
to
not?
see it. It is fixed. It's all good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, you love to see that. People are really interested. If we have this amount of people for this long, we got something good going on. Again, shout out to Scoriox. The production value on this has been insane because of him.
Let's get this next match going.
Do we have the 5-minute timer going?
Proto looks like he's ready to go. Ooh, we are in top 4 now. I can't even filter the bracket by top 4. Top 8's the, the lowest it goes. We have Proto versus Pan. Winner plays S-Chud in loser's final.
Yep.
Winner of that moves on to face Smartass, who's waiting in the grand finals. And that's it. Those are the 4 players left. We've almost made it.
We're almost there. I'm so excited for that finals. And then as far as the grand finals goes, it looks like, yeah. Okay.
How many
Regardless
rounds would
of
we
who
have
Smartass faces in the grand finals, because he hasn't lost yet, he does have that one extra life. Let's say if he loses the first set, he gets to go again, right?
How many rounds would we have if we had 128 player cap in the losers bracket?
It would be only one more round. So
No,
it wouldn't do
we've
much.
got like 15 for the losers bracket. It would drop to like 14, would it?
It might be more for losers bracket. I didn't think about that.
That's what I'm talking about. It's not the winners bracket. That's the issue.
Yeah, single elim, I think best of 5 would be fine. It's more than fair because even if you have to beat everyone anyways, so it would be completely more than fair. We could do it by ranked placement or anything like that. I think a 64-man single elimination best of 5 is fine. Okay, so it looks like he is running an Empath Blaze Knight team.
Pan is running Empath, yep.
Okay.
I mean, if you asked people 3 or 4 days ago what they would absolutely not want to see in the tournament, it would be Empath because everyone was tired of it on the ladder. But it's almost a bit of relief right now after seeing all these Arcanine mirrors. Mix it up a little bit.
Exactly. It'll be fun to see how he plays into this as well. I think the Arcanite build can be Empath. It's just heavily situational on how you play it.
Do we know if Proto has any other teams prepared, or is he all in on the Arcanite setup?
Well, you know what I'm wondering is I saw the X-Ball tournament that went up, 4K prize pool, so you guys should go for that if you want to play in another tournament. They have 512 bracket. Is it single elim?
Yeah, I don't know what the structure of that is. Oh. Okay. I wonder if Proto has some knowledge of testing from this particular matchup. Because he's going with a different strat than what he was in the Arcanine Mirror. He's actually leading with Scoriox, but he kind of got some awkward placements and weird UI interactions, and he missed his Ranger Gauntlet. So very much weakening his round 1 here. Could have had Magma Arcanite and kind of messed it up a little bit on accident. So now he's taking a lot more damage on round 1 than he may have otherwise. He may have even been able to win the round if he got the setup correct. Bit unfortunate for him there. Yeah. The way he's positioned his Ranger, the Scoriox is body blocking, clicking on the Ranger.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier in the stream, people choking a little bit. I think that was a bit of a choke.
It's top 4 now. This is where,
under the pressure.
where the money gets big and the pressure is on.
Well, 4 empath is tough. I don't know how you beat this.
It's a lot of survivability, but they don't do any damage. They're very, very weak. And when you have this 2 Magma Arcanite start, you get that resolve. Just the stacking resolve from the 2 Magmas plus Scoriox splashing his AoE attacks on these Atippos, it can actually win. You can just outright win the round.
You don't do enough damage.
He could do
I've tried it a billion times.
But he also could pull them apart because he already has his setup. He could have set up in a way to pull them apart even more.
That's the problem. He should have pulled them apart more and he might have been able to win it. Oh my god.
Especially after that first round.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to say though, because he's starting with Scoriox and Ranger as his obviously main characters.
Yeah, that's a
they
good
actually
point.
want
True.
enemies to be clumped to get maximum value out of their abilities. So it's like, do you want to split them up and make your attacks worse but their defense worse, or do you want to lean into your offense and just say, hey, you can stay clumped, I'm going to blow you up?
Yeah,
it's
that's
a tough
a very
call.
good point.
I don't know what the right answer is, but
all I know is you can't let
arguments for
Blazonite.
both.
You can't let Blazonite Omega the Scoriox. That's all I'm saying. The
Magma's
on it.
Like when it slows the Scoriox attack speed, it's so killer.
Oh, it's savage.
He was able to get through it that round, but this next one he's going to have the 7 empath buff.
My energy drink did not last.
Very likely, yeah. And we're seeing Proto add bulwarks to the board here, which do not help punch through 7 empaths.
It is the water though, so it should give him a bit of a buff. I don't know if Pan will get an air.
Water helps with casting, but he's going to add air empaths to the board, and then those are going to go hyper against the water. And he's not really adding damage to his Scoriox. Instead of adding more bulwarks, he's in 6 bulwark now. Instead of adding 3 of those bulwarks, I would have preferred to see him just put damage on his Scoriox.
I agree 100% with that,
especially
because they're going to get hyper.
But you'd be surprised. One of the strats I did use to do well against this empath build is if you can make a surviving front line and then your magma touches the empaths at the end of the game, they will overwhelm them in overload. You'll get a lot of extra... It's just a lot of damage overall. He still should have split them. He can't take those Blazonite Omegas.
Yeah, the Ranger standing next to the Scoriox is bad here. Scoriox at this point probably has more damage potential than the Ranger, so you probably want to make the Ranger take the...
Yeah, I mean, like, they're both getting stunned. Just pick one you don't want to get stunned.
Yeah, pick one. Like, don't let them both get stunned. That's worst case scenario.
Yeah. But you can see the magmas on top of them here, and it might actually give him the edge.
He's got too many units on the empath side. Overload just crushes the fewer units way too fast.
It's close, though. He has to split them.
Well, this is... I mean, Visionary Vanguard's actually quite good here because it gives you attack damage and attack speed. So it's actually a really good item on Scoriox. The True Sight doesn't really matter here, but Light's Chosen is also insane, though. I think Light's Chosen is one of the strongest augments in the game. You can't really let the opponent get that, even if Visionary is pretty good for you. So he's got a bid on those too.
Especially on
Very likely that his opponent bids on the same, and they just wash and don't get anything here.
Especially on the Blazonite. You can't have Blazonite have Light's Chosen. I'd argue Scoriox is better with it, but like, if Blazonite has that, the opponent wins. Like in this particular,
I mean, it's super good on like almost any unit, right? It's really good on Blazonite. It's really good on Scoriox. yeah, that's a tough one. Like you kind of just, even if there's something else that's potentially good for you, you kind of just have to throw 3 on the lights chosen there. I want to see him put a lot of damage on the Scorax right now. And fit, like you were talking about, Scorax, fix the positioning. No, why is that going on Singe? What?
I mean, he got this far into the tournament. Maybe he knows something we don't.
He's adding damage on Singe.
It seems really weird, I agree. Oh, he still hasn't split the Skyrox on the Ranger. How has he not gotten through this tournament without facing this yet? What is going on?
Yeah, maybe he's just had the Dark Nightmares. Maybe he hasn't played into this yet. And he's just trying to figure it out on the fly. I mean, I'm not saying it's an easy matchup. It's very difficult, right? But it feels like there's definitely some things he could have been doing better. Like you put 1 damage item on Scoriox and 1 damage item on Singe. And his backliners are still together getting double stunned by Blazonite. This is concerning.
Attacking so slow. It actually really stresses me out when I see a Scoriox attacking that slow. Oh. Gonna move the Ranger. This is kind of hard to watch now. Oh, damn it. So quiet. Are you guys there?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm responding to chat.
Martini didn't play this tournament? No, not this time. But we can't wait to see him in future tournaments for sure.
I'll get in there at some point. But yeah, for this first one, I've set up.
Give everyone else a chance, isn't that right, Carl?
Yeah.
What is that augment? He just the poison one? Is that gonna do anything? Oh, he finally split the Ranger. Too little, too late, buddy.
I think it slows. I'm not sure if it does anything that would hurt an empath though.
Does it? What does it give? Poison and what else? It was a few things.
Poison, frost, and one other thing, but I don't remember what it is. It might be lifesteal.
No, it doesn't give. I don't think it gives lifesteal.
I could be wrong. It's another something.
Is Skorok still getting hit? No.
Nope.
He's all good. Well, you know. You just can't break it. Oh, actually, here we go.
Don't tell me the problem this whole time was he wasn't moving his Ranger over. That's wild if true.
Definitely seems that way. The magma's all over them. Oh.
Oof.
If you stayed alive that round, you probably would have won. Oh, that is insane right there. You see him finally chunk them out once a few of them are gone. You know what? Now he knows that for game 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's going to switch up his decks, though. It'll be interesting. Let's see. What does Proto go for? He has his own Empath Blazonite deck. I don't know if he's going to do the mirror matchup. Okay, he might. Thinking about it. I think he may have just went for the salty run back. Okay, just waiting for them to get into their game 2. And they are in. Okay, salty run back, looks like. I'm pretty confident he just went for the same exact team.
Did Proto, I didn't see his selection. Did Proto come in with the same Arcanite comp again? Thinks he can take it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just went for the same exact Arcanite comp.
Wow. Bold move, Cotton.
Yep. Let's see. Going for the sapping hex. Yeah, I figured he was going to deny that from him. So no one gets any augments that round.
All right. I just heard
If
that
I was him, I would not place anything on the board. Just see where he's going to set up his empaths and then play accordingly.
Nah, but you can't give up the early rounds on this. You've got to make sure
he can't
that
win the he can't win the early round though.
Yeah, you can
he?
win the early rounds. You can beat empath round 1. I've never really had much issue with that, as long as you play a strong round 1 yourself. Like even 3 Bulwark, I think wins. Oh, hard to say. He's
No,
placing
3
at the back.
Bulwark doesn't
3 Bulwark
beat
definitely doesn't win.
the empaths. No, they don't have enough damage. But the Magma Arcanite could beat it. But then you commit to a positioning. You know,
That's
one
what
thing
I'm thinking.
we were talking a lot about with Torex was his ability to try to split the empaths. I wonder, even in this, you know,
Yeah, that's what I would do.
If he sacks round 1, finds where the positioning is committed to, and then tries to position to split them up somehow.
That's what I would have done for sure.
But again, like we mentioned, splitting up, if you're playing a snake carry, maybe you don't want them split. I think what we're going to see him do here is go down the Fire Furiox line and try to get a higher, earlier damage output from Furiox rather than going for the Magma. Because Furiox is cheaper and basically does as much damage as Scoriox, sometimes even more because it's a higher attack rate. You just lose the Magma itself, but also by being cheaper, you can get an extra unit out or an extra augment or something, or a stronger ranger.
Gonna claim
and
one.
I think we're going to see him lean into that Furiox line, something similar to what he did in his previous match. Another option that might be really nice here is nature dominant phosphorus, because enemy plays air units in the front.
Yeah.
And nature phosphorus goes hyper against air units. And that can
Okay,
really...
I'm sorry. I guess he didn't go for the same comp because he doesn't have Scoriox here, right?
Oh.
Did he have Scoriox the first? Yeah, he had Scoriox the first time. This is a different deck, 100%.
Oh, it's actually a different deck that doesn't have the Scoriox. Interesting. I didn't see. Which Terror Bird did he take? He's bonding. Oh, it's Earth. No.
Yeah, that couldn't have been worse. Now the empaths are going to get hyper.
No, against air, you pick nature. You guys got to learn the pentagram thing.
Pause. That sounds so funny.
Yeah, you got to learn the hyper pentagram. It's so important. This air units, this nature bird here goes hyper, and it's so much value.
Yep.
Now I'm so invested in all these matches because these are like, we're approaching the finals, and I'm like almost backseating here. Maybe half wishing I was playing, you know?
I bet. Okay, when's that round? It will get a little bit harder on this next one, though.
Takes him down.
I should tell you guys, Smartass just asked if all the finals can be best of 3. I'm saying if everyone agrees...
I was about to ask them, actually.
If everyone agrees, I'm happy to do it. So I'll ask them.
I was literally just about to...
yeah, so we're talking losers finals and grand finals and potentially a second round of grand finals. Because it is getting late.
Esjud agrees. Esjud agrees, so it's just whoever wins this game would need to agree.
Okay, yeah, so if there's consensus and whoever wins this game agrees, then yeah, I see no reason why that can't be changed from the initial rule set. Yeah, if we did 2 or even 3 potentially more
Best of 5.
best of 5 series, this could just keep going. It's been a fun time, but man, it's been a long time too.
The only other thing I need to clarify is if Smartass wants to do a sudden death in the final. Because technically if Smartass loses that best of 3, if it was best of 3, then he'd get to go again.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants to do a sudden death with no backup, like I don't see why not. I think he should be given the right to
Oh yeah, it's up to him.
lose once, just double elimination format, and he hasn't lost. But like if he really just wants it to be quick and says, screw it, let's just do one best of 3, like I feel like why not let him, right? If that's what he wants.
Were you saying he had the most hours played in the game so far?
I didn't say that, but he did. Yeah. Kieran. So on that the first day of early access, when Kieran was given codes, one of the criteria for people getting codes was most hours played in PB2.
Oh, right. But he doesn't necessarily have the most in PB3.
That's
Correct.
unfortunate. Oh, he does win. Nice.
Oh, that's insane.
Super close.
Yeah, I don't know the hours in PB3, but in PB2 he had like a little bit over 1,500 hours in PB2. He was number 1. I think Kieran said he was about 20% higher than the next most, which I mean, I don't know who the next most was, but it's still a high number, right? But yeah, he's put in the work, the time. Like no one has grinded this game more than him. All right, should focus on this match that we got going. So it looks like Proto's found something that's working out, but it's tight. It's close. He's really trying to figure out where to put this queen here. I think he's thinking about using it as a vamp carry. Not necessarily this round, but later on to hold vamp or parasitic link there with the support where you actually provide 2 allies with vamp. So you want to be careful where you place some of these small units, because if you have an intent to give vamp to 2 specific units. So my guess is that's what he's thinking, but I could be way off.
The fire is so good against Empath here. Like that extra damage goes a long way, especially on Furiox.
Yeah, I really like the 3 fire here. I wish he played damage augments on Furiox instead of adding 2 more bulwarks though.
Yeah, this is what I've been wanting to see from Lalura like this entire series. Is splitting the empaths this way.
Why did Pan split his team up though? I'm a little confused.
Don't know.
Why is there a Fern over there by itself?
Does seem a bit weird.
Why split now?
Smartass said he'd like to keep his second chance. You never know, he might take it out in the first set, but he would preferably have it be at best of 3, of course.
Yeah, that's definitely fair.
Best of 3, yeah. So we still need approval by whoever wins this set here. Best of 3 with Smartass still getting the backup life.
I mean, we could still do losers finals, best of 5 if we have to, right?
Yeah.
And then if SJUD wins, they can do best of 3s.
Sure, yeah, just adapt it on the fly. What is this positioning though with these 2 empaths on the far side away from the pack? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there either. He's like splitting them up for the guy. He didn't even have to do it himself.
Yeah.
I think he put them there before the phosphorus came on the board, so we might move them back.
Maybe he was trying to predict something?
Oh, you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to get the Fern Tornado onto Furiox.
I don't think that's
And he's protecting with Vermi. That's 100% what it is. He's trying to make sure that he has 2 tornadoes to slow down Furiox, which is not a terrible idea. It's not really
he has
work.
opposite corner tornadoes. I see. So he's got a Fern in one corner and a Blazonite in the other corner, so...
Can't escape it.
the Furiox has nowhere safe to go, basically. He's going to
Yeah.
get tornadoed from one side or another. Ah, that might be the tech, yeah. And then the Vermi is over there just to try to cover the Fern a bit to help keep it alive.
Yeah, basically. Fermi's the most
Because he's
indestructible.
really valuing the tornado debuff on the carry. That makes sense. Like, I'm not sure I think it's the best strat, but like it makes sense as to what could be going through his head.
What items are
It
those?
seems like a
blue
bit of a
ones?
Hail Mary.
He did not expect the
Yeah.
Lalura though. That was not something that was on the board when he tried it.
I mean,
You
it's
think it
just
take-
it's making the empath clump so much weaker.
Yeah.
They're losing like a key frontline unit in Vermi.
And it's also like the Blaze Knight tornado, if it was hitting the Furiox as well, it would be different, but yeah, it's just not worth.
Yeah, this is not it. Could this be over right now? This is a lot of damage if nothing else dies.
I think it's over.
100, 200, 300.
Oh.
No, it's not.
Oh
It's not
my
enough.
gosh.
But it is close though. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Tense moments.
This is playing for 4th or 3rd, which is a big prize money difference, so.
True. You double your money if you win this game.
Yeah. I reckon Pan can still take it out. But at the same time, I don't really want to see a Blazer Knight empath in the finals. It's quite funny. It might seem like we go faster if Pan wins this, but then we have to deal through Blazer Knight again for the last 2 games, maybe.
Yeah, but you have to remember how fast Estra destroyed this literal exact team with his rogue.
Very true. Very true.
That was probably the shortest match we've seen.
It was 100%. Like, he has to pivot into a different team if he plays against Estra. This will not work.
What time is it for you, Jimbo? Like 4 a.m.?
12:30.
Oh yeah, not bad. The Europeans got wrecked, but yeah, I saw that coming. He gets both Tornadoes on Furiox now and pretty much guarantees this round.
He also gets a really good Terrorbird angle here. It's going to go straight into the corner. But he doesn't have a lot of damage on the Terrorbird.
All their attack speed
He's
are
got
getting
one
debuffed.
defensive item.
He's got 3 of the attack speed debuff items on his empaths. Game over.
Oh yeah, look at the attack speed on this Terrorbird. It's so slow.
Oh yeah, that's why I can't beat this freaking set. You can't beat it with Terrorbird.
I mean, imagine if that was a nature Terrorbird and it went hyper.
True.
I mean, he's slowly going hyper with the Earth, kinda.
Yeah, but they're gonna get overtime soon, and they just.
So the debuff from the augments onto the Terrorbird plus the double tornado on the Furiox. Really well played with that positioning to get maximum debuffs by Pan. So Pan is still in it. We go to a round 7.
Just don't know how he breaks this, to be honest. I'm not convinced it's possible.
It really makes you think what was he doing the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, what prevented him from just doing this right from the beginning, right? Like, why did he do that other tech first? Or maybe he like figured out a setup here that he didn't realize he could do before. But it seems like he's been playing a lot of this deck, so I'd be surprised if he didn't already kind of have this in his toolbox.
Yeah,
He's gonna
honestly,
try and drag him out.
I
like this.
I love this.
Yeah.
I'm so hyped.
So Proto is trying to delay his Terrorbird from getting to the pack.
This is
in the
actually
hopes-
such a great technique.
Because
I love this.
so the Siphon Matrix triggers 4 seconds into the fight. So he's trying to delay its arrival at the pack so that it doesn't get debuffed. The only issue is Terrorbird runs really fast.
Yeah.
So you actually have to like lock it in. I think here the flare is going to move out of the way and Terrorbird's going to wrap around the right side and sprint to the pack.
Let's count it out.
And And
Yeah, I would
actually
move
don't
another
think
tier 0 over there.
you need something else to block it.
No, you put the Lalura in
Like,
front of Terrorbird and it goes top right corner. It's too bad. All right, let's count it out.
this Terrorbird's gonna run too fast. You need to put the Sloth in front of it because the Sloth will move slowly and block it. I
1,
think
2,
Terrorbird's gonna move too
3,
fast.
4. You might have been out of range,
Oh,
depending on how your
It
timer
doesn't
goes.
look like it.
no, he's
Yeah,
slow.
look how slow.
I think he needed to put the Sloth in front of it to really block up his pathing, and then he might have been able to. But yeah, this attack speed debuff is just destroying this Terrorbird.
He's barely moving.
He's under the cooker as
Slow
well.
motion.
The cooker's going to stun lock him.
This is not a replay in slow motion.
This is regular speed.
Yeah, you should replay this in 0.25 speed.
Look at Terrorbird. Oh no.
Well,
I mean, good news is he's tanky. Bad news is he's not doing any damage.
Is he going to live this? 435. I don't think
this is
so.
it.
ooh, that's
Game. Damn.
That hurts to lose on 10 health as well.
In health.
Man. Now we're getting into the good games, boys.
Now the tournament begins. Okay, so we should check with Pan
Yes, Pan.
about the best of 3 thing to see if
I'll do
he
that.
wants to do it.
Let's get Estrad back in here. I'll send him the link. All right, so we got the basic old Empath Blaze Knight team going into Estrad. Do you think he's going to switch his team here?
We'll have to wait and see.
Pan agrees. Let's do it.
Amazing. Yeah, if he doesn't switch his team, it's going to be a quick 2-0. Yeah, it looks like Estrad's already set up on that rogue deck.
I'm loving the sportsmanship of this top 8 especially, but like a lot of people in the tournament. Like there are some great GGs and stuff happening in the chat. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, it's been great. Everyone's been super good about congratulating people on all their games and stuff.
What excites me the most
Really great
is
for the community.
Yeah, I'm excited to do this weekly for the most part. But what excites me most about it is if we know we can get through the games really quickly as long as we fix up a few things, and we can make these tournaments consistently like 4, 5, 6 hours long. And that makes it really easy to do them consistently, and it's a great stream for any channel, right? As well, of course.
Yeah, I think with revisions, we could possibly even get down to 4 to 5 hours.
Our other option is actually splitting every tournament up into 2 weeks. And so we do like a 3-4 hour stream for like the first half of the game, and then 3 or 4 hour stream the next week for the finisher. The only problem is that anyone who registers for the tournament needs to be available for 2 weeks straight. But like, I definitely think it's doable. It is getting ready to go. Smartass does want to keep his backup, so if Esjud wins this, he will have to face Smartass 6 times. We kind of get our best of 5.
The the losers finalist will still have to beat the winners finalist twice,
Yes.
regardless of who it is.
Yes. But if Smartass wins his next game, it's over. And Smartass will be crowned. I'm almost a little upset.
The
that
god
it would
of
be
PB3 too.
I would almost be a little upset that it would be so predictable that one of the two people that were expected are in top 3. But, you know, I mean, if they're good, right?
Yeah, I mean, is anyone really that surprised? I think, honestly, what hurt Viper the most was being so public with his decks. Because everybody copied it.
I was also to see so many of our competitors actually streaming the game. I don't know exactly who we had. We had Storm, we had Viper, and was there anyone else?
All right, we're in the game, and Pan queues up empaths.
Dude, he's about to.
Oh.
You're about to get destroyed, buddy. You can't come in with just empaths.
Okay, so I'm not going to call this one too quickly, but what is Pan's plan for game 2?
I'm right there with you.
A better question is, does S-Judd swap for game 2?
Probably. You swap when you lose, I would assume. Because I'm not convinced we've even seen another team from Pan. He's only played this Blaze Knight Empath build. So who knows if he even has another team.
I'm excited to see this. I'm so excited for this.
The rogues.
I wonder if anyone's told Pan that this is going to happen to him.
For everyone that thinks empaths are unbeatable, take a close look.
S-Judd's planned for this very moment.
Four rogue, 3 fire.
I'm so happy we stuck it out. We got it done. We did it. It's all immortalized on YouTube. We're getting there. We're almost there. I'm excited to play in a tournament, actually.
Yeah, same. I feel like I actually would have done really well watching some of these nerds who don't know what they're doing.
As crazy as this round 1 looks like, I'm pretty sure the round 2 on S-Judd's team here is even more disgusting in terms of just the early aggression.
I just realized that the Ranger is the only other rogue with a ranged attack. Ranged rogues are underrated, if you ask me, because they stay in the same spot in the opposite corner.
Ranger, right?
Yeah.
No, there's the other one.
What other one?
What?
I'm just playing with you guys.
Like the whole gyro line, right? The 10 rack line. Yeah.
Because it's like a ranged rogue is actually so underrated because the only way to redirect like a tornado without a rogue is like back left or right corner. And then the only other way is a ranged rogue, which is only 2 of in the game if you include the ranger.
Look at this turn 2 though. He adds in 3 fighter and hits 3 air and just swarms. Like, what do you do against this?
Does Blaze Knight cast?
This is why you shouldn't. This is like, I feel like Empath is such a flippy kind of team because of this specific counter. But nobody else was playing it.
How many other people did you see play this counter, though? Literally no one.
And it's not even going to be good in ranked either because I think it's only good against this, right? Like, it's probably somewhat competitive, but we saw it against the Arcanite build, and it was not. It could not handle it.
It feels very much like tournament-specific tech.
Yes. Which is really cool, though.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I forgot to unmute in the stream. There we go.
All right, so he's got that crazy round 2. Immediately on round 3, you get Ramfire in here with Phantom Inferno. Now, without augments, I'd say this Ramfire isn't as scary as it could be, but it's coming in so early. You still have all the pressure from the other units. It's not just the Ramfire.
Well, that
so this is still a pretty scary round 3, but I do think the round 1 and 2 are a lot scarier than this round 3 for Pan. Like this is more manageable, I think.
I do wonder if you
But
could
only if you
sell...
can kill the Ramfire before it casts.
Are there any rogues he could have sold to get the instant
Oh, no,
Ramfire?
the Ramfire is
cast?
hyper, but it's getting stunned.
Oh. I think you definitely have to sell a rogue and give the Ramfire the energy augment.
The Ramfire got stun locked there and didn't cast. That's actually huge. Pan takes round 3. The Ramfire got CC'd.
Is complete.
The empath imprint.
Can the empaths hold here? Like maybe this aggro deck doesn't even have as insane of a matchup as maybe we thought.
But he has enough tech to make the Ramfire instacast.
Yeah, I think the big problem there was the Ramfire. It kind of had this weird path where it went in front of the Cuck instead of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Kuka in the back was huge to the Ramfire.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because it doesn't look like the Ramfire would land there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it may have actually been a smart play to throw the Ramfire on the other side of the board, so it just lands in some random location and walks over and doesn't draw aggro, so that all the aggro gets taken to either another rogue or the fighters in the front. And because if Ramfire doesn't get focused there and tornadoed by Cuck, it's over, right? So it kind of felt like that positioning is like throwing Ramfire that close to the pack and having it be the first targeted. Could be a misplay here.
We shall see. He does have the double energy, but I think it's possible that this team has to win in 4 rounds for it to counter. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that that might have been his opportunity, and maybe he's too late now. Like maybe the empaths reach critical mass now.
Oh
That
yeah,
being
he
said,
definitely needed
it
to
is a
do
best of series. He can learn from that in the next game.
It is, yeah. We'll have to see.
Yeah, but so can the empaths. Might have a redirect.
He got some of his
redirect the
energy
first
drain
pass.
from the Siphon Matrix.
Oh,
Okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Wait, where did this team go?
Yeah.
I didn't know it had enough DPS to one-shot them.
It was there, and then it wasn't.
That was like a magic trick. Now they're here, and now they're not.
A disappearing act. Okay. I was kind of thinking that Pan might be able to stabilize a bit after taking that round three win there.
What can Pan do to stop this now? He can drop the attack speed. Is that enough, though? He gets so much energy.
He's upgrading Ranger now?
Yeah, the upgrading Ranger is the play, right? That does so much damage with Inferno Phantom. It's insane. Yeah, and he gives the energy. He tries to get Ramfire to instacast.
More starting energy. All he wants is these 2 important units to cast. Nothing else matters, right? Let's see if Pan adds more Siphon Matrices to debuff the Ramfire mana even more.
Yeah, you would think that has to be the play. I don't think there is any other play.
Like you've got to stop it from casting, right?
It should be really interesting.
And what do we get?
What is
Reposition.
going on? You don't want to do that. You just lose next round. Even if you did win this round. You do burn the cast, though.
Right?
You burn the cast, but
look at all these units in the back left corner.
Is that really enough?
Ramfire casted on nothing.
But is that enough? Ramfire is about to go hyper.
Brain move here? The Galaxy Brain play?
I don't think it's enough. Oh! He's got him.
Okay, Pan with the plays. We've got a game.
This is what you call a pro match.
It feels like Estrid missed his opportunity here by losing that round 3. Wow.
Let's run that back, because you can see the Ramfire cast here so early, and then it's just... I thought Ramfire could get it up again, but he just generates it so slowly. There's nothing he can do.
Especially with attack slow.
Okay, so we see Estrad move Rampfire to the middle of the board, basically kind of hedging. He doesn't want to get stuck in either corner, hoping that middling position can at least guarantee that he casts on something and not like not a complete whiff.
Now, what if he moves them all back again?
Yeah,
I know,
yeah,
that's-
exactly. Like, can he do it 2 turns in a row?
He does have him in the middle, though. It looks like Estra's probably looking out for a play like that.
I think
Yeah,
the
I
middling
think-
position is good. Does Pan have the foresight to try to switch?
Nah, you got to put the
again?
ranger on the right.
It's very expensive, but like I don't think adding more stuff matters very much. I think he just needs to be in the right position. So a swap might be in the works here.
Did he put it in the middle?
He
You should
did
put it in
not
the middle,
move.
but
okay, so
slight
he just
right.
added augments.
Oh, he's on it.
Oh, and Rampfire is okay. Did we get to see the big bird?
Oh, look at
fly?
the attack speed slow.
That is pretty.
And
brutal.
Rampfire is hyper too, so he gets bonus crit amp, so he crits even harder.
Sheesh.
Sure he didn't give it the Scion hyper?
Yeesh.
That's what I would have done.
There we go. That concludes game 1.
It does.
Honestly,
Very
though,
well done.
awesome match. Pan put up an amazing fight. That didn't go quite like we were expecting, so that was really cool.
Mm.
Yeah, that honestly was that switch over and then him actually winning from that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. And then the Kaka catching the Rampfire and preventing it from casting on round 3
Yeah.
to give him that extra buffer to scale too. That was so cool. After the empath destruction we saw from Estrad earlier in the tournament, I can safely say I did not see that going that long. Like I thought it was going to be completely one-sided, but it was actually a really, really good fight.
Well, I mean, I love that. Like, it would have been such a shame if we get to this top 4, right? And then the games somehow get a little bit easier. They don't get it out. But they've gotten harder and harder every single round we've gone through. It's been considerable. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you like Pan's understanding of the game, right? The fact that he was able to make those adjustments and really give himself a fighting chance in what we thought was just a completely unwinnable matchup shows that he really deserves to be here in the top 3.
Yeah, he didn't change his deck at all, which
No,
I find interesting.
he has faith. He's going for it.
I personally do not have faith, but
Well, how many switches can he make before he runs out of mastery, right?
Yeah. Or do you right off the bat just not clump? If you don't clump it, you just get wrecked by the early rogues though, because they just pick things off one at a time, right? So like, how do you counter this with playing this empath deck? Obviously, we've seen it lose to other decks, but
I think the only way you counter this with the empath deck is after the update when you can add more Illuvials into your deck. I don't think you can counter this. This is still pretty unplayable.
I mean, it's so hard for Pan here. Like, it will be an amazing upset if he can win this.
Yeah, but he has to win twice. Like, how much can you keep going with these empaths?
Yeah, there's only so much you can do with the units, with the empath units in this specific team comp.
Okay, so he's claimed a corner.
Oof. Pan can't even swap early, right?
Shall not be defeated.
Swapping sides here doesn't help. I mean, he just loses
There's
too many
no way Pan
mastery.
can swap early. It's too expensive, and it doesn't give him enough of an edge right now. He needs to build his core comp up.
Yeah, if he switches sides right now, he just loses the game. Auto loses.
I think he loses way too much tempo if he swaps now, because then he doesn't get to add his Blazing Knight. He has no damage. He doesn't get to get into 7 empaths as early.
That's
why
a
it's
lot of damage from this. He could lose round 3 if he moves over.
That's why it's so funny, right? Is because he gets to the later stages and he's lost so much health from these early rounds, and what ends up happening is he can swap, but he's only going to get that right so many times, and so he needs to be able to get it right like 3 times out of 4 or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because even if he does it once, Estrad has a buffer on his HP, right? He can afford to lose a round and then just win the next one.
Yeah.
What I am interested to see is if Estrad goes for the same line with Ramfire, if he learns from his last, call it mistake, where Ramfire got CC'd and knocked down, and maybe just leads with Ramfire right in the middle of the board instead of committing to a side. Because we saw that the middle Ramfire did quite well last time. I would not be shocked. Oh, look at this. I mean, immediately puts it in the middle of the board. Like, this guy knows, right?
I mean, there's no reason not to, right? Because the Doggers are still going to direct that aggro on the right, so it doesn't really...
Yeah, and the important thing, too, is the Volante you can see on the right side of the Rampart, that's going to land closer to the Rogue. So even if Pan puts a Kuka in the back again, it's very likely going to focus his Volante first and not the Ramfire. And that's the main thing, right? You just want Ramfire to cast. So I love this play.
Even if he mirrors the Kuka like directly in front of the Ramfire, there's so many rogues around him that Kuka's going to get down almost immediately. It probably won't get its Omega off.
Yeah, if he puts the Kuka right in the back middle, just to like, yeah, I think he gets slaughtered before he can even cast. So he's trying. Yep, he's trying it again, but I think the Kuka's going to go on the Volante. Honestly, with all the hecticness there, I can't even tell what it's going on, but I don't think it's on the Ramfire.
It is not, no. And as we said, it wasn't even able to get its Omega off.
Yeah, and he's redirected this Tornado perfectly. Game!
Yeah, Ramfy gets a nice cast off,
Boom.
Ramfire gets a nice cast off.
Is he going to take it here?
Pan has potentially only 1 life left now in the whole tournament. This could be it for him.
Yep, this is his final stand.
This is his final stand. So do we think he goes for a full swap on this turn now, seeing how it... I don't even know if it works, though, because you have this central Ramfire now, so you can't...
I think he does.
Can't even lock him into an opposite corner. Even if you swap, Ramfire is just kind of like flexing on both sides.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of was putting everybody in front line on our left side. That might be enough, and then catch it with a Kuka. That way his Omega goes off early. But if he doesn't give him energy regen, it won't go off like that. If that makes sense, It won't go off soon enough for that to matter.
Yeah, too much burst rogue damage that just kills it, right?
Yeah, he moves them all except Vermi into the bottom left corner. But it only works for 1 round. It doesn't really win.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like, I don't know what he does here, because even if he gets the 1 round, he just used a bunch of points to do that relocation. Maybe he wins the round and does 200, 300 damage to Estrad, but then what do you do the next round?
If I was Estrad, I would genuinely place the Ramfire on the left here and just end it. I 100% believe he's going to move it.
But
like the opponent.
I think the middle is just safe. I think...
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to. I would just be flexing. But I could be wrong. Should be interesting.
Flexing, call the side switch and be like, I've got your number. I know what you're doing. I'm in your head.
Yeah, exactly. Guess you called it.
Yeah,
left the Vermi and switched them all. Told ya.
Yeah.
But as I said, this Vermi is going to go down before
he didn't cast on the
Omega.
Vermi. Oh no!
Now the Ramfire walks over.
There's nothing he could have done here.
And
you had to leave more than just Vermi.
Goes up in the air.
Game.
That
is all she wrote. Wow. GG's to both competitors. Well done, Pan.
Such a good fight.
And you know what's crazy? We don't know what Smartass and Estrad have planned for this last grand finals, because we've only seen the rogue deck.
This is going to be exciting.
This is going to be very interesting.
What is this grand finals going to look like?
Do you reckon it was planned that he only gave it 1 energy item on the Ramfire to make sure that it didn't take out the Vermi? Do you reckon he thought about all that?
I wouldn't doubt it. You know,
because that's the safe
give it
move.
time.
There's no reason to rush that. The only thing that could happen is you possibly losing from doing that one round. You might as well just play it completely safe and not do that, and make sure that you get the round no matter where they move their units.
Yeah, but don't give it too much starting energy. Give it time to kill whatever thing maybe sits there and distracts it, and then just walk over to the pack and blow it up. Yeah, really, really well played. Obviously, super hard matchup for Pan. But amazing gameplay plan. Pan, really good job. Congrats on the top 3 finish.
Congrats. Definitely nothing wrong with a third place, especially losing to the Export boys. Being how do you feel about your boys?
Export boys. I mean, I'm a bit proud of them making it to top 2. It's a pretty good showing, but I'm gonna remain a bit unbiased here. But
especially out of 256, man, like seeing Smartass and S-Jud being the top 2 players out of that many people for so long, I think that's pretty impressive.
For sure, yeah. Even if they have some small advantage, with all the hours they put in and everything, it still is a lot of players and a lot of things can happen. So yeah, really impressive to make it this far.
Plus, I mean, the game's changed so much since then. So even with the hours in PB2, sure they help, but it's a completely different game. Let's be honest. When you add PvP, we said this for the longest time when we were playing PB2. When you add in PvP and people reacting, it's a completely different game at that point. And we are finally into our grand finals.
Okay, they're jumping right into it.
So what I did want to really quickly point out, guys, is that I want to remind the stream what happened last time, is they both had gentleman's agreement and both went hard Ramfire Rogue, and Smartass managed to take both games. Now, all 3 games, sorry, it was best of 5. But I don't think they have the gentleman's agreement anymore, so we'll see what different teams they can play and if they can pull them off. It's going to be exciting. Oh, this is already a different team.
Yep. So we have S-Jud playing an Air Arcanite setup. And I believe in the preview at the beginning, Smartass had the same. So I think we have a mirror match here. After all this, we get back to the Arcanite mirrors.
They did tell that is likely just luck, possibly, because I did message S-Jud and he said we're not going to do mirror matchups in the last.
So an accidental mirror match, not a plan. Okay.
There was a little bit trash talking in Wildfire where S-Jud asked Smartass if he wanted to do sudden death. Smartass said no, and he said that it wouldn't matter.
You love to see it.
So you can see this splash damage diff, like we were talking about earlier in the stream, Martini. Which literally cost Smartass the first bit of the opener here.
Yeah, notice the difference in setups. They both commit to Scoriox turn 1, but S-Jud puts his smack dab in the middle of the board, and Smartass put it in the corner. So already we have a slight imbalance. It's not a completely mirrored setup, even though they're playing similar units.
Yes, the classic, do I keep my Scoriox safe in the back or do I use his magma, is what it feels like he's going for.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, and there are very specific situations where you want to do one or the other.
Well, if they're playing a bulwarky type thing, which it looks like they both are, then I would assume you'd want to be using the magma?
I think Smartass is going to go toxic. No, they both went for 2 bulwarks. Okay.
The same 2.
Yeah, the same 2 bulwarks. I was very much expecting one of them to put toxic units on the board.
Smartass didn't move his ranger.
His ranger over, by the way.
Yeah, I was just saying. Which is ballsy. That's literally the reason you lost last round.
Yeah, and you can see there was a slight imbalance in the
it's actually pools. Too close. So it was still doing burst damage.
No, I don't think it was.
As well. 100% it was.
It was. But what you had was a slight imbalance in the magma pools there at the start of the fight.
Yep.
Because you can see S-Jud has all of his magma pools close to the center there, and Smartass only has the one from Singe. So I think even though they're playing the same units, there was a slight positional advantage for SJud there.
The other thing is that
they
the
almost certainly
Scoriox,
both add in Toxic here. It gives them 3 Bulwark.
the other difference
Plus-
is Scoriox is targeting Grocko, whereas Smartass Scoriox is targeting Singe.
Okay, yeah, so maybe focus firing down the weaker target first might have made a little difference.
Well, you might get rid of more stuns, I think.
Yeah. So, yeah, they have... I would be very surprised if Smartass doesn't also add in 2 Toxic here.
That would be
And then
so
SJud is
funny.
choosing to equip an augment to Scoriox, immediately giving him pure damage. Remember how all those matches we were saying augment your carries? SJud must have been listening. No way he could have come up with this on his own.
This is true, but we're going to get some splash damage onto his Scoriox.
They did an opposite mirror where it was Riptorus versus Paradillo in both cases.
Yep, didn't matter.
Look at this diff, though. This is an augment diff.
Yep.
Said it so many times over. You gotta put damage on your carries.
Oh, especially against like a tanky enemy, right? You know they have 3 Bulwark. You 100% go pure damage early.
Exactly. Yeah, these pure damage. You just go straight to those resistances. It's huge.
100%. He can Vindmill me half of his pay for that.
Jagged End. I don't think anyone's gonna get it. I think they wash here.
No, they don't.
Oh, Smartass goes
Why does Smartass keep doing this?
He loves the 2-2 split. He's like,
why would you go Jagged Edge? It's not that good. It doesn't help you. You don't have rogues. I think Smartass made the right play.
No,
I don't think you go
can-
Jagged Edge. You don't have the rogues. You can't get that many crits.
Yeah. Especially because he's already like.
The other one literally
pure damage
reduces
stuff.
grit. It reduces grit, and so you stop the magma. That's the play.
Magma. Well, okay, so not quite right because magma actually is energy damage, so it's only resolve that.
No, you stop the grit from the magma, and so you cut through them easier.
Oh yeah, with your physical damage, correct. But they still have the resolve, right? Inevitable ruin only hits the grit and physical resistance. So it's not really going to help your own Scoriox damage, but it could help.
A little bit.
It could help Terrorbird damage though. If he gets an early Terrorbird in as a secondary carry and then tries to play around that inevitable ruin to amp up the Terrorbird's damage, that could be a thing.
Pure attack damage.
He's already on double pure damage, and he added the extra magma in the front line too.
I'm thinking maybe he wants to win this specific round, but because that doesn't scale very well into the late game, eh?
Double pure does not, right? Typically, you want to see something like 1 pure plus some sort of maybe attack speed buff to give you a multiplier.
Double pure is fine against Bulwarks.
The 2 pure damage augments. The second one has a bit of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
But that said, Smartass has no damage augments on Scoriox,
so
and I think that's the biggest difference maker here.
It was a move like, I want to win this round specifically, it seems.
Nah, I think that's the right
possibly
choice.
a little bit suboptimal going into the late game, but
I don't think it is. I think that's fine.
He's hitting him hard though. Yeah, now he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go 3 Arcanite. Let's get max power out here. Let's make this Scoriox do as much damage as possible. And just try to win it right here.
Trying to predict something here, I have a feeling. Oh, he's trying to get the Phosphorus out to the back. It's going to wrap right around. This is the strategy of someone that knows what they're doing, you know what I mean?
I don't think it'll go all the way to the Scoriox. I think this does set it up for a really nice Omega, though.
Yeah, not that far, but as soon as the thing it's attacking dies, the next target is Scoriox, which is what you need. The only problem is you don't get the Omega on the right angle. You could have set it up on the left and get the Omega through Seer into Scoriox.
I think he's fine having the bird shoot sideways. It hits way more units. He doesn't actually need to damage the Scoriox. If he removes all the frontline units, then the Scoriox has no protection anyway.
You put the attack speed and pure damage on Scoriox.
Set him up again for the Omega.
This is really interesting.
Yeah, there we go. Talking about the attack speed. You know what I mean? That pure attack.
No
speed.
way.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I believe Smartass has a better late game setup for Scoriox now as opposed to the double pure.
this is why you add a rogue into every deck. I don't care. One rogue, you could literally get rid of an augment. Insane to me.
Okay, so now he needs to adjust his position. But now Smartass could have a chance to start kind of turning the tides, because now Estrad's taking mastery points to reposition.
Yeah, something tells me that Estrad thought he was going to win that round for it, and that's why he put double pure attack, because he knew he was going to be very strong for that specific round.
Yeah, I think that positioning up front was very aggressive to try to make the early round strong, and he leaned into it with the pure damage. But notice what Smartass did. You see all those blue augments right in the middle of the board? That's triple Siphon Matrix. He sapped all of the attack speed out of that Scoriox, and that's why Estrad wasn't able to finish him off. So Estrad pulled the Scoriox back now to try to get it away from those Siphon Matrices so that it doesn't get sapped again.
Ooh. Works okay with the Ranger, though. Removes enough things, Ranger might be able to go into Scoriox.
Like now both players have done a lot of movements and repositioning, and like I don't see a clear advantage to either one now. This could go either way.
Yeah, this is great.
I think Eschad's got it. Oh no, the Scoriox on the Phosphorus. Oh no. I think he's got it.
Nope, he's got.
Is that a big gauntlet or a little
Smartass
gauntlet?
has the attack speed, which is
Ooh,
really
It's a big gauntlet.
The gauntlet.
That is the
game one
first
goes to
game.
Estrad.
That is the first
What do
game
we
he's
see in the
taken
next
against him.
round? What kind of mind games do they play with the teams? Because we know they have other teams in their bag, right?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this game 2 looks like.
There should be no way for Smartass to snipe this. It should be fine.
He's playing the exact same team Estrad is. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
So he's playing
Ooh, the
same team
swap.
comp that Estrad had earlier in the tournament, where he has the tier 0. So I wasn't going to say it earlier because I wanted to wait until Estrad got further into the tournament, right? But the theory behind this team comp specifically is that, and it's the team comp that Smartass is using, but they both have it. The theory behind that is you have the tier 0s of each affinity, so that you can play into your opponent and get the hyper. So you have the hyper advantage no matter what. And as we've been saying this whole time during the stream, the hyper advantage is way bigger than a lot of people think. So since Estrad here has a bunch of air Illuvials, and it would be smart of Smartass to start off with a bunch of natures.
So natures can give the hyper advantage over air. Yeah.
Yep.
But then
And
you
he
get
is going to start off with the double magma, double arcanite, but like the round 2 should still be pretty strong. Unless Estrad has something up his sleeve too. Maybe he's going to put the air in late. We'll see.
Or if he knows that's part of the likely game plan of Smartass to go to nature, maybe he says, "Hey, I'm just not going to play my air units, deal with it, and do something else."
I don't think Eschad can win this game. I just really don't think it's going to happen.
But yeah, that kind of mindset where you have all these different affinity options and you say, "Hey, I'm going to play the hyper counter game." That's the kind of stuff we want to see more of, and hopefully, this augment change coming down the line, really allows that more of that kind of play.
It's such a unique mechanic. I don't think any games really had that before, right?
He's already looking to bait the tornado away from Scoriox. So does Smartass go straight into nature? He played a nature Grocco, so it looks like he likely will be going that route.
Yeah, he had to know that Estrad was expecting this as well. So these first 2 rounds, is he okay with losing, or I'm a little interested to see how he plays the rest of this game after losing those first 2 rounds. Because there's an argument to be made to not play any air right here and just buff up his Scoriox.
Yeah, saying, okay, he played a nature Grocco. He's going to try to play a lot on nature. He's going to try to get hyper on me. Can I hold back and not play very much air?
Yep, and see,
really try to out hyper game him.
Yep, he only put in that 1 air Grocco, but the hyper won't go up because he has the Singe there as well. So he gets the 3 bulwark, and he's not giving hyper to Smartass now.
Mm-hmm. So not putting in yet another air unit here, but instead just equipping an augment. And Smartass adds 3 air, doesn't commit to 3 nature.
Oof.
Possibly a double mind game there, saying, hey, I think you know that I want to go nature, so you're not going to play your air units anyway.
This is a chess game, right?
So
here.
he adds in three airs.
What a great interaction between these 2 team builds.
Yeah, well, we saw Blazonite, besides the Rogue deck, we saw Blazonite dominate the entire tournament. And now seeing he can beat it without the Rogue deck, or at least he's on the way to, is pretty insane. You have to be so precise, though. Oof.
Okay.
He's just not doing enough damage to him,
Not a
though.
huge hit.
Yeah, it was close.
So now Smartass already played the 1 nature Grocco. So does he just finish that out and add more nature units in? Or does he do something else? Keep trying to mind game.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
He definitely needs to increase his board power because he keeps losing his rounds.
I'm not sure, man, I'm not sure this deck can even beat Estrads, though. Just the way he played it.
He's going to stack Fighter for the Scoriox. I like that.
Going into Fighter, more damage. He does go for 3 air. So that nature line is actually looking pretty good if Smartass wants to go for it.
Yes. He's going for the crit. Oh, now he stacks the crit amp. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm loving this. You should have put the fighters further back. That's okay. So on top of the base 10 crit, he's on 70 now, I think, right? And he's stacking crit amp on every attack up to 30.
Sorry, I didn't see the legendary augment. Is that Jagged End? On the Scoriox?
It is. I just realized something.
They don't care. It's fine.
So one thing to know with Jagged End is that it does have a cap, so it doesn't actually stack infinitely.
True.
But I know what you're thinking about.
They're both in the same guild. I'm sure.
I'm sure these guys can work it out together. Look, he didn't even win the round.
Yeah.
But let's not worry about it.
Well, I mean, the beauty of it is that they didn't build their team around crit, and so he's not getting the full potential.
The rule was the deck build stuff, right? So,
and not only that, I mean, let's be honest. As I just said, they're in the same guild. I'm sure they're fine with it.
Yeah.
I don't think Estrad would just do that to Smartass.
Yeah.
No, I think legendary augments are fair game. Anyway.
I mean, they don't come up often, right? I don't think he's going to win, though. If that can't take it out, I don't know what can.
I mean, he didn't win the last round. I feel like the empaths
outscaling him
are going to keep scaling harder and harder. Whereas the Arcanites are going to get a little bit stronger, but I don't think they'll scale as well.
Need a tech Ramfire. What is that?
Okay.
He's really slowing down the phosphorus and stuff from reaching there, though. It's just too fast. You need to clump up the phosphorus in the back left corner behind everything. You run so quick. All the dodges.
Squarex is blinded by the Blotto smoke cloud.
Need that clumsy augment.
Blotto is still living. Gets another smoke cloud off. Finally down.
Look at the ranger dropping. The ranger drops. The next tornado goes on Scoriox. Oof.
Big hit.
Wow.
Good chance we're going to game 3. I'm super excited to see who picks what next game, though, if they go to game 3.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Oh, for sure.
Imagine they get a mirror matchup with the Blaze Knight comp, and they're just like sitting to guess who's gonna pick what.
Whoever has more max health things wins.
Yep.
What would have been crazy if he somehow managed to pivot into Templar because he has the Templar imprint. You can turn Scoriox into a Templar, which I think like slaps. How crazy would that be?
Templar imprint. Yeah, you would need another Templar to pair with it.
You have to turn the Ranger into it. Is there anything
he
you
had
can
to
bond
block
with?
it. He couldn't let. Yeah, he couldn't let Smartass get the Templar.
But Scoriox Templar wins here, I think, for sure. It's insane.
Wow, that Phosphorus took a really long route. I think it still got there in time to get debuffed, though.
It does. You can't do it. Maybe you guys got to change those debuff things to like 3 seconds. Instead of 4. I'm not seeing any significant change, but it looks like he's slowly getting more damage in.
Cow is hyper. That's pretty nice. Gotta get rid of this Crunk, though. That thing is just living for days.
It's insane.
That thing was for way too long.
The Ranger
Is
moved
this enough,
up.
though? I feel like Smartass is a bit overwhelmed here. What's...
Is it big Ranger
Can he
gun?
hold in the corner?
What was the deciding factor here?
It's
oh
not big
no!
Ranger.
Oh, it's super close.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh, close.
Wow.
Okay, they got a 52.
Run that one back.
All
I won't
right.
get it so close this time.
He needed the big Ranger gun. I maintain that was the problem.
Yeah, this specific instance,
took him out.
I think that would have helped.
So they go to a game 3. Which team are they going to queue up with? Does Estra dare try the rogue deck? In hopes to maybe counter empaths?
Nope, it looks like he's going for the Arcanite as well. This is a rock, paper, scissors.
And Smartass goes with Arcanite. Oh, we have another Arcanite mirror.
Possible way to end it off. I couldn't think of a better way.
After all the Arcanite mirrors we had there in the tournament, we get to the grand finals, and it's another Arcanite mirror.
It's better than an empath mirror. I don't care what anyone says.
You don't like the empath mirrors? Just
No, I hate them.
8 units on each side, just sitting there healing, taking no damage, and then watching the overtime tick down.
It's so... Yeah, it's so bad.
I think it would be cool if it was like an off meta thing that sometimes works, but seeing that every game is awful. But again, I think once those changes to augments come in, there'll be a lot more pivotal abilities to take care of empaths.
Our concurrent viewers has ticked up from the low we had before, so I think someone's told them we're having a finale. A lot of people have said that production value was nice. It wasn't perfect, but I'm glad people enjoyed it.
No, it actually was perfect for what you could have done.
I'm excited to improve on it. There's more I can do.
Okay, so we have a different start here. Smartest started 3 air.
Yep.
Esjed committed to the corner Scoriox.
He's out for blood. Sia fixes this problem now, but...
Decisive round 1 victory there.
If you get the invulnerable...
Ooh.
You got the invulnerable augment. I don't think you can beat that.
So it would have been interesting for me to see him play around Hyper a bit here with those 3 air units. If he puts in the 2 toxic units, those guys are nature dominant, I saw. And they're going to go Hyper against the air units quite quickly. And look at this. He makes the swap. This guy reads my mind.
He's a man after your own heart. I
Yeah,
would
so
move that Ranger over a little bit, though. I'd be worried about Smartass's Scoriox. Hey, bro, let's
What is going? Is he?
Can he hear
listening? Can he hear us? Wait a sec.
That's actually weird.
Wait.
What did he do? He cannot hear us. I promise you.
Let's just zoom in if you can hear us.
I promise you he can hear us.
That's actually wild.
Yeah, so the toxic
That's a good
did have the hyper advantage against those air, but not enough survivability there for it to actually.
Look at this.
Yeah, he still got swarmed.
The bulwark's too much.
And
he's going to take out 2.
Smartass going for a lower to the ground, more aggressive start here, not committing to the big 90 cost Scoriox unit just yet, and instead going for early pressure.
This is a really fun mirror matchup for being a mirror matchup.
Now these toxic units have a lot more protection with these extra bulwarks in the front. They should have a lot more time in theory to actually build up that hyper and apply the toxic, the poison debuff.
You know, I'm happy with the 2 Scoriox in the game and a potentially final match.
Yeah, what a way to play out this first tournament hosted by Scoriox, and who's the star of the show? None other than Scoriox.
It was always going to be, you know.
I love the way Smartass played these first 2 rounds, though. That was big brain.
Because he's still building into basically the same end game, right? There's no difference. It's just that he gets damage, like almost for free by playing this more aggressive start instead of committing to the big guys.
Yep.
Really nice.
And then he moves up he plays with his Scoriox up a little bit. This might look like... Ooh.
Esjed might have it.
Cal on the right is pretty healthy.
He's still got the thorns remaining. The ranger's separated, so I think he's got it. He's got it.
He got the cast off too. Yeah, a little bit of bonus HP, some thorns. Okay.
And now we've got a game on our hands.
Oh, it is neck and neck, chat.
It's neck and neck.
W's in the chat for these 2 warriors. These 2 warriors on the esports battlefield.
If Smartass can take this game, that is the tournament. If Esjed wins, we go for another best of 3.
I know it's not over yet, but I still wanted to say a big thank you to everyone once again. Especially the Wildfire admins, Jimbo, Martini, Ben, Annie came on as well. All the hosts, we had so much fun. Everyone helping out the chat, everyone sending me DMs with help and stuff as well. And all the participants that, let's say, behaved themselves. We did have 1 or 2 that got a bit rowdy in Wildfire, but for the most part, you're all respectful, and I really appreciate that, and the Wildfire team does as well. And again, a big thanks to Arcade for sponsoring the tournament. So just a big thanks to everyone.
He's going to go pure... Oh, he's going to go double pure attack damage again.
Double pure... Actually, I'm looking at the deck. Maybe he doesn't have attack speed. Maybe this just is his choice of damage.
It'll certainly win in this round, minimum.
Because, yeah, what we've seen from most of these Scoriox setup is some form of attack speed combined with pure damage. And maybe Estra has just made the call that he likes the double pure damage.
The bonus result is good.
Especially in the mirror matchup, maybe that's what he's going for as well. Maybe he thinks this actually beats this same team comp, but with the enemy having pure attack damage and attack speed.
Yeah,
I
it
wonder if
could.
that's the call.
Maybe it's tech for the mirror. Maybe he did some training on it or something that proves otherwise. Because Smartass is still running the attack speed plus pure damage.
Why did he shred that so quickly that time?
Wow.
I'm also curious on that.
Yeah, I didn't quite follow. I need to see what Smartass had at the board. Did he equip a 70 cost weapon or something?
I reckon
Maybe
that's
it was a
it.
glove.
I reckon that's it.
Yeah,
Let's have a
that's
look.
probably
Maybe
what it was.
He just sneakily equipped a super weapon, maybe.
Let's take a look. See, the Ranger cast is casting now. Nah, I don't think that's it.
No?
Maybe there was some improved positioning. It looks like he got 3 fighter up and he didn't have it before.
Fighter, okay.
Hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know. That was surprisingly one-sided there.
He had the energy reduction, which I'm not sure he had before, and whatever that augment is on the right, on the Singe. I have no idea what that is.
Is that a Siphon Matrix?
I don't think
Quality's
so.
a bit low. I can't.
It's not blue, it's
tell.
purple.
Is that a legendary augment? Oh, you know what? I think that's evasive veiling. That might be the legendary augment, evasive veiling.
What does that
Wait,
do?
I need to watch it. It might be evasive veiling.
What is
Which
evasive?
procs at 60%
That is 100%
HP.
what it is, yes.
At 60% HP, it procs and blinds and roots the entire enemy board for 5 seconds.
Oh, that's
yeah,
it.
it is. It's evasive veiling. That's a
Why did he
legendary
let him
augment.
have that? What are you doing?
Blind and root the entire enemy board for 5 seconds. Yeah,
That's strong.
That's carrying so hard.
My
What did Esther
God.
get in return for letting him have that, though? I wonder. I actually don't recall.
Oh, the pure damage is more.
Oh, but the pure damage. I mean, he still has no damage on his Scoriox.
The pure damage scales with crit? I didn't know that. Throw
What was that
157.
about crit Scoriox? I didn't hear.
The pure damage counts on the crit. Insane.
Yeah, if you crit, it'll scale pure damage, yeah.
Insane. I like it. I really think he should be putting Scoriox on the back left now.
This evasive veiling is huge, but I think he needs damage on Scoriox.
The other problem is the Singe doesn't get to low health faster than the other units. One of the last ones to go there.
You'd almost rather have it on maybe even a weaker unit, right? Like the little baby Grocko or something, just right in the middle. Like say, hey, I'm gonna get low, because you kind of want to apply that as early as possible, right? To
For sure.
turn the tides of the fight, right? You don't want it to be a later thing.
Well, really, all you want to do is you want to time it on the Scoriox Omega. If you can pull that off effectively, that's what you do.
Sure. So you get maximum shredding of them while they're stuck.
Yeah, because you waste out the Arcanite and the Omega and the pure damage and all the rest of it. You waste out so much if you time it right.
Something I've noticed as well is that Smartass gets his board ready very fast, whereas Esther likes to take his time and think a little bit more.
Oh, is Smartass just like super fast clicking, like kidding?
Yeah,
I'd not even know, like readying up within 10 seconds every time.
Yep.
What's that augment they put on Phosphorus?
I can't see.
The Magma's going to start chunking. I don't know if this is the right move.
Oh, he's pulling ahead.
Tactical reposition by Smartass.
Ooh!
Paying off.
You gonna get these two?
Oh, he didn't kill a Phosphorus. That's 100 extra damage.
That hurts.
We go to round 7.
Both these guys are so good, man. I love watching this.
I would have got wrecked.
This is such high level.
Look at these mind games though, with these siphon matrices trying to debuff the attack speed. I think a nice play by Smartass here would be to weaken his magma procs a bit and just pull his Scoriox all the way to the back so it can't get hit by siphon matrix.
This is the finale game. This is the finale round. This could end it.
Yep, this could be
This round could end it, yeah.
Could be the end of the first Illuvium Inferno.
Also, we can't spoil the win in chat. The win or loss. We can't spoil that in chat, all right? So let's just keep talking it out 10 minutes or so and wrap it up.
He didn't pull his square axe back, so his square axe is getting hit by one, maybe two siphon matrices. It's going to really lower his DPS by quite a lot. Just because of that, I'm going to have to give the edge to this on this round to Estra. The siphon matrix debuff is really annoying for Scoriox.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is he gonna get it? Oh, he didn't even get the last Omega off.
Wow,
I could have won him the game if he got that last Omega off on the phosphorus. Oh, he still got it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's slow. The attack speed slow on Scoriox is no joke. He has to pull his Scoriox back now. There's no way he can let it get siphoned again. He has to just say, hey, this magma zone is just not going to do anything. I cannot let my Scoriox get siphon matrixed. That's what he's going to do.
What if he predicts this? That was
predicting a side swap. Yeah, I think it's got to be just straight back on the Scoriox. Not.
I was thinking. I don't think there's any way that Scoriox goes over to this side because once they get through that, he would have to move his whole team over.
Yeah.
I disagree. But it's I think the magma's too important.
Mastery points right now. Like they have more mastery points than they could actually spend. Another thing SJudge could do here is you see the two links is there. He has a bigger fighter links and bulwark links. He could actually replace a couple of his like tiny tier 0 units with bigger units. If he has infinite points to spend anyway, it's literally just free basically. You just upgrade to more powerful units. So I wouldn't mind seeing that swap, but you'd also have to shift some augments around too. And I don't know if he has enough time to do that or if he actually even recognizes that that's a possibility.
I think that's definitely the way to go if he wins this next round.
But you could upgrade the 25 cost Grocco to the 65 cost Lynx and the 25 cost Doka to the 65 cost Lynx.
I think he takes the attack speed debuff from Sia. He was pretty close to it. Isn't this exactly how Smartass won the first game? Oh no, Smartass lost. Wait, who lost the first game?
Estrid won the first game in this mirror.
That's right.
Ooh, it looks like.
But I think that evasive veiling is just too.
Too
good. Too impactful.
Oh my gosh.
Is this it?
Yep, this is it.
Are we? Oh.
Is he gonna live?
Oh,
it's over. Let's go.
Game.
It's over.
We're going to the final replay.
Man. Smart ass.
The blinded route was just too much.
Wow.
And the magma pressure too.
Incredible,
I really think that legendary augment turned the tides of that fight that whole match there.
Dude,
Global
what a great
blinded
last series too. Holy shit! Just the back and forth, the mind game.
And that is game.
Incredible. Good job, boys. Let's go.
That's game over, right?
Yeah, GG's guys.
That was
very
so
well played.
good. Let's go, dude.
So let's jump over to the bracket really quickly. Should I do the honors?
Yep.
What does it show here? Where's the final bracket? Oh no, crap, I don't want to do that. And here is our top 16. Oh, I don't like that view at all. All right. Here is our top 8. We've got... Someone help me out with this. We've got SJ number 2, Pan number 3, Proto at number 4. We've got, let me see, Spike and Car at number 5 and 6. And then we've got Ligron, and Vet at 7 and 8. So yeah, all in all, a really awesome game. Yeah, we did it. We did it. 12-hour, we're on 11.5 hours for the tournament. Congratulations to everyone for playing today. Congratulations to everyone for helping organize the tournament. I could not have done this alone, okay? I will tell you that much. No one could have. This sort of event needs a team effort to make it work. And there have been so many people that helped out with this. I can't necessarily name them all by name, but there have been at least 10, 11, 12 people in Wildfire organizing all of this, all of the participants, Martini, Jimbo, and all the other hosts. And yeah, we're excited. We're hoping to do another tournament next week. We will get you the details as soon as we can. Otherwise, definitely the week after. We might need a week of rest, recuperation, take in all the feedback, and readjust our strategy a little bit to make sure it's an even better experience than before. If you liked it, don't forget to leave a comment after this video is complete. Don't forget to go and subscribe to Jimborino's channel. He's going to be posting lots of highlights from the tournament too. So there is a lot more content to come from just this event, and we cannot wait. What else do you guys want to leave off on?
Jimbo, go for it.
Dude, I just want to say that was absolutely incredible. It went 12 hours and I could not be more pumped, especially after that last series. Super hype, super back and forth. Dude, I love Illuvium. Let's go. Dude, that was so much fun. I'm pumped. I am so pumped.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I have similar feelings. I probably can't express them as amazingly as Jimbo just did, but for me, this wasn't even planned to jump on. I saw the stream going. I saw Ben on here. I pinged Scoriox. I'm like, hey, you want another co-commentator? And he let me come in, and I had a great time. And it was super fun to watch and commentate on this tournament. So happy with the way everything played out. The matches were great. Contestants were great. Yeah, super awesome. Can't wait to see more of these.
Yeah, it was so much fun. If you guys want to sign up for it, there is an Xborg one coming up soon. So if you can get the Swissborg app, you can participate in that $4,000 prize pool. I'm going to promote that quickly. I know there's a few others, things like Paz and Illuvadata, not necessarily, and Scrubs that are preparing a tournament for maybe next weekend. So if we're not doing one next weekend, they might be. So definitely stay tuned for all of that as well. We will help to promote that if we need. Don't forget to join the Wildfire Discord. We will be making early announcements in there for any future tournaments, especially if they have a cap of participants and things like that. And yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for the next one, guys. We did it. We did it.
That was great.
All right, I'm going to hit stop streaming.